Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 1507 to Chapter 1562. On the coast, Zhao Jingxian stood alone. She was dressed in a simple and elegant dress, and her black hair was like a waterfall. She looked like a fairy. Her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and her facial features were pure and beautiful. As if she'd noticed Lin's gaze, a trace of a smile appeared on the corners of her moist lips, and then she waved her hand and said, "Long time no see, demon god Lin." Her voice was crisp and sweet, like a wind chime, drifting over the misty sea. Then, Lin Sun came over on the sea, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He was elegant and charming. Zhao Jingshuan's clear eyes were as bright as stars. She smiled, and a touch of tenderness surged in her heart. She had thought of this guy more than once in the past year. To Zhao Jingshuan's surprise, Lin Sun gave her a big hug as soon as he came over. Her body was stiff at first, and then she softened in the strong embrace. "Welcome back." Lin Sun's laughter rang in her ears. Hot air went into her ears, making her feel itchy. Zhao Jingshuan's pretty face was immediately dyed red by the sunset glow, which made her bright and shy. At this time, Zhao Jingxian suddenly found that Lin Sun seemed to be different from before. At least, he had never been so active before. She didn't know that during the month when he followed Mr. Shen to carve the stone statue, Lin Sun faced all kinds of feelings in his heart for the first time and learned how to face and accept them. But anyway, Zhao Jingxian was still very happy about Lin Sun's change. It was as if she saw a piece of elm suddenly enlightened. On the island, Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian sat side by side, talking about everything under the sun. In the distance, the sea was rolling, the mist was curling up, and everything was quiet. It turns out that Xiao Hao and Fairy Ruo Wu have become sages. When he heard the news, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion. "Are you very disappointed?" Zhao Jingshuan's eyes were as clear as stars, staring at Lin Sun's side face. Lin Sun smiled and said, "What's there to be disappointed about? I have never thought of competing with them. After all, we pursue different Tao and have different opportunities to prove our Tao. But they are one step ahead of you." Zhao Jingxian seemed to want to see whether Lin Sun would show some frustration and anxiety. But from the beginning to the end, Lin Sun was calm and collected. Obviously, he really didn't care about these things, which made Zhao Jingxian admire him. This guy's state of mind was really different from before. "By the way, I heard that the 9 regions battlefield will open soon." Suddenly, Zhao Jingxian remembered something. "The battle of the 9 regions is coming forward?" Lin Sun was shocked. Zhao Jingxian said, "That's right. It won't be long before the Star Chess Sea becomes lively, because there is a path to the 9 regions battlefield on the Undying God Mountain at the end of the sea." Next, Zhao Jingxian told Lin Sun some news about the 9 regions battlefield one by one. Even Lin Sun heard some news for the first time. In the 9 regions battlefield, other than the enemies of the 8 regions, there were also many strange and dangerous things. Moreover, there were many secret realms in the 9 regions battlefield. Some of these secret realms were extremely dangerous, and anyone who entered would definitely die. There were also some secret realms that contained unimaginably shocking opportunities. Moreover, the laws of the 9 regions battlefield were extremely special. Powers beyond the scope of the Saint Realm would be suppressed and unable to be used. For example, some forbidden treasures and powers beyond the Saint Realm would be absolutely suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth even if they could be brought into the 9 regions battlefield. And, in short, Lin Sun kept all of this in mind. Less than a month after Zhao Jingxian arrived at the Star Chess Sea, Alu also came. He carried an iron rod and rode on a giant black dragon that he had caught out of nowhere. At first glance, Lin Sun was stunned, because Alu had changed. His muscular and majestic body had become much thinner than before. Although his skin was still bronze-colored, Alu, who had become thinner, looked quite handsome. His facial features were sharp as if they were carved by a knife. "Big brother, aren't you afraid that I'll be shy when you look at me like this?" Alu's voice was still extremely rough and careless. He didn't look shy at all. Instead, he sounded a little proud, as if he was very satisfied with the surprise in Lin Sun's eyes. "Bah!" The old toad came over and spat fiercely. This fellow had also just woken up from seclusion not too long ago. "You used to be so domineering and masculine. How come you've become more and more like a woman now?" Alu's eyes widened and he straightaway started spitting, spittle flying all over Old Toad's face. Lin Sun was already used to the fact that they would quarrel with each other as soon as they met. 2 months after Alu's arrival, the large black bird that carried a black walk on its back had arrived as well. As soon as it arrived, it clamored complacently. "I, Grandpa Bird, will definitely take the lead in the battle between the 9 territories this time and crush all my enemies." Clang! First, Alu used his iron rod to smash the black walk on the big black bird's back so hard that it almost flew out. Then, Old Toad stepped forward, slapped the big black bird, and scolded, "In front of this king, how can you be coquettish?" The large black bird was dazed. Never had it imagined that it would receive such special treatment as soon as it arrived, and it instantly became exasperated and cried out loudly. In the distance, Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh. Now that Zhao Jingxian, Alu, Old Toad, and the large black bird were all here, it was as if Lin Sun had returned to the time when he was in the absolute summit domain, and he had the feeling that he was no longer alone. Another 3 months passed. On this day, Lin Sun was meditating when he suddenly had a strange feeling. Then, he stood up abruptly and saw that in the vast star chess sea, the power of the heavenly cycle star formation that had originally covered the surroundings was tumbling violently at this moment. Then, the taboo power of the entire formation began to fade gradually. At the same time, on the other side of the star chess sea, on the immortal God Mountain, a boundless horn sounded and reverberated between heaven and earth. The horn sounded as if it came from ancient times. It was impassioned, vigorous, and made people's blood boil. The battle between the 9 territories is about to begin? Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad, Alu, and the large black bird were also alarmed. On this day, in different parts of the ancient Desolation realm, in some forbidden lands like the immortal God Mountain, the boundless and impassioned horn sounded. For a moment, the world was in turmoil. The battle horn. This is the sound of the battle horn. Some experts of the older generation shouted excitedly. A long time ago, every time the 9 territories battlefield opened, the battle horn would sound to summon the heroes of the world to fight on the battlefield. This was a sign that the 9 territories battlefield was about to open. It's finally here. It's several years earlier than expected, someone murmured with excitement. Prepare for today. Everyone, it's up to you to avenge the ancient Desolation realm and defeat the enemies of the 8 territories. You must win. No matter how small the hope is, don't give up. In the past, many powerful sages shed their blood to prevent the ancient Desolation realm from being invaded by the 8 territories. This time, I hope you won't let the people of the ancient Desolation realm down. In countless ancient orthodoxies, such impassioned words were heard. A few years ago, they had already made the necessary preparations and were only waiting for today. Woo, 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 the boundless horn gradually began to resound over the entire ancient Desolation realm. The cultivators scattered around the world were also alarmed. It's finally here. Emperor Xiaohao's purple robe fluttered in the wind. His body emitted a monstrous sage aura that could devour mountains and rivers. Let's go. Fairy Ruo Wu turned into a fiery red vermilion bird and teleported away. On this day, a group of top cultivators walked out from different areas and headed for the passage to the 9 territories battlefield. Yuan Fadian, the young golden-winged rock king, Qi Lingxiao, Mi Hingzhen, Yi Mo, and so on. On this day, many sages from countless ancient orthodoxies led their elite forces to the battlefield. On this day, the vast ancient Desolation realm was like a giant beast that had awakened from its slumber. It was filled with unprecedented battle intent. In this great era, everything in the ancient Desolation realm changed. It was also in this great era that a large number of peerless figures emerged. Now, it all depended on whether the ancient Desolation realm could avenge itself and defeat the enemies from all directions. In the divine secret pavilion, Mr. Shen stood alone on a cliff, his robe fluttering in the wind. He was silent. The great era is a chaotic era. Whether the ancient Desolation realm can survive or not depends on the battle of the 9 territories, he murmured in his heart. Boom! Suddenly, a strand of terrifying light of the Tao that covered the heavens and the earth suddenly converged in the sky, and it transformed into an extremely dignified and cold face. The face's eyes were vast like the starry sky, and the phenomena of the universe changing floated within it. His eyes fell on Mr. Shen, and his voice sounded like the sonorous voice of the Great Way. The Battle of the Nine Territories has begun. The front line is destined to break out into a full-scale battle. Let me ask you, is the ancient Desolation Realm ready for a life-and-death battle? If Lin Sun was here, he would definitely recognize that it was Bai Yujing, a powerful cultivator who was stationed on the front line of the ancient Desolation Realm all year round. Of course. Mr. Shen's voice was calm but determined. Then what are you going to do? Bai Yujing asked again. How about I go to the front line with you? Mr. Shen said slowly. You're finally going to make a move. Bai Yujing showed a rare look of excitement. He knew that as long as Mr. Shen went to the front line, he would be able to play the role of a stabilizing force. All the experts who had stepped into the Emperor-to-be realm knew how terrifying Mr. Shen of the Divine Secret Pavilion was. He hadn't made a move for a long time. But when he decided to make a move, no Emperor-to-be in the ancient Desolation Realm dared to doubt his ability. Let's go. Mr. Shen stepped into the void and rose up. At that moment, he seemed to have taken off his gentle clothes and revealed the peerless sharpness that had been hidden in his body for countless years. His aura was completely different. He made the world roar and all things bow their heads. In the Divine Secret Pavilion, Miao Xian was in a trance. After so many years, senior brother was finally going to make a move. Back then, Lin Sun had killed a group of sages outside Snow Mulberry City with the Buddha Heart of Slaughter, shocking the world and the ancient Desolation Realm. It was also after the saint-killing battle that a portion of Quasi-Emperor White Jade Jing's will descended on the battlefield and said, when the nine-region battlefield opens, if Lin Sun doesn't go to kill enemies to atone for his sins, Bai Yujing will be the first to kill him. At this time, the horn of war had sounded in the ancient Desolation Realm, and the nine-region battlefield was about to open. Mr. Shen was slightly surprised that Bai Yujing, a big shot of Quasi-Emperor, still remembered Lin Sun. You, White Jade Jing, are a peerless hero and an extraordinary overlord. Your breadth of mind and boldness far surpass ordinary people, yet you actually hate a junior? Mr. Shen asked. Humph. He killed so many sages and consumed the strength of the ancient Desolation Realm. How can I be indifferent? Bai Yujing snorted coldly. Some people deserve to die, Mr. Shen said lightly. Mr. Shen said lightly, it's not worth it to stand up for them. Bai Yujing said calmly, even if they die, it's better to let them die on the front line than to die in the hands of a little guy. Mr. Shen couldn't help laughing. He knew that Bai Yujing had no prejudice against Lin Sun and was just complaining. Brother Bai, don't worry. Lin Sun will definitely go to the nine-region battlefield this time. Miao Xian, who was in the distance, said loudly. If he has the ability, he'd better not die. Otherwise, I will look down on him. After White Jade Jing said this, he broke through the sky and left. Miao Xian, I'll leave the matter of the Divine Secret Pavilion to you. Mr. Shen cupped his hands. Take care, brother. Miao Xian also cupped his hands. I'm leaving. Mr. Shen waved his sleeves and stepped into the void, disappearing in a flash. It was as if he was invisible and unfathomable. The Immortal God Mountain. Although the name of the mountain had the word death in it, its charm and the mountain were completely different. The mountain was majestic, like a winding dragon, and it was as black jade. It had the momentum of uprooting the earth and the posture of holding up the sun. Its entire body was overflowing with an immortal and sacred aura. Back then, Lin Sun had participated in the Junior Tycoon ranking here. He defeated all his opponents and won the first place. It was also on the Immortal God Mountain that he comprehended the mysteries of the Tao of Undying. On this day, as the battle horn sounded in the vast expanse, Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad, Ah Lu, and the big black bird crossed the star chassis and arrived at the Immortal God Mountain once again. Woo-woo, the battle horn sounded from the top of the mountain and reverberated in all directions. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void above the mountain. The void turned into a whirlpool. It was a shocking scene. You're here. An illusory old figure appeared, exuding a frightening law fluctuation aura. They were formed from the will of the Immortal God Mountain, and called themselves Spirit Servants. Lin Sun and the others had met him when they participated in the Junior Tycoon list, so they were familiar with each other. That's the passage to the Nine Regions battlefield. The spirit servant pointed at the sky above the peak of the mountain. Amidst the surging wind and lightning, a door of light and shadow could be faintly seen condensing into form. Once you enter, you'll be teleported to the 9 regions battlefield and participate in the battle between the strong of the 9 regions. There are no rules to speak of. Whoever survives to the end will be the final winner. I think you all know that the ancient Desolation realm suffered a crushing defeat in the previous 2 battles of the 9 regions. This time, I hope, you can all come back alive. The voice of the spirit servant was still as empty and emotionless as before. Speaking of this, the spirit servant waved his sleeve, and 5 tokens with a metallic luster appeared in front of Lin Sun and the others one by one. Inject your own will into them. When the 9 regions battlefield closes, you can be teleported back to the ancient Desolation realm with this token in your hand, provided that you're still alive at that time. The spirit servant said slowly. In addition, this token represents your identity, and it can be used to accumulate achievement points for killing enemies. The more enemies you kill, the more achievement points you'll accumulate. What's the use of achievement points? Old Toad couldn't help interrupting. To exchange for God-given luck. The spirit servant continued, you've participated in the minor tycoon rankings in the past, so you should know that this undying God mountain is covered with the true great Tao karmic energy. If you can return alive, you can use your accumulated achievement points to exchange for the corresponding great Tao karmic energy. Lin Sun and the others finally understood. The spirit servant reminded them, however, you should know that in the previous 2 battles of the 9 regions, the ancient Desolation realm was defeated. Less than 10% of the strong warriors could return, so there are very few people who can exchange for the Great Way. Less than 10% of the strong warriors could return alive. Lin Sun and the others were all shocked. Senior, we still need a token. While Lin Sun said, Silver had already swept out of his sea of consciousness. The spirit servant waved his sleeve, and another token appeared, which he gave to Silver. Boom! At this moment, on the top of the mountain, amidst the raging wind and thunder, a gate had completely taken shape, shining brightly and illusory. Go, the spirit servant said. Lin Sun and the others nodded and flew to the top of the mountain. In the previous days, they had said all the things they should say to each other, and also told each other what they should do. Now, they all began to move with a determined state of mind. Big brother, I'll go first. The old toad couldn't wait any longer. It was the first to rush into the door of nothingness, its figure disappearing in an instant. It's my turn. The big black bird flapped its wings and hurriedly followed him. Big brother, why don't you go first? Alu looked at Lin Sun with a smile, but Lin Sun kicked him into the void gate. Then he said to Zhao Jingxian with a smile, this guy has no sense at all. He doesn't know that I want to talk to you at this time. What can't you say? Why do you have to say it at this time? Zhao Jingxian tucked her hair behind her ears and glanced at him. It was just a look, but it was full of charm. Nothing, just, Lin Sun was about to say something, but Zhao Jingxian seemed to have guessed it. She interrupted him with a smile, don't worry. If I'm in danger, I'll contact you immediately. Lin Sun smiled, that's good. You go first. Zhao Jingxian shook her head, you go first. Lin Sun also shook his head, you go first. Zhao Jingxian glared at him, I said you go first. Lin Sun suddenly grabbed Zhao Jingxuan's lapel and threw her into the illusory portal. Then he laughed, if you don't listen to me in the future, you'll get the same treatment. Zhao Jingxian shouted in shame and indignation, Lin, don't let me catch you. Before her voice died away, she had disappeared. Lin Sun's lips curled into a playful smile, then he stepped forward and stepped into the gate. Not long after they left, groups after groups of experts appeared near the immortal sacred mountain. Obviously, they were the same as Lin Sun and the others, who were going to enter the 9 regions battlefield. The spiritual servant gave each of them a token and watched them leave one by one. The same thing happened in different areas of the ancient Desolation realm. The sages of the ancient orthodoxies, the top figures, they entered the 9 regions battlefield one after another from different channels. This kind of thing lasted for 3 days. Success or failure depends on this battle. We must win. We must. This battle affected the hearts of all the people in the world. As the channel to the Nine Regions battlefield opened, countless strong people in the ancient Desolation realm silently prayed for those who were going to fight. Nine Regions battlefield. A blood-red world appeared in sight. The world was stained with blood, and the wind was moaning. It was a vast expanse, revealing a solemn and stirring atmosphere. The ground was covered with a thick layer of gravel, which seemed to be soaked in red blood. After countless years of erosion, it was still poignant and bright red. Buzz, with a wave of void fluctuation, Lin Sun's figure was moved out. With a bang, his feet landed on the blood-red sand. In the flying sand, many broken corpses and bones were exposed on the ground, all of which had decayed. But in Lin Sun's sea of consciousness, he felt a kind of horrible and bloody murderous spirit coming to his face at this moment. It seemed that the sound of war drums and spears rang in his ears. In his field of vision, there seemed to be a tragic scene of mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and piles of white bones in the blood-red world. Lin Sun shook his head fiercely, and the vision in front of him all collapsed and disappeared. Only the whimpering sound echoed between heaven and earth. The blood-red sand and dust filled the air. Clatter, Lin Sun's divine awareness spread out. It seemed to be as calm as a flowing cloud, but in fact, he had already become cautious like a big bough pulled to the full at this moment. This was the Nine Regions battlefield. From the moment he entered this place, he had to be careful. The sky above is full of strange heavenly gang evil chi, which is not suitable for flying. The law of the Great Way here is obscure and strange. It is firmer and clearer than that of the ancient Desolation territory. In the spiritual chi, there are traces of chaotic divinity, which has an immeasurable effect on cultivation. But at the same time, there are a lot of mixed blood and filthy breaths distributed between heaven and earth. If you want to cultivate here, you must be alert to the danger of chi deviation. The perception range of divine awareness is 13,000 feet, so it is not suitable to sneak at full speed. In a moment, under the investigation of Lin Sun's huge divine awareness, many perceptions emerged in his mind like running water, so that he could make an accurate judgment of the current environment. For Lin Sun, the Nine Regions battlefield was a completely strange place. If he didn't get familiar with everything here as soon as possible, there would be many unexpected risks in the next action. However, Lin Sun wouldn't be restrained because of this. Perhaps there were unimaginable dangers in the Nine Regions battlefield, but he had already prepared for the worst. Years of fighting and the baptism of countless blood and fire had already sharpened Lin Sun's state of mind and will to a level far beyond imagination. Lin Sun even had a kind of hot blood and a surging desire for fighting in this battle. Because he needed such a battlefield to realize his goal of becoming a saint, whoosh with a wave of Lin Sun's sleeve, a green glow flew up like a stream of light, crisscrossing in the void and evolving into a Taoist restriction formation, covering the area where he was. In an instant, his whole body disappeared, and even his breath was concealed. This was a kind of breath-concealing formation. Before coming here, Lin Sun had also given Xianxia, Old Toad, Lu, and the Big Black Bird a set of formation discs. As long as they were taken out, they could conceal their breath. Unless they encountered a special secret method or a peak existence of the Saint Realm, other opponents were destined to not be able to detect a trace. After doing this, Lin Sun stretched out his hand and a token appeared in the void. Two of them were the flying token, which could accumulate merit and was a key item to enter the Kunlun ruins. One was the ancient Desolation token, which was given by the spiritual servant of the Immortal Mountain. When the Nine-region battlefield ended, one could use this token to teleport back to the ancient Desolation domain. At the same time, the ancient Desolation token also had the function of accumulating merit and could be used to exchange for the Great Way luck. The other was the soul-fixing talisman. Xianxia, Old Toad, Lu, and the Big Black Bird each had one. Activating the talisman with spiritual energy, they could sense the approximate location of others. Lin Sun put the flying token and the ancient Desolation token on him one by one, then held the soul-fixing talisman in his palm and quietly activated it. Buzz, a pentagonal pattern was reflected on the soul-fixing talisman, shining brightly. Each corner represented the position of a person. When their positions shifted, every corner of the pattern would change. But in just a moment, Lin Sun's face darkened. The soul-fixing talisman had failed, and he couldn't locate Xianxia, Old Toad, Lu, and the Big Black Bird. Either the power of the law of heaven and earth in the nine-region battlefield interferes, or my current position is too far away from them. Lin Sun put away the soul-fixing talisman and made a judgment. Swish, then, Lin Sun spread out an extremely simple map. This was the regional distribution map of the nine-region battlefield, drawn by Xianxia. In the past, there had been 2 battles between the nine-region battlefield, so it wasn't difficult to understand some of the regional distribution of the nine-region battlefield. On the map, there was a Jing grid, which could also be regarded as a 9-palace grid. Of the 9 realms, the territories of the other 8 realms were located in the 8 directions of the map. For example, the territory of the ancient All-Heaven region was directly north, and it belonged to the Li Palace of the 9 palaces. In the 9-region battlefield, it was called the All-Heaven realm, and it represented the territory of the All-Heaven ancient region. The city of Tao Protector had been constructed within the All-Heaven world, and it was the headquarters where the experts of the All-Heaven ancient region gathered. For example, the Blood Demon ancient realm was located in the northeast, and it belonged to the Palace of Earth of the 9 palaces. It was called the Blood Demon realm, and it referred to the territory of the Blood Demon ancient realm. The situation in the other realms was the same. Every time the Battle of the 9 regions began, the experts from the various camps who were teleported into the 9 regions battlefield would immediately head to the place where their camps were located, thus achieving the goal of gathering strength and entering and exiting the battlefield together. The ancient Desolation realm was right in the center. This place was the central palace of the 9 regions battlefield. It was regarded as the heart of the battlefield, and its location seemed to be extremely superior. But in all directions of the central palace, the enemy forces of the ancient Desolation realm were firmly trapped in the center, like an ambush from 8 sides. Just this position alone put the experts of the ancient Desolation realm at a disadvantage in the battle of the 9 regions. Being ambushed from 8 sides was equivalent to being attacked from 8 sides, therefore, after the opening of the 9 regions battlefield, the experts of the ancient Desolation realm were different from the experts of the other 8 realms. Almost none of them would choose to go to the ancient Desolation realm, which was located in the central area of the battlefield. Everyone knew that the foreign enemies of the 8 realms had an agreement to kill the ancient Desolation realm first, and then compete for superiority. If the experts of the ancient Desolation realm appeared in the ancient Desolation realm, they would definitely become the target of public criticism. For example, Lin Sun knew that the first choice of the experts of the ancient Desolation realm entering the 9 regions battlefield this time was not to kill the enemy. Instead, it was to hide. Only by dispersing their strength could they avoid being attacked by the other 8 realms. Moreover, it was best to hide until the peak of becoming a saint. At that time, they might have the ability to wrestle with the other 8 realms. Of course, this choice was very depressing, but it was the reality. In the 9 regions battlefield, face and dignity were no longer important. The most important thing was whether one could survive or not. Of course, this was only the general distribution of the 9 regions battlefield. The 9 regions battlefield was extremely vast, and each area was like a vast land. On this land, there were many dangerous things, such as the Void Crack, the Evil Mist Swamp, the Blood Tide, and so on, were full of strange and ominous. In addition, there were many secret realms, like bubbles, dotted in different areas of the 9 regions battlefield. Some secret realms, even if a saint entered, would definitely die. And some secret realms, there were unimaginably amazing things. Looking at the simple map in his hand, Lin Sun couldn't help but frown. The place where he was located was like a bloody desert, and it was impossible to determine where he was. Well, now I can only assess the situation and choose the right time to act. After thinking for a long time, Lin Sun waved his sleeve and removed the Taoist restriction formation. His figure flashed, and he rushed into the distance. Whoosh, in an instant, his whole body seemed to disappear into nothingness. His whole body was covered by the evil qi, which covered his whole breath. Lin Sun's movement was not fast, and he didn't fly in the air. Because the sky was covered with the terrible heavenly gang evil qi, even a saint would be blown away if he flew in it. Moreover, because the power of the divine awareness could only cover more than 3,000 feet, his speed was too fast. Once he encountered an accident, he was bound to be caught off guard. Lin Sun was sure that even a saint would not dare to casually use the void shift in the 9 regions battlefield. Because maybe a void crack would appear, and it would be enough to swallow him up. 15 minutes later. At the end of the bloody desert, there was an endless black forest. The sky above the forest was covered with a thick bloody light, which was strange and creepy. Lin Sun looked around and only looked at the atmosphere, which made him feel frightened. This forest, covering the sky and the earth, was ancient and desolate, exuded a strange bloody smell, and even a kind of ferocious and gloomy feeling. It was as if it was not a forest, but a land of death. Don't enter a forest. This sentence meant that when you encountered a forest, you should be careful of dangers and ambushes. But for Lin Sun, he could make full use of the weird black forest in front of him. At least, after entering it, even if he encountered an irresistible enemy, there would be many opportunities to escape. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun didn't hesitate and flashed into it. The forest was dark and gloomy. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of rotten leaves. Vines as thick as buckets were wrapped around the branches of the trees like giant pythons lying on the ground. Lin Sun became extremely cautious as he shuttled through it. Crack, a quarter of an hour later, when Lin Sun sneaked for dozens of miles, his divine awareness suddenly captured a sound like the breaking of branches. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed. In this strange dead forest, such a sudden movement, even if it was extremely subtle, seemed very unusual. After thinking for a while, he quietly moved to the place where the sound came from. After a while, Lin Sun's figure flashed and quietly flew to the depths of the branches of a big tree. He closed his eyes, and his divine awareness carefully penetrated through the branches and leaves to explore an area in the distance. Soon, he saw a figure. It was a woman who looked like a young girl, with blood-red hair, a cold face, and a vigilant look. She wore an animal skin armor. She had long dark green hair, and below her waist was a snake tail covered with golden scales. She looked like a snake person. Some information suddenly appeared in Lin Sun's mind. The Golden Snake clan was one of the top 10 clans in the Blood Demon Ancient area. This clan was good at soul attacks, and they liked to devour and refine the souls of enemies to enhance their own cultivation. Therefore, they were called Spirit Eaters. There was no doubt that the young girl in armor was a descendant of the Golden Ink Snake clan. At this time, the woman in armor was carefully crouching at the root of a big tree, holding a rough white bone saber in her hand, and gently cutting off a piece of thumb-thick root at the root of the tree. She looked very focused and solemn, as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Before long, a piece of root was cut off, and drops of golden juice flowed out of the broken root. The woman in armor carefully put it into a mutton fat bottle. The woman in armor breathed a long sigh of relief, stood up, and turned to leave. It didn't take long for her to find another target. It was an ancient tree with bare branches and leaves, like a dragon lying in a crouching position. Unlike other ancient trees nearby, this tree's old bark was cracked, and its trunk seemed to be made of bronze juice, with a metallic luster. Just like before, the woman in armor squatted down again, took out the white bone saber, and carefully cut off one of the roots. From beginning to end, she didn't notice that someone had been staring at her in the dark. It didn't take long for the woman in armor to collect drops of golden juice again, which made her smile involuntarily. Next, the woman in armor sneaked into this forest, and specially selected the ancient trees with branches and leaves that seemed to be made of bronze to collect the mysterious golden juice. In the dark, Lin Sun followed her like a shadow, quietly watching her, without disturbing her. In terms of understanding of the 9-region battlefield, the other 8 regions were far better than the ancient Desolation region. They knew all kinds of things in the 9-region battlefield. They also knew what opportunities and dangers were, what they should touch, and what they shouldn't touch. The reason was very simple. In the previous 2 battles of the 9-region battlefield, the other 8 regions, as the winners, had completely passed down the information about the 9-region battlefield. Even if countless years had passed, the information would still be known and mastered by later generations. The ancient Desolation region had suffered heavy losses in the previous 2 battles of the 9-region battlefield, and only a few could return from the battlefield alive. Naturally, it was impossible for them to completely pass down the information about the 9-region battlefield like the other 8 regions. Even with Lin Sun's experience, he still couldn't figure out what the woman from the Golden Demon Snake clan was collecting and what they could be used for. But he was sure that a treasure that could catch the attention of an 8th Retribution Immortal Realm expert was absolutely extraordinary. The only thing that puzzled Lin Sun was that the woman didn't dare to be careless when collecting the golden liquid, as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Could it be that this ancient tree was filled with unimaginable danger? It's time to report. Not long after, the woman stood up. She had already collected a full bottle of golden liquid and decided to leave. But just when she was about to take a step forward, she felt her vision blur. Shit, the woman's expression changed abruptly, and she instinctively wanted to fight back. But before she could do anything, her throat was grabbed by a large hand, and her strength was sealed. Her face turned purple and she was almost suffocated. She was shocked to see a young man standing in front of her, and his deep black eyes were staring at her indifferently. An expert from the ancient desolation realm, the woman instantly made a judgment. But she didn't understand how such a powerful existence could appear in the ancient desolation realm, which was so backward and declining. I want to know something. I'll ask and you'll answer. Lin Sun spoke concisely. Otherwise, you'll die. The woman's expression changed indeterminately, and she nodded with difficulty after a long time. Where is this place? The Godly Training Forest. Which area of the 9 regions battlefield is it located in? The Blood Demon Realm. Lin Sun's heart sank when he heard this. He never expected that he would be teleported to the territory of the Blood Demon Ancient Realm as soon as he entered the 9 regions battlefield. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun asked again, how far is this place from the city of Dao Protectors? About 30,000 kilometers. The woman's answer made Lin Sun heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Godly Training Forest was still extremely far from the base camp of the Blood Demon Ancient Realm. Is there anyone else here besides you? Lin Sun asked. I don't know. As soon as the woman finished speaking, she felt the hand on her throat suddenly tighten, and the sharp pain made her want to scream. But when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. She looked resentfully at the young man in front of her, and she swore in her heart that if she had the chance to escape this time, she would definitely refine and devour this person's soul. You better behave yourself. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you right now. As Lin Sun spoke, he asked the same question again. I really don't know. But I do know that many of the experts from the Blood Demon Ancient region will come to the Refining God Forest, the armored lady said with a pale face. Why? Gather the divine refining treasure source. These words shocked Lin Sun. He suddenly remembered that old Toad once said that the conditions for a royal weapon to be promoted to a holy treasure were extremely harsh. Other than refining many heavenly and earthly treasures and fusing them into his natal royal armament, it also depended on luck. Out of hundreds of thousands of royal armaments, it was not necessarily possible for a single sacred armament to appear. The more outstanding the appearance of a royal armament, the greater the risk it would encounter when transforming into a life-sacred armament, and it would be extremely easy for it to be destroyed. This was also the reason why many saints in the ancient desolation realm only had saint treasures and not life-sacred weapons. One had to know that saint treasures and life-sacred weapons were different. Saint treasures could be refined by saints, but life-sacred weapons were almost all transformed from their own King Dao extreme weapons. The word life represented the unusualness of such a treasure. It was not an exaggeration to say that a life-sacred weapon had already fused with one's cultivation. It was like a part of a cultivator's flesh and blood. Naturally, its power was not something that other saint treasures could compare to. However, if one was able to possess a divine refining treasure source, it would be enough to greatly increase the chances of success when a life-sacred weapon transformed into a sacred weapon. Moreover, the more divine refining treasure source there was, the greater the chances of the life-sacred weapon successfully transforming. Unfortunately, in the ancient desolation realm, a treasure like the divine refining treasure source was an incomparably precious treasure even in the ancient times. It was even rarer than a life-sacred weapon, and could only be found by chance. And in the current ancient desolation realm, it was almost impossible to find a divine refining treasure source. Lin Sun did not expect that he would be able to find such a thing in this strange refining god forest. This made him feel refreshed. It was also at this moment that a golden illusory shadow suddenly appeared in the demonic brown eyes of the woman in armor, who was grabbed by the throat by him, and swept her gaze towards Lin Sun. Soul-killing eye skill, the innate ability of the golden demon snake. The reason why their bloodline was called Soul Devourer was because of this innate ability. Its power directly affected the soul, making it impossible to guard against. The woman in armor was obviously not a good person. After being subdued in an instant, she did not choose to use this skill directly. Instead, she waited for Lin Sun to be careless before making a move. It could be seen how cunning and vicious her mind was. Lin Sun did not block it, which made the woman in armor ecstatic. But in the next moment, she was stunned. Because Lin Sun's eyes were cold and calm, as if he did not feel anything strange, nor was he affected in any way. The innate ability that had always been successful in the past had actually failed. How was this possible? The woman in armor widened her eyes and felt a chill in her heart. This was the first time she had encountered such a strange thing. Crack! At this moment, Lin Sun crushed the woman's neck with his palm and completely erased her soul. Before she died, there was a trace of puzzlement on her face. Unfortunately, Lin Sun would not tell her that there was a spirit-eating bug king who had already set foot on the hopeless road of cultivation and had been sitting in his sea of consciousness all the time. Any kind of soul attack was destined to be ridiculous. Smartass. Lin Sun sighed softly. He had wanted to ask more questions, but he also knew that after the woman in armor failed, it was destined that she would not cooperate as before, so he killed her without hesitation. Next, Lin Sun looted the spoils neatly. A white-boned saber, a mutton fat bottle, a token representing the identity of the woman in armor, and a light silver storage earring. The white-boned saber was a holy treasure with unparalleled sharpness, but it was not very precious. The mutton fat bottle was filled with golden, refining divine origin. In the light silver storage earring, there were some divine essence, divine materials, elixirs, and other miscellaneous items needed for cultivation. The word blood demon was engraved on the token, which contained the will of this woman. After a little perception, Lin Sun knew that this woman was called Xianxia, a direct descendant of the Golden Snake clan. There was also a merit accumulated in the token, which Xianxia got after killing a strong practitioner from the ancient Desolation realm. This made Lin Sun's black eyes narrow. Counting with his fingers, it had only been about 4 hours since he entered the 9 regions battlefield. But Xianxia had killed a strong practitioner from the ancient Desolation realm. It seems that I am not the only one who has been moved to the area occupied by the strong practitioners of the blood demon ancient realm. Lin Sun thought for a moment and shook his head. Clatter with a sweep of his fingertips, a wisp of flame swept out and burned Xianxia's body, completely turning it into ashes and disappearing. At the same time, he felt that there was one more merit in his ancient desolation token, marked with the breath of Xianxia. However, within the 2 flying immortal tokens, there was no movement at all. It was still completely blank. Mesa, who is right? If I want to obtain the battle merit fortune, I can only kill those outstanding geniuses with extraordinary battle strength or those who have become saints. The other characters don't have the battle merit fortune at all. For example, Xianxia was also a top figure who had stepped into the 8th retribution of longevity realm, but she didn't have the merit. It was obvious how difficult it was to gather 1,000 types of battle merits and luck in order to activate the strength of a flying immortal token. However, Lin Sun was not in a hurry. The 9 region battlefield had just opened. As long as he was alive, there would be opportunities to hunt down enemies who met the requirements in the future. Whoosh, without delay, Lin Sun left the place in a flash. Come on, there was a wave of power just now. Just as Lin Sun left, a voice suddenly sounded in the depths of the dark forest. Then, a group of figures, men and women, all of whom were extremely powerful, swept out. There were 7 of them. The leader was a middle-aged man in gray with a golden snake tail and hair as black as ink. He exuded the aura of the Saint Realm. When they arrived, the middle-aged man in gray looked around and his face darkened. His eyes were full of frightening cold light. Xianxia was killed. The middle-aged man in gray said word by word, full of killing intent. However, he instantly revealed a wisp of fear when he saw the nearby ancient tree that seemed to be made from bronze liquid. He forcefully restrained his aura and didn't dare come into contact with the ancient tree. Damn it! The faces of the men and women behind the middle-aged man in gray all darkened. No matter who it is, he must die for killing a member of our Golden Snake clan. Someone gnashed his teeth. Xianxia is the younger sister of Xilin, the saint of our clan. If he knows about this, he will be furious. Someone's face changed. don't tell Shilin about this. He is already headed to the city of Dao Protectors to meet up with all the peerless figures of our blood-fiend ancient region. Once he knows about this, it will definitely affect the important matter he's shouldering. The old man in grey took a deep breath and spoke with a gloomy expression. The urgent matter at hand is to drag out the murderer. Elder Shifeng, I'm sure that the murderer is still in the godly training forest. A man had a calm expression. He'd observed the surroundings earlier and noticed some traces of a battle, so he made such a judgment. But the godly training forest is filled with danger and is extremely vast. The enemy is hiding within it, so dragging him out is no different than looking for a needle in a haystack. Someone frowned. The most hateful thing is that the murderer is extremely cunning, and he didn't leave any aura in the nearby area. His words caused the hearts of the others to sink, and they realized that the murderer this time was obviously not a kind person, just his ability to conceal himself was already extraordinary. The middle-aged man called Shifeng fell silent for a moment, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's take action first. If it really doesn't work in the end, then we'll ask for help from our friends from the Black-Striped Hornet clan." Black-Striped Demon B, this was an extremely unique race in the Blood Demon ancient realm. They had 36 pairs of black-striped compound eyes, which could see through all disguises and capture auras and traces that ordinary people could not detect. With their help, it would not be difficult to capture traces of the enemy in this strange and vast divine refining forest. But as Shifeng said, unless it was absolutely necessary, the experts of the Golden Demon Snake clan were unwilling to seek help from outsiders. Also, you must be careful of these divine refining ancestral trees. This is a fierce object that even saints do not dare to touch easily. Once you accidentally touch it, the tree will spit out divine refining turbid light. Anyone who is swept by it will have their flesh and blood corroded, and their soul will be turned into nourishment for the tree to devour. Shifeng's gaze swept over the ancient tree that seemed to be made of bronze liquid not far away, and his voice was solemn as he reminded them. The nearby men and women felt a chill in their hearts. Of course, they had heard of the terror of the divine refining ancestral tree. "Let's go." Shifeng took the lead and stepped forward. The other men and women followed closely behind. In the depths of the dark forest, there was an ancient tree that was covered with dense branches and leaves, covering the sky and the earth. Lin Sun sat cross-legged, surrounded by Dao patterns to conceal his aura. Buzz, the broken blade appeared in front of him. The blade was illusory and transparent, and a layer of obscure Dao patterns flowed on its surface. Lin Sun opened the sheep fat bottle, and as a drop of golden divine refining treasure source fell on the broken blade, a strange scene appeared. The snow-white broken blade absorbed the drop of divine refining treasure source as if it was hungry and thirsty. Then, the blade suddenly produced a clear sound, as if it was cheering excitedly. Lin Sun's black eyes lit up. He tilted the sheep fat bottle, and the golden divine refining treasure source slowly fell on the broken blade like a thread. Then, the broken blade continued to hum, and on the surface of the transparent blade, the obscure Dao patterns became clearer and clearer. This divine refining treasure source is indeed a treasure that can only be found by chance in the outside world, Lin Sun was excited. The broken blade was a true divine weapon, and it was also Lin Sun's royal weapon. In these years, the broken blade had undergone several transformations, and its power was no longer the same as before. And Lin Sun also got two kinds of inheritance from broken blade. The first was the Yuan impartation. It was a method to control the broken blade, and it was precisely by relying on this impartation that Lin Sun, a soul-refining realm cultivator, was able to control this heaven-defying blade with ease. The second was the inheritance of the word extreme. This was an extreme method to unleash the power of the broken blade, allowing the power of the broken blade to skyrocket. But Lin Sun was clear that the inheritance of Duan Ren was divided into 4 parts. Until now, he had obtained the 2 inherited powers of Yuan and extreme by chance. And now, the broken blade was undergoing an obvious transformation, however, until a bottle of divine refinement source was completely absorbed, except for the luster of the broken blade that was more illusory than before, there was no third kind of inheritance power that Lin Sun expected. Looks like this little bit of divine refining treasure source is not enough to transform the broken blade, Lin Sun was surprised. The God refinement treasure source was not something an ordinary divine material could compare to. It could only be found and not sought after, like an unparalleled treasure. For example, if that small bottle of God refinement treasure source was sold, it would be enough to make a saint fight for it, and the broken blade had absorbed so many God refinement treasure source, yet it still hadn't undergone a transformation. This made it even more obvious that the broken blade was not simple. A divine weapon not only possessed many obscure and mysterious mysteries and inheritances, even the resources needed for its transformation were so astonishing. This was too shocking. Lin Sun put away the broken blade and took out the storage earring that he had snatched from Xizhen. After sensing and searching for a bit, he found a jade slip that was polished from golden scales. The jade slip recorded some information about the God refinement treasure source. It was also at this time that Lin Sun found out that the ancient trees that produced the God refinement treasure source were called the God refinement ancestral tree. At this time, it was an extremely strange and peculiar type of innate spirit wood. Even in the blood demon ancient realm, it had long since disappeared. In other words, it could only be found in the divine refining forest of the 9 regions battlefield. The roots of this tree were able to give birth to the peerless treasure God refinement treasure source, but at the same time, this tree possessed a terrifying power called God refinement turbid light. When he read the last part of the jade slip, Lin felt refreshed. The last part of the jade slip recorded a secret technique that was specially prepared to collect divine refinement treasure source. If one did not understand this secret technique, even if a saint went to collect the God refining treasure source, they would still be attacked by the God refining ancestral tree. No wonder Xizhen was so cautious when she approached the divine refining ancestral tree. Lin Sun suddenly understood. Then, Lin Sun held his breath and began to deduce the secret method in the jade slip. He had just arrived at the 9 regions battlefield, and everything was still unknown. Now, he was in the blood demon realm, where the blood demon ancient region was located. In this situation, Lin could only take one step at a time. Of course, the most important thing now was to familiarize himself with the environment of the 9 regions battlefield. Then, he began to prepare for breaking through to the peak of the saint realm. When he became a saint, he would choose to go to the ancient wasteland world, which was located in the heart of the 9 region battlefield. At that time, he would focus on collecting achievement points and Dao luck. As for whether he could save the ancient desolation realm from this desperate situation, it was useless to think too much about it. 6 hours later, Lin Sun had completely grasped the secret method to harvest the God refining treasure source, and immediately decided to give it a try. Whoosh! After putting away the Dao pattern restriction array, he quietly landed on the ground from the tree and activated the secret method to conceal his aura. Not long after, Lin Sun found his target. It was a God refining ancestral tree with a vigorous trunk that seemed to be made of bronze liquid. He carefully approached and flipped his right hand. The white bone blade that originally belonged to Xizhen appeared in his palm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun squatted at the root of the God refining ancestral tree. The roots of the God refining ancestral tree were densely packed, as if there were countless of them. However, there was only one root that contained the God refining treasure source. Identifying the roots was also very particular. Otherwise, if he chose the wrong target, he would immediately be attacked by the God refining turbid light. Lin Sun activated the secret method he had just learned and quickly selected one of the roots. With a swing of his blade, drops of golden juice immediately flowed out of the broken root and were collected by Lin Sun using the sheep fat bottle that he had prepared earlier. After doing all this, Lin Sun heaved a sigh of relief and stood up to leave. The series of actions seemed to be light and simple, but if he was the slightest bit wrong, it was extremely likely that he would encounter a mishap. In the following period of time, Lin Sun began to wander around the God refining forest, searching for the God refining ancestral tree that grew within, and then harvesting the God refining treasure source. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he had already harvested a full bottle. It was a pity that although the God refining forest was extremely vast, there were very few God refining ancestral trees that grew there. Furthermore, each God refining ancestral tree could only be harvested once. This also meant that if Lin Sun wanted to harvest a large amount of God refining treasure source, he was destined to be patient and spend time to slowly collect them. Furthermore, the God refining forest was not without dangers. Although he did not encounter any extremely terrifying things along the way. However, Lin Sun could still keenly sense that the deeper he went, the quieter the forest became, and it emitted a strange and oppressive aura. Even Lin Sun was secretly palpitating. He felt as if there was something extremely terrifying in the depths of the forest. This caused him to have no choice but to slow down. 2 hours later, Lin Sun was harvesting a god-refining treasure source from a god-refining ancestral tree when a dangerous aura suddenly surfaced in his heart. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed and quietly hid on a nearby tree. Just as Lin Sun hid himself, a group of figures silently flew over from the path he had arrived at. It was Shifeng and the others from the Golden Demon Snake bloodline. Shifeng arrived in front of the god-refining ancestral tree and sized it up. His eyes immediately lit up as he suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "That brat just left." The group of men and women behind him perked up. However, regardless of whether it was Shifeng or these men and women, they all restrained their auras and killing intent, appearing to be extremely cautious. If that brat did not collect the god-refining treasure source, we might not have been able to discover his tracks. But now, we only need to search for those god-refining ancestral trees that have been harvested and we will be able to drag him out. Shifeng's eyes flickered as he spoke. As he spoke, he casually turned around and waved his sleeve. Swish, a black awl-like shuttle suddenly broke through the air and shot out at an incredible speed, heading straight for the place where Lin Sun was hiding. He had been discovered. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed. His figure, which had long been ready, suddenly activated the burning god wings and disappeared into thin air. Boom! The big tree that Lin Sun was originally standing on exploded in an instant, turning into sawdust that scattered everywhere. Shifeng could not help but be a little surprised that he was unable to kill Lin Sun with a single blow. Then, with a cold snort, his figure disappeared into thin air and he used the method of teleportation to kill Lin Sun. "You guys stay together. Be careful, I will go kill that bastard." Before leaving, Shifeng exhorted them secretly. The men and women all nodded in agreement. With Shifeng, a figure of the Saint Realm, there was no chance for them to intervene. They could only wait for the good news. In an instant, a chase broke out in the god-refining forest. Although he did not know Shifeng, Lin Sun could tell from his aura that this old guy was a powerful figure who had stepped into the Saint Realm. This made Lin Sun frown. The only fortunate thing was that this old guy's aura was not much different from some of the true saints he had seen. This also meant that the old guy should not be a peerless saint. However, it was still extremely dangerous to be chased by a true saint. Although Lin Sun was not afraid, if they were to fight face to face, Lin Sun only had half confidence that he could kill the old man, and that was under the premise of using the forbidden passing. Otherwise, he had no chance of winning at all. Without any hesitation, Lin Sun activated the burning god wings and rushed into the depths of the forest. The aura in the depths of the forest was frightening. But Lin Sun could not care about this now. At the same time, Shifeng could not help but be surprised. Originally, he thought he could kill Lin Sun, a young man who had not yet become a saint, at the first opportunity. Who would have thought that when this pursuit began, he would actually be unable to succeed even after a long time? Longevity 9th Retribution Realm, possessed the teleportation holy treasure, and came from the ancient Desolation Realm. In an instant, Shifeng deduced a lot of information. His expression was cold, and his dark brown eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. Without a doubt, this was one of the top figures in the ancient Desolation Realm. But in Shifeng's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. What he was really interested in was Lin Sun's wings of burning god, a treasure that could teleport. It was extremely rare and precious even in the blood demon ancient realm. Whoosh! During the pursuit, Shifeng manipulated the flying shuttle-like treasure to pierce through the void and assassinate Lin Sun. Although Lin Sun avoided it every time, it affected Lin Sun's flight. Soon, the distance between them was getting closer and closer. "I can't go any further." At this moment, Lin Sun's heart suddenly palpitated violently, as if there was some kind of terrible danger waiting for him on the road ahead. Whoosh! The wings of burning god flashed behind him, and Lin Sun's figure suddenly turned around and flew in the other direction. But in this way, the distance between him and Shifeng was getting closer. "Young man, if you surrender now, I can let you die a little faster. You should know that if it wasn't for that pair of wings, you would have died a long time ago." Behind him, Shifeng's cold voice rang clearly, as well as a terrible killing intent. If it was any other expert below the Saint Realm, they would have already given up all hope. After all, being targeted by a true sage was no different from being targeted by the Grim Reaper. But as soon as Shifeng's voice fell, Lin Sun, who was in the distance, suddenly took out his broken sword and rushed out, drawing a magnificent white rainbow in the void. Life and destruction cut, however, the target was not Shifeng, but the divine lotus ancestral tree beside Shifeng. Shifeng's face darkened, and he sneered, borrowing strength to fight? Wishful thinking. Whoosh, as he spoke, he had already performed the teleportation skill and rushed towards Lin Sun. Go to hell. In Shifeng's view, if Lin Sun did not do this, he might not be caught by now. But he did it stupidly, and because of this, he was delayed for a moment. This made Shifeng seize the opportunity, and he was absolutely sure that he could kill Lin at this moment. However, Shifeng was caught off guard. In the instant that he attacked, time seemed to be frozen by a terrifying and boundless mysterious power, falling into a standstill. Forbidden passing divine ability. At the same time, Lin Sun's broken sword had cut on the ancestral lotus tree. Boom, an expanse of terrifying filthy grey light suddenly erupted from the ancient tree that seemed to be made of bronze liquid, and it swept out in all directions. No. By the time Shifeng reacted, the filthy grey light had already engulfed his entire body. Crash! All the plants and rocks in an area of 3 kilometers were instantly corroded and vanished without a trace. Shifeng, who was a true divine existence, had his flesh and blood corroded in an instant. Even his bones had turned into liquid that dripped onto the ground. As for his soul, it was completely devoured by the grey light. This strange and terrible scene made Lin Sun, who had already moved thousands of meters away in an instant, feel cold in his heart, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. It was too terrifying. A true divine was stripped of his flesh and blood body in an instant, and his soul was devoured as well. And the one who did all of this was just a tree. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Sun wouldn't have dared to believe that there was such a strange and terrifying thing in this world. Looking at the field, there was not a single blade of grass growing within 1,000 meters. Only the god-refining ancestral tree was rooted there, and its bare body was emitting a grey luster. When he thought about how he had carefully approached these strange ancient trees and plucked the god-refining treasure source from their roots, Lin Sun felt a lingering fear in his heart. Without hesitation, he turned around and left. Shifeng, the true divine, was dead, and all the treasures on his body had corroded and disappeared. There were no spoils of war to speak of. However, on the way, Lin Sun clearly discovered that a star-like bright spot had appeared on his first flying immortal token. Battle merit Dao luck. This made Lin Sun excited. It was obvious that although Shifeng was killed by the god-refining ancestral tree, the luck of the great Dao on his body was absorbed by the flying immortal token. However, when Lin Sun checked the ancient desolation token, he found that there was no record of killing Shifeng, which made him speechless again. However, after thinking about it carefully, Lin Sun understood. What the flying immortal token absorbed was an invisible kind of battle merit. Whether it was the opponent that was killed directly or indirectly, as long as the opponent had the power of the great Dao, it would be absorbed by the flying immortal token. The ancient desolation token was a treasure that recorded and accumulated battle merits. Only the enemies that were killed by him would be recorded and accumulated as battle merits. Whoosh whoosh. While flying, Lin Sun's face was pale and he was gasping for breath. Without hesitation, he took out a divine medicine and began to nourish himself. Although he had successfully killed Shifeng by using the forbidden death technique, it had almost exhausted all the energy in Lin Sun's body. This was the shortcoming of the forbidden death technique. Lin Sun would not use it easily unless he was in a desperate situation. Elder Shifeng has been gone for an hour, why hasn't he returned yet? The men and women of the Golden Demon Snake clan had been waiting, but at this moment, they were all a little bewildered, and a trace of uneasiness emerged in their hearts. With the cultivation of a true saint, killing an opponent that had not yet become a saint was as easy as drinking water and eating. There was no need to waste so much time. This made them worried that Shifeng might have met with an accident. You guys stay here, I'll go take a look. A skinny man in blue with a cold face took a deep breath and made a decision. Within the time limit of 1 incense stick, if Elder Shifeng and I do not return, you guys leave the god-refining forest immediately and invite the experts of the clan over. The others nodded in agreement. Shimeng, be careful. Someone exhorted. The young man in blue called Ximeng nodded and left in a flash. Everyone be careful. According to the records, there are many strange and unknown dangers in the God-refining forest. In the previous battles of the 9 territories, many saints were lost in the forest and never returned. We can't be careless. The rest of the men and women all became vigilant. It was rumored that in the depths of the God-refining forest, there was a strange creature that was even more terrifying than the God-refining ancestral tree. After all, in countless years, this was the first time they had entered the 9 territories battlefield. Don't you think it's strange? Shizhen was someone who had stepped into the 8th retribution of immortality, and Elder Shifeng was a true saint. Yet, the former was killed without a trace. Even when Elder Shifeng made a move, there was still no news. Someone was shocked. If that's the case, then how could Shizhen's killer be an ordinary person? No matter how extraordinary he is, before he becomes a saint, he is not Elder Shifeng's opponent. Someone said firmly. Just wait. Who knows, Elder Shifeng might come back with the killer's head. Pooh, just as he finished speaking, he felt his vision blur. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and before he could react, his head was taken off his neck. Scarlet red blood sprayed out from the headless body, shocking the other men and women so much that they screamed. The person who came was Lin Sun. After killing an enemy, he did not stop. In a flash, he released the Taishan sword chi that he had been nurturing in his body. Boom, a dense, resplendent, and profound sword formation appeared, covering all the men and women within it. Sword chi crisscrossed together in a peerlessly fierce, dazzling, and resplendent manner, and it sliced their bodies into pieces of flesh that trickled down to the ground. Even if they tried to resist, they would be powerless. The sword formation was too ghastly and terrifying, and it was all-powerful and all-powerful. In addition, the strongest of the golden demon snake lineage was only at the 8th retribution of immortality. How could they be Lin Sun's opponent? In the blink of an eye, the ground turned into a pool of blood. Pieces of flesh floated in it, emitting a nauseating smell of blood. Whoosh! When the battle ended, the Taishan sword chi returned to Lin Sun's body like a flock of birds returning to their nests. Lin Sun began to count the spoils of war. Treasures, elixirs, divine materials, spiritual materials. A dazzling array of treasures were all plundered by Lin Sun. Among them, there were 3 holy treasures. Other than that, what made Lin Sun happy was that there were 4 mutton fat bottles filled with divine refinement source. The only regret was that after killing these opponents, only some of the battle merits were recorded in the ancient desolation token. As for the flying immortal token, none of them increased. After doing all this, Lin Sun disappeared from the field like a ghost. When he killed these opponents just now, he had caused a huge commotion. This was not a place to stay for long. Whoosh! Sure enough, not long after, the man in blue, Ximeng, returned in a hurry. When he saw the bloody scene on the ground, his face changed and his hands and feet turned cold. How long has it been? They're all dead. Ximeng's chest rose and fell rapidly. He realized that the situation was not right. He could not care about anything else and left. Elder Shifeng had disappeared. Even his companions were killed. To Ximeng, the divine refining forest was simply a land of death. Half a day later, Ximeng escaped from the god-training forest without any mishap. Without any delay, he took out a golden secret talisman and crushed it. Bang! A dazzling golden divine rainbow rose into the sky and disappeared into the distant sky. In next to no time, practically all the experts who had entered the vast area within a radius of 5,000 kilometers had noticed this golden divine ray of light. It's the golden demon snake bloodline's SOS. Some people were shocked. Let's go to the divine refining forest to take a look. Some people noticed that the golden rainbow came from the divine refining forest far away. Quick, let's go take a look. The blood demon world is the territory of the blood demon ancient region. We have an agreement with the strong cultivators from the other 7 regions to kill the ancient desolation first, then we can compete. But now, a strong enemy has appeared. Based on this, the enemy must be a strong cultivator from the ancient region. Bang! As the iron rod in his hand smashed down, the head of the last enemy before him exploded like a watermelon, and blood splattered everywhere. The corpse fell to the ground as well. The scarlet blood was reflected in Lei Mujin's eyes. He licked the corner of his lips, but he seemed to be dispirited. Lei Mujin. He was a descendant of the Flying Iris demonic clan, one of the 10 great clans of the Blood Fiend ancient region. He was a peerless figure who had stepped foot on the path to the 9th tribulation of immortality. He had light green long hair, a thin and slender figure, and a handsome face. He seemed harmless, but he had a ferocious temperament. These two-legged goats of the ancient desolation region are too weak. Lei Mujin sighed. The area before him had been dyed red with blood, and over 100 corpses were lying on the ground. Every single one of the corpses, regardless of whether they were male or female, had been brutally and violently smashed into pieces. A red-clothed woman from the Flying Iris demonic clan spoke respectfully, "Young master, it's not that they're too weak, it's that you're too strong." Lei Mujin sneered, "That's why it's so boring, isn't it? It's only the first day I arrived at the 9-region battlefield. I thought I'd encountered some formidable opponents, but I never imagined that they'd be a bunch of trash." The red-clothed woman spoke respectfully, "This only proves that the ancient desolation region has been declining over the years." She paused for a moment before she continued, "Young master, if nothing unexpected happens, then all the formidable figures of the Blood Fiend ancient region have gathered at the city of Dao Protectors. Should we make use of our time and head there as well?" Lei Mujin grunted coldly, "I don't want to be ordered around by that Xianxia." Xianxia, he was regarded as the #1 figure on the path to immortality in the Blood Fiend ancient region, a legendary and peerless leader from the Khanate demon sect. At the same time, Xianxia was one of the 8 absolutes of green. The 8 absolutes of green represented the 8 strongest geniuses of the other 8 regions, and every single one of them was the strongest figure in their respective region. From this, one could see how powerful Xianxia was. The woman in red fell silent for a moment before saying, "Young master, in this 9 regions battlefield, the 8 absolutes of green underworld are like the leaders of each region. Even the saints at the peak have to listen to their orders. Whether you're willing or not, you have to admit that our blood demon ancient region has to follow Xianxia's lead in the blood demon world." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in red was slapped fiercely, and Lei Mujin's expression was gloomy as he said, "Do you think I don't know? Do I need you to remind me?" The red-clothed woman fell silent. Lei Mujin took a deep breath and was about to say something. Whoosh, at that moment, a golden divine rainbow streaked across the sky. Lei Mujin was stunned for a moment before he smiled. "This is the blood demon world, the territory of our blood demon ancient region. Aren't you afraid of losing face by sending out a request for reinforcements? If their Saint son, Shi Lin, finds out about this, he'll definitely go mad with anger." The red-clothed woman no longer remained silent, and she analyzed, "The request for reinforcements came from the Divine Refinement Forest. It seems like the experts of the Golden Fiend Snake clan have encountered an extremely troublesome opponent, or perhaps they're in danger. But this has nothing to do with you, young master." "No, how can it have nothing to do with me?" Lei Mujin said unhurriedly, "In the 9 regions battlefield, we're all on the same side. Since that's the case, since I've seen our friends from the Golden Fiend Snake clan in trouble, how can I not save them? Come, let's go take a look." As he spoke, his figure flashed and he flashed into the distance. The red-clothed woman sighed inwardly. She knew that Lei Mujin was just using this as an excuse to avoid going to the city of Dao Protectors immediately. Divine Refinement Forest. Lin Sun sat cross-legged in the Dao pattern restriction at the bottom of a large tree, cultivating while staring at the broken blade in front of him. The divine refinement treasure source he'd gathered earlier had been poured into the broken blade drop by drop, causing it to undergo a visible change. On the surface of the beautiful and illusory snow-white broken blade, strands of Dao patterns that twisted like earthworms were ceaselessly spreading and growing. This was the 3rd Dao pattern formation. It hadn't completely appeared yet, and at present, only half of it had appeared. Vaguely, those dense Dao patterns were outlining in ancient handwriting. 2 Dao pattern formations had appeared on the surface of the broken blade, allowing Lin Sun to obtain the 2 inherited powers of Yuan and Ji respectively. And now, the 3rd Dao pattern formation was finally about to surface. I wonder how mysterious the 3rd inheritance will be. At this moment, Lin Sun couldn't help but look forward to it. However, the transformation of the broken blade had already ended when the Dao pattern formation was only halfway formed, which made Lin Sun speechless. It seems that I have to collect divine refinement treasure source again, Lin Sun sighed softly. However, he was more and more looking forward to what the third inheritance of the broken blade would look like. Whoosh, an incomparably light sound of breaking through the air rang from afar, awakening Lin Sun, who was hiding in the Dao pattern restriction formation. It's Xianxia from the Golden Fiend Snake clan who sent out a distress signal. According to him, they were all killed by a guy from the ancient Desolation realm. It can't be. Could it be that a saint from the ancient Desolation realm was teleported to our blood demon realm when he entered the Nine Regions battlefield? It's not a saint. According to Xianxia's speculation, the other party should be a peerless figure who is extremely good at hiding. The sound of a conversation gradually approached. It was a group of experts with different appearances. There were men and women, and it was obvious that they came from different races. Their auras were all rather powerful. Lin Sun could tell with a glance that although those people's realms were slightly lower than his, they were all characters who had stepped into the peak. This caused Lin Sun to sigh in his heart. Compared to the other 8 regions, the foundation of the ancient Desolation realm was indeed too weak. Everyone, be careful. Since that guy is good at hiding, it won't be easy to deal with him in this strange and unpredictable god-refining forest. That's right, this is the territory of our blood demon realm. How can we allow the ancient Desolation realm's trash to behave atrociously? Don't worry, this is the territory of our blood demon realm. How can we allow the ancient Desolation realm's trash to behave atrociously? As those experts were conversing, they had already passed by the area where Lin Sun was hiding. From the beginning to the end, they did not notice that their target had already passed by them. This is troublesome. Lin Sun frowned. He did not expect that the experts of the Golden Demon Snake tribe would actually send out a distress signal and call for reinforcements. To Lin Sun, the smartest thing to do now was to leave the god-refining forest immediately and escape from this place where danger lurks everywhere. But in the end, Lin Sun did not do so. This was the Blood Demon realm, an area controlled by the Blood Demon Ancient region. Even if he left the god-refining forest immediately, as long as he was discovered, he would attract countless troubles. It was better to stay in the god-refining forest. This place might be strange and dangerous, but it could also provide many opportunities for him to hide and hide. At the same time, he could make use of the complicated and strange environment here and rely on his stealth and hiding skills to hunt down as many enemies as possible. Whoosh, as these thoughts flashed through Lin Sun's mind, he immediately took action and quietly caught up with the group of experts that had just passed by. With the chi of Bai, his entire body was transparent, and his breath was completely concealed. I heard that the younger sister of Xilin, the holy son of the Golden Demon Snake tribe, was killed by the experts of the ancient Desolation realm. I wonder what Xilin would think if he knew. The experts were still chatting and laughing. There were more than 10 of them, and they were traveling together, so they were not worried about any danger. Subconsciously, they did not think that the enemy would be stupid enough to jump out at this time and fight to the death with them. I don't know what Xilin is thinking, but I know that the guy from the ancient Desolation realm will definitely die a horrible death. A young man chuckled. Is that so? Suddenly, Lin Sun's figure appeared out of nowhere. His black eyes were cold as he stared at the young man. You. The young man was shocked. Before he could finish his words, his head was cut off by a snow-white broken blade. The others were so shocked that they subconsciously attacked. Their reaction speed was not slow, and it was obvious that they had been fighting for a long time. Unfortunately, they had met Lin Sun. Accompanied by a clear sound, the broken blade flew into the air and crisscrossed in the field, flashing frequently, demonstrating the mystery and power of the 6 cuts of heaven. Puff, 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 in an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs flew in all directions. Even some treasures were shattered by the broken blade. Lin Sun, on the other hand, walked around the field as if he was taking a stroll. In just 10 breaths, the ground was covered in blood, and no one was left alive. Only Lin Sun's ancient desolation token had an additional achievement. Lin Sun skillfully cleaned up the spoils of war, then floated away and disappeared. Not long after, the area was filled with the sound of something flying through the air. Countless experts were alarmed by the battle just now and rushed over. When they saw the bloody traces on the ground, some of the experts felt a chill down their spine. This is a tough one. In the end, all the experts who arrived at this place came to the same conclusion. At the same time, Lin Sun was hiding in the dark not far away, observing quietly. His eyes were cold, and his expression was calm. However, his heart was slightly heavy. Killing the experts from the Blood Demon Ancient region was just a test. He wanted to see how many enemies had gathered in the godly refining forest. From the looks of it, the situation was more serious than he had imagined. Luckily, only 4 sages have appeared so far. Although there are many other enemies, they are at most at the peak of the 9th Retribution realm, Lin Sun calculated in his heart. If this situation continued, there would only be more and more enemies, and it was very likely that the top sages would attack. Moreover, Lin Sun could not stay in the godly refining forest forever. Let's gather the god refinement treasure source first. When I gather enough god refinement treasure source to make the 3rd inheritance appear, I will leave this place. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun made a decision. However, just as he was about to move, he suddenly noticed that on a patch of grass not far away, there was a black hornet the size of a thumb. Its body was pitch black, and it was dull and lusterless. It was like a black stone that did not attract attention. Black-patterned hornet. At a glance, Lin Sun figured out the origin of the seemingly inconspicuous black wasp. Swoosh, almost at the same time, the broken blade rushed out and slashed. You can't escape. As expected, the black-patterned hornet was killed and its body was crushed. This ferocious creature was still ruthless and left a cold sentence before it died. Lin Sun didn't stay and left at full speed. Before coming to the 9 regions battlefield, he had already learned about the specific situation of the other 8 regions. He knew very well how difficult it was to deal with black-patterned hornets. This race had 36 pairs of strange compound eyes that could see through disguises and falsehoods. They also had an innate talent for hunting. Once they targeted someone, even a sage wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Sun didn't want to be targeted. That would be too passive. Although the target escaped, I've already locked onto his aura. Soon, a young man with snow-white hair and a golden crane cloak appeared. The aura he emitted was extremely astonishing. On his shoulder, there was a thumb-sized black-patterned hornet. It was the black-patterned hornet that had spoken. The golden-cloaked youth nodded and teleported away in a flash. Not long after, another group of figures appeared. There were men and women, and all of them had murderous expressions. The leader was also a peak longevity 9th Tribulation realm expert. Over there. The one leading the way was also a black-patterned hornet. Let's go. The group immediately took action. Similar scenes were playing out in different areas. With the black-patterned hornet's descendants leading the way, the experts who came to support no longer searched around like headless flies. They had the ability to hunt down their targets. Boom, after half an hour, Lin Sun was blocked by a group of strong men, and a fight broke out at the first moment. Lin Sun decisively took out his broken blade and used Grand Profundity Sword Chi at the same time. Dazzling sword chi and sharpness swept out. A moment later, Lin Sun tore through the air and left. Corpses and blood were left on the ground. In this conflict, 7 peak longevity 8th Tribulation monarchs and 14 ordinary longevity 9th Tribulation realm experts were killed. It was also this battle that made Lin Sun realize that not everyone in other realms could set foot on the Tao path. Thinking about it, it made sense. Back then, there were millions of powerhouses in the region of extinction, but less than 10% could enter the upper 9 realms. Similarly, there was only a small group of people in the upper 9 realms who could reach the peak realm. Although others had the opportunity to reach the peak king realm. However, they either failed to transcend the tribulation or failed to seize the opportunity. Perhaps absolute paths towards the Tao had always existed in the other 8 regions and had never been severed. However, how could such a path towards the Tao be something that just anyone could step foot into? Think about Lin Sun, Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, and the others. Which one of them didn't go through many hardships and struggles to reach the top? 2 hours later, Lin Sun was intercepted once again. This time, his opponent was a young man in a golden crane cloak. He was a peerless figure in the longevity 9th Retribution realm. When he judged this, Lin Sun only had one thought, which was to kill the opponent with all his strength. He could not waste any time. Otherwise, if he was stalled, he would be doomed to endless troubles. At the same time, the young man in the golden crane cloak was also on guard. He noticed that the opponent in the ancient desolation realm was not ordinary. However, he was not afraid. On the contrary, he thought that with his own strength, he might not be able to kill the opponent in a short time, but it would be easy for him to stall the opponent. Therefore, before he even made a move, he had already made up his mind to not make any mistakes. However, when he really made a move, the young man in the golden crane cloak realized how terrifying his opponent was this time. Boom, Lin Sun's figure suddenly rushed out. First, he accumulated the power of the spring and autumn in an instant. The young man in the golden crane cloak staggered back and coughed up blood. Then, a bright Taishan sword chi burst out of his body and directly covered the young man's body. However, the young man in the golden crane cloak was also extremely ruthless. Despite the danger of being cut open, he took out a black holy saber in his hand and slashed at Lin Sun. Lin Sun did not retreat or dodge. He clenched his palm and fingers into a fist. With a bang, the black saber flew out with a wail. At this time, Lin Sun had already arrived in front of him. He pressed out his palm and the Swanee seal wrapped in the power of star obliteration way condensed and smashed on the young man in the golden crane cloak. Originally, the young man was stabbed by the Taishan sword chi. He was caught off guard and the black saber was sent flying. He had already realized the danger and was about to retreat. However, he did not expect that Lin Sun's action would be so fierce and domineering. He did not give him a chance to breathe at all. What kind of freak was he? The young man in the golden crane cloak was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. If he had known that the target of this hunt would be so fierce and terrifying, he would never have come to get involved. Originally, he still had some trump cards in his hands. However, the point was that Lin Sun's attack was too fierce and did not give him a chance to fight back at all. One wrong step and he would not be unrestrained. Boom, the Swanee seal directly crushed the body of the young man in the golden crane cloak, turning him into a pile of mud on the ground. Both his body and soul were destroyed. From the moment Lin Sun attacked until now, it was only a breath of time. From the beginning to the end, he was so powerful and domineering that it was a complete mess. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the peak of the 9th retribution of longevity realm was terrifying enough, but in the eyes of Lin Sun today, it was nothing. Whoosh, with a wave of his sleeve, Lin Sun swept up the spoils of war on the ground and flew away at full speed again. What surprised him was that the flying immortal token actually had a kind of merit and luck. Obviously, the young man in the golden crane cloak was a powerful figure with outstanding talent and luck. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have the luck of the Great Way. In fact, Lin Sun's guess was right. The young man in the golden crane cloak was a descendant of the golden-winged dragon crane, one of the 10 major clans of the blood demon ancient realm. His name was Feng Yun, and his combat strength was extremely outstanding. This time, he came to the 9 regions battlefield with the intention of using this opportunity to become a saint. Who would have thought that he would meet a peerlessly ruthless person like Lin Sun and be directly killed? However, even if he knew Feng Yun's identity and origin, Lin Sun would not care at all. Who knew how many saints had died in his hands, so why would he care about such a peer? 6 hours later, Lin Sun encountered quite a bit of trouble. There were 3 groups of enemies coming from different directions in a row. Each group of enemies had 7 or 8 people at least, and the largest had 15 or 16 people. Moreover, there were a few of them who were at the peak of the 9th retribution realm. Since retreating was impossible, the only way out was to kill his way out. In the end, Lin Sun killed 13 people and severely injured 9. He found a gap and escaped. However, because of this battle, a saint had locked onto him and started to chase after him. The wings of the burning god was activated once again. Lin Sun gritted his teeth and finally decided not to take a detour, but to rush into the depths of the godly refining forest. He was sure that there were unimaginably terrifying dangers in the depths of the godly refining forest. However, at this moment, he could not care about that. Even if he used the forbidden passing to kill the saint who was chasing him, by then, he would have used up all his energy. How could he block the attacks of the other enemies? Only by escaping into the depths of the godly refining forest would he have a chance of survival. Whoosh, the black wings of the burning god flickered continuously as Lin Sun's figure rushed into the depths of the forest at an unbelievable speed. Behind him, a saint was chasing after him. This person was handsome and wore a golden robe. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, his demeanor was outstanding and his aura was shocking. His name was Xianxia, but a true sage like him was actually just a consecrator of the golden demon snake lineage. Even Xizhen, who died in Lin Sun's hands, had a higher status than Xianxia. The reason was simple: Xianxia's surname was not Shi and he was not from the golden demon snake. Of course, this was just a matter of identity. As a true saint, Xianxia's combat power was enough to make an immortal realm cultivator look up to him. "Young man, you can't escape," Xianxia said slowly. His voice was not loud but it reached Lin Sun's ears clearly. "You killed Xizhen. If I don't kill you, Xizhen's brother Shi Lin will kill me. Therefore, you are destined to die this time. However, if you stop now, I promise I will give you a quick death. Otherwise, if the golden demon snake catches you, it will not be easy for you to die even if you want to." Lin Sun pursed his lips and said nothing. This made Xianxia frown. The deeper one went into the godly refining forest, the more dangerous it was. Rumor had it that there were creatures even more terrifying than the godly refining ancestral tree. This was common knowledge to everyone in the blood demon ancient region. At this moment, Xianxia felt a chill in his heart. He felt an inexplicable and frightening aura surging through his body. He raised his head and looked around. He immediately concluded that this area had entered the hinterland of the godly refining forest. The air was filled with a creepy power that made one's hair stand on end. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun felt a chill all over his body. He felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be an unimaginably terrifying creature living in the depths of the godly refining forest. The creepy power it emitted was getting more and more terrifying. But in the end, Lin Sun gritted his teeth and continued forward. He had no way out. It was not just a saint who was chasing after him. There were other strong cultivators. There were many of them and there was no lack of saints. "Young man, if you stop, I can give you one chance." Xianxia spoke again. Xianxia spoke again. Lin Sun could risk everything, but he was not willing to take risks with Lin Sun. However, before he could finish, Lin Sun had already dashed deeper into the forest. "Little bastard." Xianxia's face turned gloomy. His eyes were filled with a terrifying light. To chase or not to chase, Xianxia hesitated. In the end, he took a deep breath and suppressed his urge to chase. He chose to stop. The aura coming from the depths of the forest was too terrifying. Even a true saint like him felt his scalp go numb. How could he risk his life? "I will wait here. If you die in there, that will be even better. If you come back alive, I will personally send you on your way." Xianxia gritted his teeth. As a true saint, after chasing for so long, he was unable to capture a young man who was not even a saint. This made him lose face and he felt a little angry. Let's talk about something serious. Many people are unhappy when they say that there is no explosion. Goldfish thought about it and decided to have a small explosion this Saturday. It is guaranteed to be at least 5, 6, 7, or even 8. I will let everyone enjoy it first. Not long after, along with the sound of something tearing through the air, many figures came one after another. When they noticed Xianxia, they couldn't help but stop. "Brother Ding, why did you stop?" A white-haired man in grey robes with a sinister appearance asked. He was also a sage. Xianxia glanced at him, then at the people around him and said, "Rumor has it that there's something even scarier than the god-refining ancestral tree deep in the forest. That kid has already gone in. I'm afraid it'll be hard for him to return." The others' eyes sparkled. The reason they'd chosen to stop was because they'd noticed a strange and ghastly aura suffuse the area after they'd arrived, and it caused a chill to run down their spines. "Who's the killer?" someone asked curiously. "A young man from the ancient Desolation region. He hasn't become a sage yet, but he's obviously on the extreme Tao path and has the cultivation of the immortal ninth retribution state. We can't underestimate him." Xianxia didn't hide anything and told them what he had seen. "According to my judgment, this kid is very likely to be the leader of the younger generation in the ancient Desolation region. If we can kill him, it'll definitely be a heavy blow to the ancient Desolation region. Everyone nodded to themselves. They wouldn't take the powerhouses in the ancient Desolation region seriously, but they had to take their opponents who were also on the extreme Dao path seriously. According to what they knew, there weren't many powerhouses in the ancient Desolation region who were on the extreme Dao path. If the killer wasn't a top leader, how could he have escaped from them? So, we might have caught a big fish this time? Some people were excited and rubbed their palms. Others poured cold water on them and said a string of numbers. Along the way, 4 groups of powerhouses were killed by this kid. Among them, there are 37 ordinary immortal tribulation kings and 19 immortal tribulation kings who have reached the peak. Other than that, He Fangyun from the golden-winged dragon crane bloodline was also killed by this kid. Now, do you still think he's a big fish? As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings were deathly silent, and a wisp of a solemn expression had more or less appeared on the faces of everyone. As they talked, more and more powerhouses gathered. This was the territory of the Blood Demon region, and the God-refining forest was a famous place. When they saw Shimeng from the Golden Demon Snake bloodline asking for help, naturally, it would attract many experts. Of course it's a big fish. Suddenly, someone spoke, and it drew everyone's attention. A man with light green hair, a slender figure, and a handsome yet feminine face separated the crowd and walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, the red-clothed woman followed closely. Lei Mujin, he was a descendant of the Flying Iris Devil race, a peerless and ruthless person who had reached the end of his path. Even Ding Xianxia and the other sages present concealed their auras when they saw Lei Mujin and revealed a respectful expression. They were indeed true sages. However, once Lei Mujin became a sage, he would be a true sage Zhu Xiang. Furthermore, Lei Mujin's identity was extremely noble. The Flying Iris Demon clan was one of the 10 strongest clans in the Blood Demon ancient region. You, and you, follow me and continue to hunt them down. As soon as he appeared, Lei Mujin pointed at the 4 sages and gave an order. Everyone else, spread out and seal off this area. If anyone dares to be careless and allow this big fish to escape, then don't blame me, Lei Mujin, for being ruthless. His words were arrogant and forceful. However, no one dared to refute him. Even the sages chose to remain silent. They didn't come from the same clan as Lei Mujin, but they were on the same side. Since Lei Mujin had spoken, they couldn't refuse. Feng Kuangzi, lead the way. Lei Mujin said. Whoosh, a black, thumb-sized black patterned demonic bee flew out and suddenly turned into a black-cloaked girl covered in rolling black mist. Alright, I also want to see how powerful the leader of the ancient Desolation region is. The black-clothed girl called Feng Kuangzi agreed concisely. Child Lei, that place is deep inside the God-refining forest. It's extremely strange. In the past, many sages went there and never returned. Are you sure you want to go? Ding Xianxia said with a frown. If 2 sheep from the ancient Desolation region dare to go, why can't we? Lei Mujin's expression was cold. If you're afraid, then stay. When I see Shi Lin, I'll tell him about your performance. Ding Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He took a deep breath and said, Child Lei, you misunderstood me. I'm just reminding you out of kindness. If you really want to go, I'll accompany you. Lei Mujin didn't waste any more words. He flashed into the depths of the forest, led by the girl called Feng Kuangzi. In addition, the 4 sages, including Ding Xianxia, and the girl in red next to Lei Mujin also followed closely. Let's go. The other strong people also separated and began to block the area. No matter who it was, they all knew that the leader from the ancient Desolation region was doomed. Lin Sun was tense and moving forward with a solemn face. He even slowed down a lot. The depths of the God-refining forest became quieter and the air was filled with a dangerous aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Usually, Lin Sun would turn around and leave without hesitation. But now, he could only grit his teeth and move forward. He had no way out. Not long after, Lin Sun noticed that in the distance, his field of vision suddenly opened up. The towering ancient trees that covered the sky had disappeared. On the vast land, there was a huge abyss. Above the abyss, there was a crack in the void. Looking from afar, it looked like the void had been torn open. A terrifying space storm was raging inside, shining with a chilling luster. Lin Sun stopped and looked around. The road ahead was blocked by a strange abyss, and there was no way to go around it. Even flying would not work because there was a crack in the void above it. Even a sage would not dare to cross it. Could this be the core of the god-refining forest? Lin Sun looked at the abyss in the distance. It seemed to be silent, but Lin Sun felt a strong sense of danger. It was as if there was an unimaginable danger at the bottom of the abyss. It didn't take long for Lin Sun to figure out that the creepy aura in the nearby area came from this gully. "Master," Silver suddenly spoke in his sea of consciousness. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Sun. "We'll talk later." Then, Lin Sun turned around and looked into the distance. Interesting place. The most dangerous place in the god-refining forest is under this abyss, right? In the distance, Lei Mujin strolled away with his hands behind his back. He looked around and finally looked at Lin Sun, who was standing not far away from the abyss. He smiled. "I am Lei Mujin from the Flying Eagle Demon tribe. My purpose here is simple. I want to test the strength of the top figures in the ancient Desolation realm." Behind Lei Mujin, the woman in red, Feng Guangzi, Ding Xianxia, and the others appeared. They all looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun replied with a calm look. Obviously, Lei Mujin thought that Lin Sun was in a hopeless situation. That was why he was so fearless and still had the mood to talk nonsense. "All of you, get out of the way." Lei Mujin stepped forward. In his hand, there was a long black rod that was as thick as a child's arm. At the same time, a monstrous momentum was emitted from his body. It made his light green hair and clothes flutter. Ding Xianxia frowned. In his opinion, since they had found the target, they should rush up and kill him immediately. Instead of fighting one-on-one like now. "Don't interfere. Let our young master have some fun. Maybe he'll go to the city of Dao protectors after killing this two-legged sheep in the ancient Desolation realm," the red-clothed woman warned. The others didn't object. They stood there calmly. They didn't think that Lin Sun could escape under such circumstances. "Did you hear that? No one will be stupid enough to disturb us when we fight." A brilliant smile appeared on Lei Mujin's feminine face, revealing his snow-white teeth. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, "What do you mean by two-legged sheep?" Lei Mujin was stunned. Then, he smiled even more brightly. "It means exactly what you think it means. In the eyes of the 8 regions, the experts in the ancient Desolation realm are all two-legged sheep. Livestock at the mercy of others?" Lin Sun's dark eyes were cold. He also smiled, but his smile was very cold. It was the first time that he heard the experts of the ancient Desolation realm being humiliated and despised in such a way. "Are you angry? But that's the truth. The ancient Desolation realm is too weak. You are no different from livestock. Not only me, but all the experts in the 8 regions think so." Lei Mujin answered very seriously. Then, he suddenly attacked. Boom! Once he attacked, Lei Mujin seemed to have changed into a different person. His whole body emitted a violent aura. He swung an iron rod at Lin Sun in a simple and violent way. The void roared. The rolling Taoist light was like the stars in the sky, falling together with the long rod. Just this blow alone showed how formidable Lei Mujin was. Even the sages who were watching from afar sighed in their hearts. Lei Mujin was a genius on the path of cultivation. His strength was beyond imagination. In the face of this attack, Lin Sun just raised his hand and grasped the iron rod with his palms and fingers lightly. The rod stopped in the air and couldn't move any further. What? Lei Mujin's eyes narrowed. The power of this blow was enough to crush a mountain. Most of his peers didn't dare to take it head-on. But it was firmly grasped by Lin Sun. The hearts of the people in the distance suddenly jumped, and their faces changed slightly. "How dare you show off in front of me with such little ability?" Lin Sun showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force with his palms and fingers. But the long rod seemed to be torn apart by a terrible force. It suddenly bent and made a deafening wail. Without hesitation, Lei Mujin abandoned the long rod, raised his right arm, pinched his palm and fingers, and smashed at Lin Sun's head. But Lin Sun was faster than him. His left hand pressed out in the void like lightning, condensed a green palm print, and slapped at Lei Mujin. Bang! Bang! More than 100 feet away, Lei Mujin stopped and steadied himself. The earth trembled, and smoke and dust filled the air. His face turned pale and there was a strange red glow rolling around his body. Lin Sun didn't chase after him. He stood still and said calmly, "So you have a protective armor. No wonder you can block my attack." "Child." The woman in red rushed over. "Get back!" Lei Mujin shouted with a gloomy face. The woman in red stopped and her expression changed. But in the end, she retreated in silence. This surprised Lin Sun a little. He could already tell that the lady in red was a true sage with strong combat power. But now, she was reprimanded like a servant. Lin Sun instantly deduced that Lei Mujin's background wasn't simple. A person who dared to reprimand a true saint couldn't be an ordinary person. At this moment, Lei Mujin looked at Lin Sun and said, "I was just testing you. Now, I will kill you with my own hands." Boom! Black Taoist light rolled out around him, making the world seem to fall into the eternal night. Lei Mujin's figure disappeared mysteriously. Shrouded in darkness, Lin keenly noticed that even his spiritual awareness seemed to be affected, and he could only perceive darkness. There was no doubt that Lei Mujin was using a terrifying inheritance. Whoosh! In the darkness, a big hand slapped forward with a bone-piercing chill. It was like a hand of darkness with terrible power. Lin Sun waved his fingers. The dazzling finger power crushed the darkness like an avalanche. At the same time, Lin Sun saw the giant hand. "Get back!" Lin Sun waved his sleeves and collided with the big hand. There was a loud noise like an earth-shattering thunder, causing a terrible collision near the abyss. Dang dang dang, Lei Mujin staggered back. He was defeated again. His face was gloomy and he felt his right arm twitching and numb. He was very confident in his combat power. He had received the supreme inheritance of body refining since he was a child. His physical strength had already reached an incredible level. He was a prodigy of the Flying Iris Devil clan. His cultivation could be said to be at the top of his cultivation realm, and there were few who could compare to him. But in 2 consecutive attacks, they were defeated. Lei Mujin couldn't believe it. The ancient desolation region had been declining for a long time. Since when did such a powerful figure appear? In the distance, Xianxia and the others widened their eyes in shock. In this absolute confrontation, Lei Mujin actually seemed to be in a slightly disadvantageous position, and this was truly shocking. "If I'm a 2-legged sheep, then what are you?" Lin Sun spoke from afar. Although his words were indifferent, it was like the sharpest ridicule, and it caused Lei Mujin's face to darken. After a pause, Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and he didn't hide his killing intent. "If it weren't for those old things, do you think you can still stand now?" Lei Mujin's expression was gloomy to the extreme. "You're dead." Suddenly, the woman in red moved and appeared in front of Lin in a flash. She raised her slender white hand and swept towards Lin's throat. Boom! At the same time, the terrifying pressure of the Saint Realm covered the heavens and the earth as it pressed down fiercely, and it caused the nearby space to collapse. However, this incomparably ruthless and swift strike missed. Lin Sun's figure appeared at the side of the abyss. A pair of burning god wings flickered on his back, flowing with a strange light. "You still can't help but attack? How disappointing. I thought there was a powerful figure in the Flying Iris Demon clan, but it turns out that it's just SOSO." Lin Sun's expression was cold. The reason why he gave up the opportunity to kill Lei Mujin in the battle before was that he was wary of those saints. Otherwise, Lei Mujin alone was not enough to deal with them. "You're courting death." Lei Mujin was completely furious. He couldn't restrain himself and rushed out like lightning. "Child, leave it to me." The woman in red was obviously faster than Lei Mujin. With a flash, she rushed towards Lin Sun again. All those below the Saint Realm were like ants. Lin Sun might be extremely outstanding on the path of immortality, but the woman in red had absolute confidence that she could kill him. In the distance, Xianxia and others spread out and firmly blocked the area. For them, it was time to end this unsuspenseful battle, whoosh, but to everyone's surprise, at this moment, Lin Sun flashed and plunged into the huge abyss. The woman in red came to an abrupt stop and blocked Lei Mujin, who was going to continue chasing. "Child, stop." She looked solemn. The other sages also rushed over and looked at the abyss. Their expressions were solemn and their bodies were cold. The abyss was like a bottomless abyss, and the aura it emitted made them tremble as if they had fallen into an ice cave. "Indeed, we can't chase him anymore. Entering it is no different from committing suicide." Xianxia even faintly revealed a wisp of terror between his brows. If it wasn't out of consideration for his face, he would have immediately turned around and left a long time ago. This place was so weird that he felt uncomfortable. Lei Mujin was still unwilling to give up. His handsome face was ferocious as he gnashed his teeth and said, "But what if he is still alive? If he can come back alive, he is destined to die in our hands." The woman in red said. She could see that Lei Mujin was angry because he was embarrassed. If he hadn't been completely sure that Lin Sun was dead, he would not have chosen to leave at all. "Do you know his name?" After a long silence, Lei Mujin suddenly asked. He still couldn't believe that there was such a powerful figure in the ancient Desolation realm. It was incredible. Everyone shook their heads. The 9-region battlefield was open today. They only heard that there were some top figures in the ancient Desolation realm, but they knew nothing else. Lei Mujin seemed disappointed, and then said fiercely, "I will wait here. I will never leave until I am sure that he is dead." The others looked at each other. Then, Xianxia looked hesitant. Before he finished his words, he was interrupted by Lei Mujin. "If you want to go, just go. I will come alone." The woman in red looked at Xianxia and others and said coldly, "Are you sure you want to go?" The expressions of Xianxia and others changed for a while. After a while, someone said, "Well, we will wait with child Lei for a few more days." The woman in red nodded and said, "Wise choice." Lei Mujin's expression also eased a lot. He seemed to be angry and furious, but he was not stupid. He knew very well that if Lin Sun came back alive, only with the power of these saints could he kill Lin Sun completely. The abyss was huge, but not bottomless. After Lin Sun rushed in, he didn't intend to explore at all. Instead, he wanted to stabilize himself, hide on the cliff of the abyss, and then wait for an opportunity. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, a horrible and strange power of law swept out and dragged Lin Sun's body to the depths of the abyss like an inescapable net. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed, but he couldn't struggle at all. He didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. He could only watch himself fall into the abyss. Whoosh, at this moment, an illusory light appeared in Lin Sun's sight, and then suddenly turned into a dancing butterfly. The butterfly was slender, as if it was made of the purest transparent jade. When it flapped its wings, the nearby void was torn apart and turned into wisps of vortexes. At the same time, Lin Sun only felt that his body was loose, and the strange law that suppressed him disintegrated inch by inch. He could no longer be confined. "Master, this is sky-splitting butterfly." In the sea of consciousness, Little Silver said quickly, "When I approached this abyss just now, it woke up from the cocoon. According to my speculation, there seems to be some kind of power in this abyss, which stimulated it to wake up from the state of suspended animation." It turned out to be it. Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. When he first arrived in Dongxing territory, Lin Sun accidentally got a piece of cocoon at a stone appraisal convention. The larva of sky-splitting butterfly was sealed in it, but it had no breath of life. Later, according to Little Silver, if he wanted to revive sky-splitting butterfly, he needed to collect a treasure called Void Crystal. However, Void Crystal was so rare that it could only be found in the crack area of space. Without the power of the Saint Realm, it was doomed to be impossible to collect it. But Lin Sun didn't expect that this sky-splitting butterfly would hatch in this strange abyss. Whoosh! Before Lin Sun could react, the slender, gorgeous and illusory sky-splitting butterfly turned into a ray of light and rushed to the depths of the abyss. Behind it, its wings flapped, setting off magnificent ripples of light and shadow, which was very beautiful. "Master, keep up with it." Little Silver hurriedly reminded Lin Sun. Lin Sun hesitated for a moment. Looking at the sky above the abyss, he finally gritted his teeth and followed the sky-splitting butterfly down the abyss. It turns out that its power dispels the strange power of law in this abyss. On the way, Lin Sun soon realized the truth. Before long, Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw the bottom of the abyss, where there was a huge underground palace. The underground palace was composed of a large number of underground buildings. No one knew how many years had passed. These buildings had been eroded and dilapidated, full of vicissitudes of life. Whoosh! But before Lin Sun could observe further, a strange crack in the void suddenly sounded, like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. When Lin Sun looked again, the sky above the dilapidated underground palace was covered with a layer of dense space cracks. Each crack was like a narrow rainbow, shining with a dangerous and frightening luster. Moreover, these space cracks were constantly swimming like fish, completely covering the place where the underground palace stood. All of a sudden, Lin Sun's heart was in his throat, his scalp was numb, and his body was stiff. Space cracks, this was a terrible existence that even the Saint Realm dared not to enter. Once involved in it, he would definitely be torn to pieces by the space storm in it, and his body and soul would be destroyed. The fact that there was a spatial crack in the sky above the abyss was enough to make one shiver in fear. But now, compared to the densely packed space cracks in front of him, it was simply not worth mentioning. Lin Sun broke out in a cold sweat. Who could have imagined that there was such a terrible thing at the bottom of the abyss? No wonder there was no news of some sages after they entered the depths of the godly training forest. I'm afraid they all met with misfortune here. While Lin Sun was thinking, the demonic butterfly flapped its wings and a magnificent light flowed out. A shocking scene appeared. The densely intertwined space cracks retreated like a tide, forming a path that led straight to the underground palace below. Whoosh! The demonic crack butterfly fluttered in the air and flew over. Lin Sun followed closely behind. He wore the star-feather heavenly robe, and it was a gift from the Cloudweaver clan. It was an extremely miraculous and precious treasure that possessed the miraculous effect of moving through space and disregarding the obstruction of spatial energy. But this treasure could not resist the devouring power of the space cracks. Therefore, Lin Sun could only follow the demonic butterfly closely. The underground palace was a group of buildings, all of which were dilapidated. No one knew when they were left here, but they emitted an ancient aura. Whoosh! As soon as they arrived here, the demonic butterfly seemed to be unable to hold back. With a flap of its wings, it flew towards the depths of the underground palace. It was so fast that Lin Sun could not react. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun slowed down and glanced around. His eyes soon locked on a stone tablet in front of a palace. The stone tablet was slanted and mottled with moss. On it was engraved a line of ancient characters, "Bury the sky." Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. Bury the sky, what an overbearing name. This was the Nine region battlefield. It was incredible that there was such a complex of buildings at the bottom of the abyss in the depths of the godly training forest. Who would have thought that the name of this underground building would be so shocking? Lin Sun was silent for a moment. After making sure there was no danger in this area, he stepped into the palace. Unexpectedly, the interior of the palace was a vast world of its own, as if it was another universe. There were pavilions, terraces, ponds, and small pavilions. Not far away, there was an ancient green tree. It looked like it was carved out of green jade. Its trunk was strong and its leaves were lush. It was green and full of vitality. As soon as Lin Sun entered, he noticed that this should be a secret realm, far from the dilapidated and old scene he saw outside before. This place was peaceful. There were layers upon layers of palaces, and all kinds of ancient buildings were hidden among the green bamboos and trees. The scenery couldn't be said to be very beautiful, but it gave people a quiet and peaceful feeling. From the looks of it, this place was more like a place of seclusion. It was obvious that someone had lived and cultivated here before. Before coming to the Nine region battlefield, Lin Sun had learned that there were many secret realms in this vast battlefield, dotted in different areas like bubbles. Some secret realms were filled with killing intent. They were places of no return. Some were places of opportunity that contained world-shocking good fortune. I wonder if this is a land of great danger or a place of great fortune. After looking at it for a moment, Lin walked along a bluestone path. Along the way, every building had a name. Killing Heart Shop, Extreme Tao Pavilion, Zhenyuan Tower, The Land of Broken Laws, Truth-Seeking Pavilion. The names of the buildings all revealed a kind of mystery. Lin Sun entered one after another, but found that it was empty. There was no mystery, let alone fortune. This made Lin Sun frown. Had someone already entered this place and taken away the fortune in the previous battle of the 9 regions? As he walked forward, he searched, but still found nothing. Clatter in the distance, there appeared a clear stream, like a jade belt, flowing between the ancient buildings, making a gurgling sound. Lin Sun was about to step over the stream, but he suddenly stopped. The stream was as clear as a mirror, reflecting a figure right in front of Lin Sun. It was clearly his reflection. But at this moment, this shadow suddenly swept up with amazing momentum, bringing water all over the sky. Boom. Moreover, as soon as the shadow appeared, it slapped at Lin Sun. The light of Tao flowed, and the palm force was like a tide, just like the raging waves beating the shore. Lin Sun did not hesitate to fight back and also pressed his palm. Amidst the deafening sound of collision, the shadow suddenly exploded and turned into countless streams of water. Every stream of water swiftly turned into a shadow. Soon, in the nearby area, there stood countless shadows, and each shadow was exactly the same as Lin Sun. Lin Sun's eyes suddenly shrank. Before he could react, every single shadow rushed over from all directions. They were so dense that they blotted out the sky and covered the earth. What made Lin Sun even more disappointed was that, not only did these shadows look exactly the same as him, but the power of the great Tao and martial arts they exerted were also exactly the same as him. Boom! Some performed the 9 strikes of shaking heaven, with angry fist force, overbearing and powerful. Some performed the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon, with the roar of real dragons around them, which evolved into the symbols of calamity, suppressing Zhou Su. Some performed the 6 strikes of Tianyuan. Some performed the Taishan sword Qi. Some, each kind of martial Tao was branded with the breath of Tao, and the power released was no different from that of Lin Sun himself. At that moment, Lin Sun felt that he was fighting against thousands of himself, but he had no time to think and attacked without hesitation. Boom! In this area, Taoism roared, and the sound of collision was like thunder from the 9th heaven, surging. Just a moment later, Lin Sun's face changed again. The power of these shadows were not inferior to his at all. Even the power of the divine soul and martial Tao were the same. How could this be possible? It was the first time that Lin Sun had encountered such a strange thing since he started his cultivation. He was sure that what he was facing was not a formation. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Sun was injured and coughed up blood. He had developed his own Taoism and Dharma to the extreme and released them unprecedentedly. The power was enough to shock a sage, who couldn't believe that there was such a power on the road of immortality. But even so, when Lin Sun smashed the shadow opponents one by one, there were countless shadows appearing. Moreover, the combat power of each shadow also improved with the improvement of his own combat power. An hour later, Lin Sun was already injured and pale. He wanted to use his treasures, but found that in this battlefield, all foreign objects could not be used at all, and he could only fight with his own combat power. Kill. At this point, Lin Sun was completely anxious. There were no distracting thoughts in his mind, only a burning fighting spirit bursting out. At this time, if Lei Mujin was in front of him, he would definitely be killed by Lin Sun's blow. After half an hour, Lin Sun felt exhausted. As far as the eye could see, there were countless shadow opponents in all directions, as if they could not be killed at all. This scene was enough to make anyone desperate. How could he kill them? Even if they had the power of the Saint Realm, these shadow opponents would also have the power of the Saint Realm, and even if they were killed, they would appear again in an instant. I know this is a battle against myself, so I have a chance to fight against myself, so, how can I admit defeat? Suddenly, Lin Sun let out a long roar, his long hair flying, and his black eyes full of determination. Boom, the battle continued. In the sea of consciousness, Little Silver was anxious. From the beginning of the battle, he noticed that Lin Sun's state of mind was affected by a force. In Little Silver's eyes, there were no overwhelming shadow opponents at all, and there was no flowing stream at all. He only saw Lin Sun constantly attacking between heaven and earth alone. He was like a crazy devil, Little Silver kept reminding Lin Sun, but he couldn't hear it at all. Moreover, Little Silver also tried to fly out and wake Lin Sun up with his own power, but it didn't help. Lin Sun couldn't fly out at all. Because there was an invisible force suppressing him. In the killing heart house that Lin Sun once entered, the empty pavilion suddenly appeared a layer of obscure Taoist light. The Taoist light was rising, reflecting countless figures of Lin Sun, who were fighting fiercely with Lin Sun himself. It was easy to kill a thief in the mountain, but difficult to kill a thief in the heart, therefore, this pavilion was named Killing Heart. Boom! 3 hours later, Lin Sun, who was fighting fiercely, seemed to have an epiphany, and his body suddenly stopped in the air. There is no thief in my heart. Why should I have the idea of killing a thief? Lin Sun's words were like spring thunder. His voice was like a big bell, shaking the world one by one. Boom! In all directions, countless shadow opponents disappeared like being swept away by a storm. Only Lin Sun stood there. Although his face was pale and his breath was weak, he exuded an indescribable disdainful look. There is no thief in my heart. Only I exist in the world. It was just like how Bodhi had nothing in the world. Boom! At the same time, in the Killing Heart house, endless Taoist light burst, and the whole building fell into silence. What a powerful test! After a while, Lin Sun exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He floated to the ground and sat quietly to think. The previous scenes were reflected in his mind like watching flowers on horseback. Killing Heart thief, Lin Sun completely understood and understood. Vaguely, he felt an indescribable strong impulse. He knew that his opportunity to become a saint was coming. Killing Heart House, Extreme Tao Pavilion, Xinyuan Tower. The next test should belong to the power of Extreme Tao Pavilion. Lin Sun looked back at the way he came. There were many buildings standing there, and every single one of them was empty. It seemed as if there was nothing special about them. But now, Lin Sun knew clearly that the mystery of each building had long been hidden in this secret realm. As long as his mind was a little careless, he would touch some mystery, and then ushered in an unpredictable test. Just like the test of Killing Heart just now, it inadvertently aroused his fighting desire, and thus made his state of mind suffer. Interesting place. Lin Sun sat cross-legged and began to meditate. He did not care where he was, he just did as he pleased and did as he pleased. He had a feeling that this secret realm might be the place for him to prove his way to the top of the Saint realm. At the same time, in the deepest part of this secret realm, there was a pond full of chaotic qi. In the pond, there was a huge mysterious corpse floating. Every inch of the bones seemed to be made of transparent crystal. A few hours later, Lin Sun recovered to his original state and was in high spirits. Huh? I didn't expect that after this tempering, my state of mind and strength would be transformed again, and my combat power would be improved a little. Carefully sensing the changes of qi around him, Lin Sun couldn't help but be moved. In the path of cultivation towards immortality, he'd attained an unprecedentedly perfect state in his path of qi refinement, soul refinement, and body refinement a long time ago. He thought that he could break through the realm by just waiting for an opportunity. But now it seemed that he missed one thing. State of mind. For practitioners, the tempering of the state of mind was undoubtedly the most mysterious and profound thing. Even if a person's mind was dull, as long as he persevered, he could still make achievements on the road of Tao in the future. Even if a person's talent was high, he was destined to encounter a threshold that he couldn't cross. The state of mind was the birthplace of Heart Devil and Heart Thief. On the way of cultivation, those who were possessed by the devil were often related to the instability of the state of mind. Ancient sages once asked, how to prove the Tao. The answer was very simple: conquer the heart. The so-called heart monkey, caprice, and horse galloping horse were the signs that one's state of mind was not firm and unstable. In the past, Lin Sun had experienced hardships, and his state of mind had already been extremely tough. But the improvement of the state of mind was not bound by the realm, but closely related to one's own Tao. Every time one reached a new realm, he would face the hardships of that realm. After the hardships, not only the cultivation was improved, but also the state of mind was transformed. Now, Lin Sun experienced the hardships of Killing Heart Shop and got rid of the Heart Thief, which transformed his state of mind and made his cultivation progress. It was like going one step further. This made Lin Sun realize that there were still flaws in the perfect Taoist path he thought was perfect. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help sweating. This was the practice of Tao. An inadvertent cognition might hide a flaw, and the flaw often contained thousands of tribulations. The word perfect Tao was just 4 words, but how many people in the world could achieve it? My heart is like a sword. It can cut the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, but it can't cut the flaws of my Tao. Without today's hardships, even if I become a sage, I am destined to have a trace of regret, Lin Sun sighed. The higher one's realm was, the more one had to tread on thin ice and be cautious. Lin Sun got up, put his hands behind his back, and walked around. He didn't encounter any difficulties along the way. However, he was well aware that the trials and tribulations were all within this secret realm. There was no need to actively search for them. What would come would come. Not long after, Lin Sun came to the deepest part and saw a pond filled with chaotic qi. He also saw a huge skeleton floating in the pond. The demonic crack butterfly landed on the skeleton. Its small body sparkled as it absorbed the energy contained within the skeleton. Lin Sun could clearly feel that the aura of Skycrack Butterfly was becoming stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the corpse of a void saint beast. Little Silver suddenly said. Furthermore, this beast had at least the strength of a quasi-emperor when it was alive. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and was shocked. Void saint beast, it was a strange spiritual body that was born in the boundless space of the universe. As soon as it appeared, it possessed a terrifying power comparable to the saint realm. This kind of saint beast could travel freely in the void and survive by eating the power of space. It was extremely terrifying. It was difficult for even an emperor realm figure to kill a void saint beast because they could travel through the void at will and ignore the shackles of space. Lin Sun didn't expect that there would be a corpse of a void saint beast left in this secret realm. It even had the strength of a quasi-emperor when it was alive. This was simply too shocking. Back then, who was it that killed him and left him here? I suspect that the owner of this secret realm must be a powerful person who proved his way with the power of space, and it is very likely that he was an emperor realm existence. Little Silver analyzed seriously, otherwise, it would not be so easy to kill such a void saint beast. Master, look, demonic crack butterfly is also an ancient species with the talent of space. The reason why it revived this time must be related to the power of the skeleton. Lin Sun nodded in agreement. What he was thinking now was that the owner of the secret realm was really an emperor realm existence. If so, why did it appear in the Nine Regions battlefield? It should be known that the power of the Order of Heaven and Earth in the Nine Regions battlefield did not allow strong people above the level of true saint to appear. It seems that the Nine Regions battlefield is more mysterious than I thought, Lin Sun thought. Master, are you worried that the power of the demonic crack butterfly will be out of control after it becomes stronger? Little Silver suddenly said, Master, don't worry. Before it hatches, I have imprinted it into its body. If it dares to be disobedient, I will be the first to eat its soul. Lin Sun didn't expect Little Silver to be so well prepared. He immediately praised Little Silver. Little Silver, I plan to stay here for a while. You stay here and keep an eye on the demonic crack butterfly. Don't let anything happen to it. Lin Sun said. Little Silver rushed out of Lin Sun's sea of consciousness and nodded in agreement. Lin Sun turned and walked in another direction. This secret realm was not large. It didn't take long for Lin Sun to return to the area at the entrance, where there was a green ancient tree. The trunk of the tree was vigorous and its branches and leaves were dense. The branches and leaves that hung down were like a green waterfall, full of vitality. Upon closer inspection, Lin Sun noticed that this was a god-refining ancestral tree. Previously, the god-refining ancestral trees that he had seen in the god-refining forest were all bare. Their branches seemed to be made of bronze professions, but none of them had leaves. However, the god-refining ancestral tree in front of him was clearly different. Lin Sun squatted down and observed the roots of the tree. He discovered something different. The roots were like small dragons coiling around each other, and they gave birth to pieces of great Tao patterns that were like dragon scales. It was extremely shocking. Clang, not long after, Lin Sun took out his white bone blade and chose a piece of root hair. He really wanted to see how different the god refinement treasure source that was born from such an extraordinary god refinement ancestral tree would be. Crack, he carefully cut off a section of the root. Immediately, drops of golden liquid that were as bright as the sun flowed out from the cut-off section of the root. It was incomparably resplendent and emitted a bright light. The nearby space was dyed a brilliant golden color, and it was extremely dazzling. Lin Sun raised the sheepskin bottle that he had prepared long ago and collected all these mysterious and astonishing God-refining treasure source. Crash at the same time, Lin Sun also noticed that the God-refining ancestral tree seemed to be in pain. Its body suddenly trembled, and its branches and leaves rustled. Lin Sun was suspicious. Could it be that this tree still had life? However, when he carefully sensed it, he did not discover anything. Shaking his head, Lin Sun stopped thinking about it and went to the Killing Heart sect, not far away. He took out the broken blade and the sheepskin bottle. Then, he began to refine the broken blade. The moment the drops of God-refining treasure source that were as bright as the sun landed on the broken blade, a violent tremble emerged from the broken blade, as if it was cheering excitedly. And in Lin Sun's eyes, on the surface of the broken blade, the third Tao pattern that was half condensed was undergoing a transformation at an astonishing speed. Kill. Finally, Lin Sun recognized the words outlined by the third Tao pattern. However, when the God-refining treasure source was exhausted, the word punish was still missing a small portion. Lin Sun took a deep breath, stood up, and walked towards the God-refining ancestral tree in the distance. He had already observed it just now. It was different from the other God-refining ancestral trees. The roots of this tree in front of him, every single root that was shaped like a dragon, could be plucked. Kacha. With a raise of his hand and a slash, drops of golden God-refining treasure source flowed out and were kept into the sheepskin bottle by Lin Sun. At the same time, the God-refining ancestral tree trembled violently. Lin Sun was startled, and said apologetically, "If you have a spirit, treat it as helping me, Lin Sun. If we are fated to meet in the future, I will definitely repay you." With that, he turned around and left, continuing to refine the broken blade. Lin Sun didn't notice that at the instant he turned around, a pair of eyes condensed from tree markings appeared on the trunk of the divine refinement ancestral tree. The eyes were filled with rage and exasperation, and it didn't take long for them to vanish. Buzz. Finally, the broken blade underwent a transformation amidst a series of ringing noises. On its snow-white, almost transparent surface, a complete punish character appeared. It was merely a single word, yet it was condensed into form from countless Tao markings that were fine like hairs and twisted like earthworms, and it emanated a murderous aura that assaulted the face. At that moment, Lin Sun's body felt a chill, and his eyes stung, as if he saw a peerless blade suddenly appear. Punishing the heavens and destroying the earth, sweeping across the heavens, boom. At the same time, a surging power of inheritance also rushed into Lin Sun's heart, and countless mysterious auras flowed like a tide. In an instant, Lin Sun was immersed in a strange feeling. He sat on the steps casually, and a broken blade floated in front of him. On its surface, 3 ancient characters condensed from Tao patterns, Yuan, Ji, and Punish, appeared. Every word added a ferocious aura to the broken blade. Time flew, and 7 days had passed in a hurry. In front of the abyss, Lei Mujin closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, with his light green long hair fluttering in the wind. Near him, the woman in red, Xianxia, and other sages were also doing their own things. However, Xianxia and other sages were faintly impatient. "Child Lei, it's been 7 days. I'm afraid that the little bastard from the ancient desolation realm has already died. How long do we have to wait here?" Xianxia couldn't help asking. Whoosh, Lei Mujin opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said, "If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Why can't you, a sage, wait 7 days?" Xianxia frowned, "But we can't stay here all the time. Child, why don't we find some people to go into the abyss and search for him?" The woman in red suggested. Lei Mujin was silent for a moment and said, "Even sages don't dare to go in. Who dares to risk their lives?" The woman in red smiled slightly, which was a little weird. "It's simple. Just catch some 2-legged sheep from the ancient desolation realm and throw them into the abyss." "Good idea." The eyes of Xianxia and others all lit up. It was easy to catch some 2-legged sheep in the 9 regions battlefield. Zongheng has made a year-end inventory. All the users of Zongheng app can vote. Each person has 5 free votes every day. Please support Goldfish and vote for the best work of the year. The Blood Demon World. The city of Tao protectors. This city stretched for thousands of miles. The city walls were towering and majestic. They were completely blood red, and one could faintly see white skeletons embedded in the huge walls. This was the base camp of the blood demon ancient realm. The blood-red color of the walls was smeared with the blood of the enemies, and the white skeletons embedded in the walls were piled up with the corpses of the enemies. To the enemies, the atmosphere of the city could only be described as cruel and bloody. However, to the experts of the blood demon ancient realm, the city was the glory of their conquest. It was the great achievement of countless sages in the previous 2 battles of the 9 territories. Lei Mujin would rather hide in the godly refining forest than come and meet me? In the tallest building in the city, Xianxia sat on the main seat while caressing his chin. His narrow eyes flickered with a hint of playfulness. He was skinny and tall, and wore a silver luxurious robe. His face was handsome, and his long black hair was casually draped over his shoulders. He seemed rather lazy. However, everyone in the hall sat upright, not daring to slack off. This was because this person was the leader of the younger generation of the blood demon ancient realm, and one of the 8 greats. Then let him play by himself. Xianxia straightened his body. In an instant, an oppressive aura emanated from his body. He was like a peerless blade that emitted a cold glow. There's only one reason why I've gathered everyone here. Xianxia extended 3 fingers and gestured, in 3 months, I want the blood demon world to be rid of the 2 sheep of the ancient desolation realm. 3 months, the crowd in the hall became restless. The peerless figures from the various clans of the blood demon ancient realm, the geniuses, and the peerless sages exchanged glances. I believe that with everyone's strength, as long as you give it your all, we'll be able to easily resolve this matter. Xianxia wore an indifferent expression as he glanced at the crowd with his eyes that were as sharp as a blade. As for me, I'll take advantage of these 3 months to go into seclusion and prepare to break through to the peerless sage realm. I hope that everyone won't disappoint me when I attempt to break through. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and strode out of the hall. His tall silhouette quickly disappeared from sight. After a long time, everyone in the hall started discussing in low voices. On the 10th day of entering the Abyss Underground Palace, Lin Sun, who was immersed in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, it was as if a sharp blade had flashed through the sky, and a perfectly straight rift had been torn open in space, emitting a sharp whistling sound. At the same time, Lin Sun had fully grasped the secret of punish. The Yuan inheritance is the way to control the broken blade, and the extreme inheritance is the way to push the power of the broken blade to its limit. As for the legacy punishment character, it is the legacy of killing. Lin Sun's black eyes were burning. In short, Duan Ren's first 3 inheritances were controlled by the Yuan word formula, unleashed by the extremity word formula, and killed by the death word formula. The inheritance of the character punish could also be seen as a unique and terrifying Dao art. The strength of its slaughter shook the heavens, and it was capable of annihilating the heavens and annihilating all enemies and gods. The word punish vividly displayed the essence of slaughter within this inheritance. Clang, Lin Sun's mind moved, and the broken blade swept out of his palm. Now the broken blade was white and transparent, with 3 Taoist patterns on its surface. Compared with the past, there was a chilling murderous intent on it. Just looking at it made people feel cold and stinging in their eyes. When I become a saint, I must unearth the 4th power of inheritance. Lin Sun was enlightened. The broken blade was now his royal weapon. If he wanted to transform it into a holy weapon, he should uncover all its mysteries first. For example, the 4th power besides Yuan, extremity, and punish. Ah. No. Suddenly, a scream of anger, despair, and shrill sounded from outside the underground palace. Whoosh, Lin Sun's figure flashed and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared outside the palace and looked up. Above the palace, there were dense space cracks crisscrossing like a big net. Meanwhile, at this moment, the figures of experts were falling one after another. They were utterly unable to move, and they were like trapped bugs as they fell to the ground. Puff, as soon as a woman with a delicate and pretty appearance touched the spatial rift, her body was directly minced into pieces by the terrifying spatial storm and blasted apart. Boom, on the other side, a powerful man screamed in anger, but he couldn't struggle at all. His body was cut up by the 3 nearby space cracks. Looking from below, it looked like there were bloody fireworks exploding one after another on the net formed by the spatial cracks. Bloody, cruel, and shocking. No, no. How can you do this? This situation continued. Figure after figure was tossed down from above the abyss, and then they were restrained by the strange energy of the laws within the abyss. They fell into the cracks in space, their souls dispersed, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you bastards go. Someone roared, full of anger. Kill. If I blink, I'll change my surname to yours. Some people looked determined and died generously. In an instant, Lin Sun's eyes were extremely cold. Those who were thrown into the abyss were all strong men from the ancient Desolation territory. With the ancient Desolation token, they couldn't hide their breath at all. But now, they were killed in an extremely cruel way, and indescribable anger ignited in Lin Sun's chest. He didn't need to guess to know that it must be the strong men of the blood demon ancient realm who dared to do this. They regarded the strong men of the ancient Desolation territory as two-legged sheep, no different from livestock that could be slaughtered, and they humiliated and trampled on. But now, why were so many strong men of the ancient Desolation territory thrown into the big abyss? It was too simple. It was nothing more than a test to see if he was still alive. These bastards. Lin Sun took a deep breath, turned around, and entered the secret realm of the underground palace where the Bury the Heaven Tower stone tablet stood. Silver, take the demonic butterfly, I'm going to kill some people. Above the big abyss. Xianxia raised his hand like he was throwing trash and tossed a terrified and helpless young girl into the abyss. From the beginning until the end, his expression was cold. This is the first batch of two-legged sheep, a total of 17. I think if that little bastard is still alive, he will definitely see his companions. Xianxia said casually. Look at their frightened and helpless faces, it makes me feel sorry for them. But there's nothing I can do. Who asked them to be so weak? Lumujin shrugged his shoulders. Under his feet, the head of a middle-aged man in a black robe was trampled on the ground. His face was full of anger, and his eyes were about to pop out. You bastards, sooner or later, you will get what you deserve. The middle-aged man in a black robe roared. Crack, Lumujin exerted force on the tip of his foot and crushed the head of the middle-aged man in a black robe. Blood splashed everywhere, and he died a miserable death. What? What a ridiculous statement. Lumujin sneered, the strong never care about the word retribution. Only the weak will pin their hope of revenge on the so-called retribution. After a pause, he continued, if I were these two poor sheep of the ancient Desolation territory, I would have killed myself long ago. Everyone couldn't help laughing. They would never be stingy with their cruelty to their enemies. In the previous two battles of the 9 regions, the sages of the blood demon ancient realm had done the same thing, and they had also warned them so. There was no room for mercy in the 9 regions battlefield. The woman in the red robe was also laughing, but at this moment, her smile suddenly froze. In the abyss that no one dared to cross, a figure silently appeared. He held a large bow made of white bones and skeletons, and a pitch-black and dull divine arrow had already been knocked on the blood-red bowstring that had been pulled to the limit. Not good, boom, a thunderous roar suddenly burst out. The arrow, like a flowing rainbow, smashed the void, and shot toward Lumujin, who was not far away, with monstrous killing intent. Lumujin was laughing disdainfully. He had accumulated a lot of anger because he had been defeated by Lin Sun, and now he was venting it on the experts of the ancient Desolation territory who had been thrown into the abyss. He didn't notice that a figure had appeared in the abyss that even the sages dared not approach. Bang, everything happened too fast. Caught off guard, Lumujin only felt dizzy, and his body was blown away by a horrible force. He fell hard on the ground, and almost coughed up blood. But he couldn't care less. In his eyes, the woman in the red robe's chest was pierced by the arrow, and she was blown away with a muffled groan. In the sky above the abyss, his enemy, who he hated so much, was standing there with his bow drawn. In an instant, Lumujin understood that it was the woman in the red robe who had helped him block the arrow. Otherwise, he would have been the one who had been pierced. Hong Ling. Lumujin was extremely furious. He rushed over and picked up the woman in the red robe. When he felt that her life was fading away, his eyes turned red. Child, I can't serve you anymore. You must, the woman in the red robe's voice was weak. In the end, she lost consciousness and died before she could say be careful. Given her strength, she should have been able to block that arrow just now. However, in order to save Lei Mujin, she had suffered a calamity. The arrow had pierced through her heart, and even her soul had been shattered. Hong Ling. Lu Mujin roared like an enraged beast, and his expression was ferocious. Ding Xianxia and the rest were shocked. They were also caught off guard by this sudden scene. They had never thought that a single arrow would actually kill a true sage. This was too terrifying. In the distance, Lin Sun was also surprised. He didn't think that the woman in the red robe, a saint, would stand in front of Lu Mujin to protect him. However, he couldn't be bothered. The anger in his heart was like lava. Without hesitation, he took out his broken sword and used all his strength. Swoosh! At that instant, the heavens and the earth suddenly darkened while a strand of boundlessly terrifying killing intent surged into appearance, and it caused everything in the surroundings to pale in comparison. And a broken blade swept up, slashing towards Lei Mujin. It was impossible to describe the sharpness of this attack. It was like a ray of light that could amaze the world. The inheritance of punish, important thing, Zongheng's year-end review. Everyone who reads on the Zongheng app will get 5 votes. It's free every day. Please support Goldfish. Remember to only vote for the best novel by a male. Focus your firepower and fight for the top 3. Clang, there was an earth-shattering sound of collision, and the divine light burst out. Lin's slash was blocked by a green spear. The owner of the spear was a man with long cheeks and gray hair. He was also a sage. The red-clothed woman was already dead. She had died in an unforeseen event that caught her off guard. Under such circumstances, if Lu Mujin had an accident again, these sages would simply commit suicide. That was what the gray-haired man thought. His name was Ji Qing, and he came from the blood demon ancient realm. Like Ding Xianxia, he was a minister of the Golden Snake clan. However, although he blocked the blow, Ji Qing's face suddenly changed. His body shook for a while, and his qi and blood tumbled in his body. In the end, he couldn't help coughing up blood. With just one strike, a true sage was injured. This was the power of the punish inheritance. In the past, even if Lin exerted all his strength, he could only rely on the forbidden death to kill a true sage. But now, he first killed the woman in red with an arrow, and then injured Ji Qing with a slash. 2 sages, one dead and the other injured. If such a record was spread out, it would cause an uproar in the world. Even Ji Qing didn't expect that a young man who hadn't become a sage could injure him in a head-on confrontation. It was as unreal as a dream. It should be known that all the people under the sage were like ants. Since ancient times, there were few ants who could go against the natural order and fight against a sage. But now, Saint Ji Qing was injured. While Ji Qing was injured, Ding Xianxia had already taken action. With a wave of his sleeve, the divine Tao all over the sky turned into dense sword qi and slashed at Lin Sun. Whoosh, but Lin Sun had already rushed down the abyss one step ahead. It could be clearly seen that as soon as Ding Xianxia's attack reached the abyss, it was imprisoned by a strange power of law, and then collapsed like bubbles. Ding Xianxia's face darkened. He resisted the urge to chase after Lin Sun. The strange power in the abyss was so horrible that he didn't dare to cross it. However, when he thought that such an ant had escaped from his hands again, his face became extremely gloomy. Why not? You are a sage, but you don't even dare to chase such a little bastard? Nearby, Lu Mujin's roar could be heard. At this moment, his eyes were scarlet red, and his expression was livid and sinister. The woman in red was his personal servant and had served him since he was young. But today, she died because of him. How could he not be angry? Ding Xianxia was so reprimanded that he could not even raise his head. He felt a little embarrassed and snorted, "Young Master Lei, please calm down. Your servant girl is a saint like me, but isn't she also dead?" "What did you say? Can you say that again?" Lei Mujin's expression was frighteningly dark. Ding Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Young Master Lei, look at Ji Qing again. The little bastard in your eyes injured Ji Qing with one strike." Lei Mujin was stunned, and he looked at Ji Qing who was not far away. He clearly remembered that it was Ji Qing who had helped him block the attack just now. However, he did not notice that Ji Qing, the sage, was actually injured. Ji Qing's expression was extremely gloomy. Being injured by a member of the younger generation made him feel humiliated and ashamed. However, facing Lei Mujin's gaze, he still nodded and said, "That kid's strength is indeed unbelievably strong." Lei Mujin's expression changed. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Thinking about what had just happened, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his hands and feet felt cold. It was indeed terrifying. If Hong Ling hadn't blocked the arrow for him, he would have been the one to die. If it weren't for Ji Qing, he probably wouldn't have been able to block that attack. How could he be so strong? Lei Mujin was in a daze, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Ding Shanhe, Ji Qing, and the other two sages also looked gloomy. They also couldn't understand this question, and their hearts trembled in fear. An ant already possessed the power to slay a saint. This in itself was far too shocking. If word of this got out, no one would dare to believe it. What I don't understand the most is how could that little bastard still be alive after falling into that strange abyss? Ding Shanhe frowned. His words caused the others to be surprised and bewildered. Previously, they had thrown many powerhouses from the ancient Desolation region into the abyss. Every single one of them had been imprisoned by a strange force and died a horrible death. Even they felt their hearts palpitate. But Lin Sun was able to walk freely and was unharmed. This was too confusing. "Child Lei, are we still going to stay here?" Ji Qing asked. This sentence caused the four sages to look at Lei Mujin. "He is still alive." Lei Mujin gritted his teeth. "If we don't kill him, how can we leave?" Taking a deep breath, he said, "Plus, he ambushed us just now and caught us off guard. But it won't happen again. If he dares to show himself again, he will die for sure." Ding Shanhe and the others looked at each other. They knew that the death of the lady in red had completely provoked Lei Mujin. No one would be able to persuade him to leave now. "Child Lei, this is a new batch of two-legged goats. There are 16 of them. I have already ordered the powerhouses from different clans to search for two-legged goats in the ancient Desolation region. As long as they find them, they will send them to you." In the distance, Feng Guangxi of the Black Mark Demon Bee tribe walked over. He waved his sleeve, and a series of thudding noises were heard. A group of men and women fell to the ground. There were even a few top figures among them. But at this moment, their faces were filled with shock, anger, and terror. Lei Mujin's eyes were filled with undisguised hatred and murderous intent. He walked forward and looked down at the powerhouses from the ancient Desolation region. "Who knows this man? Tell me his identity and you can leave alive." As he stretched out his hand and grasped, a light curtain emerged, reflecting Lin's figure vividly. He is," a young man's spirit was lifted. He was about to speak with a trembling voice. But before he could finish, a man in a gray robe next to him covered his mouth and broke his neck. Crack, with the sound of bones breaking, the young man's eyes widened. He died on the spot. As a man of the ancient Desolation region, how can you betray your companions? Why don't you let me send you to hell? Even if you die, you can preserve your reputation. The man in the gray robe said coldly. You're courting death. Lei Mujin was furious. He raised the iron rod in his hand and smashed it. Bang! The head of the man in the gray robe was smashed. Blood splashed everywhere. Who else among you knows? His eyes were scarlet, giving off a bloodthirsty and violent aura. If you want to kill me, just do it. Cut the crap. Pooh. A woman said disdainfully. Bang, her head was also smashed into pieces. Damn it. Just wait, you bastards of the blood demon ancient realm. Sooner or later, you will pay for what you have done today 10 times over. The powerhouses from the ancient Desolation region were all furious. They gnashed their teeth, stimulated by the bloody scenes. A bunch of trash. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Lei Mujin was even more furious. He waved the iron rod and was about to kill them. However, at that moment, a familiar roar suddenly exploded in the sky. Not good, Lei Mujin's body stiffened. The next moment, he was sent flying. Boom, at the same time, Ding Shanhe took out a silver shield and blocked the sky arrow. Amidst the deafening sound of collision, the silver shield suddenly exploded. Ding Shanhe felt his arm go numb. He couldn't help but change his expression. What a terrifying power! At this moment, Lei Muzhin's figure that was blasted flying finally landed on the ground, and he was covered in dust and dirt while smoke and dust suffused the air. It was not hard to imagine how fast it had happened. In the abyss in the distance, Lin Sun's figure appeared again. He looked at Lei Muzhin coldly and said, "My name is Lin Sun. If you have the guts, come out and fight with me." Before, he hadn't completely left. He had sensed the bloody scenes in the abyss. He couldn't hold back his anger anymore and attacked again. Lin Sun, the powerhouses from the ancient Desolation region who had been captured became spirited and hopeful. How could they not know Lin Sun's prestige and reputation in the ancient Desolation region? Lin Sun, Ding Xianxia, Ji Qing, and the others all frowned. They had only heard of a group of peerless figures in the ancient Desolation region, but they didn't know who Lin Sun was. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that Lin Sun showed up again. In the distance, Lei Muzhin gnashed his teeth and stood up. He stared at Lin Sun with resentment. "You want to fight with me? Okay, come out of the abyss, and I will satisfy you immediately." Lin Sun's eyes were full of coldness and disdain. "Do you think I am as stupid as you?" Lei Muzhin licked his lips and pointed at the powerhouses from the ancient Desolation region who had been captured on the ground. He said, "If you don't come out, I will smash their skulls one by one in front of you." Ding Xianxia, Ji Qing, and the other two sages looked cold and ready. As long as Lin Sun dared to step out of the abyss, they would kill him immediately. "Guys, don't let Brother Lin be threatened by those bastards. Everyone has to die since ancient times. How can a man from the ancient Desolation be afraid of death?" Suddenly, a young man laughed and smashed his own head with a resolute look. Scarlet blood splashed, and the young man's body fell into the dust. There was a commotion in the field. They were all very surprised. Who was he? What was his name? Lin Sun didn't know. It was the first time he saw him. But at this moment, Lin Sun couldn't calm down anymore. The resolute posture and the bloody and tragic scene suddenly stimulated Lin Sun. The killing intent in his heart couldn't be controlled anymore. It surged all over his body and rushed to the sky. At this moment, Lin Sun stood in the abyss like a demon, bristling with anger. "Brother, I'll remember you." Lin Sun murmured word by word. Then, he looked at Lei Muzhin, Ding Xianxia, Ji Qing, and others with an extremely indifferent and cold look. His voice was calm and deep. "I, Lin Sun, swear that if I don't kill you, I am not a man." The expressions of Lei Muzhin and the others changed simultaneously. At this moment, they actually had a feeling of being awed because Lin Sun's gaze was too frightening. It was like the eyes of a god of slaughter, and it was filled with killing intent. Arrangements for tomorrow's outbreak. 2 continuous updates at 12 noon and 2 continuous updates at 6 p.m. Other updates will be notified at that time. Lin Sun's undisguised killing intent shocked everyone in the field. But immediately, Lei Muzhin sneered, "What a boast. If you have the guts, why don't you come out of the abyss first? Here, let me show you how these two-legged sheep like you die." As he spoke, he picked up his iron rod and smashed it at the head of a strong man from the ancient Desolation realm beside him. Ding Xianxia and the other 3 sages were ready to take action. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strand of indescribably strange fluctuation swept out from the surroundings. Lin Sun's body suddenly glowed. In his chest, the spiritual vein was filled with blazing light, which evolved into the forbidden passing skill. At this moment, time paused for a moment. Also at this moment, the burning god's wings flashed behind Lin Sun, and he had already come to Lei Muzhin. With terrible Taoist light wrapped in his palm, he suddenly grasped Lei Muzhin's throat. At this time, Lei Muzhin's iron rod was only 3 inches away from the head of the strong man from the ancient Desolation realm. Fast, too fast. In just a moment, the situation in the field suddenly changed. Lei Muzhin, Ding Xianxia, and the other 3 sages didn't have time to react at this moment. This was the forbidden passing. Lei Muzhin was stunned at first, and then the sharp pain in his throat made his face change suddenly. Then his eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't expect that Lin Sun could suddenly appear and imprison him. Ding Xianxia and the others also changed their faces. They were all ready to take action at the first time. But now, they were still a step slower. They didn't even have time to react. which made them almost unable to believe that a young man who hadn't become a saint could be faster than them. Crack, Lei Mujin was forced to kneel. Lin Sun pressed his hand on his head, and then glanced at Ding Shanhe and the others, saying, "Now, let them go, or I promise he will die a terrible death." The indifferent voice resounded through the field, and the atmosphere was depressing. On the ground, the captured strong men from the ancient Desolation realm were all excited, and many of them even had the impulse to cry. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would rescue them at all costs just because they were in the same camp. The expressions of Ding Shanhe and the others changed indeterminately. When had a junior dared to threaten them like this? "Let go of young Master Lei first, and I promise to give you and these people a chance to live." Ding Shanhe took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. "Live? I want him dead." The eyes of Lei Mujin, who was suppressed to kneel on the ground, almost split apart, and he howled loudly. He was a peerless figure in the younger generation of the Blood Devil ancient realm, and he was even a direct line descendant of the Flying Iris Devil clan. His natural talent was extraordinary, and he was proud and unyielding. He didn't even take ordinary saints seriously. Yet now, he'd been forced to kneel on the ground by the two-legged sheep that he looked down upon the most, and his life was under the control of another. This humiliation caused him to almost go mad. Bang! Lin Sun exerted his strength with his palms and fingers. The Reamer puppet's 7 orifices bled and his body twitched. His soul was severely damaged and he groaned in pain. "How dare you?" Ding Shanhe and the others' expressions changed again. Lei Mujin's status was extremely high, and if he were to be killed right under their noses, the Flying Iris Devil clan sages would definitely eat them alive. "He's not dead yet, but he's not far from it. Now it's up to you." Lin Sun looked indifferent, but his black eyes were surging with cold light. If he hadn't restrained his killing intent, he would have slapped the bastard Lei Mujin to death. Now, Ding Shanhe and the others were afraid to take action. But at the same time, in order to save the powerhouses of the ancient Desolation realm, Lin Sun had to exchange Lei Mujin's life for Lei Mujin's. "If we let these people go, but you don't," Ding Shanhe took a deep breath and asked. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Sun. "You can only bet." "You," Ding Shanhe was furious. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, we promise you. But if anything happens to Child Lei, I promise you that you will die a horrible death." Lin Sun looked calm. He had heard this kind of threat many times. Then, under the murderous gazes of the sages, the captured powerhouses of the ancient Desolation realm came to the side of the abyss according to Lin Sun's instructions and were received by the sky-splitting butterflies. Seeing this, Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. "Now, you should let them go, right?" Ding Shanhe's face was gloomy. Lin Sun carried Lei Mujin's body and came to the side of the abyss step by step. In the process, Ding Shanhe and the others stared at Lin Sun. As long as Lin Sun showed a sign of escaping, they would attack at the first time. Just the aura they emitted was enough to overwhelm the surrounding area, causing others to be unable to breathe. Lin Sun, who was stared at by the sages, did feel a kind of omnipresent killing intent and danger. He turned around, looked at Ding Shanhe and the others, and suddenly said with a smile, "If I force you to commit suicide with Lei Mujin's life, what will you do?" The faces of Ding Shanhe and the others suddenly changed. Was this guy going to go back on his words? Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Sun threw Lei Mujin's body out. Almost at the same time, he flashed and jumped into the abyss. Boom! Just as Lin Sun's figure disappeared, a cyan spear pierced a big hole where he had stood, and smoke and dust filled the air. Obviously, some sages tried to kill Lin Sun, but Lin Sun dodged first. In the abyss, Lin Sun turned around, saw the scene, and said, "I've said that if I don't kill you, I'm not a man." Ding Shanhe's face was gloomy, and he said with a grim smile, "Little bastard, look behind you." Lin Sun didn't look back, but his spiritual awareness had already spread out. After that, his expression changed abruptly. The bodies of the strong practitioners of the ancient Desolation realm who had been saved by the sky-splitting butterfly suddenly cracked. Their flesh and bones seemed to be corroded, and they died silently one by one. They didn't have time to react before they died. "Did you do it?" Lin Sun looked terrible. Ding Shanhe and the others laughed complacently and said, "When these two-legged sheep were captured, I planted soul goo in them. As long as I think about it, they will die suddenly. Stupid thing, do you really think you are omnipotent? Let me tell you, these two-legged sheep died because of you. What you should hate most is why you were so stupid. In the end, Ding Xianxia couldn't help laughing again. None of you can escape. Lin Sun's black eyes were like an abyss, surging with frightening cold light. After saying this, he turned around and rushed into the abyss. Ridiculous. Ding Xianxia and the others didn't take it seriously. Bang, but right at this moment, Lei Mujin, who was saved by them, suddenly fell limply to the ground. His body was perfectly fine, but his soul had actually ceased to exist at some point in time. Ding Xianxia and the others were frozen, their eyes bulging, and their hands and feet were cold. Lei Mujin died. This was like being hit by a stick, which made Ding Xianxia and the others completely panic, and they hurried to treat him. But it didn't take long for their faces to become gloomy. Lei Mujin's divine soul had already been devoured clean without a sound or trace. Brother Ding, you come from the Golden Ink Snake clan, and you are most proficient in the secret method of soul. Do you know how Child Lei was killed? Someone couldn't help asking. Spirit-eating insect. Ding Xianxia's face was livid, and he gnashed his teeth with hatred. When the little bastard captured Child Lei, he already wanted to kill him, and let a spirit-eating insect drill into Child Lei's soul. Damn it. A saint was furious, and his killing intent surged. This matter can't be spread out. If the old monsters of the Flying Iris Demon clan know that Lei Mujin was killed under our noses, we can't escape the blame. Taking a deep breath, Ding Xianxia forced himself to calm down and said, the most urgent thing now is to use all our strength to kill that little bastard, and then tell the Flying Iris Demon clan about this matter. Maybe they can make up for it. The other saints were uncertain, but they finally nodded in agreement. If a peerless figure like Lei Mujin could become a saint, his future was bound to be limitless. But now, he had died suddenly. Once the Flying Iris Demon clan blamed him, the saints would suffer. Ji Qing, go and catch more two-legged sheep, the more the better. I don't believe we can't force that little bastard out again. Ding Xianxia said fiercely. Okay. Ji Qing took the order and left. In the Abyss Underground Palace, Lin Sun sat on the ground weakly, his face pale. Using the forbidden passing divine ability had exhausted all of his strength. The scenes he'd experienced today caused him to completely realize what it meant to have a blood enmity that was engraved into the bone and engraved into the heart. There was no way to resolve it. The experts of the ancient Desolation realm were trampled, humiliated, and slaughtered like livestock. The bloody scenes gave Lin Sun an unprecedented shock. This was blood feud. There was no room for pity in the Battle of the Nine Realms. Lin Sun felt very uncomfortable when he thought that the young man, whose name he didn't even know, would rather die in order to prevent himself from being threatened. When I become a saint, I will kill all my enemies with my blade. Blood for blood. After a long time, Lin Sun took a deep breath and suppressed the boiling killing intent in his heart. He began to meditate. His strength was on the verge of exhaustion, and he had to recover as soon as possible. Buzz, suddenly, a wave of strange fluctuations spread out. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly found himself in a blazing furnace. The terrible divine flame was whistling, and it seemed to have the power to burn the heavens and destroy the earth. And he was being tempered by the fire. Boom, the scorching heat made Lin Sun feel like his body was about to melt. Without hesitation, he urged all his strength to resist. At the same time, in the extreme Dao pavilion not far away, a strange fluctuation of Dao patterns appeared and condensed into a huge furnace. The furnace was raging, and the divine flame was flowing. It seemed to be standing in the river of time and could burn the heavens. Obviously, this was the second test of hardship that was distributed throughout this secret realm, and just like the first test of the Heart Slaughter sect, it had arrived inadvertently. Lin Sun also realized this, but he didn't have time to think about it. The feeling of being tempered in the furnace was like being cut by 1,000 knives. Both his body and mind were suffering extreme pain. Chaotic chi filled the pond. The demonic butterfly landed on the skeleton of the void beast and was absorbing enough power to transform itself. Little Silver stood in the distance with a rare look of distress on his handsome little face. Little Tian, Master has been targeted and chased by those old things for more than 10 days since he entered the Nine Regions battlefield, which makes me feel aggrieved. You awakened too late. You don't know how powerful Master was in the ancient Desolation realm, but now. Alas, let's not talk about it. I can see that Master is hiding a great killing intent in his heart. When you transform successfully, help me kill to my heart's content, okay? Little Silver rambled on. He used to be cold and reticent, but he was obviously different in the face of the demonic butterfly. Little Tian, work hard. A long time ago, your ancestor could tear the sky and break the blue sky with a flap of his wings. How powerful was that? I hope that one day, you can do it too. Little Silver encouraged the sky-splitting demon butterfly called Little Tian. Since you know that I have the talent of splitting the sky, you shouldn't call me Little Tian. Suddenly, a strange cold sound rang in Little Silver's heart, like a clear and cold spring, with a unique coldness. Well, it's just a name. Don't worry about it. Little Silver smiled awkwardly. You are the king insect of the spirit-eating clan, and you have embarked on the path of immortality. How powerful you are, but you call yourself Little Silver. Don't you think it's ugly? The demonic butterfly spoke again. Little Silver's face darkened. The name Lin Sun gave him had always been a pain in his heart. The next words of the demonic butterfly made Little Silver laugh. When I absorb and refine all the power of the law of space contained in this void beast, I will be able to control the two supernatural powers of teleportation and teleportation. At that time, you and I will work together to vent our master's anger. Okay. Little Silver was excited and murderous. Pain, Lin Sun felt as if his body was being torn and his soul was being torn apart like a tide. He felt like a sword being hammered in a furnace. Every time he was hammered, he had the illusion that he was about to collapse. Only by circulating the power of the great path that he controlled with all his might could he barely maintain a bit of clarity in his mind. During this process, Lin Sun mastered Star Oblivion, Tai Chi Dao of Yin and Yang, Fire and Water, True Dragon, Immortality. The profundities of the various grand Tao laws were being displayed and deduced, and then they were ceaselessly tempered and fiercely tempered. This process lasted for a full 7 days. On this day, Lin Sun felt numb from head to toe because of the severe pain, and he could no longer feel anything. Even his soul was in a state of emptiness. Only the various grand Tao profundities were like numerous swimming fish that moved and circulated around his body, and they formed a strange abyss. When the abyss appeared, the entire smelting furnace suddenly fell into a strange silence. Few in the next moment, the abyss seemed to have a life of its own, and it produced a strange fluctuation as if it was breathing. Then, the entire furnace exploded with a loud bang. Almost at the same time, in the Extreme Tao Pavilion not far away, the furnace formed from obscure Tao runes also collapsed, turning into countless specks of light that scattered down. Extreme Tao refinement builds the foundation of the Tao body. Lin Sun was enlightened, and he gradually woke up from the numbness and blankness caused by the severe pain. Although the power of the Great Path had not been transformed in this refinement, it had undergone a brand new purification and sublimation. In the past, although the various Grand Tao forces could also be controlled under the Star Oblivion, they were still independent Grand Tao forces after all. But now, after this ordeal, the various forces of the Great Way that Lin Sun controlled had produced a unique echo and harmony. Just like the hands and feet of a person, although they were in different positions, they belonged to the same body. The Grand Tao is in harmony, and the Tao body is expected. Lin Sun opened his eyes, and his heart was firm. The Tao body was actually a kind of embodiment of the integration of the Tao and the body. Generally, only people of the Saint Realm could use a unique secret method to refine the Grand Tao power they controlled into their flesh and soul. In this way, a real Tao body could be built. After this refinement, Lin Sun had already built the foundation of the Tao body. When he became a saint, he could always refine his body into a Tao body. Once the Tao body was formed, the Great Path would follow every move, and every move contained some kind of magical Tao. Words followed the law. This kind of terrible magic was a kind of embodiment of the Tao body. Every word he said could be imprinted with the aura and power of the Great Path. Whoosh! Lin Sun let out a long breath and stood up from the ground. He looked at the green God refinement ancestral tree in the distance, and wondered if he should continue to collect more God refinement treasure source. At this moment, a scream came from outside the secret realm of the underground palace, mixed with angry curses and desperate wails. Here they come again. When Lin Sun walked out of the underground palace, he saw a familiar scene. The strong men of the ancient desolation realm fell on the dense space cracks like falling comets. Then, they were crushed one by one, and the rain of blood splashed. Lin Sun's black eyes were surging with a frightening cold light. Thinking of the scene 7 days ago, the hatred and killing intent that had been accumulated in the depths of his heart erupted like a lava volcano. Outside the abyss. Remember, the one who killed you is a guy named Lin Sun. You should know him. It is said that he is the leader of the generation in the ancient desolation realm. Ding Xianxia's eyes were cold and gloomy. Looking at the strong men of the ancient desolation realm who were captured alive, his voice was filled with undisguised hatred. Lin Sun is now in this abyss, all of you will be buried with him. As he spoke, Ding Xianxia waved his sleeve and dozens of strong men of the ancient desolation realm were swept up and thrown into the abyss. On the other side, Ji Qing and the other 2 saints were on guard. After suffering twice, they did not dare to underestimate Lin Sun. They were constantly on guard, in case of a sneak attack. In the distance, Feng Guangxi's figure appeared again and said, almost all the 2-legged sheep within 10,000 miles of the god-refining forest have been killed. It is very difficult to catch them. Ding Xianxia frowned, then let's go further. Feng Guangxi said, not long ago, Xianxia of the innate demon race gave the order to kill all the enemies in the blood demon world within 3 months. Now, the entire blood demon world is filled with people hunting 2-legged sheep. It will not be easy to capture them alive. Ding Xianxia's frown deepened. Feng Guangxi said, also, the flying iris demon race will be here soon. They are confused as to why Lei Mujin has not returned yet. What? Ding Xianxia, Ji Qing, and the rest's expressions changed. Do you know which flying iris demon race expert is coming? Ding Xianxia asked. Lei Shuexiu. Feng Guangxi spat out a name. Ding Xianxia and the rest's bodies stiffened, and their faces turned pale. Lei Shuexiu, this was a peak true sage of the flying iris demon race. He had been famous for a long time, and his battle strength was so strong that he could easily kill them all with one hand. Peak true sage, even in the blood demon ancient realm, there was only 1 in 10,000 who could enter this realm, and it required great fortune to become a true sage. Lei Shuexiu was 1 in 10,000. According to seniority, he was Lei Mujin's uncle, and they were very close by blood. If he knew that Lei Mujin had been killed, Ding Xianxia and the rest's faces darkened at the thought. In their eyes, those below the true sage stage were like ants. But in the eyes of an absolute sage, ordinary true sages like them might not be as weak as ants, but they were not that strong either. Also, there is another piece of news. The Absolute Prison Secret Realm will open in 3 months, and the first batch of opportunities to become a true sage will be born there. Feng Guangxi spoke again. According to my speculation, Lei Shuexiu should have come for this. After all, if Lei Mujin is still alive, he has the right to seize this opportunity to step into the absolute sage stage. Ding Xianxia and the rest's hearts sank. Achieving the absolute divine path in the 9 regions battlefield gave one a unique advantage. Not only could one obtain the complete absolute divine path power, but one could also obtain the absolute divine path. Not only could they obtain the complete power of the absolute sage stage, but they could also lay an unimaginable foundation of the absolute sage stage. As far as Ding Xianxia knew, it was because of this that Xianxia, Lei Mujin, and some other peerless figures suppressed their realms and chose to enter the 9 regions battlefield to become saints. Otherwise, with the resources and heritage of these peerless figures, they would have the opportunity to reach the absolute sage stage as early as in the blood demon ancient realm, but Lei Mujin was already dead. If Lei Shuexiu found out this fact, he would be furious and kill him. What should they do? Ding Xianxia and the others were also confused. Watch out! Suddenly, Ji Qing shouted out explosively. Subconsciously, Ding Xianxia and the others looked up at the abyss not far away. Buzz, a strange and terrifying energy fluctuation seemed to blot out the heavens and earth as it instantly enveloped the entire area. Forbidden death, Lin Sun's figure flickered and came to a short saint in a Taoist robe with his hair in a bun. Clang, Duanran was so angry that he released all the power that Lin Sun had accumulated. The inheritance of punish, at that moment, the saint almost instinctively released a terrifying light from his short body to resist. But he was still a beat too late. The timing of Lin Sun's attack was too precise. He seized the moment when they were a little confused and then attacked with all his strength without any hesitation. It seemed to happen in a flash, but Lin Sun had already used the power of forbidden death, the burning god wing, the inheritance of punish, and so on. Puff, a bloody head flew into the air. Boom, the headless body of the saint was also cut by the killing power of punish. In an instant, the flesh and blood of the saint burst into pieces and exploded. In a flash, the saint was caught off guard. One strike to kill a saint. At that time, the world changed color, all directions trembled, and the sound of mourning fell from the sky. The blood of the saint poured down like a waterfall, dyeing the sky red. Duanren was like a light, showing an unprecedented peerless sharpness. This punish was enough to shock ghosts and gods. 2 consecutive chapters first. At about 6 o'clock in the evening, there will be another 2 consecutive chapters. Ding Xianxia's and Ji Qing's reactions were absolutely top-notch. But they would never have imagined that Lin Sun's forbidden time had the forbidden power to freeze time for a moment. Therefore, they were caught off guard. When they saw the saint being killed, this feeling of being caught off guard turned into a bolt from the blue and exploded in their minds. Killing a saint, a young man who had not yet become a saint had killed a saint in front of their eyes with his own strength. This was simply earth-shattering. No matter how fast Ding Xianxia and the others reacted, they felt terror in their minds. Their minds were shaken and their faces changed color. Throughout the ages, even in the Blood Demon ancient region, such an appalling thing had rarely happened. Because the saint realm was like a natural moat. It was already extremely difficult to cross it. To cross over and kill a saint was even more unreal than a legend, but now, such a scene was playing out. Splash saint blood poured down, scarlet and dazzling. Heaven and earth were filled with mournful Dao sounds. If possible, Lin Sun would never miss this perfect opportunity to make another move. Unfortunately, the forbidden time was too taboo and heaven-defying. The energy it consumed was too much. Plus, he had used all his strength to pass on the word punish. At this moment, he felt like all the energy in his body had been sucked out and he was extremely weak. Therefore, without any hesitation, he jumped into the abyss. Bastard! Ding Xianxia roared. His hair and beard stood on end in anger. Ji Qing and the other saint were also in shock. They looked at each other. Their hands and feet were cold and it was difficult for them to calm down. They couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if they had been hit by that attack just now. They shuddered. In the abyss, Lin Sun, who had been picked up by Little Silver and the demonic crack butterfly, managed to stabilize himself and turned to look at the 3 saints. If you have the guts, wait here. Having said that, he, Little Silver, and the demonic crack butterfly disappeared into the abyss. Huff huff Ding Xianxia was panting. His hair was disheveled and his face was extremely gloomy. To be honest, he had been scared before. Even now, there was still some lingering fear in his heart. The first time, he killed Hong Ling with 1 arrow and injured Ji Qing with 1 blow. The second time, he captured Mu Jin and escaped safely. This time, he killed Saint. One of the sages was in a trance and his limbs were trembling. We seem to have provoked an ant that we shouldn't have provoked. This ant even has the ability to kill sages. Ding Xianxia and Ji Qing looked at each other and felt a chill run down their spines. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that they had forced Lin Sun into a dead end and couldn't get out of it, but the result was that they suffered serious losses. What should we do? Ji Qing looked at Ding Xianxia. If possible, Ding Xianxia would leave without hesitation and completely give up the idea of killing Lin Sun. Lin Sun was a little monster who could not be measured by common sense. But now, he simply could not leave. Because Lei Shui was about to arrive. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have followed Lei Mujin to hunt him down. Ding Xianxia sighed in his heart, and he felt like he was in a dilemma. Forget it. When Lei Shui arrives, I'll tell him the truth. If he wants to blame us, then let him do it. Ding Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. Ji Qing and another saint also sighed in their hearts. Right now, this was the only way. Master, I heard from those guys that 3 months later, when the prison secret realm opens, there will be a chance to become a saint. In the secret realm of the underground palace, Little Silver couldn't help but speak. Lin Sun was trying his best to recover his strength. Hearing this, he said, I know about the prison secret realm. It will come 3 months after the opening of the Nine Regions battlefield. Lin Sun had an important purpose in coming to the Nine Regions battlefield this time, which was to become a saint. When he was in the Emperor Palace of 10 Tribulations in the Mulberry Forest, the young man with golden cicada once gave him some advice, saying that the time for him to become a saint was not in the Mulberry Forest, but in the Nine Regions battlefield. Therefore, before coming to the Nine Regions battlefield, Lin Sun had already learned a lot about the prison secret realm. The Nine Regions battlefield was very special. It was a plain world distributed among the 9 regions. In this world, there were many strange and dangerous things, as well as many secret realms and small worlds. Some of these secret realms and small worlds had been explored by many sages in the previous 2 battles of the 9 regions, and it was confirmed that there would be a chance to become a saint. The prison secret realm was one of them. This secret realm would appear 3 months after the opening of the Nine Regions battlefield, and the location was in the core area of the Nine Regions battlefield where the ancient wasteland world was located. At that time, when the secret realm opened, only the top powerhouses in the perfected longevity 9th retribution realm would have the opportunity to enter. Other powerhouses who did not meet the requirements would be blocked outside. As the saying went, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. In the first battle of the 9 regions, the reason why the ancient wasteland world was jointly suppressed by the other 8 regions was mainly because they wanted to compete for the opportunity to enter the prison secret realm. In addition to the prison secret realm, a few other secret realms would appear one after another in a year. Some were related to the prison secret realm. Some were related to inheritance, treasures, and secret methods, all of which contained opportunities that were enough to make a saint jealous. Lin Sun was already aware of these things. When he told this to Little Silver, the latter couldn't help but say, "Master, if we are trapped here, won't we miss the opportunity to enter the prison secret realm?" Lin Sun said disapprovingly, "My path is different from theirs. I don't seek opportunities, I don't rely on opportunities, I just wait for a suitable opportunity." Back in the prison domain, Lin Sun had already understood this point, so he didn't care whether he could enter the prison secret realm or not. Moreover, in this mysterious underground palace secret realm, there were many trials and tribulations. For example, after the training in the Killing Heart House, Lin Sun's state of mind had transformed. After the training in the Extreme Tao Pavilion, Lin Sun's control of the various powers of the Great Tao resonated with each other, and he built the foundation of the Tao body. These were no different from fortuitous encounters. In addition, there was an unusual god-refining ancestral tree and a quasi-emperor level void saint beast skeleton. If possible, Lin Sun even wanted to meditate here and wait for an opportunity to prove the prison secret realm to come. Just like when my flower blooms, the fragrance comes. Little Silver, cultivate well. After I become a saint, I'll definitely find you an opportunity that will allow you to step into the peerless saint realm. Lin Sun said to Little Silver with a smile. Little Silver nodded fiercely. "Master, don't forget me." Suddenly, the clear and cold voice of the demonic butterfly sounded in Lin Sun's ears. "When I refine the space power in this skeleton, it will be enough for me to transform to the level of the longevity 9th retribution realm. At that time I will also prepare for the prison secret realm." Hearing this, Lin Sun and Little Silver looked at each other, speechless. The speed of the demonic butterfly's transformation was too fast, and it was also very shocking. It should be known that whether it was Lin Sun or Little Silver, in order to seek the path of Tao, they had gone through countless hardships and killings over the years. It was not easy for them to have today's achievements. However, the demonic crack butterfly had just awakened from its slumber not long ago, and just because it found the corpse of a void saint beast of the quasi-emperor realm, it already had the idea of becoming a saint. "Master, although it is very shocking, don't worry. Little Heaven has been silent for many years, and now it has just woken up. It is understandable that the path of advancement is faster." Little Silver comforted. Lin Sun said grumpily, "Do I need you to comfort me?" Next, Lin Sun immersed himself in meditation. The previous attack, which killed a saint in one fell swoop, seemed clean and neat, but in fact, he had used all his strength. However, this also proved that even if he faced an ordinary true saint in the future, Lin Sun had full confidence to kill him. As for now, Lin Sun was very clear that after killing a saint, Xianxia and the others must be extremely vigilant, and it was impossible to sneak up on them like last time. He planned to meditate here for a period of time. The only thing in his heart was that he didn't know where Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad, and Alu were now, and whether they had encountered any danger. Dalua world. In the depths of a swamp covered by colorful mist. Whoosh, a flight light quietly shuttled through it. This was a strong man of the flaming white ape lineage, dressed in a beast robe, with a fierce look and a sharp and stern temperament, carrying a huge bone sword on his back. 19 of my clansmen disappeared after entering the colorful swamp. They must have encountered an accident. The beast-robed man was thinking. Suddenly, a black sun and a white moon appeared in the swamp. The black and white intertwined like a pair of black and white millstones, covering the beast-robed man's figure. Not good, his face suddenly changed, and he tried his best to resist, but in just a moment, his body was crushed and ground into a mass of flesh and blood, falling into the swamp. In the depths of the swamp, Old Toad was beaming with joy, swiftly cleaning up the spoils. Alu was on the side, cleaning up the traces of the battle. Before long, Old Toad's golden eyes shone, and he said in a low voice, "Alu, it's time for us to change places, or we'll both be finished if a ruthless figure of the Saint Realm comes." "Where to?" Alu asked. "Ancient wasteland world, to prepare for entering the secret realm of Jiyu," Old Toad said without hesitation. "But this is the Dalua world, the territory of sword practitioners. If we are discovered by the enemy on the way, what are you afraid of? Let's fight them." Oh. The next moment, the two had already started to move silently. Water murmured, birds sang, and flowers fragrant. In the distance, there were green mountains and clear waters, and the sky was vast. On a small path in the forest, Zhao Jingxian woke up from her meditation. When she saw the picturesque, peaceful, and tranquil scenes around her, she could not help but be in a trance. Ever since she entered the 9 regions battlefield, she had been moved to this world. In the beginning, she was extremely vigilant and moved carefully. But until now, half a month had passed, and not only had she encountered no danger, she had not even seen a shadow. In the vast world, she was the only one, all alone. Where was this? This was a secret world, that was Zhao Jingxuan's conclusion. However, what worried her was that she had searched for a long time and still couldn't find the exit. If she couldn't leave this place, wouldn't she be trapped here forever? The only thing that calmed Zhao Jingxian was that she could feel the aura of the Tao while cultivating here. It was so clear, so real, as if she could touch it with her hand. Finally, Zhao Jingxian sighed to herself. She cleared her mind of distracting thoughts and meditated again. Recently, the atmosphere in the godly training forest was not right. That was the conclusion that many elites from the Blood Demon territory had reached. A top cultivator from the ancient Desolation region named Lin Sun had miraculously survived until now and hadn't been killed yet. This was very unusual. It's been almost a month and there's no movement at all. Strange. So many sages can't even kill a 2-legged sheep? The blood-green-robed prince has given the order to kill all enemies in the Blood Demon territory within 3 months. It's obvious that Lin Sun is a tough nut to crack. Let's see who can kill him first. When Lei Shuexiu walked into the god training forest, he heard many discussions about this ancient desolation domain expert named Lin Sun. But he didn't care. This time, he was here to pick up Lei Mujin. A 2-legged sheep that hadn't even become a sage was not worthy of his attention. Lei Shuexiu had a well-proportioned body and an impressive physique. He had light green hair and a unique arrogance on his handsome face. Though his aura was calm, the sage aura that he emitted could not be hidden. Everywhere he passed, many elites stiffened as if they had seen a god. Whoosh, Lei Shuexiu suddenly stopped. Before him, a black demonic bee appeared. It was only the size of a thumb, but it emitted a sage aura. "Mr. Lei, there is an emergency and we need your help," the demonic bee said respectfully. Lei Shuexiu frowned. "What is it?" In the icy wind valley 83,000 miles away, a top sage from the ancient Desolation region has appeared. He has killed 19 sages from the Blood Demon territory. According to the information, that person's name is Rua Wu. She is from the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird. Both her talent and fighting ability are terrifying. Right now, 3 peerless saints like you are heading to the Icewind Valley from different areas. After the blood-green-robed young master received the news, he ordered that Ruo Wu must not be allowed to leave the blood devil world alive. The black-patterned demon bespoke quickly, explaining the situation one by one. After learning all this, Lei Shuexiu said in surprise, the ancient desolation realm is such a trashy place. How could there be a peerless sage? The black-patterned demon wasp said, this is indeed surprising. Lei Shuexiu muttered, how about we go to Icewind Valley after I pick up Lei Mujin? The black-patterned demon bee said, the situation is urgent. We can't afford to waste any time. You should know how difficult it is to kill a top saint if he escapes. Lord Lei, please hurry. Lei Shuexiu was silent for a moment before he said, all right, I agree. However, I have something I need you to do. The black-patterned devil bee said, please give me your instructions, sir. No matter what method you use, bring Lei Mujin back to the city of Dao Protectors. When the absolute prison secret realm opens, I want to see him enter it immediately. After that, Lei Shuexiu's figure flashed and disappeared. The black-patterned demon bee sighed in his heart, child Lei Mujin is dead. However, if I tell you this news now, it is bound to delay the hunting of Ruo Wu. What? Lei Shuexiu has left? Beside the abyss, Ding Xianxia and others felt refreshed as if a huge stone had been lifted from their hearts. This is the news just sent by the elders of our clan. It can't be wrong. Feng Quanzi nodded and said, I suggest that we kill Lin Sun before Lei Shuexiu has time to deal with this matter. Yes, yes, yes. Ding Xianxia nodded again and again, with fierce light surging in his eyes. I have to trouble you to summon all the experts of the Golden Demon Snake Branch. In addition, capture more two-legged sheep. This time, no matter what, we can't let that little bastard live. In the end, Ding Xianxia's voice was filled with undisguised hatred. Okay. Feng Quanzi nodded. In the secret realm of the underground palace, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. Master, Tian has awakened his talent. One is teleportation, the other is teleportation. In the distance, Silver came to report the good news excitedly. In this way, as long as Tian and I work together, we can attack a sage. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, what do you mean? Pointing at his nose, Little Silver said domineeringly, Master, don't forget that I'm the king of the spirit-eating bugs. As long as I get into someone's soul, even a sage can't stop me. But it's a pity that the vigilance and instinctive reaction of a sage are too terrible. If I don't have a comparable teleportation speed, I can't enter his soul. At this point, Little Silver smiled and said, but with Little Tian, it's different. He can use the teleportation divine ability to bring me along to attack. Moreover, his instant invisibility technique is incomparably marvelous and can conceal the energy fluctuations of teleportation. In this way, with the two of us working together, it won't be difficult to sneak up on a saint. Lin Sun was enlightened and praised, Tian deserves to be the descendant of sky-splitting butterfly. As soon as he awakens his talent, he is so powerful. Silver was stunned and his face suddenly darkened. Master, when I become a sage, I'm afraid that even you will not be my opponent. Really? Of course, when we spirit-eating insects step into the saint realm, we will awaken a magic called God Slayer. We are almost invincible in a battle of the same realm. Silver crossed his arms and said proudly. Lin Sun stood up and said, let's go. Let's try the power of your cooperation with Tian. Silver was full of killing intent and said, it should have been like this long ago. I feel aggrieved being trapped here. Outside the abyss. Ding Xianxia, Ji Qing and the other two sages all stood at a distance of 300 meters from the abyss, facing the abyss, always alert. Hey, this little bastard took the initiative to show up. Suddenly, Ding Xianxia's eyes burst out a frightening divine light, and his whole body exuded a terrible killing intent. At the same time, Ji Qing and Ji Qing also saw Lin Sun's figure emerging in the abyss. You haven't escaped yet. You three old things have a backbone. Lin Sun said with sarcasm. Originally, he did intend to sneak attack, but when he noticed the three sages' alert posture, he gave up directly. Little bastard, do you really think we can't do anything to you? Ding Xianxia's expression was grim. I'm not afraid to tell you that because of you, the two-legged goats scattered throughout the blood demon sector are suffering. Oh, right, it won't be long before a new batch of two-legged goats is sent over. At that time, will the chivalrous and courageous you still save them? As a sage, you only dare to threaten me with this? If I were you, I would have killed myself and let you live for a few more days. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. After that, he turned around and rushed into the abyss. Gone, Ding Xianhe and others were all stunned, but they didn't relax their vigilance. The previous fights had made them completely clear that although Lin Sun hadn't become a sage, he had mastered a secret method that was enough to pose a fatal threat to the sage realm. After a long time, Ji Qing said, "It seems that he really left." Ding Xianhe reminded, "Don't be careless. That little bastard is cunning and full of tricks. Maybe he will come back to kill us." Ji Qing and the other sage nodded. In fact, they also felt extremely humiliated in their hearts. It was just to deal with an ant, but the three sages were on full alert and had to guard against sneak attacks at all times. If this was spread out, they would become a laughingstock. Before long, Feng Quanzi's voice sounded in the distance, "Everyone, I have spread the news. I believe it won't be long before many strong practitioners of the Golden Snake branch come here." After pausing for a moment, Feng Quanzi continued, "In addition, the matter of capturing the two-legged goat will have to wait for some time. You should also know that it is very difficult to capture a living two-legged goat in the current blood demon world." Ding Xianhe and others nodded to show their understanding. Boom, at this moment, a deafening sound rang out. In the distant abyss, Lin Sun had already rushed out. He pulled up the insignificant bow and shot the blue arrow. The terrible roar was made by the bow and arrow. Ding Xianhe sneered. They, who had been on guard for a long time, all flashed and avoided the attack. Playing the same old trick again? Exhausted? Ding Xianhe sneered and didn't hide his contempt. Ji Qing and the other sage also laughed. Did this damn little bastard really think that they would fall into the same trap several times? No. However, at this moment, the saint beside Ji Qing suddenly hugged his head with both hands and let out a painful howl that sounded like a wild beast. Immediately, his body twitched violently and became extremely stiff. His eyes bulged and his face was full of anger, horror, and unwillingness. Then, with a plop, his body fell straight to the ground and his breath was gone. Ding Xianhe and Ji Qing trembled in their hearts and subconsciously avoided him like frightened rabbits. It was so weird. Obviously, they avoided the little bastard's attack, but without warning, their companions around them died on the spot. This sudden scene almost caused Ding Xianhe and Ji Qing to cry out involuntarily. How could this happen? What happened just now? In the distance, Lin Sun stood in the abyss and laughed. They are not two sages, but two old grasshoppers. Ding Xianhe and Ji Qing's faces were extremely ugly, and the blue veins on their foreheads stood out. They had been careful enough, but they still didn't expect that they would suffer another blow and let one of their companions die for no reason. Feng Kazi, who came to report the news, was completely dumbfounded. Another sage died. All of this was like a great terror that enveloped her heart, and it caused her entire body to tremble from terror. What kind of horrible person was that guy? At about 9:30 p.m., there is another update. There were thousands of people watching the show, but there were only a few hundred people voting, and these votes were all free. A strange and terrifying atmosphere suffused the surroundings. Even Lin Sun himself was slightly shocked. Silver and Tian really killed a saint in an instant. Little trash, do you dare to come out and fight? In the distance, Ding Xianhe's expression was savage as he roared furiously. Since the beginning of the hunt for Lin Sun, 3 sages had died, and Lei Mujin had also suffered. This was a huge blow. Ji Qing's face was also ashen. All right. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun agreed and stepped out of the abyss. This caused Ding Xianhe and Ji Qing to be stunned instead, and they instinctively thought in their hearts. It wouldn't be another trap, right? What? You don't dare to make a move? Let me do it. With a cynical tone, Lin Sun displayed the wings of Burning God and suddenly moved to the front of Ding Xianhe. Slash, the dazzling and fierce broken blade carried a terrifying glow of the Tao as it slashed down. It caused the heavens to collapse and the clouds to shatter while a completely straight rift was smashed open in space. Dang, Ding Xianhe waved his sleeve, and a silver shuttle flew out to block the slash. In the roar of the light, Lin Sun took a few steps back, and the blood in his body was tumbling. However, Lin Sun's eyes lit up. Again. Without any hesitation, the broken blade swung out once more. This chop contained all of Lin Sun's essence, qi, and spirit, and deduced the power of the impermanence chop. Its sharpness made the world pale. At this moment, Ding Xianxia gritted his teeth and attacked. "Little bastard, how are you going to fight after leaving the abyss?" The two of them collided, and it was simply like the sun and moon were fighting for brilliance. The heavens and the earth here were shaking while terrifying divine radiance and the tune of the Tao shot out and swept towards the surroundings. But what disappointed Ding Xianxia was that the scene he expected to completely suppress Lin Sun did not happen. On the contrary, Lin Sun was evenly matched with him. How was this possible? Ding Xianxia was furious. The energy of the Saint Tao in his body surged, and he seemed as if he'd transformed into a god. Every single move he made caused mountains to collapse, the earth to split apart, and all things to be crushed into powder. What was a sage, pointing at the heavens and smashing the earth, controlling the mountains and rivers with one's palm, possessing the might to overlook the universe and the might to attack all living beings? In the eyes of all living beings, there was no difference between a saint and a god. They stood above all kings and ascended to immortality. Below the saint realm, everyone was like an ant. This was not a lie. In an instant, Lin Sun was suppressed, but before Ding Xianxia could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Sun, who was suppressed by him, became braver and braver as he fought, and his power rose steadily. Soon, it became an evenly matched situation again. This, Ding Xianxia's pupils constricted, and he felt an indescribable chill surge into his head. The scene before him had almost overturned everything he knew. An ant was actually able to surpass a realm and stand on equal footing with him. Moreover, this was a head-on battle. There was nothing fancy about it. How was this possible? When did such a heaven-defying genius appear in the ancient desolation realm? At the same time, Lin Sun's blood was burning and his fighting spirit was boiling. Before entering the secret realm of the underground palace, he might not be afraid of the sages. However, if they were to fight face to face, without the help of the forbidden death technique, his chances of winning were less than 30%. Now, without using the forbidden passing technique, he could already fight a true sage head-on. Furthermore, he still had strength to spare. All of this came from the tempering of Killing Heart Shop and Extreme Tao Pavilion, which made Lin Sun transform and sublimate again on the road to perfection of the ninth retribution of longevity. Chop. Suddenly, Lin Sun let out a long roar. His eyes were as cold as lightning, and his black hair was flying. At this moment, the anger of Yazi, Fighting Saint Method, Eternity Without Leakage, and the three inherited powers of Yuan, Extreme, and Punish burst out from the broken blade. A terrifying clear howl rumbled, and it caused the space in the surroundings to collapse while dazzling and blazing light emanated a heaven-defying and ferocious aura of slaughter. At this moment, the broken blade seemed to come to life. Ding Xianxia's heart trembled, and his face changed greatly. Without hesitation, he used his trump card. The dark shuttle flashed with a frightening sharpness. Vaguely, there seemed to be dragons and snakes entrenched in it. There was a rain of divine rainbows falling, and the roars of gods surging. At this moment, Ji Qing, who had been waiting for an opportunity in the distance, suddenly rushed up. His figure disappeared out of thin air, and he teleported to Lin Sun. Boom, the earth-shattering collision exploded. The world was shaking, and the ancient trees and rocks in the nearby area were all smashed at the same time. The earth cracked, the terrible void turbulence swept and raged, and the rolling sound and divine light intertwined. It was like a battle of gods, and strange phenomena occurred frequently. Puff, Ding Xianxia coughed up blood and retreated. His face was pale and full of horror. Bang, at the same time, Lin Sun's body fell out fiercely. His hair was disheveled, his lips were bleeding, and his body was trembling slightly. Plop, behind him, a body fell from the void. It was Ji Qing. Before, he seized the opportunity to attack brazenly, like a lion hunting a rabbit, and he also used all his strength. But now, he died in the field, with a look of astonishment, pain, and confusion on his face, as if he had encountered something extremely terrible. The way he died was the same as that of the previous saint. In the distance, Ding Xianxia's lips were trembling, and his eyes were bleeding. As if he was too frightened, he murmured, "Impossible, impossible," an ant seriously injured him in a head-on confrontation. Who dared to believe it? What terrified Ding Xianxia most was that Ji Qing was dead. His long-prepared strike failed to kill Lin Sun, and instead, he died violently. All this was like a nightmare, which made Ding Xianhe feel like collapsing. Since he became a saint, he had experienced countless bloody killings, but he had never encountered such a strange, terrible, and incredible thing as today. At the same time, Lin Sun laughed out loud, and his voice shook the sky. From today on, I, Lin Sun, can compete with a true saint. Every single word was like a clap of thunder that shook the heavens and the earth. His figure was tall, and his clothes were fluttering. Although his cheeks were pale, at this time, he had the spirit of looking down on the world and the crowd. In the distance, Feng Kezi, who witnessed all this, was trembling all over, and her mind was blank. She couldn't figure out how there could be such a powerful figure at the top of the longevity realm in the world. Even Lord Xueqingyi wouldn't be able to do this, right? Little bastard, I'll kill you another day. At this moment, Ding Xianhe suddenly left a harsh word, turned around, and retreated. He was already frightened. At the beginning, Lei Mujin's maid was killed, and then, one saint after another, even Lei Mujin was not spared. Until now, he was the only saint left on the battlefield, and he had been injured. How could he have the courage to continue fighting? Old thing, you can't escape. Suddenly, Little Silver blocked Ding Xianhe's path with a slender and resplendent sky-splitting demonic butterfly perched on his shoulder. As he spoke, Little Silver and the demonic butterfly had already attacked. Whoosh, as the wings of the demonic butterfly flashed, the two figures suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Teleportation, Ding Xianhe felt a chill in his heart. In his divine sense, he couldn't lock on to the other party's trace. This made him realize at once that the death of Ji Qing and the other saint was very likely related to these two little things. This thought flashed in his mind, and the instinct from the saint realm made Ding Xianhe's body suddenly retreat and move in the void. But at the same time, Lin Sun in the distance had already made a move. Clang, the clear sound of the broken sword exploded in Ding Xianhe's ears like a deadly note. His face changed again, and he suddenly roared. His whole body shone with holy light, like a big sun, illuminating the world. Boom, a deafening collision sounded. Lin Sun controlled the broken sword to kill fiercely like a demon, and his eyes were cold and frightening. He couldn't forget the strong practitioners of the ancient Desolation realm who had died in Ding Xianhe's hands. He couldn't forget the contempt, humiliation, ridicule, and hatred he had suffered before. He once swore that he would not be a human if he didn't kill Ding Xianhe and the others. Now, it was time. Want to kill me? You have to die too. Ding Xianhe was like a crazed demon, going all out without caring about anything else. He released all the power of a true divine. To be able to force a true divine to such an extent, it was enough to shock the world if it was spread out. But for Lin Sun, this was far from enough. Today, Ding Xianhe must die. Puff, in the fierce battle, Ding Xianhe kept coughing up blood, and his situation was getting worse and worse. But at the same time, Lin Sun was also injured. It was one thing to fight a true saint head-on, but it was another thing to kill a true saint. The two were completely different. Little bastard, I'll kill you. Ding Xianhe had a bad premonition. He seemed to know that he couldn't escape, so he decided to die with Lin Sun. Boom, he teleported, and his figure was like a bright light, rushing toward Lin Sun. With a puff, the broken sword cut off his right arm, but Ding Xianhe didn't care about it at all. He didn't even frown. Lin Sun's face changed slightly. While he used the wings of Burning God to dodge, he stretched out a finger and pressed it. Great divination void-breaking finger, so close yet worlds apart, it was close at hand, but far away in the world. This finger was a type of superb defensive force. It was like grafting flowers onto trees, the movement of the stars, and it contained the profound profundities of space. Boom, Ding Xianhe's attack, which was determined to perish together with Lin Sun, suddenly failed. The nearby area exploded and the void was chaotic. Except for the area where the abyss was, all the rocks and plants within a radius of 1,000 miles were destroyed, collapsed, turned into powder, and destroyed. When a saint was angry, 1,000 miles would collapse. Even Lin Sun couldn't help sweating. If a saint went all out, the power would be too horrible and abnormal. Fortunately, all this was in the past. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed coldly, and he rushed forward. In the dark, Little Silver and the sky-splitting demonic butterfly attacked Ding Xianhe like invisible assassins. Just after a while, Ding Shanha's body fell to the ground with blood spurting from his mouth and nose. There were many deep wounds on his body, and his blood was like a fountain. A dignified true sage was actually seriously injured and on the verge of death. Puff, a bright and resplendent ray of light descended from the sky and decapitated his head. I hate. Ding Shanha's head rolled on the ground, and he let out a shrill, unwilling, and angry roar. Immediately, his voice stopped abruptly. His eyes were wide open, and his expression was ferocious. He was dying with a grievance. Perhaps he could accept death, but he couldn't accept that he would be defeated by a nobody whom he regarded as an ant. Moreover, he would die in a head-on confrontation. In the sky, the blood light was rolling, and the sound of mourning was drifting. There was silence in the field. The 5th chapter is here. There was no more tonight, but Goldfish made a difficult decision. As long as everyone voted for the Best Male Work Award, there would be more chapters tomorrow, although there would be no outbreak. Whoosh, Lin Sun's figure floated to the ground. He glanced at Ding Shanha's corpse and let out a long breath after confirming that he was dead. In the past, he had killed sages more than once, but almost all with the help of external forces. For example, he killed sages outside Snow Mulberry City with the power of the Buddha Heart of Slaughter. But now, he killed sages with his own strength. Whether it was the woman in red who was killed first or Ding Shanha and other sages, it was the same, especially when he killed Ding Shanha. Although Little Silver and the sky-splitting butterfly also helped, Lin Sun did not use the forbidden death magic and killed his opponent in a head-on confrontation. And the price Lin Sun paid was only a serious injury. There was no doubt that when the result of this battle was exposed, it was bound to cause great waves. After all, from ancient times to the present, not only in the ancient Desolation domain, but also in the other 8 domains, there was almost no one who could kill sages at the longevity realm like Lin Sun. To be more precise, such a shocking thing was like an impossible legend. Congratulations, Master. In the distance, Little Silver rushed over with a touch of admiration on his face. As he spoke, he raised his hand and threw Feng Quanxi to the ground. In the previous confrontation, Little Silver had already taken the opportunity to capture him. Master, what should we do? Little Silver asked. Bang, Lin Sun's answer was very simple. He raised his hand and fell his saber, killing Feng Quanxi in both body and soul. If Feng Quanxi from the black-striped Magic Bee tribe hadn't led the way before, how could he have been chased to such an extent? Next, Lin Sun began to clean up the spoils. Killing Ding Shanha and others allowed Lin Sun to collect several holy treasures, some elixirs, divine materials, and other precious treasures. In the eyes of others, this kind of spoils was already amazing. But for Lin Sun, it was just SOSO. On the contrary, Lin Sun was quite satisfied with the merits and military merits obtained by killing sages. Master, now that the danger has been resolved, shall we leave? We can't hide the fact that we killed so many sages. If we provoke the top sages, it will be troublesome. Little Silver said. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, we know nothing about what happened in the outside world during this period of time. We can take this opportunity to learn about it. There were many trials and tribulations in the secret realm of the underground palace. Moreover, the demonic crack butterfly still needed to absorb the power of the Void Saint Beast skeleton. Lin Sun had made up his mind to regard the secret realm of the underground palace as a foothold to avoid disasters. If he encountered another irresolvable danger, he would return to the secret realm. Over there. Suddenly, a wave of noise came from afar. Soon, many figures appeared. There were experts from the Golden Demon Snake clan, as well as other powerful figures from the various clans of the Blood Demon Ancient region. There were over 100 of them. All of them had received news from Feng Quanxi and were here to take orders. However, when they arrived at the scene and saw the bloody battlefield, their eyes widened in shock. According to what they knew, the prey called Lin Sun had been besieged by many sages. Who would have thought that when they arrived here, it would be such a tragic scene? On the ground, numerous corpses lay in disarray while pools of blood covered the ground. The ground in the vicinity had collapsed and cracked apart, and it was a scene of chaos and destruction. Oh my God! It's Lord Ding Shanha. He's in trouble. Someone exclaimed, causing a commotion in the field. Even Lord Jiqing is dead. How is this possible? Soon, Jiqing was also recognized. The experts from various clans who swarmed over felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their expressions changed drastically, and chills ran down their spines. Didn't they say that the target had not become a sage? How could these sages be in trouble? It's that guy. In just a moment, many people looked at Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating in the distance. His clothes were stained with blood, his hair was disheveled, and his body was riddled with injuries. He looked extremely miserable. Did he really do it? Many people's expressions changed. They could not believe that the death of Ding Xianxia and the others was related to such a miserable figure at the peak of the immortal level. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Someone said in a trembling voice. Who cares about that? Kill that kid first. Can't you see that he's already seriously injured? Someone stood up with a murderous look in his eyes. Plop, as soon as he finished speaking, his body shook and he fell to the ground softly. His eyes were wide open, but his soul had been erased. All of a sudden, everyone became stiff and dodged subconsciously. It was too weird. On the bloody battlefield, the scene of sages being killed was shocking and incredible. But now, someone died on the spot for no reason because of a sentence. This horrible atmosphere shocked everyone on the spot. Everyone was so shocked that their souls trembled and they felt a kind of bone-chilling coldness. At this moment, Lin Sun stood up. Although his body was stained with blood and his hair was disheveled, his dark eyes were deep and his expression was indifferent, with an indescribable majesty. How dare you come here without a sage leading the way? Aren't you afraid of being killed? Lin Sun said. I'll kill you now. A strong man of the Golden Snake clan hid in the crowd and shouted loudly. Puff, as soon as he finished speaking, he also shook his body and fell to the ground. He died on the spot. Why did this happen? What happened? Many people's eyes were wide open and their hair stood on end. They were terrified. They all wanted to retreat. They had heard that the depths of the godly refining forest was full of danger and strangeness. Now it seemed that it was true, but there were people who didn't believe it and shouted, "Let's attack together." I don't believe that a heavily injured person can stop us. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 strong men with the same idea attacked together. They all rushed towards Lin Sun, took out their treasures and used their Taoist skills. Lin Sun walked forward. Around him, a huge abyss appeared. Stars were destroyed within it, as if the gates of hell were opened. Bang bang bang, in an instant, all the strong men who rushed over exploded into pieces. They were killed by the abyss and turned into a rain of blood, unable to get close, even the attacking Taoist skills and treasures were crushed into pieces. A rain of light danced in the air, like a dazzling mist, extremely gorgeous. And in this blazing light, Lin Sun walked over. Although I am injured, killing you is easy. His indifferent voice resounded. Together with the bloody scene just now, it made everyone tremble in fear and they cried out in fear. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They rushed in all directions and fled. Since you are here, how can you leave just like that? Lin Sun spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it had a terrifying majesty. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from where he was and he began the slaughter. Boom, body after body split into pieces, all of them exploding into pieces. Under the fierce attacks that were like landslides and tsunamis, they were annihilated on the spot. Lin Sun didn't even look at them. His body emitted a monstrous murderous aura, like a devil descending to the world. Every time the burning god wings flashed, it would bring up a string of scarlet hot blood. It was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. At the beginning, he was chased all the way in the godly refining forest. He had no choice but to jump into the abyss. Even so, he was still surrounded by saints who tried everything they could to kill him. This made Lin Sun's heart full of anger and hatred. In particular, those who were captured and brought to the ancient desolation realm had their dignity trampled and were slaughtered at will. The bloody and humiliating scenes were still unforgettable to Lin Sun, but now, he wanted an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. No. Damn two-legged sheep, you will suffer retribution. How could this be? Wasn't he seriously injured? How could he be so terrible? This guy is not human at all. screams, roars, and angry and desperate curses resounded between heaven and earth. But no matter how they wailed, Lin Sun showed no mercy from beginning to end. His expression was cold and emotionless. This was a blood feud, and there was no room for mercy. In the 9-region battlefield, Lin Sun had thoroughly understood that if he wanted to survive, he must have a firm heart and kill mercilessly. Some people tried to escape, but they were killed by Little Silver and the sky-splitting demonic butterfly on the way. Some people begged for mercy, but it was destined to be in vain. They were killed directly. After a short while. In this bloody battlefield, there were dozens of corpses. Moreover, such a bloody scene was still playing out. Some strong people escaped into the divine refining forest, but Lin Sun kept chasing them. With the wings of burning god, which was comparable to teleportation, Lin Sun killed countless people along the way. How dare you! Suddenly, a thunderous roar rang out. A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe, whose whole body was golden and emitted the aura of the Saint Realm, teleported through the void. This made many people ecstatic, thinking that they were about to be saved. But before the middle-aged man in a luxurious robe could get close, he suddenly let out an extremely painful scream, held his head with both hands, and fell from the air. It was Little Silver and the sky-splitting demonic butterfly attacking together. If it were Ding Xianxia, he would not be so stupid as to be defenseless, because he had seen the strangeness and terror of Little Silver and the other two saints when they killed Ji Qing and the other two. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man came to rescue in a hurry and knew nothing about these things, so he was caught off guard. Puff, the broken blade cut off the middle-aged man's head before he could react. All of a sudden, the ecstatic faces of the experts crumbled. A true sage. But in the blink of an eye, he was killed? Who would believe it? Run! Run! That guy is a devil. No, he is scarier than a devil. All sorts of panicked and terrified screams rang out continuously in the divine refining forest. As for Lin Sun, he was still chasing. Back then, he was being chased by his enemies. Now, it was his turn to fight back. The originally silent atmosphere in the divine refining forest was broken. Many other powerhouses who were scattered around the forest were alarmed and stopped what they were doing. But before they could figure out what was happening, Lin Sun's attack was already upon them. This time, Lin Sun planned to make a big scene and then find an opportunity to leave. Otherwise, he would not be able to swallow the anger that he has been holding in for so long. From time to time, a shrill scream could be heard in the dark forest, sending chills down everyone's spine. Lin Sun's name had spread because he was being hunted by a group of sages these days. To the people of the ancient Desolation realm, the name itself represented a legend that everyone looked up to. But to the experts of the Blood Demon ancient realm, he was just a two-legged sheep that had stepped onto the peak and gained some fame. No one really took him seriously. Because everyone knew that the ancient Desolation realm was an unbearable, declining, and weak place. Moreover, the path of cultivation had been cut off for countless years. Subconsciously, no one took the experts of the ancient Desolation realm seriously. Kill the ancient Desolation realm first, then fight for the top. From this sentence, it could be seen how high and mighty the other 8 realms were towards the experts of the ancient Desolation realm. They looked down on them too much. But now, after Lin Sun started his killing spree, all the strong cultivators in the God refining forest realized that they had provoked a terrifying enemy this time. Puff! 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 In the forest, heads were thrown into the air and scarlet blood splattered everywhere. Even those who were at the peak of the longevity 9th retribution realm were killed like chickens and dogs. Even if it was a sage, he would be killed in an instant. Along the way, Lin Sun was invincible and defeated all enemies. What's going on? In the God refining forest, some experts were alarmed. They caught a black-striped hornet and questioned it. Quick, run. That guy is too scary. The black-striped hornet cried out in fear. Very quickly, these experts understood the specific information, and their expressions all changed. Send out a request for help. Ask the sages to come and help. These experts roared. Not long after, the request for help was sent out and turned into rays of divine light, disappearing into the horizon. In the distance, Lin Sun's black eyes were cold as he saw the scene. Then, he stepped forward and began his massacre. A moment later, when Lin Sun's figure disappeared, only corpses were left on the ground. Master, I found some information from the divine soul of a black-striped hornet. Little Silver flew over. Little Silver flew over. The most powerful and peerless figures of the Blood Devil world have gathered in the city of Dao Protectors. They say they're preparing to enter the Absolute Prison Pocket Realm. Xianxia, one of the Green Hell 8 Absolutes, will definitely head to the Absolute Prison Secret Realm. In addition, Xianxia gave the order not long ago to wipe out all the experts from the Realm of Ancient Desolation in the Blood Demon Realm within 3 months. Almost a month has passed. If we leave the God Refining Forest now, we'll definitely encounter all sorts of dangers along the way. Lin Sun listened in silence without slowing down. In his divine sense, he had already locked onto a group of enemies who were fleeing in panic not far away. By the way, there's another piece of news. Tens of thousands of miles away from here, at a place called Icewind Valley, Fairy Ruo Wu is being attacked by a group of peerless sages. Hearing this, Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed and he stopped. Ruo Wu was also in the Blood Demon Circle, pu. At the same time, the broken blade flashed out and chopped off bloody heads several hundred meters away. Not a single one was left alive. Putting away the broken blade, Lin Sun asked, "Where exactly is Icewind Valley?" Little Silver immediately looked worried and advised, "Master, we can't interfere in this matter. It's a fight between peerless sages. If we go there rashly, not only will we not be able to save Fairy Ruo Wu, but we may also get ourselves into trouble." After a pause, he continued, "What's more, you're injured now." Lin Sun interrupted him, "Little Silver, Ruo Wu is a top figure in the realm of Ancient Desolation. If she's in trouble, it's bound to be a heavy blow to the realm of Ancient Desolation. Apart from that, I can't just leave her to die." He wasn't a good person, but he was very clear that if Ruo Wu was killed, the realm of Ancient Desolation would definitely suffer an unimaginable blow. After all, there were many big shots like sages among the realm of Ancient Desolation participating in the 9-realm battlefield. However, only Prince Xiaohao and Fairy Ruo Wu were at the top of the realm of Ancient Desolation. Once either of them was in trouble, it was like cutting off one of the pillars of the realm of Ancient Desolation. "Master, you are actually not a real powerhouse of the realm of Ancient Desolation." Little Silver couldn't help but remind him. Lin Sun was startled, then he shook his head and said, "But I am a member of the realm of Ancient Desolation after all. I will definitely do my part." Then, Lin Sun took a deep breath and said, "Little Silver, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Lead the way. Let's go to the Icewind Valley now." Seeing this, Little Silver could only sigh in his heart and nod in agreement. Immediately, the two of them flew out of the God Refining Forest. Along the way, Lin Sun didn't bother to clean up the enemies scattered in the God Refining Forest. Compared to that, Ruo Wu's life was undoubtedly more important. Moreover, Lin Sun wasn't reckless. In his opinion, even if Ruo Wu was really surrounded, as long as he gave her a moment of opportunity, she would definitely be able to escape, but Lin Sun could give her a moment of opportunity. Even if he really couldn't save Fairy Ruo Wu in the end, Lin Sun wouldn't regret it. There were some things that you knew you couldn't do, but you had to do it. On the way, Lin Sun took out some treasured miraculous medicine to supplement the power of the immortal law and started to heal his injuries. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Outside the God Refining Forest, Lin Sun looked at the vast mountains and rivers that once again appeared in his field of vision. He took a deep breath and realized that his injuries were mostly healed. He immediately decided to continue his journey at full speed. Boom, however, not long after he set off, there was an earth-shattering battle that shook the heavens and the earth. Mountain after mountain collapsed and exploded in the blink of an eye. The terrifying aura of the battle caused Lin Sun's heart to tremble and his expression to change. So powerful, even if it was a saint, it would be impossible to have such power, could it be? Lin Sun spread his spiritual awareness and immediately found that in the far distance, 7 or 8 figures with terrible aura were besieging a fiery figure with all their strength. The figure was bathed in red flames and had a slender body. Her hair was tied up in a bun, revealing a snow-white neck. Her beautiful face had a transparent paleness to it. It was Fairy Ruo Wu. Lin Sun's heart shook. He didn't expect that she would appear in this area just as he was about to go to the Icewind Valley to save Fairy Ruo Wu. Moreover, judging from the situation, she had been chased all the way here. Silver, bring Tian back to the secret realm of the underground palace first. Wait for us there. I'll go save Ruawu. Lin Sun made a prompt decision and gave the order. Silver also realized the severity of the situation. He didn't dare to delay and returned to the god-refining forest with the sky-splitting demonic butterfly. Whoosh, at the same time, Lin Sun ran his chi and quietly approached the battlefield in the distance. You've traveled tens of thousands of miles, but you're able to hold on until now. You're also an extraordinary figure. I promise that as long as you admit defeat now and agree to join the Blood Fiend Ancient Region, we'll spare your life. Lei Shui said coldly in the void. His body was glowing and his attacks were ferocious. The power released from his every move was enough to kill a saint easily. In other directions, there were 6 other peerless saints who attacked at the same time. All of them looked grim and had monstrous combat power. In the 9-realm battlefield, restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that every peerless saint was a dominating figure. Here, they stood at the peak of the strong and could look down on all other opponents. At this moment, 7 peerless saints had completely surrounded Ruawu. People of the ancient desolation realm would rather die standing than live on their knees. Ruawu's pretty face was pale. She was seriously injured and her body was in terrible condition. She was on the verge of death. This battle had spanned tens of thousands of miles from the Icewind Valley until now. She was indeed on the verge of collapse. Humph. When I capture you, I will whip you and turn you into a slave. You will be raped and humiliated by others. You will be in a state where you cannot live or die. Lei Shuexiu said with a cold face. In the past battles between the 9 realms, all the pretty girls in the ancient desolation realm, no matter if they were peerless beauties or peerless fairies, have tasted the feeling of being a cheap slave? The others sneered with cruelty in their eyes. To have a peerless saintess become a slave that anyone could play with. Just thinking about it made one look forward to it. Ruawu's pretty face was as cold as ice. Her eyes were terrifyingly cold. She pursed her lips and said nothing. Even if she had to kill herself, she wouldn't let herself be captured alive. Die. Suddenly, a long howl resounded. Lei Shuexiu stomped through the sky, and his figure appeared out of thin air before Fairy Ruawu. His palm was like a wheel as it slapped down fiercely. Boom, the world shook and the void exploded. The terrifying power of the divine path burst out from Lei Shui's palm like the Milky Way falling from the sky. In just a second, Ruawu was so shocked that she coughed up blood. Her body staggered and flew backward. The other peerless saints had already taken this opportunity to attack from other directions. Every single one of them had an extremely cold murderous look on their faces. Since I can't live, I'll drag some of you down with me. Ruawu seemed to realize that the situation was not good. She clenched her teeth and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. Divine flames rose from her body and melted the void around her. Be careful. She'll go all out. Lei Shui's expression changed and he warned. If a peerless saint intended to perish together with his enemies, then the power was not something that anyone could endure. As expected, the peerless saints who were attacking Ruawu narrowed their eyes when they saw this. They slowed down their attacks and started to defend themselves. Right at this moment, a strand of strange and obscure energy suddenly swept out from the battlefield. The forbidden divine ability. At this moment, Ruawu, who was fighting desperately, seemed to have known that this would happen. She seized this opportunity and chose to escape without hesitation. Swoosh, her figure flashed and vanished into thin air. After a moment, Lei Shui and the others came to their senses. Their expressions changed. What power was that? How could it be so strange? An instant passed in the blink of an eye. But because of this split second, Fairy Ruawu seized the opportunity to teleport away and escape from the hopeless situation. This made the faces of Lei Shui and the others gloomy. What on earth happened just now? They were surprised and puzzled. After all, it was related to the supreme mystery of the law of time. Even emperors would find it hard to touch it, let alone top sages like them. Go. Lei Shui gritted his teeth and looked at the godly refining forest in the distance with bloodshot eyes. There was a lingering breath of Ruawu's teleportation. It could not be hidden from them at all. When I catch I will torture you to death. A fierce-looking man shrouded in a terrifying blue thunderstorm said fiercely. When they were in the frozen wind valley, they had already surrounded Fairy Ruo Wu and chased her all the way until now, crossing a distance of tens of thousands of miles. It was not easy for them to force Ruo Wu into a desperate situation. Who would have thought that an accident would happen again? How could they not hate her? Go. The 7 sages led by Lei Shui crossed the void and left. Brother Lin, thank you so much. Ruo Wu's pretty face was pale. There was a touch of gratitude between her eyebrows. As she spoke, blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. Obviously, the injury she suffered was far more serious than it looked. Don't talk. We will be safe once we enter the abyss. Lin Sun said quickly. At this moment, he was being teleported by Ruo Wu. Okay. Ruo Wu agreed readily. What a terrifying aura. That seems to be Lord Lei Shui? Oh my god, 7 top sages. Ha ha ha, our reinforcements are here. That 2-legged sheep is dead meat. In the godly refining forest, many overmatches who were in a panic inadvertently noticed the figures of Lei Shui and the others. For a moment, they could not help but let out a long sigh of relief and became excited. Before, Lin Sun had killed many overmatches along the way. They did not know how many overmatches were killed and lying in a pool of blood. This almost made many people collapse. They did not expect that a top figure from the ancient desolation realm could be so terrifying. Now, with the appearance of Lei Shui Xiao and the other 6 peerless sages, they were completely fearless. Lin Sun? What's going on? Along the way, Lei Shui Xiao and the others heard many discussions and couldn't help but feel puzzled. They didn't come here to kill Lin Sun, but to chase after Ruo Wu Fairy. But at this moment, they couldn't care about this. The most pressing matter at hand was to kill their target. As top sages, they all knew that if Fairy Ruo Wu was alive, the realm of ancient desolation would have one more pillar of support, a descendant of the vermilion bird bloodline, a woman who had set foot on the peak of the holy path, was able to fight against 7 people by herself and survive until now. This was enough to prove her strength. Whoosh, not long after, when they arrived near the large abyss, the hearts of Lei Shui Xiao and the others shook, and their expressions changed slightly. A strange and dangerous aura was spreading out from the abyss, causing peak sages like them to feel a chill down their spines. That woman escaped into this abyss. A man in cyan robes frowned. He walked closer to the abyss and spread out his soul consciousness, searching down into the abyss. Boom, a strange power of law suddenly emerged in the depths of the abyss, and the man in cyan robes' soul consciousness was suddenly bombarded. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan and immediately moved away. However, his face became dignified. This abyss is strange. The aura in it is enough to imprison us. Lei Shui Xiao and the others were shocked, and their eyes flickered. Look, there was a bloody fight here. Hey, isn't that Ding Xianxia, the minister of the Golden Demon Snake bloodline? He's dead. An old woman with a childish face and white hair in a blood-red robe said in surprise. She recognized a corpse lying in a pool of blood nearby. Ji Qing and the others are also dead, and they all died an hour ago. They couldn't have been killed by the woman of the vermilion bird bloodline. Another person analyzed. Say, do you think it's possible that someone came to Ruo Wu's aid and brought her into this abyss? Someone pondered. Whoosh, suddenly, Lei Muxiao reached out and grabbed a thin man in black from afar. He asked, "Tell me what happened here." The thin man in black was from the black-striped demon bee bloodline. He told them everything about Lin Sun. For a moment, all the peak sages present were stunned. They didn't expect that a peak figure in the ancient desolation realm could do so many bloody things in a short period of time. Even Ding Xianxia and the other 4 sages had died here. It was unbelievable. Since when could a peak figure in the 9 retributions of the longevity realm cross a realm and kill a sage? It was almost impossible in the 8 regions. What did you say? Lei Mujin was killed by Lin Sun? Lei Muxiao suddenly flew into a rage. His killing intent soared into the sky, causing the void nearby to wail. He was extremely fierce and terrifying. Lei Mujin was a peerless figure of the Flying Iris demon tribe. He was destined to set foot on the path to sainthood. Lei Muxiu had originally come to the divine refining forest to pick up Lei Mujin and sent him to the city of Dao protectors to meet up with Xueqingyi and the others in preparation for entering the extreme prison secret realm. He didn't expect that Lei Mujin was already dead. The black-striped demon bee bloodline powerhouse was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. His lips trembled as he said, My lord, this was done by Lin Sun. Bang, Lei Muxiu wouldn't listen to any explanation. He smashed the person's head with a slap, causing blood to splatter everywhere. His face was livid, and his eyes were full of killing intent. He stared at the abyss not far away and said, The girl from the vermilion bird lineage, including the little bastard named Lin Sun, must die. He enunciated each word with an earth-shattering killing intent. The other 6 peak sages were silent. They could all see that Lei Mujin's death had enraged Lei Mujin. No one wanted to provoke him now. Are we just going to wait here? Someone asked with a frown. Capture them. Capture all the 2-legged sheep in the ancient desolation realm. Lei Muxiu said without hesitation. His idea was the same as his nephew Lei Mujin's. They both wanted to use the lives of the ancient desolation realm powerhouses to force Lin Sun to show himself. They were indeed uncle and nephew. On this day, the blood demon world was in an uproar. Ruo Wu, the female saint of the ancient desolation realm, was being chased by a group of peak sages into the divine refining forest. This news made all the powerhouses of the blood demon ancient realm realize that there was someone who could set foot in the ancient desolation realm that they looked down upon. This was beyond their expectations. The second news was related to Lin Sun. In other words, the massacre that Lin Sun had caused was even greater than Ruo Wu's. It made the powerhouses of the blood demon ancient realm tremble. Shizhen of the golden demon snake bloodline, Lei Mujin of the flying iris demon tribe, and Ding Xianxia and the other 4 sages had fallen. All of this was done by a peak figure of the ancient desolation realm who hadn't become a sage. Who could believe it? Even though Lin Sun was injured, he was still able to walk through the godly refining forest alone and kill countless people. This was even more shocking. What kind of monster was Lin Sun? Since when did such a heaven-defying and ruthless person appear in the ancient desolation realm? The news quickly spread to the city of Dao protectors, the base camp of the blood demon ancient realm, causing a huge uproar. Lin Sun and Ruo Wu had completely entered the sights of every powerhouse of the blood demon ancient realm. On the same day, even Xueqingyi, who was in seclusion, was alarmed. After a long silence, she issued an order. Tell Lei Muxiu and the other seniors that these 2 must die. If they need anything, all the powerhouses of the blood demon ancient realm will cooperate with them. The news spread on the same day. To the powerhouses of the blood demon ancient realm, what Lin Sun and Ruo Wu had done was simply one humiliation after another. They couldn't tolerate it. If the news spread, the other 7 realms would definitely treat them as a joke, causing them to lose face. But more importantly, the strength and foundation that Lin Sun and Ruo Wu had displayed had made them wary. They didn't dare to look down on them like they did before. Therefore, just like Xueqingyi, they couldn't allow Lin Sun and Ruo Wu to live any longer. In an instant, everyone in the blood demon realm began to focus their attention on the divine refining forest. The blood demon ancient realm wasn't the only powerhouses in the blood demon realm. There were also many powerhouses from the other 8 realms. Most of them had been moved to the blood demon realm when the 9 realms battlefield opened. Apart from the powerhouses of the ancient desolation realm who had recently been wiped out by the powerhouses of the blood demon ancient realm, the powerhouses of the other 7 realms hadn't been targeted or persecuted. When these powerhouses from the other 7 realms learned about what happened to Lin Sun and Fairy Ruo Wu, they were also extremely shocked. After all, the ancient desolation realm had been weak for a long time. Now that these 2 peerless powerhouses had appeared, it was naturally unimaginable. When these powerhouses from the other 7 realms left the blood demon realm, they also spread the news about Lin Sun and Fairy Ruo Wu to the other forces. In short, the impact of this matter was brewing, the secret realm of the underground palace. After arriving here and making sure that there was no more danger, Ruo Wu couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Her face was pale and her eyes were dull. Are you okay? Lin Sun was a little nervous. He took out some healing medicine and handed it to her. I'm fine. Ruo Wu accepted the godly medicine. As she chewed and refined it, she looked around and said, "I was worried that you would get into trouble in the godly refining forest. Who would have thought that you would be hiding in a secret realm that is isolated from the outside world?" Lin Sun was startled. He immediately realized something and said, "Lady Ruawu, you were planning to save me?" Ruawu laughed at herself. "If I knew you were safe and sound, I wouldn't have been so stupid to let myself be chased all the way here." At this point, Lin Sun completely understood. He couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth. Additional chapters are here. Kids, if you want to see Goldfish continue to update tomorrow, please don't forget to vote for your 5 free tickets tomorrow. Lin Sun and Ruawu couldn't even be considered friends, nor did they have much of a relationship. But just like Lin Sun, when she heard that Lin Sun was in trouble, she resolutely chose to rescue him. How could Lin Sun not be moved? Recuperate well. At least in this place, no one can hurt you. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun made a decision. Ruawu nodded and began to meditate. The injuries she suffered this time were too severe, and it was even to the extent of injuring her foundation of the Great Tao. It was still unknown whether she could completely recover now. But she did not regret it. From Ruawu's point of view, Lin Sun couldn't be absent from the ancient Desolation realm in the Battle of the Nine-Region battlefield. No one knew better than her how terrible Lin Sun's power would be as long as he could become a saint. During the 10 years in the Absolute Domain, even someone as dazzling as Xiao Hao couldn't outshine Lin Sun. Before entering the Nine-Territory battlefield, Lin Sun had defeated a group of foreign messengers alone, which had pushed him to the throne of the top cultivator in the ancient Desolation realm. At that time, both Xiao Hao and Ruawu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Later, as Prince Xiao Hao and she reached the peak of the Saint Realm one after another, they barely walked out of the shadow of being dominated by Lin Sun. In their pursuit of the Tao, they were one step ahead of Lin Sun, winning the admiration of countless people in the ancient Desolation realm. However, Ruawu was very clear that Lin Sun might not be able to reach the pinnacle of the Saint Realm first, but as long as he did, even she and Prince Xiao Hao would not be able to compete with him. This was why when she found out that Lin Sun was trapped in the godly refining forest, she exposed herself and used herself as bait to lure out the saints of the Blood Demon territory. The purpose was to share the danger for Lin Sun. In fact, Ruawu's action did help Lin Sun out of trouble. For example, Lei Shuexiu had originally planned to enter the god refining forest to pick up Lei Mujin. However, halfway through the journey, he heard that Ruawu had appeared in the Icewind Valley. He had no choice but to change his mind and leave halfway. Invisibly, Lin Sun also avoided the possibility of being attacked by a peerless saint. Fortunately, he's safe and sound. Ruawu completely relaxed and abandoned all distracting thoughts, falling into a deep level of meditation. Her jade white and crystalline body was tainted with blood and covered in injuries, her fiery red robe was in tatters, and her peerlessly beautiful face was ghastly pale and translucent, causing her to seem extremely haggard and miserable. Seeing this, Lin Sun felt more and more emotional. If not for saving him, with her current strength, how could she have been chased by 7 peak-level sages? Master, it's very likely that she has already damaged her own Tao foundation. Little Silver was deeply worried. Lin Sun took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry. I'll do whatever I can to help her recover completely." In the following days, Ruawu stayed in the secret realm of the underground palace. The changes in the outside world didn't affect Lin Sun and others at all. In the pond filled with chaotic energy, the demonic crack butterfly was absorbing the power of the Void Saint Beast. Its slender and gorgeous body shone with a holy luster. Little Silver was also cultivating with all his might. He realized that perhaps the secret realm was extremely safe, but once he left, he was bound to face an unimaginably terrifying calamity. Because 7 peak-level sages, including Lei Shuexiu, had sealed off the area around the abyss. Lin Sun was comprehending the mystery of becoming a sage in the sage introduction. Every peak-level sage would trigger different tribulations when he became a sage. This was related to the different paths they sought towards the Tao. But Lin Sun found one thing in common. In primitive times, every peak-level sage would make a great wish to become a sage. For example, the Golden Cicada young man made a great wish that all living beings in the world could become sages one day. For example, the Taishan Sword Emperor made a great wish for the world to be peaceful. For example, the Wuyang War Emperor made a great wish to stop war by killing. These great wishes were naturally contained in Great Spirit. However, in Lin Sun's view, no matter what great wish to become a sage, it was just a goal on the road to pursue. This goal differed from person to person. There was no difference between high and low goals, and it wasn't that the more shocking one's ambition was, the better it would be. The key was whether such a great wish came from one's own heart. If it went against one's own heart, the great wish would be an illusion. Even if one became a sage, it would conflict with one's own state of mind in the future and he wouldn't be able to make great achievements. On the contrary, if the great wish came from one's own heart, even if it seemed small, as long as one became a sage, one's cultivation would be smooth. For example, there was an emperor-level existence named Long Hao recorded in the introduction to the saint. When he became a saint, his ambition was, "When I become a sage, I only hope that I will never die, and that I will bless my clan so that everyone can live in peace." Such an emperor's great wish was just to protect his clan so that they could live in peace. It might be ridiculed if it was set out. But such a great wish accompanied Long Hao to become a sage until he forged the road of great emperor. "When I become a sage," Lin Sun murmured for a long time. His eyes were deep and thoughtful, and he stood there in a daze. When he was young, he only wanted to know his life experience. Until he learned about it, he only wanted to know where his parents were now and who had persecuted them. And Master Lu, where was he now? Similarly, he still had a lot of things to do. It was as if he had pushed open the door to heaven. Like finding out the culprit behind the scenes who controlled Yun Qingbai, Quasi-Emperor Ba Qi. But all this seemed to be related to him, but the vision that really came from his heart, what was it? Yun Qingbai said that he had no choice from the beginning. Now that I think about it, isn't it the same for me? Lin Sun was in a daze for a long time, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. From the beginning, he had been carrying a lot of things, such as family hatred, the mystery of his life experience. Many fetters and karma urged him to work hard and didn't dare to slack off. Now that he thought about it, Lin Sun found that what he really wanted to do seemed to have nothing to do with these things. So, what on earth did he want? Lin Sun was lost in thought. As time went by, Lin Sun was silent and motionless, like a clay sculpture, sitting there with his legs crossed and no longer moving. 2 days later, Little Silver noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with Lin Sun. It was clear that he was not meditating, and his aura was as still as a stone. "Don't disturb him." Suddenly, Ruo Wu, who was not far away, opened her eyes, and there was a strange splendor in the depths of her pupils. She said, "He is thinking about a problem that is related to his future path and destiny." Little Silver was moved. "Is it related to the great wish of the saint?" Ruo Wu nodded. "The great wish of the saint is mysterious. Maybe it can't determine the strength of a practitioner, but it will affect his future path. It seems that Master is not far from breaking through the realm." Little Silver's eyes were bright. Ruo Wu smiled and said, "Earlier, I intended to risk my life to bring him to the absolute purgatory secret realm to fight for a fortuitous encounter at the peak of becoming a saint. But now, it would seem that the path he seeks is unrelated to these fortuitous encounters." Little Silver said proudly, "My master's path has always been different from others, different from the world, different from the past and the present." Ruo Wu was stunned. She looked at Lin Sun, who was as still as a mountain not far away, and said thoughtfully, "Perhaps this is the reason why he can be unrivaled in the ancient desolation realm. By the way, do you know that there are many opportunities in this secret realm?" Immediately, Ruo Wu changed the topic and asked Little Silver. "There are indeed." Speaking of this, Little Silver seemed to realize something and said, "You also got one?" Ruo Wu nodded with a smile, her starry eyes sparkling. "I was seriously injured before, and the foundation of the Saint Tao was damaged. But in the previous practice, I experienced an incredible ordeal, and my Taoist injury was restored to its original state." "Which building is the test?" Little Silver's eyes lit up. "Xinyuan Building." Ruo Wu pointed to a building in the distance and said with a touch of amazement, "This secret realm is not simple. If your master can figure out his great wish of the saint this time, he is very likely to break through the realm here." Little Silver grinned and said, "Of course." Anyway, as long as it was a praise for Lin, Little Silver liked to listen to it. Ruo Wu couldn't help laughing. Even she was a little jealous of Lin Sun, who could make a spirit-eating insect king trust and follow him unconditionally. Bang! 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 At this moment, a dull breaking sound suddenly sounded outside the secret realm of the underground palace. Little Silver narrowed his eyes and gnashed his teeth. It must be those bastards from the Blood Demon Ancient region. Don't disturb him. I'll go with you to have a look. Ruo Wu stood up. Her injuries had been completely healed. At this time, her skin was crystal clear, filled with the glory of the Saint Tao. Her slender and graceful figure was glittering, and she had a kind of spirit of looking up to the world and looking down on the world. This was the charm of a peerless saint. Even an ordinary true saint had to bow his head. Okay. Little Silver took Ruo Wu with him and left the underground palace. They looked up and saw corpses being thrown down one after another over the abyss. There were men and women, peerless figures, and ordinary kings on the path to immortality. But without exception, all of them were tortured to death before they were tossed into the abyss. Some had their limbs severed, some had their stomachs cut open, some had their heads twisted off, and some had transformed into a pile of flesh that trickled down to the ground. It was impossible to even identify them. After these corpses fell, they were swallowed up by the dense space cracks above the underground palace. Even if they died, not even their corpses were left behind. Little Silver's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Those damned alien scums." Ruo Wu stood still, her expression extremely cold. They were meat on the chopping block, which made her feel depressed. "This time I'll send 10 two-legged goats to meet you. If you still don't come out in 3 days, I'll send you another 100 two-legged goats." In the sky above the abyss, Lei Shui's indifferent and cold voice resounded. "As long as you don't come out, all the two-legged goats caught by the Blood Demon Ancient region will all die because of you. Remember, these two-legged goats died because of you." Silver clenched his teeth in anger. "Fairy Ruo Wu, I'll go get little Tian. How about we work together to kill those bastards?" Ruo Wu shook her head. "Let's wait for Lin Sun to make the decision. I suspect that a trap has been set up around the abyss. We can't act rashly." Silver frowned, but in the end, he sighed. "Fine, we'll have to endure it." In reality, he didn't know that Ruo Wu's murderous intent was almost out of control. In the end, the two suppressed their anger and returned to the secret underground realm. Outside the abyss, Lei Shuixiu said indifferently, "Since Xueqingyi told us to kill the adulterous couple no matter what, then we can only wait here for the time being." The other 6 saints had no objections. "But what if they hide inside and refuse to come out?" someone asked. "Then we'll use the bodies of the two-legged lambs to fill up the abyss." Lei Shuixiu said indifferently, "I don't believe they won't do anything." Then, he ordered, "Pass down my order. In the future, all the two-legged lambs we catch in the Blood Demon territory are to be sent here." "Yes." A black-striped demon hornet tribe powerhouse accepted the order and left. "Also, we need to make some preparations. For example, we need to set up a large array here in case anything happens." Lei Shuixiu said in a low voice, "Also, tell the powerhouses to lock down the godly training forest to prevent powerful people from the ancient desolation region from coming to the rescue." Everyone nodded and started to move. Xueqingyi had already given the order. This time, they had to kill the man and woman no matter what. Therefore, no one dared to be negligent. Perhaps Xueqingyi wasn't a saint yet, but in the Blood Demon territory, he was the leader and had the absolute right to speak. "I have a feeling that if we can kill the adulterous couple, we'll definitely deal a heavy blow to the ancient desolation region." Lei Shuixiu's eyes were full of murderous intent. The others agreed with him. The ancient desolation region had been in decline for too long. Only a small group of the younger generation had reached the peak. Peerless figures like Lin Sun and Ruo Wu were definitely leaders of the ancient desolation region. If they died, the ancient desolation region's powerhouses would be leaderless. In the boundless wilderness, a group of experts from the ancient desolation realm were fleeing in panic. Behind them, a group of flying kite demon races experts chased after them leisurely, and a cruel smile hung on their lips. After a while, when the battle broke out, the experts of the ancient desolation realm were attacked from all sides. 7 of them died on the spot, and 13 were captured alive. "Leave this girl here first. I need to vent my anger first." One of the flying kite race's experts looked at a beautiful woman with a lustful gaze as he strode over to her. Not long after, screams of anger and pain rang out in the wilderness. The woman was struggling on her deathbed. The flying iris devils roared with laughter. Boom, a fierce battle broke out above a lake. Soon, a saint from the ancient Desolation realm was pulled out from the bottom of the lake and fell to the ground like a dead dog. Not bad, we finally caught a big fish. The sages of the Blood Fiend ancient region all wore satisfied smiles. Capture this big fish and send it to the God Training Forest. One of the sages ordered. Someone immediately stepped forward and chained the head of the saint from the ancient Desolation realm. He dragged the saint's head on the ground like a dog and ran away. We can't let the dead go to waste. Collect their skulls. Our city of Dao protectors will expand in the future, and these skulls will be the best material to build the city walls. On a blood-colored wasteland, a tall and skinny man stood in the middle of a battlefield littered with corpses and said calmly. A group of experts immediately began to harvest the heads of the corpses on the ground as if they were collecting the flesh of livestock. They were skilled, and it was obvious that this wasn't the first time they had done this. Similar scenes were happening in different areas of the Blood Fiend realm. Following Xueqingyi's order, the experts of the entire Blood Fiend ancient region began to cooperate with Lei Shui and the others to capture the experts of the ancient Desolation realm. Resistance was futile. Bloody, brutal, and horrifying scenes were playing out ceaselessly. Sin and evil intertwined. In just 3 days, hundreds of captured experts of the ancient Desolation realm were sent to the abyss in the depths of the God Training Forest. There were even a few sages among them. In the ancient Desolation realm, these sages were all powerful and influential figures. They were respected by countless experts. But now, all of them were in dire straits and covered in wounds. They were extremely miserable and had become prisoners. Lei Shui's expression was cold. Without even looking, he raised his hand and grabbed. Bang! Bang, bang! With a series of terrifying explosions, 100 experts of the ancient Desolation realm were killed on the spot. Their flesh and blood were all swept up and tossed into the abyss. From afar, it looked like a rain of flesh and blood had fallen on the abyss. The smell of blood was overwhelming and nauseating. The other captured experts of the ancient Desolation realm trembled in fear. Many of them collapsed to the ground. Some cursed, some roared angrily, and some begged for mercy. Not everyone had the courage to die, and not everyone was unyielding. It was inevitable that they would beg for mercy from the experts of the alien clans. But all of this was destined to be in vain. Lei Shui and the other 6 peerless sages were indifferent from the beginning to the end. For them, the experts of the ancient Desolation realm were indeed no different from livestock. Otherwise, why would they be called two-legged sheep? In the end, Lei Shui said, this is the flesh and blood of 100 two-legged sheep. If you can bear it, more two-legged sheep will die because of you next time. His cold voice resounded in the sky and the earth. It was transmitted into the abyss. Here they come again. Little Silver's face was full of killing intent. He couldn't hold it in anymore. If you rush out, you'll be tricked by them. Ruo Wu took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. Remember, don't do anything before Lin Sun wakes up. Then, she sat cross-legged on the ground, abandoned her perception, and began to meditate. She was afraid that if she continued to listen, she would be the first to attack. Little Silver's face was livid, and his expression kept changing. But in the end, he held it in and punched the ground hard. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'll pay them back 1,000 times. In the distance, Lin Sun was motionless and silent. These days, he had been in this state, like a rock. Time flowed by. Unknowingly, a month had passed. During this period of time, more and more experts of the ancient Desolation realm were brutally killed. Their corpses and flesh were thrown into the abyss. Lei Shui wanted to force Lin Sun and Ruo Wu out in this bloody and cruel way. But until now, his wish hadn't been fulfilled. There were more than 1,000 bodies thrown into the abyss. Among them, there were descendants of major sects in the ancient Desolation realm, elites who were regarded as dragons and phoenixes, and beautiful girls. There were also all-powerful sages. But no matter who they were no different from livestock. After being slaughtered, their bodies were thrown into the abyss. Over the past month, the surroundings of the abyss had been filled with a lingering smell of blood, causing the void to be dyed a blood-red color. If retribution really existed in this world, Lei Shui and the others would have been killed long ago. Unfortunately, retribution was just the imagination of the weak. In the Nine-Territory battlefield, millions of corpses were buried every time the Nine-Territory battle took place. Blood flowed like a river. For Lei Shui and the others, those who died were all experts of the ancient Desolation realm. Naturally, they wouldn't feel anything. I'm sure that Ruo Wu must have hurt her Tao Foundation. She's nothing to worry about. A man in Xian said with a gloomy expression. Only Lin Sun is unfathomable. He hasn't become a sage yet, but he already has the ability to kill sages. What if he becomes a sage? Hee, you don't think that kid can become a sage in the abyss, do you? Lei Shui sneered. That's impossible. Even with Xueqingyi's background, she can only go to the ultimate prison secret realm to seek the opportunity to become a sage. That kid is trapped here and is destined to miss the opportunity to enter the ultimate prison secret realm. In this way, he has no chance to become a sage. At the end, Lei Shui couldn't help but sneer. It seems like we can't do anything about that kid hiding in the abyss. But at the same time, he'll lose the opportunity to become a sage. That's enough. The other peerless saints pondered for a moment and agreed with him. Even if they couldn't kill that kid for now, it was still worthwhile to trap him here and make him miss the opportunity to become a sage. One must know that that kid was a leading figure. How terrifying would he be if he became a sage, but now, it was destined to be impossible. Time passed quickly. Another half a month passed. Blood Demon Realm, City of Tao Protectors. Boom, a dazzling ray of light shot out from Xueqingyi's seclusion area, dispersing the clouds in the sky and illuminating the area. On this day, Xueqingyi came out of seclusion and issued an order to lead a group of peerless figures of the Blood Demon Ancient Realm to the Ancient Desolation Realm. Because the ultimate prison secret realm would descend in half. A month, as soon as the news spread, the City of Tao Protectors was in an uproar. The peerless figures of the various clans and races who were already prepared obeyed the order and gathered towards Xueqingyi. These peerless figures had been lying dormant in the City of Tao Protectors for the opportunity to enter the ultimate prison secret realm. Now, they were about to set out. However, before they set out, Xueqingyi received a piece of news that caused him to frown and reveal a wisp of displeasure. All the peerless sages have been unable to kill that man and woman? What a bunch of useless fools. His voice was indifferent, and he didn't conceal his displeasure at all. Pass down my order. If Lei Shui and the others haven't killed that man and woman by the time I return from the ultimate prison secret realm, then don't blame me for being impolite. With that, Xueqingyi led the group and left. All along the way, a group of peerless sages followed them and protected the peerless figures of the Blood Demon Ancient Realm. The secret realm of the underground palace. It's been almost 2 months. Master is only thinking about a problem related to the great ambition of the divine path. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Little Silver frowned, a little worried. Fairy Ruo Wu was surprised as well. She thought for a while and said, "Don't worry. I believe with his intelligence, he will not be troubled by a single question." Whoosh, in the distance, the demonic crack butterfly fluttered over. Little Tian, you transformed again? Little Silver's eyes lit up. At this moment, the demonic crack butterfly's wings looked as if they were made of pure black jade, and there was a mysterious Tao light flowing on them. Its body was slender, and when it spread its wings, it was only the size of a palm. However, as it flapped its wings, the nearby void was stirred up like ripples. Ruo Wu said in surprise, "Perfected longevity 9th retribution realm, just one step away from stepping into the peerless saint realm. What an amazing advancement speed." When she first saw the sky-split demonic butterfly, it had only just stepped into the longevity tribulation realm. However, in just 2 months, it had already reached the perfected longevity 9th tribulation realm. Such a speed of advancement could absolutely be said to be world-shocking and world-shattering, and it was even to the extent that no one would believe it if news of it were to spread. Before I went into hibernation, I already had the foundation to become a saint. Now, I'm just awakening my foundation. Little Tian folded his wings and landed lightly on Little Silver's shoulder. Furthermore, I've also absorbed the power of a quasi-emperor void sacred beast skeleton. It's only natural that I've advanced to this level. Little Silver and Ruawu were speechless. How could this be considered normal? At that moment, whether it was Little Silver, Ruawu or Little Tian, they were all startled and looked into the distance. There, Lin Sun, who had been like a clay statue, opened his eyes, and his whole body emitted a kind of obscure and mysterious wave. He stood up, placed his hands behind his back, and stared blankly into the sky. He seemed to be pondering an extremely difficult problem, and it seemed extremely unusual. Master, Little Silver was about to speak when Ruawu stopped him. An illusory luster appeared in her starry eyes. She stared at Lin Sun and transmitted her voice, "Your master may want to prove his Tao." Proving the way, it was just 2 words, but Little Silver's heart shook fiercely. "Let's avoid this place first." As Ruawu said this, she quietly moved away with Little Silver and Little Tian, then sent a telepathic message. The obscure energy waves from his body are the signs of the extreme transformation of his power. If I'm not mistaken, it's very likely that his divine tribulation is coming. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Sun's startled expression in the distance was replaced by a touch of extreme calmness. Then, a Dao sound came from his lips. "When I become a saint," boom, as soon as he said this, an indescribably terrifying murderous force descended upon him. All the hair on Little Silver's body stood on end and his body stiffened. He felt like his soul was about to leave his body, and he almost fell to his knees in terror. The little heavenly wings fiercely unfurled, but then immediately retracted. His entire body was trembling, as if he was also intimidated and on the verge of collapsing. Even Ruawu, who had stepped into the Peerless Saint stage, narrowed her eyes as she felt extreme danger approaching. Without hesitation, she took Little Silver and Little Tian far away again. "What tribulation is this?" Little Silver was shocked. It was invisible, intangible, colorless, and traceless. It couldn't be seen, touched or sensed at all, but he could clearly feel the existence of this tribulation. It is indeed very rare. No, even I have never heard of such a strange and inconceivable tribulation befalling someone when they are at the peak of becoming a saint. Ruawu's pretty face was full of solemnity. As far as she knew, every tribulation would cause a sky full of tribulation clouds, and then the tribulation thunder would rise, and the tribulation would come down. For example, when she was crossing the tribulation to become a saint, she triggered the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation, which was divided into 6 minor and 3 major tribulations, a total of 9 tribulations. Each tribulation thunder had the power to destroy the world. And the thunder tribulation was more terrible than the previous one. In order to pass the tribulation, she prepared many life-saving means, such as peerless elixirs, magic weapons, and so on, and even invited many old antiques to protect her. Even so, she still encountered great danger during the tribulation, which could be said to be a narrow escape from death. When she succeeded in crossing the tribulation, she almost died. As far as Ruawu knew, Prince Xiaohao was about the same when he crossed the tribulation to become a saint, but the tribulation he faced was different. But it was obvious that the tribulation Lin Sun encountered was different from theirs. There was no tribulation cloud, no tribulation thunder, and no earth-shattering destructive momentum. It came so silently and invisibly, and this was only because he had said the words, "When I become a saint." What on earth is the great wish he has been thinking about these days? How could it trigger such a strange and terrible tribulation? Ruawu was nervous. Puff, as soon as Lin Sun finished his words, dense scars appeared on his body as if it was cut by a sharp blade, and blood flowed like a waterfall. In the blink of an eye, he became a bloody man. "Master!" Little Silver exclaimed and was about to rush over to help Lin Sun. Ruawu immediately stopped him with a solemn and stern look. "If you go now, you will destroy his tribulation." Little Silver's expression was uncertain, and he was burning with anxiety. In the distance, Lin Sun didn't even frown. His face was extremely calm from beginning to end. He was bathed in blood and had countless scars, but he didn't notice it at all. He said again, "My heart is the heart of heaven." Boom, Ruawu, Little Silver, and Little Tian didn't hear clearly at all. They felt their souls throbbing as if they were struck by lightning. Their blood and chi were rolling, and they almost coughed up blood. This made them change their faces in horror. Lin Sun's body was eroded by the strong wind and smelted by the raging fire. The wind was the tribulation wind, invisible and intangible, but it could blow through people's soul, mind, and will. The fire was the tribulation fire, invisible and intangible, but it could melt people's flesh, skin, and internal organs. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sun's body was like a piece of scorched wood, tottering. Master! Little Silver's eyes were red, and his eyes were about to burst. Ruo Wu held him down and said, "This is his tribulation. No one can get involved in it. Don't you understand? My Tao is the great way." Even so, Lin Sun's voice sounded again. Boom! Little Silver and the others only felt their ears buzzing, and their six senses were blocked. Their faces turned pale, and they were shaken away by an invisible and terrible force. Even Ruo Wu was no exception. They fell to the ground, coughing up blood, and their faces changed. What kind of tribulation was this? How could it be so horrible? They didn't get involved in it, but just watched it from a distance, and they couldn't bear it. It could be imagined how terrible the blow Lin Sun suffered when he encountered such a tribulation was. In fact, Lin Sun's scorched body, which was like a dead wood, directly cracked and exploded. Only the light of his soul was flowing with the breath of immortality. But it wasn't over yet. The next moment, Lin Sun's firm, calm, and even emotionless voice rang out again, "When my Tao is proved, with eternity as my crown, I am crowned as the head. I wear my body with immortality. With fortune as my boots, I will walk on my feet." However, no matter how hard they tried, Little Silver and Ruo Wu couldn't hear Lin Sun's figure. They could only feel that every time Lin Sun uttered a word, the terrible killing in the void became stronger. In the end, even the sound and perception disappeared. The light of Lin Sun's soul, like a light in a storm, gradually weakened and dimmed, outside the Nine Regions battlefield. In a vast, empty Zhou void. While Lin Sun was going through the tribulation, countless power of rules of order suddenly emerged and turned into terrible waves, rolling violently in the boundless void. What? A surprised and clear voice sounded in the depths of the void. "This Tao wants to replace the heaven." Who is it? Isn't he afraid of being killed by the taboo? Nine Regions battlefield. It seems that when a junior in the Nine Regions became a sage, the power he sought was too taboo, so he suffered a disaster. Another old voice rang out leisurely. As soon as the voice fell, a powerful, overbearing, and cold voice suddenly exploded in the void. Humph. In the Nine Regions battlefield, if it weren't for the rules, I would kill this rebellious heresy first. Heresy? Didn't we prove our Tao in this way? Why, only you are allowed to prove your Tao in this way, but others are not allowed to set foot on this road. Someone sneered. You are all ancestors of the Tao. Why argue about this? If this person doesn't die, he is destined to set foot on the ancient road of the starry sky one day. At that time, it won't be too late to talk about his life or death. An ethereal and low voice resounded through the air. Suddenly, all the voices disappeared. The tumbling and turbulent void also calmed down, and all the power of rules of order disappeared. After a long time, Little Silver, Ruo Wu, and Little Tian gradually regained their senses, and their vision became clear. The unimaginably terrible breath of the tribulation was long gone. Looking around, whether it was the pavilions, terraces, or other scenery, nothing had suffered any damage. If they hadn't been sure that everything just now was real, they would have suspected that it was just a dream. Where's the master? Suddenly, Little Silver widened his eyes and shouted. He looked around but couldn't find any trace of Lin Sun. Ruo Wu's face also changed. Even with the power of her divine senses, she couldn't sense Lin Sun's breath or trace anymore. The demonic butterfly flew lightly and moved to different areas of the secret realm in the underground palace. After searching for a long time, it still found nothing. Did the master die in a disaster? Little Silver felt like collapsing at this moment. He was panic-stricken, his chest was stuffy, and his mind was blank. The demonic butterfly fell silent. Ruo Wu's face also turned slightly pale. If Lin Sun died here, the experts of the ancient desolation realm would lose a pillar without him. How could they compete with the top experts of the other 8 realms? Master! Little Silver screamed and collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, he felt as if he had lost all his strength, fighting spirit, and thoughts. As long as the spirit-eating insects recognized their master, they would follow him to death. Now that Lin Sun was gone, Little Silver only had one thought, to go with his master. Stop screaming. I'm going deaf. At this moment, a gentle voice with a smile rang in Little Silver's ears. Send more updates. Also, Goldfish promised to update 10 times this Saturday. To be honest, it's very stressful, but Goldfish will keep her promise and try her best. Along with the voice, a wisp of holy light emerged in the void, and then gradually outlined a slender and handsome figure. His black hair was loose, and there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. His whole body was flowing with bright light rain, and his clothes were fluttering. He was like an exiled immortal, giving people a feeling of emptiness and perfection. Standing there casually, he had the momentum of connecting heaven and earth and looking up to all living beings. Little Silver was stunned at first, and then he turned his head. When he saw the familiar figure in his field of vision, his originally blank and gray consciousness gradually recovered. He got up quickly, his eyes red, and said excitedly, You. Master. It's really you. Saying this, he still didn't believe it. He jumped to Lin Sun's shoulder and pulled Lin Sun's earlobe. Only then did he find that it was true. He immediately smiled and danced with excitement. Haha, Master is still alive. That damn tribulation can't do anything to my master. Seeing his ecstasy, Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. Next to him, Ruawu was also in a trance. After a while, she calmed down and said, You have set foot on the Supreme Saint realm? Lin Sun nodded. I was lucky to succeed. Even though Ruawu had already guessed it, when he got the confirmation, his heart still rolled and his eyes were in a trance. He succeeded. Lin Sun didn't participate in the struggle in the secret realm of absolute prison, nor did he rely on any external force. In a strange and horrible tribulation, Lin Sun broke through it and became a saint. No wonder I was unable to lock onto your aura earlier. So it turns out that you've already transcended the path to longevity and stepped foot into the absolute saint realm. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the absolute saint realm you've attained is extremely extraordinary. Ruawu took a deep breath to suppress the inner shock. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, I haven't had time to carefully understand the feeling. Let me stabilize my realm first. With that, Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground. Buzz, when he was meditating, a circle of light suddenly appeared behind his head. It was as brilliant as the sun, surrounded by divine rainbows and flying lights like rain. Vaguely, various visions were reflected in the light wheel. There was a big abyss swallowing the sky, a real dragon roaring, water and fire flowing, a cycle of Tai Chi, and an immortal aura diffusing. There were even waves of heavenly sounds of the great Tao faintly spreading out. From afar, he was like a god. His entire body emitted a vast and divine aura, and he had a dignified aura that looked down upon all living beings. Just based on the aura of the divine Tao, I'm inferior to him, Ruawu exclaimed inwardly. Little Silver clenched his fists in excitement. After Master stabilizes his realm, it's time to punish those old bastards. During these days, countless experts of the ancient Desolation realm had been brutally murdered, and their corpses had been thrown into the abyss. Furthermore, that blood elementalist often made undisguised threats. Little Silver had already been suppressing a belly full of hatred and anger. I only want Master to bring me to find an opportunity to become a saint. That way, Master will not have to fight alone against a saint. The demonic skysplitter butterfly said softly. Little Silver grinned and said, I think so too. But before that, we have to vent our anger and kill all those alien scums. Rumble, the surging spiritual energy within Lin Sun's body had completely transformed into golden and extremely pure saint force. The word Yuan meant the beginning. For example, New Year's Day represented the first day of a year. For example, first year represented the first year of a certain era. For example, Zhuangyuan represented the first person of a certain achievement. Elemental energy represented the origin of the birth of spiritual power. Such power could only be controlled by those who had become saints. A casual strike from such a force could shatter mountains and crush experts below the saint stage. It was truly peerlessly formidable. At this time, the surging divine Tao spiritual energy in Lin Sun's body was as bright as the sun, vast and boundless. Just the aura it emitted was enough to make ordinary true sages tremble in fear. In Lin Sun's dantian, the embryonic form of a world was condensed. It was like a breathing chaotic whole, constantly absorbing and refining the saint force around him. This was the unique chaotic whole world of a true saint, which gathered all the cultivation and origin of a true saint. There was a thumb-sized mountain within Lin Sun's chaotic whole world. It was golden and glowed, and it seemed tiny, yet it emanated a boundlessly tall, lofty, and powerful aura. This was the foundation of the Saint Tao, and it was also taken to be the quintessence Tao mountain. It was branded with the profundities of various grand Taos, and it gathered the essence, energy, and spirit of a cultivator. The more robust the quintessence Tao mountain was, the more stable the cultivator's foundation was. One day, when the quintessence Tao mountain rose from the ground and became the pillar that held up the chaotic whole world, it would be equivalent to stepping into the Saint King realm and standing at the peak of the Saint Tao. Presently, even though Lin Sun's quintessence Tao mountain was only the size of a thumb, it already possessed a towering and boundless aura. The grand Taos branded on it and the essence, energy, and spirit it contained were peerlessly powerful, and it caused the entire quintessence Tao mountain to glow and rain down a rain of light. Simply speaking, the true saint realm possessed saint force, the chaotic whole world, and the quintessence Tao mountain. These were the unique symbols of this realm. Besides that, Lin Sun's soul had undergone a transformation as well. In the past, his soul had been divided into three, and they were in charge of the past, present, and future. Yet now, the three souls had fused into one, and they were like three flowers converging above one's head that resided within his sea of consciousness and emanated boundless light. When one looked carefully, Lin Sun's soul was simply like a god. It was dignified, flowed with the glow of the Tao, and revealed an eternal aura. On his path to longevity, Lin Sun had cultivated chi refinement, soul refinement, and body refinement simultaneously, and he'd stepped into the peak of all three paths. Now, the benefits were finally revealed. It wasn't exaggerated to say that merely the strength of his soul was sufficient to make a peak saint feel oppressed and terrified. Such a soul was taken to be the saintly soul Dharma idol. Similarly, Lin Sun had stepped into the peak of the saint realm in body refinement. This was a true attainment of the body refinement realm. It was just like the Buddhist sect's indestructible Buddha golden body, the Taoist sect's glazed Tao Lord true body, and the devil sect's indestructible fiend body. Every inch of skin membrane, every inch of tendons and bones, and every acupoint of his body showed an indestructible aura. Lin Sun's current body could be called the Nine Pure Holy Body, but it was different from the Nine Pure Holy Body recorded in the inheritance of the Nine Pure Holy Body technique. It had a kind of domineering momentum that could suppress all the heavens. This was a kind of physique momentum tempered by the experience of divine elephant martial emperor, and it perfectly fit with the Nine Pure Holy Body. However, after experiencing the tempering of the extreme Tao building, Lin Sun realized the existence of the Tao body. That was to completely refine the power of the Tao around his body into his body, so that he could carry the charm of the Tao in his every move. Now, Lin Sun had forged the peak holy body, and sooner or later he would forge his body into the real Tao body, chi refinement, and soul refinement. The transformation and benefits brought to Lin Sun by the three supreme paths after he became a saint at the peak could be described as immeasurable. But all of this was not a fluke. In order to balance the cultivation of these three paths, Lin Sun took great risks and experienced terrible tribulations, which could not be understood by other practitioners at all. Only in order to cross the forbidden Tao test, Lin Sun paid a lot of effort. Now, it was just the time to reap the harvest. Lin Sun meditated in silence and tried his best to perceive the new changes in his body. His heart was calm and free, without joy or sorrow. To him, it was only natural for him to become a saint after all. Otherwise, why did he bother to travel from the ancient desolation territory to the mortal world, from the mortal world to the bloodthirsty battlefield, and finally to the nine-region battlefield? Everything was for the sake of becoming a saint today. Now, this wish was finally achieved, and his efforts were not in vain. A few days later, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. "Master, do you want to go out to kill the enemy now?" Little Silver, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't wait to ask. Lin Sun stood up and said, "Don't worry, I still need to familiarize myself with the fighting style of a saint." As he spoke, he looked at Ruo Wu not far away. Ruo Wu, dressed in a red dress, had a beautiful face, and her starry eyes were illusory. She said with a smile, "I also want to know how powerful you are." Obviously, she had already guessed that Lin Sun would definitely regard her as an opponent and fight with her. Please. Lin Sun smiled and raised his hand. Whoosh. Ruawu disappeared out of thin air, and the next moment she appeared in front of Lin Sun. Her white palm pressed out, and the power of the saint burst out like a landslide and a tsunami. With a dull sound, Lin Sun was directly shaken out. Although he was unscathed, he looked a little embarrassed. He touched his nose and said with a smile, again. The brand new transformation of his power made him feel as if he had suddenly transformed from an ant into a giant dragon, and he was still unable to precisely control the power that he possessed. Then I have to seize this opportunity to teach you a good lesson. Otherwise, there will be no such precious opportunity in the future. Ruawu smiled brightly and launched an attack. Boom, she moved like lightning and showed no mercy, displaying the power that belonged to a peerless saint. Of course, she still held back, otherwise, the secret realm of the underground palace would have suffered great damage. While fighting with each other, she also gave Lin Sun some new fighting tips. For example, how to fight with space transmission. This was the most critical point. It should be known that as long as one became a saint, he could master the method of space transmission, which involved the use of space power. This was a completely strange field for Lin Sun. As for the wings of burning god, it was a treasure after all, not the power of space transmission. Bang, before long, Lin Sun was repelled again and staggered. However, his eyes became brighter and firmer, and his fighting spirit was surging. He said, again. In the distance, Little Silver also waved his fist and cheered, Master, as a man who has become a saint, you must not be defeated by any woman who dares to fight with you. Otherwise, how can you raise your head in the future? This made Ruawu couldn't help rolling her eyes and scolding with a smile, a henchman who wants to see the world in chaos. There will be 10 chapters on Saturday, so I must save them. But what should I do if Goldfish wants to add more chapters tonight? What a headache. Let's see how everyone votes. A quarter of an hour later. Lin Sun, who was beaten to a pulp, finally had the power to fight back. Although he was still suppressed, he could barely fight back. Half an hour later. Lin Sun and Ruawu were neck and neck in the fight. Little Silver grinned cheerfully. Ruawu couldn't laugh anymore. Her eyebrows were full of concentration. Although she had long known that when Lin Sun adapted and mastered the power of becoming a saint, she was still unwilling to give up. But she was still a little unwilling in her heart. She wanted to try how long she could suppress Lin Sun with the power of a peerless saint. She was a peerless figure of vermilion bird. She was noble and unyielding. How could she think that she was inferior to others? However, in less than an hour, she was completely unable to suppress Lin Sun. On the contrary, Lin Sun's counterattack doubled the pressure on her. I don't believe it. Ruawu gritted her teeth and exerted all her strength. Like a vermilion bird, her attacks were fierce and swift, as if she was fighting with a peerless enemy. But at this time, Lin Sun had completely controlled the power of his saint. His every move was full of unstoppable power. No matter how Ruawu attacked or resisted, it was useless. Later, when Ruawu was about to be suppressed by Lin Sun, she suddenly said, I quit. As she spoke, her figure flashed and she left the battlefield. Lin Sun was stunned and immediately smiled. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your guidance. Ruawu curled her lips helplessly, What guidance? It's just a whetstone. You don't need anyone's guidance at all. After a pause, she couldn't help laughing again, But I didn't lose to you in this battle. It's just a tie. I don't plan to fight with you again in the future. I want to keep this undefeated record. Little Silver muttered to himself, Women were really cunning. Lin Sun smiled. Ruawu was right. He didn't need anyone's guidance. There was only one reason why he was suppressed before. He had just become a saint and hadn't mastered the new power of the Supreme Saint yet. I understand that teleportation is just an instinctive power that all saints can control, not a real control of the law of space. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Ruawu nodded and said, That's right. However, using this as an opportunity, one can come into contact with and comprehend the laws of space. I heard that when one's cultivation reaches the Sage King stage, one can rely on the law of space to comprehend their own battle domain. At that time, the vital energy in my body would circulate, and the nearby heavens and the earth would transform into a domain that fused with my own Tao and technique. Its might would be unbelievable. Lin Sun nodded. He had also heard of it. The path to the Saint Tao was divided into 3 great realms: the True Saint Realm, the Eminent Saint Realm, and the Saint King Realm. Every realm had its own profound mysteries. For example, the True Sage Realm, grasping sage essence, opening the chaos whole world, and establishing the origin Tao mountain were the initial stages of the Sage Tao. On the other hand, the Eminent Saint Realm was valued by the word grand. It was grand and boundless, an elephant was shapeless, and the greatest sound was silent. Attaining this realm was like attaining a grandmaster figure in the Saint Realm. As for the Saint King Realm, it was known as the King of Saints, the dominator of the realm. The great way and Tao that they mastered were extremely incredible, and they belonged to the peak of the Saint Tao. For Lin Sun, he had just entered the True Sage Realm. The only difference was that he was seeking the ultimate Saint Tao, which was unique and different from the rest of the world. Master, Silver was about to say something. Suddenly, a dull sound came from outside the secret realm of the underground palace. Here they come again. Silver flew into a rage, and his eyes turned red. Those old bastards have killed at least thousands of strong practitioners in the ancient Desolation Realm in the past 2 months. Ruo Wu also looked at Lin Sun with cold eyes. Lin Sun looked calm and his black eyes were cold. He said, "They probably think that we can only swallow our anger and be trapped here." Deep in his heart, an irrepressible killing intent began to roar and boil like lava. "Let's go." Lin Sun turned around and rushed out of the secret realm of the underground palace. "Little Tian, let's go." Silver shouted, full of murderous intent. "It's time to pay blood for blood." Ruo Wu's figure was like a phantom, and her clear eyes were full of killing intent. "They're finally gone." The green divine refinement ancestral tree suddenly opened a pair of eyes that were formed from dense tree markings, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from its shoulders. Outside the abyss, Lei Shue's face was gloomy. It had already been 2 months, but there was still no movement from the bottom of the abyss. This caused him to be filled with anger. Especially, when Xueqingyi left the Blood Demon Realm for the prison secret realm half a month ago, he had given a death order. If he couldn't kill Lin Sun and Ruo Wu when he returned, don't blame him for being merciless. This made Lei Shue's face extremely ugly. He was a top saint, but he was threatened by Xueqingyi like this. He felt embarrassed, but in the end, he could only endure it. But he had nowhere to vent his anger, which made Lei Shue very depressed. In the past 2 months, almost all the 2-legged sheep in the Blood Demon Realm have been caught, but they haven't been forced out yet. A man in green frowned. "If this continues, when will we be able to kill the adulterous couple?" Shi Taixing, a top saint, this person was an old monster of the Golden Demon Snake bloodline. He was dressed in green and had a jade-like face. He looked extremely young. "No matter what, that kid has completely missed the chance to enter the prison secret realm and fight for the opportunity to become a saint. It's not bad." A man in a blood-red Taoist robe with his hair in a bun said lightly. Feng Yunque, a top saint. Legend had it that he had lived for 8,000 years and had once bathed 13 countries in the Blood Demon ancient realm in blood. Countless saints had died in his hands. "Humph. We're 7 top saints, but we can't even kill a adulterous couple. That's not bad?" Another old man in a luxurious robe with blood-red eyes snorted coldly. A faint and terrifying demonic power surrounded him, causing the void to collapse. Song Xingkuan, one of the deacons of the Khanate demon sect, was also a very old top saint. "Then what do you think we should do?" A purple-clothed woman with silver hair and a delicate appearance said coldly. He Qinghui, a top saint of the golden-winged dragon crane bloodline, had an extremely high status. For a moment, all the top saints fell silent. Lin Sun and Ruo Wu had been hiding in the abyss, leaving them helpless and depressed. "Damn it!" A burly middle-aged man with a tiger's beard gritted his teeth and exuded a monstrous and ferocious aura. "If that adulterous couple dares to show themselves, I promise I'll be the first to kill them." On the other side, a thin man with a feminine appearance and a crane cloak spoke with a hoarse voice. The burly middle-aged man was called Tu Wan Kong, and the feminine man was called Tu Yanwen. They were both from the Bloodwing Demon clan, one of the top 10 clans in the Blood Demon ancient realm. Even in the 9 regions battlefield, these 7 peerless saints were a force that could not be underestimated. They were enough to make any force fear them. But now, all of them had gloomy expressions on their faces, and their expressions were extremely ugly. It had been 2 months. They didn't want to wait here forever. Master, a new batch of 2-legged goats has been sent here. A group of overlords from the Blood Demon ancient realm flew over, each of them holding a group of captured overlords from the realm of ancient desolation. Kill them and throw them into the abyss. Lei Shui said without hesitation. Since he had nowhere to vent his anger, he could only vent it on the captured experts of the ancient desolation realm. At the same time, he stood up, took a deep breath, and said in a thunderous voice, "Do you really think we can't do anything to you if you hide down there? Next time, I'll capture all your friends, clansmen, and fellow disciples and kill them one by one. Let's see if you can still hold it in then." His ruthless voice resounded in the world. Then, he waved his sleeves and was about to kill the captured overlords and throw them into the abyss. At that moment, an angry voice came from the abyss, "A bunch of old bastards, can't wait to die? I'll fulfill your wish now." Lei Shui was stunned, and then he grinned and looked excited. Finally, they couldn't help showing up. At practically the exact same moment, Shi Taixing, Feng Yunque, He Qinghuai, and the other peak saints stood up simultaneously while the gloominess between their brows was completely wiped away, and it was replaced by a wisp of excitement, bloodthirst, and impatience. They had been waiting for too long, and they urgently needed to vent. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Sun, Ruo Wu, Little Silver, and the sky-splitting demonic butterfly appeared in the abyss one after another. "Ha ha ha, you're all out. Good, good, good." Lei Shui looked up to the sky and laughed. The overlords from the Blood Demon ancient realm nearby also laughed. Lin Sun looked calm. His cold eyes swept across the field and saw the captured overlords from the realm of ancient desolation. Each of their faces showed fear, despair, numbness, anger, and so on, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. He also saw the undisguised excitement and killing intent of Lei Shui and the other top sages. Deep in his heart, the uncontrollable hatred and killing intent suddenly surged through his whole body like a landslide and a tsunami. Only Lin Sun looked calmer and calmer. Anyone who knew him knew that when he was really angry, Lin Sun never showed any emotion. Because that kind of hatred and anger had filled his whole body, the next moment, he said word by word, "Today, if any of you can leave here alive, I, Lin Sun, will destroy my own Taoism." After that, he took a step forward. Boom, an obscure and miraculous grand formation instantly arose nearby the abyss, and dense Dao markings flowed like tidewater. It covered Lin Sun. "Ha ha ha, this stupid thing, how dare he try to kill us? Isn't he trapped by the formation in one step?" Lei Shui laughed, completely ignoring Lin Sun's words. The others also sneered. How stupid he was. Before taking action, he didn't notice that they had already set up a formation near the abyss. This formation was called the Six Harmonies Hell Lock. When one stood within it, the surroundings would be sealed and transformed into an area of confinement. Even a sage couldn't escape the fate of being trapped. Therefore, when Lin Sun was trapped as soon as he said those tough words, Lei Shui and the others felt it was so ridiculous. Little Silver was also laughing at the ignorance of those peerless sages. It was ridiculous that such a formation could trap Lin Sun. In the ancient desolation realm, everyone knew that Lin Sun was a Taoist tattoo master who could turn something rotten into something magical. Sure enough, the next moment, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Lin Sun stepped out of the Six Harmonies prison lock formation lightly. This, Lei Shui and the other smiles suddenly froze. How could it be possible? If Lin Sun had chosen to break the formation, they wouldn't be so shocked. The point was that Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of the Six Harmonies prison lock formation from the beginning to the end. He just walked out of it openly. How did he do that? Lei Shui and the others were surprised and doubtful. They all wondered if there was a flaw in the formation. Why don't you laugh? Lin Sun's black eyes were like lightning as he glanced at Lu Xiu and others with a sneer. Humph. Tu Yanwen from the Bloodwing Demon clan, who had a feminine appearance, sneered, so what if he walked out of the formation? What's the difference between that and death? Stupid. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched his body. Boom, a dazzling bloody light surged out from his body and soared into the 9 heavens, shattering the clouds in all directions into powder. Strands of blood-red light that were thick like chains flowed on Tu Yanwen's body, and they were like numerous crystalline blood-red flood dragons that moved through his body. The might they revealed was sufficient to shake the heavens and the earth, and it was even capable of causing gods and ghosts to retreat. The nearby overmatches of the blood demon ancient realm were all shocked and retreated. This was the power of a peerless sage. It was too noble. Don't use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Tu Yanwen is obviously too anxious. He is worried that we will kill him first. Well, let's fulfill his wish. Lei Shui smiled disapprovingly. He's too strong. Those who were captured in the ancient desolation realm had already recognized Lin Sun's identity. There was a glimmer of hope in their hearts, but when they saw this scene, they were completely desperate. The power of such a peak-level saint was simply boundlessly terrifying, causing them to feel like they were about to collapse and suffocate. How could Lin fight with them? Little fellow, there aren't many who can make me so eager to kill. You're very lucky, but also very unfortunate, because you're about to be tortured to death by me. In the soft and gloomy voice, Tu Yanwen took a leisurely step, reached out his hand casually, and grabbed Lin Sun across the air. At this time, only Little Silver and Ruo Wu were the calmest, even showing a touch of pity. Did this idiot still think that Lin Sun was not a saint? Boom, a blood-red hand condensed into form from Saint Dao laws through space into disorder, and it carried a might that covered the heavens and the earth as it pressed down towards Xianxia. At the same time, Lin Sun took action. His movement was also very casual. He just threw a punch in the air, and the simple and solid cyan fist print was crystal clear, as if it were made by nature. Although it looked ordinary, when he punched out, the blood-colored hand that was charging at him suddenly shattered like fragile glass. In the rain of light, the fist light swept through the air, tearing a straight gap, and the deafening whistling made the world change color. Tu Yanwen almost couldn't believe his eyes. Almost out of instinct, he attacked again, pinched his palm and fingers, and slapped hard. Boom, in the earth-shattering collision sound, Tu Yanwen's body retreated violently, and he almost coughed up blood. His face changed in an instant, as if he couldn't believe it. You've become a saint. You just know? When the voice sounded, Lin Sun's figure disappeared out of thin air, and then he appeared in front of Tu Yanwen, striking down with his palm. The Swanee seal, however, the Swanee seal had already undergone earth-shaking changes. It was entangled with the terrible power of the Saint Dao, and the light of Tao was flying. When Lin Sun's voice fell, boom, Tu Yanwen, who was caught off guard, was severely smashed out. His mouth and nose were bleeding, and his cheeks were smashed. He screamed miserably. It only took a blink of an eye for this sentence to come out and fall. Tu Yanwen, the top saint, was blown away, all the people present were shocked, and all of them were dumbfounded. Lei Shui and the others' faces suddenly changed, and they almost couldn't believe their eyes. Before, they didn't take it seriously, thinking that Tu Yanwen was in a hurry to stand up and fight, which was a bit wasteful and ungraceful. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Tu Yanwen was seriously injured, and the young man, whom they regarded as an ant, showed the terrible power that only the top saint had. He had become a saint. This fact was unacceptable to Lei Shui and the others, because they had already concluded that Lin Sun, who was trapped under the abyss and missed the opportunity to enter the secret realm of absolute prison, was doomed to miss the opportunity to compete for the top saint. But who could believe that he had become a saint and mastered the power of the top saint? This blow made Lei Shui and the others feel as if they had been hit by a stick. How could this be possible? In the distance, the excited overmatches of the blood demon ancient region had long been dumbfounded, and they probably couldn't accept such a scene. Boom, Lin Sun didn't stop at all from beginning to end. After defeating Tu Yanwen, he had already chased after him again. At this time, he showed his real strength. His body was flowing with brilliant and vast qi, and his black hair was fluttering with holy light, as if he had come from the sacred. Every move of his had the power to suppress the sky and dominate the world. Swish, he pressed his fingers together, and a thin, dazzling golden sharp light appeared. Cut. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and he chopped down from the sky. Tu Yanwen's hair was disheveled, and he shouted. The holy power around him, like a crystal blood-colored dragon, roared and turned into a palm print with a range of 30 meters. But in just a moment, it was torn apart by Lin Sun's golden sharp light and exploded in the void. The blazing blood light rushed in all directions. Puff, there was a bloody wound on Tu Yanwen's chest, which was so deep that the bone could be seen. He was almost cut open. He turned pale with horror. A mantis trying to stop a chariot is too weak, Lin Sun said casually. The atmosphere in the field had become extremely silent. Everyone was shocked by the power shown by Lin Sun. Even if Lin Sun had stepped into the peak of the saint realm, he had just become a saint. How could he be so powerful? Even Ruo Wu didn't realize until now that Lin Sun had obviously reserved his strength in the previous duel in the abyss, otherwise, she would have been suppressed long ago. Thinking of this, Ruo Wu sighed in her heart. How could she not understand that Lin Sun did this to save her face? Arrogant. Suddenly, Tu Wankong, who was as strong as a mountain, attacked, trying to stop Lin Sun from attacking Tu Yanwen. Boom, streaks of lightning visible to the naked eye gathered from all directions, triggering the power of heaven and earth. With Tu Wankong as the center, the nearby void collapsed and was filled with the thunderstorm sea. He punched out like the angry thunder god. The bright thunder and lightning poured into his fist like a great river, breaking the void. His fist swept across the sky with the momentum of splitting open the sky. Showy but impractical. Nice to look at but useless. Lin Sun didn't even look at it. He waved his sleeve, and the golden divine light swept out, crushing all the power of the fist and dissipating in the void. Tu Wankong came fast and left even faster. He felt like he was swept by a storm, and his body was shaken out uncontrollably. A peerless saint was beaten back by a flick of his sleeve. Seeing this scene, Lei Shui and the others changed their faces again. They finally dared to confirm that Lin Sun had not only become a real peerless saint. Moreover, his combat power was incredibly strong. It should be known that both Tu Yanwen and Tu Wankong were old monsters in the saint realm, who had been immersed in this realm for many years. But in front of Lin Sun, they were as vulnerable as ants shaking a tree. There was no doubt that this was too shocking. Let's do it together. Lei Shui and the others completely realized that the situation was not good. Previously, they were full of anger, thinking that they had lost face because they failed to kill Lin Sun in time. But now, how dared they think so? As long as they were not fools, they knew that Lin Sun, who was regarded as an ant at any time, was now the same existence as them, and his combat power was even more terrible. Even if they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out why Lin Sun could pass the tribulation and become a saint under the abyss. But they couldn't care so much. Now, they had to take action and kill Lin Sun immediately. Boom, Lei Shui's figure flickered as he formed layer upon layer of blood-colored stone tablets. There were a total of 108 of them, and they were linked together to form a strange forest of blood-colored stone tablets that slaughtered down. Up. Shi Taixing, dressed in cyan, roared. His sleeve fluttered, and a 3-foot-long red sword emerged, shining with peerless sharpness. The edge of this sword was condensed from the purest Saint Dao laws, and it was even to the extent that one could see that the edge of the sword was branded with dense markings of the Dao that formed layer upon layer of profound phenomena. Swish, like a waterfall across the sky, the red sword chopped at Lin Sun. Feng Yang, Song Xing Kuan, and He Qinghuai also attacked from different directions, either with their treasures or with Taoist magic. For a time, the world was chilling, and the land within 1,000 miles was filled with the terrible power of Saint Tao, which shattered the void, collapsed the rocks, burned the vegetation, and cracked the earth. The scene of a group of peerless sages attacking was like the arrival of a catastrophe. Even Ruo Wu and Little Silver, who were full of confidence in Lin Sun, couldn't help but feel nervous. Because all the attacks were directed at Lin Sun, but Lin Sun's face remained unchanged. He was still calm and composed. Along with a wave of clanging sword howls resounding around him, an expanse of dazzling sword chi flashed out like tidewater. It was ghastly, dense, and extremely sharp. It seemed as if it intended to slash the world apart and slash down the sun, moon, and stars, and it contained an extremely terrifying force. It was the 3,000 Taishan sword chi nurtured in his acupoints. Until the attacks arrived, Lin Sun suddenly stretched his body, and his black eyes burst out divine light. Break! As Lin Sun gently spat out a word, the 3,000 Taishan sword chi, which had been accumulating power for a long time, lit up the world in an instant, and roared out together. The 3,000 Taishan sword chi swept across the sky. They wanted to compete with the enemy when they became saints today. Rumble, the world was in complete disorder. Streaks of sword chi crisscrossed, emitting brilliant sword light with unstoppable sharpness and unstoppable momentum. However, if one looked closely, the overlapping and dense sword chi contained a mysterious and miraculous rhythm as they slashed out. Every time it moved, it was like a charge of thousands of troops. And horses, boom, 3,000 Taishan swords moved for the first time, and the 108 blood-colored steels nearest to Lin Sun were all cut into pieces as if they were tofu. Lei Shuexiu coughed up blood and staggered back. 3,000 Taishan swords moved for the second time, and a red sword blade engraved with dense Taoist patterns was like a prey bitten by a group of sharks. In a flash, it burst into pieces. Shi Taixing, who was dressed in a green robe, suddenly changed his face. He let out a muffled groan and retreated with a pale face. When 3,000 Taishan swords moved for the third time, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The void there exploded, and the destructive wave of the divine Tao swept out. The surrounding area was trembling. Immediately, Feng Yunque, He Qinghuai, and Song Xingkuan, the three top sages, all screamed in pain and were shaken back from the battlefield. The three sword chi attacks were actually produced in an instant, which made people feel that Lin Sun had broken through all enemies in one fell swoop after releasing 3,000 Taishan swords. The undefeatable godly prowess, the peerless demeanor, shocked everyone at the scene. Master is too fierce, isn't he? Little Silver was dumbfounded. This is the real peerless saint realm, and also the goal that I have been pursuing for thousands of years. The demonic butterfly was obviously very excited, waving its wings and murmuring absent-mindedly. It seems that we just need to watch the battle. Ruo Wu's lips curled up, and her eyes were full of splendor. She had guessed that when Lin Sun became a sage, he would definitely shine. But when she witnessed the divine power he exuded in the battle, she still felt extremely amazed and shocked. Was this the peerless saint path that belonged to him alone? Lin Sun's figure appeared in the smoke and dust. His body flowed with a clear light that seemed divine and eternal. It was pure, clear, and translucent, and it emanated a dignified aura that was sufficient to cast a shadow on the heavens and the earth. However, at this moment, he raised his hand and maintained a strange posture of covering it. Under his palm were the captured experts of the realm of ancient desolation. Obviously, in the previous earth-shaking collision, Lin Sun had spared some of his strength to protect these overlords of the ancient desolation realm, so that they wouldn't be affected by the battle. Ruo Wu was moved. At this moment, he still wanted to protect them. How lucky were the experts in the ancient desolation realm? Whoosh, Lin Sun waved his sleeves, and these experts of the ancient desolation were teleported to Ruo Wu. Then, he looked at Lu, Shuexiu and the others. I heard that the extreme paths towards the Tao have never been severed in the Blood Devil ancient region. But now it would seem like the extreme paths all of you have stepped foot on are nothing great, and they're not worth mentioning. An indifferent voice resounded throughout the area, like the sonorous voice of the great Tao. The faces of Lu, Shuexiu and the others were gloomy and extremely gloomy. It was difficult for them to calm down. Their hearts were rolling like stormy waves. They had predicted that an ant would never become a saint, but miraculously, he had become a saint. It was hard for them to believe. But now, this ant, who had just set foot on the peak of the saint realm, showed an unprecedentedly powerful strength, which was even more difficult for them to accept. Why was it like this? They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they racked their brains. It's indeed surprising that you're lucky enough to become a saint. But do you really think that we can't do anything to you? Lu, Shuexiu's face was grim, and he spoke word by word, full of killing intent. Then let's fight. Lin Sun's response was very simple, concise, and powerful. His clothes fluttered in the wind. Although he was alone, he was indomitable and indomitable. Humph. Lu, Shuexiu and the others looked gloomy. It was hard for them to accept that an ant, who was despised by them, suddenly turned into a dragon like them. And hearing Lin Sun's provocative words, they were even more annoyed. No matter what, you're just a man who has just set foot on the peak of the saint realm. Do you really think that you can be invincible in this realm? The eyes of Shitaexing, who was dressed in green, flickered as he said coldly, "Your arrogance and conceit are destined to take your life." In the previous confrontation, although some of them had been injured, at the bottom of it all, they had only been caught off guard. Moreover, these injuries were not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, they were not afraid of Lin Sun even though they knew that he was strong. Invincible in this realm? Hearing this, Lin Sun thought about it seriously, and then spat out 4 words from his lips, "It's just around the corner." These 4 words contained an air of invincible confidence in his calmness. Lu, Shuexiu and the others frowned as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. They didn't know whether Lin Sun was arrogant or ignorant. Looking at all the peerless saints in the 8 regions, who dared to say that they were invincible? Who dared to say that they were invincible? No, even if the 8 masters of green darkness rose to the peak of the saint realm, they wouldn't dare to say that the invincible realm was just around the corner. How dare Lin Sun say that? He was so arrogant. This man has just become a saint, so his state of mind is unbalanced. It's normal for him to be arrogant. Let's do our best and kill him. It's equivalent to breaking the backbone of the ancient desolation realm. Lu said gloomily. Today, I, Lin Sun, will use you 7 as targets to practice my Tao. This time, Lin Sun took the lead. Boom, he stepped in the void and directly punched. The bright fist energy brought about raging waves of the saint spirit in the void. The shining fist energy illuminated the mountains and rivers. Chop. Without hesitation, Lu took out a long and narrow cyan saber shaped like a flying kite and directly chopped down. 1 strike. The long saber chi, like a divine rainbow, crossed the sky and collided with Lin Sun's fist. Bang! 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 The saber chi was broken piece by piece, destroyed like a hot knife through butter. Wherever the fist force passed, everything was crushed and broken apart. Li's pupils shrank. Swish, thousands of red swords swept up. Under the control of Shitaexing, they whistled away like a storm of swords. Almost at the same time, Feng Yunque, He Qinghuai, and Song Xingkuan also attacked. Each of them restrained their contempt and regarded Lin Sun as an equal opponent, without any previous neglect or carelessness. Seeing this, Lin Sun snorted and suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a dragon's roar. Moo! It was as if a group of dragons were roaring between heaven and earth. Visible sound waves turned into bright and blazing golden ripples and spurted out of Lin Sun's mouth. In an instant, it swept across the whole battlefield, shaking the sky and the earth, and the land in all directions was swept by the terrible sound waves. Those overmatches of the blood demon ancient realm in the far distance of the battlefield had no time to dodge. One by one, their bodies exploded in horror, and then turned into ashes. Boom! On the battlefield, the attacks of Lei Shuexiu and the others seemed to have been ravaged by a storm of Tao sounds, and they were ruthlessly dispersed. Some mysterious and peerless Taoism collapsed like paper paste. Some saint artifacts with unfathomable might were blasted to the point they were on the verge of collapse and wailed incessantly. As for Li Xiu and others, they only felt that their souls were shaking and their blood was boiling. They were so uncomfortable that they almost coughed up blood. They had to use all their strength to resist the impact of the Tao sound. In the distance, Ruo Wu and Little Silver all gasped. With 1 punch and 1 roar, Lin Sun had disintegrated the attacks of 7 top sages. Judging from his casual manner, it was obvious that he didn't struggle at all. How could he be so horrible? They are both at the peak of the saint stage, but why does his power possess an unstoppable momentum? He Qinghuai's face changed. The gazes of Lei Shuexiu and the others flickered indeterminately, and they were similarly extremely shocked in their hearts while their expressions became heavy. Although they had all taken Lin Sun seriously and overestimated him, they didn't expect that Lin Sun's combat power was far stronger than they had imagined. However, before they could figure it out, Lin Sun had already roared, "Come again!" In an instant, Lin Sun, like a god descending to the world, came with a disdainful momentum. At this moment, he wantonly exerted the power after becoming a sage. In the battlefield, he regarded the 7 top sages as targets and demonstrated his own Taoism and Taoism. All kinds of different Taoism were at his fingertips, such as 9 strikes for shaking heaven, 9 changes of calamity dragon, void-breaking finger of Dian, Taishan sword chi, Dharma scripture. On the battlefield, Taoism was like rain, light was flying, air waves rushed into the sky, and the sky was full of destructive phenomena. The previous spar with Ruo Wu was merely a spar, and not a real bloody battle. But at this moment, Lin Sun just used his killing means, using the sages as a whetstone to sharpen his edge and temper himself in the battle. Looking from a distance, it was like immortals practicing martial arts. The battle between top sages was undoubtedly terrifying to the extreme. At this time, even an ordinary true sage would be in danger of being destroyed in body and soul, not to mention the strong practitioners of longevity tribulation realm, Rumble. Above the void, Lin Sun alone performed Taoism, Tao development, and martial arts refinement. For a moment, the 7 top sages were suppressed. In fact, Lei Shui and the others did feel great pressure, and the more they fought, the more frightened they became. Lin Sun's power of the top sage realm seemed to be endless, and it had been transforming and refining at an amazing speed. No matter how many wonderful methods and Taoist arts they used, all of them were destroyed like a hot knife through butter under Lin Sun's attack. This made Lei Shui and the others look more and more serious, and they were more and more surprised. Even though it was clear that Lin Sun regarded them as a whetstone to temper his own Taoism and Taoism, they had no ability to refuse in this dangerous and unpredictable battle. Why on earth is this man so strong? Tu Wan Kong, the most irascible one, roared. A group of top sages were suppressed by Lin Sun, which made him angry. Not only Tu Wan Kong, but also Lei Shui and the others in the battle city, felt a chill in their hearts. They really felt the real threat and fear. This man was like a demon, and couldn't be judged by common sense. For the enemy, Lin Sun's strength after becoming a saint was too incredible and against the natural order. But for Lin Sun, all of this was what he should get after all the efforts he had made in the past. In order to forge an unprecedented path of cultivation, Lin Sun had accumulated a profound foundation in the longevity tribulation realm, which was enough to make any peers feel ashamed. In the heaven accessing place, at the 8th level of Green Cloud Path, he observed the state of creating something out of nothing and created the truth of life and death. In the 9th level of Green Cloud Path, he experienced the reincarnation of seeking truth, saw through the truth and illusion, and saw the truth of his own body. In the bloodthirsty battlefield, he meditated in front of the Taoist mountain for a month and understood the great way described by the Emperor of Calamity. In the 9,999 floors of the Emperor of Calamity, he awakened the original supernatural power and got the guidance of the golden cicada young man in the Emperor realm to break the Tao test. After returning to the ancient desolation territory, he traveled all over the world, experienced all kinds of people in the mortal world, and perceived the beauty of the world in the mountains and rivers. In a remote town, he refined his mind with the Tao of stone carving. In the secret realm of the underground palace, the ordeal of the killing heart house made him kill the thief in his heart, which promoted the transformation of his mind. The ordeal of the extreme Tao pavilion made him refine his own Tao and build the foundation of the Tao body. All the ordeals were like the precipitation of the extreme Tao. At the moment of facing the saint test, Lin Sun was completely enlightened. With the great wish of the saint as the guide, he broke the invisible and colorless saint test, and made the 3 paths of soul refining, body refining, and spirit refining become saints at one stroke. When I become a saint, my heart is the heart of heaven, and my Tao is the Tao. Such a great wish of the saint had long been regarded as a taboo. But at the same time, when Lin Sun set foot on the top of the saint realm, he set foot on a road of Tao that was completely different from that of other saints. All the ordeals, transformation, precipitation, and enlightenment were like seeds. Now, after Lin Sun became a saint, these seeds blossomed and bore fruit. They blossomed and bore fruit. Rumble in the battlefield, the void was shaking and the divine light was rolling. Only Lin Sun was practicing martial arts and conquering the world, suppressing all the saints. What did your master say just now? Ruo Wu suddenly asked. Little Silver, who had been watching the battle fervently, was startled, and then said proudly, being invincible among the absolute true saints is just around the corner. Ruo Wu took a deep breath. Her eyes shone brightly. I believe you. Just watching the battle, Lin Sun's means made her tremble. She couldn't imagine that this was the fighting power of a strong man who had just set foot on the peak of the saint realm. This kid is getting stronger and stronger. Song Xing Kuan shouted in anger, his heart trembling. This is a demonic blade, borrowing our strength to sharpen its edge. We definitely cannot let him continue like this. Lei Shui roared. The suppression they suffered was getting stronger and stronger, to the point where they were almost unable to lift their heads. I can only risk it. Without hesitation, the 7 peerless saints attacked with all their might. They wanted to reverse the situation and change the situation. In the sky, all sorts of Tao arts and treasures flew about. They emitted boundless radiance and divine might. That kind of power was enough to easily wipe out any true sage. But as soon as these attacks got close to Lin, they were swallowed and annihilated by a big abyss around him. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. Break! Xianxia, dressed in cyan, directly went all out. His cheeks were crimson red, and his black hair suddenly turned the color of frost. His aura rose steadily, and he became much stronger in an instant. Starlight attraction. Resplendent crimson sword light was released inch by inch from his palm. With every inch that was released, the might of the sword chi would increase by a great deal. When the red sword light turned to 3 feet, it was like the brightest ray of light in the world. The surrounding void seemed to be unable to bear the pressure of the sword chi and suddenly exploded. Everyone present couldn't help but feel creeped out. This kind of sword chi had such power as soon as it appeared. If it was cut out, what terrible lethality would it have? Puff, Xianxia's beard and hair flew in the air. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood on the red sword light. Boom, in an instant, the sword light seemed to come to life, like a killing edge sweeping out from the depths of the blood sea in hell. The terrible aura shook the world. Even Ruo Wu, who was watching the battle in the distance, couldn't help changing her expression. Go! With Xianxia's roar, the red sword light swept out. Its shape was like red lightning, its momentum was like a flowing rainbow, and its fierce chi disturbed the universe and shook the stars. This sword was enough to shock ghosts and gods. This sword strike was also an attack that Xianxia, a peerless saint, had put all of his resources into. It was branded with all of his essence, chi, and soul. Lin Sun, who was practicing martial arts, also couldn't help showing a surprised look. At this time, his palm and fingers happened to condense a handprint. This handprint was made by pinching the middle finger with the thumb. When seeing the red sword light, he immediately reached out and gently pinched it. It was just like picking up a petal, the movement was gentle, free, and ethereal. Flower pinching finger, it was a secret Buddhism recorded in the great scripture of tranquility. It was an understatement, but it was full of a kind of Zen charm of great freedom and wisdom. Then, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the red sword light was pinched between Lin Sun's fingers. No matter how violently it struggled, it couldn't get rid of it. How is it possible? Xianxia's eyes bulged, full of shock and puzzlement. Earlier, after he executed Starlight Guide, he'd practically exhausted all the strength in his entire body, and all of it was converged into that wisp of sword light. This made his skin dim and his hair white. But he was very confident that this sword was enough to reverse the situation, but he never thought, with just a pinch of his fingers, the trump card containing all his efforts was firmly imprisoned like a dead earthworm. Even Lei Shui and the others were all scared and widened their eyes as if they had seen a god. Bang, Lin Sun didn't use any force, but the red sword light was crushed and exploded between his fingers. The terrible red light rain poured down like a waterfall, sprinkling all over the sky. Puff! Xianxia coughed up blood as if he was struck by lightning. His breath suddenly became sluggish, and his whole body showed a posture of being on the verge of collapse. Swordsmanship is not used like this. Take a sword of mine. In the distance, Lin Sun commented casually. Whoosh, he waved his sleeve, and a ray of Taishan sword chi swept out. The sword chi was brilliant, the sword intent clanged, and the sword momentum pressed down the universe. Dodge! Lei Shui shouted to remind him. Xianxia shuddered and woke up from the shock. Almost instinctively, he moved into the void without hesitation. But the next moment, his body fell out of the void. He looked at Lin Sun in the distance in horror, as if he couldn't believe it. What swordsmanship is this? Puff, when his voice fell, a bloody hole suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. His eyes widened, and he fell down from the void. A sword shocked the world. Xianxia, the supreme saint of the Golden Snake lineage, was killed in both body and soul. There was a dead silence. It was difficult to kill a true saint, and it was even more difficult to kill a true saint at the peak. It seemed that even if such an existence was killed and all vitality was cut off, as long as there was a trace of his soul left, he could still survive. In fact, some powerful figures who had achieved sainthood through their souls could even save their lives through secret techniques when their souls were shattered into countless pieces, but everyone could see that Xianxia was completely dead. The sword pierced between his eyebrows and wiped out his soul. Even the vitality of his body was shattered. Even if an immortal came, he wouldn't be able to be saved. Sure enough, not long after, a mourning sound came from the sky, and the sky was filled with blood. He's really dead, Lei Shui and the others felt a chill run down their spine. It was not easy to become a saint, but once one succeeded, it was almost impossible to be killed, unless one had absolute power. But Xianxia was dead. This was like a stick hitting the heads of Lei Shui and the others. It made them completely realize that although their opponent had just become a saint, he already had the terrifying power to kill enemies in the same realm. In the distance, Ruo Wu and Little Silver looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. When Lin Sun was in the longevity 9th retribution realm, he crossed the natural chasm and killed a true saint. It was already unprecedented and shocking. But now, as soon as he stepped into the saint realm, he killed a senior peerless saint like Xianxia. He was simply too fierce. In the field, the battle was still going on. After killing Xianxia, Lin Sun was still practicing martial arts to stimulate his potential to become a saint. All kinds of experiences came to his mind. Lei Shui and the others were completely shocked. They were unwilling to be suppressed like this again, and went completely crazy like cornered old rabbits. Lin Sun didn't dare to be distracted anymore. A peerless saint going crazy was not scary, but a group of them was different. Kill. Not long after, Tu Wankong let out a roar. His body, which was as stalwart as a mountain, was emitting a blood-colored sacred light. Every inch of his skin was emitting a brilliant Tao radiance. When his muscles, bones, and skin were moving, they emitted a sound that sounded like metal cracking. Boom, with a shake of his body, he became 100 meters tall. When he punched, the sky and earth within 1,000 miles seemed to be affected, and there was a violent sound of collapse. Obviously, Tu Wankong was desperate and used his trump card. Even Lin Sun seemed to be unable to bear it. With a bang, his body was smashed into the ground, and an unfathomably deep pit was created. He did it. Lei Shui and the others looked over nervously. This was Tu Wankong's desperate blow, which was powerful enough to split mountains and split seas. In the distance, Ruo Wu and Little Silver were also nervous and looked over. This blow definitely couldn't kill Lin Sun, but if he was injured, it would definitely affect the next battle. Lin Sun, with your current strength, you are already worthy of our respect. I have a word of advice for you. Don't fight like a cornered beast. We can accept you as a member of the Blood Demon Ancient Region and enjoy, Lei Shui shouted. Unfortunately, before he finished his words, a ray of clear divine light shot up to the sky. Lin Sun stood in the void. But unlike before, Lin Sun's body was flowing with the 9 pure Tao light from inside to outside. Through the dazzling and translucent skin, one could see that every single one of his bones was brilliant like divine gold and divine jade, and his internal organs were like numerous scorching suns. As his blood circulated vigorously, it emitted rumbling sounds that sounded like the beating of drums by the gods, and it surged through the heavens and the earth. Today is the second update. Goldfish is going to start to save chapters, or else the 10 updates on Saturday will never be completed. Don't forget to vote. He is unscathed. Tu Wankong's pupils shrank and his face changed immediately. His body refining cultivation has also reached the peak of the saint realm. In the distance, Lin Sun's whole body was shining. His eyes were like a touch of cold lightning. Every inch of his body was covered with 9 pure Tao light, making him look like a god. Seeing this scene, Lu and Shuexiu were also worried. They had all reached the peak of the saint realm, so they knew much more about body refining than others. They all knew that it was more difficult and harsh for a body refining practitioner to reach the peak of the saint realm. Among the 7 of them, only Tu Wankong had reached the peak of the saint realm. In the 8 regions, there were only a few sages who had attained the sage body level among the 1,000 sages. Tu Wankong's desperate blow was so terrifying that they thought it was enough to hurt Lin Sun. But now it seemed that they were wrong, or in other words, they were wrong from the beginning. Until now, they they realized that Lin Sun's body refining cultivation was also at the peak of the Saint realm. Wush, seeing Lin Sun was fine, Silver and Ruo Wu were relieved. Your strength is not bad, but you can't hurt me even if you cultivate for another 10,000 years. Lin Sun fixed his eyes on Tu Wankong in the distance. Now, take my punch. Boom, Lin Sun took a step forward and came to Tu Wankong in the void with only the strength of his body. Then he raised his fist and punched. The dazzling fist energy burst out with the roar of dragons and elephants, as if it was going to suppress the galaxy. The inheritance of the divine elephant martial emperor, however, it was displayed by Lin Sun with the profound meaning of 9 pure holy body tactics. The space between heaven and earth seemed to be squeezed by such a punch, and the terrible Taoist light made the space nearby collapse and explode. Oh no! Tu Wankong's face changed. Although he was a saint at the peak of body refining and extremely confident, he was frightened and scared when he faced Lin Sun's punch. Open! He roared. His body, which seemed to be made of divine light, emitted the power to the sky, disturbing the wind and clouds. Bang! The two collided. The flesh and blood of Tu Wankong's right arm exploded inch by inch, from the palm to the arm. His whole body was blown away. He coughed up blood, and his expression was one of shock. Although they were both saints of body refining, compared with Lin Sun's strength, he felt helpless, small and unshakable. Boom, without giving Tu Wankong time to think, Lin Sun had already rushed to him. In a flash, Lin Sun punched 3 times. With the first punch, Tu Wankong's body was like a sieve. His qi and blood were tumbling, and blood was flowing out of his 7 apertures. He was shaken so much that he saw stars. Tu Wankong hastily retreated to dodge the second punch. However, he was firmly suppressed and both of his arms exploded. For the third punch, the terrifying power of the punch completely shattered the defense of Tu Wankong's body. His body was riddled with thousands of holes. His flesh and blood exploded, and many of his bones were broken. Boom, his body fell to the ground, but strangely, in just a few breaths of time, the injuries all over his body had healed. Only his deathly pale face and weak aura could prove the severity of the injuries he had suffered. This was a sage body, for such figures, unless every inch of their flesh and blood was crushed and completely wiped out, even a single drop of blood would be able to save their lives. That's all. Lin Sun's expression was cold. He suddenly waved his sleeves. Now, I'll send you to hell. Boom, a great destroyer sword formation composed of 3,000 Taishan sword qi was formed. The dense sword qi shrouded Tu Wankong. Tu Wankong was completely terrified. Stop him. Lu Shui and the others tried their best to save him. They had been besieging Lin Sun before, but Lin Sun's speed was too fast, and the power of his punches was too terrifying, so they were all suppressed. Now, seeing that Tu Wankong couldn't hold on any longer, they all began to fight desperately. If they were defeated one by one, none of them would be able to leave alive today. Clang, but at the same time, Lin Sun took out the broken blade. The snow-white, illusory and magnificent broken blade flew across the sky with a dazzling light, revealing a heaven-defying killing intent. Lin Sun's cultivation and spirit refining also broke out completely at this moment. Yuan formula, extremity formula, and death formula, the 3 inherited forces drove the broken blade to attack the enemies in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. In the field, the broken blade flashed and slashed, emitting a fierce and monstrous killing intent, destroying all the attacks. Lu Shui and the other top sages all changed their expressions. How could this boy's spirit refining power be so terrifying? Lin Sun himself was controlling the 3,000 Taishan sword qi to kill Tu Wankong. Puff. Puff, in the blink of an eye, Tu Wankong's body was cut with countless bloody wounds, and blood flowed out like a waterfall. He screamed in pain and struggled with all his might. As a top sage in body refining, he was like a trapped beast, covered by dense sword qi. In fact, he had been seriously injured by Lin Sun's punches. Although he recovered with his body refining cultivation, he was injured after all, not a real immortal body. If your flesh, blood, and soul are all smashed and refined, can you still be resurrected? Lin Sun's eyes were cold. As he spoke, a wisp of star obliteration way emerged on the surface of the 3,000 Taishan sword qi. Every time Tu Wankong's flesh and blood was cut off, it would be devoured and refined by the terrible annihilation force, turning into nothingness. Tu Wankong let out a painful roar. He was fully aware of the danger, but no matter how he struggled, it was useless. Lin Sun had made up his mind to kill Tu Wankong. How could he allow Tu Wankong to escape from the desperate situation? Tu Wankong, who was covered by the endless sword qi, recovered every time his body was cut into pieces, but soon he would be cut into pieces again. In this cycle, his face became paler and paler, his eyes dimmer and his breath weaker and weaker. The most terrible thing was that every time his body was cut into pieces, it was like suffering a cruel death by dismembering, which made Tu Wankong almost collapse. "Help me! Help me!" Tu Wankong was completely terrified and let out a beast-like roar. In the distance, Lu Shui and the others were also burning with anxiety, but they could only watch helplessly, because their attacks were completely blocked by the broken blade. No matter how many Taoist arts and holy treasures they used, they couldn't break through the broken blade. "Help me!" Tu Wankong's consciousness was blurred. He knew he couldn't hold on any longer, so he roared unwillingly before he died. But in the end, there was no help. Boom, the 3,000 sword formations completely destroyed his body. Even his flesh and blood were refined and annihilated, and he was completely erased from the world. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was so difficult to kill a physique-refining saint. Fortunately, Tu Wankong was dead. Lin Sun put away the 3,000 Taishan sword qi that had devoured the enemy's blood, and looked at Lu Shui and the others. In the sky, the blood light was like a curtain, and the sound of mourning resounded, making the world tremble. Tu Wankong is also dead. Lu Shui's face changed completely. His lips were trembling, and he was no longer as calm as before. In the past, he didn't care about the strong practitioners of the ancient desolation realm at all. He regarded them as two-legged sheep, like livestock at his mercy. But now, he began to panic and fear. First, Shi Taixing, and then Tu Wankong, both died here, causing the strange phenomenon of saints falling. Who wouldn't be afraid? Your master has killed the most difficult one to kill. Next? I'm afraid none of these old beasts can resist his attack. Ruo Wu said slowly, her mood surging. Little Silver nodded fiercely and said with a fanatical look, "Wait and see, I also want to become a saint as soon as possible. When I awaken the god-slaying talent, I will be able to kill these old beasts as easily as killing chickens like my master." Boom, while the two were talking, Lin Sun in the field had already started to kill without delay. His strength had been exposed. As long as the other 5 saints weren't stupid, it was very likely that they wouldn't fight desperately like before. Instead, they would think about how to escape. At this time, he had to finish the battle quickly. Chop. Lin Sun was like a dragon returning to the sea. He raised his broken sword, and the 3,000 Taishan sword qi attacked again. At the same time, with the strength of his physique refining cultivation, he was not afraid of ordinary attacks at all, so he could rush around unscrupulously. Before Lin Sun had the intention to kill them, he had already suppressed these top saints, let alone now. Soon, Lu, Shuixiu and the other 4 were oppressed to raise their heads. Everyone's face changed, and fear arose in their hearts. He was too strong. Since they became top saints, they had never seen such a heaven-defying opponent. Lin Sun alone made them helpless and defenseless. Puff, before long, the broken sword flashed, and a bloody head was cut off. It was Tu Yanwen. At the beginning of the battle, he was the first to attack Lin Sun, but he was seriously injured by Lin Sun. This also made him the weakest opponent, and he was killed by Lin Sun at this moment. His head was thrown into the air, and his eyes were wide open in disbelief. His headless body had exploded in the void, and the blood rain was flying. The 3rd top saint was dead. Next? Lin Sun didn't stop. He flashed in the void and fixed his eyes on Feng Yunque. This man, dressed in a blood-red robe, was actually a butcher from the black-striped magic bees, and his means were extremely cruel. When he noticed Lin Sun's eyes, Feng Yunque's heart trembled, and then he roared, "Little bastard, go to hell." An ancient blood-red seal rose into the air, on which there were 18 bloody diagrams like purgatory. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, mountains of white bones, and the blood of all living beings. Blood burial seal. It was a demonic weapon of the divine path, evil and bloody, and its power was unbelievably strong. If he didn't risk his life, Feng Yunque wouldn't be willing to sacrifice this treasure, which he regarded as his most precious treasure. Whoosh between the heaven and the earth, the chilly wind was roaring, and the blood river was surging. Figures like bloody Rakshasa rushed out of the blood burial seal. In the blink of an eye, the world seemed to turn into a bloody demonic domain. Even Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. How many strong people had to be killed to refine such a bloody and terrible treasure? But the next moment, Lin Sun turned his palm, and the Tower of Endless Tao emerged. The body of the tower was like divine gold and glazed, full of immortal spirit. Go! He raised his hand, and the Tower of Endless Tao roared and rushed out. Just a piece of black golden light flowed out of the tower, and the bloody smell between heaven and earth was swept away. Boom! The divine light of the pagoda soared into the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth. When it came down from the sky, a grand and boundless sound of Tao drifted out. Vaguely, there seemed to be mysterious characters reflected from the pagoda. Every character had the profundity of suppressing mountains and rivers and restraining ghosts and gods. In an instant, the blood burial seal was suppressed to the point of wailing, and the evil bloody light on it collapsed and melted like ice and snow. Bang! What was even more shocking was that this bloody saint treasure that had always been nurtured in Feng Yunque's body as a life saint weapon was now showing signs of cracks. With a puff, Feng Yunque coughed up blood and staggered as if he had suffered a backlash. No! He was shocked and angry. He roared and wanted to take back the treasure because once his life saint weapon was destroyed, it would also damage his cultivation. Crack! But under the suppression of the Tower of Endless Way, the blood burial seal directly cracked and then exploded in the air. The terrifying bloody fluctuation caused the void to turn into a thick bloody color that constantly tumbled. Feng Yunque spat out a mouthful of blood. His face suddenly became extremely pale, and his eyebrows were full of anger and madness. Possessing a life-bound saint artifact was already an extremely difficult and demanding matter. Feng Yunque had spent a great deal of time and effort to nurture the blood burial seal. But now, as soon as they fought, it was completely destroyed before it could show its power. How could Feng Yunque not be angry? His heart was bleeding. There was also a burst of exclamation in the field. It seemed that no one had expected that the Tower of Endless Way that Lin Sun had used would be so terrifying. One look and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary holy treasure. Otherwise, how could it destroy Feng Yunque's life saint weapon with a single blow? Even Lin Sun felt a ripple in his heart. In the past, when he had not become a saint, even if he had the power to kill saints, when he used the Tower of Endless Way, he could only display a small part of its power. But now it was different. When he controlled it with the power of a peak true saint, the true power of this treasure was revealed. Based on its might, it really deserved to be a precious treasure passed down in Mount Innerheart. It was too extraordinary, and it was world-shaking. Little bastard! I want you to die! Feng Yunque roared angrily, his beard and hair flying in the air. He was completely crazy as he rushed towards Lin Sun. Lin Sun's expression was cold and calm. Meanwhile, the great Tao without end pagoda spun around and released a dark golden light, instantly suppressing the cloud-sealing tower's attack. Boom! Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, Feng Yunque, the peerless saint, suddenly turned into the size of an ant. His body was crushed by the Tower of Endless Tao and his soul was destroyed, not to mention corpses, not even their souls were left. They were directly erased from the world. The eyeballs of Lu, Xianxia, and the others almost popped out. Before, when Lin Sun didn't use his treasures, he had suppressed them so much that they couldn't even lift their heads. Later on, the broken blade swept out, but it was not a true holy treasure. Although its power was terrifying, it was not enough to threaten these peerless saints. Because of this, Lei Shuexiu and others were very suspicious that Lin Sun, who had just become a saint, should not have any special holy treasures in his hands. Who would have thought that the appearance of the great Tao Endless Tower would topple their understanding? What kind of holy treasure was it? How could it be so powerful? The great Tao without end pagoda is a treasure that Master obtained from the mortal world. It came from the secret realm of the ultimate ruins. There is a great mystery in it. Little Silver was excited and beaming with joy. Fairy Ruawu looked thoughtful. In the sky, the familiar morning sound of the saint fell again, and the sky was dyed red with blood. At this point, after Shi Taixing, Tu Wan Kong, and Tu Yanwen, Feng Yunque, the peerless saint from the black-striped demonic wasps, was killed. At this time only Lu, Shuexiu, He Qinghuai, and Song Xingkuan were left. However, their faces were extremely livid, and there was an unconcealable fear between their brows. When the scenes of death happened one after another, they also sobered up from their anger and realized the danger and seriousness of the situation. Their bodies were all cold as if they had fallen into an ice cave. In less than a quarter of an hour, 4 peak-level sages had been killed. Although such a loss was not enough to deal a huge blow to the Blood Demon Ancient Regent's camp, it was still a huge blow. The most horrifying thing was that until now, their opponents were still safe and sound. How could they fight like this? No matter how unwilling Lu and the others were, they had no choice but to admit the cruel reality. This kid could not be defeated. Little bastard, my Blood Demon Ancient Regent will never forget this enmity, Lu said fiercely. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly teleported and vanished in a flash, fleeing towards the distance. Let's go as well. He Qinghuai and Song Xingkuan's expressions changed drastically, and they teleported at the same time to flee. Since the beginning of the battle, Lin Sun had never shown any signs of being shaken. Even when he was surrounded, he could suppress them to the point they couldn't even raise their heads. Such an opponent was enough to make these old fellows feel despair. I said that if you can escape today, I'll destroy my own cultivation, Lin Sun sneered. He had expected this, so the moment Shuexiu escaped, his figure also disappeared. Swoosh, at the same time, his spirit left his body, and the Holy Soul Dharma idol charged out. He controlled the broken blade and attacked He Qinghuai, who was fleeing to the other side. Song Xingkuan secretly rejoiced that he was not targeted. But before he could rejoice, his way was blocked by a graceful figure. Ruo Wu, who had been paying close attention to the battle, attacked at this moment. I can't bear to see him destroy his own cultivation, so you must stay. As soon as the cold voice sounded, Ruo Wu attacked without hesitation. Buzz, with a wave of her snow-white slender hand, the divine flames poured down with the power to incinerate the sky. At the beginning, when she appeared in Icewind Valley, she was chased by 7 top sages. She was injured along the way, which damaged her Taoist foundation. She had long been suppressing her hatred and anger. But now, it was finally time to vent it. Boom, her body was graceful and clean, and her beautiful breath carried a sacred charm. But when she attacked, her attack was fierce, not inferior to that of a man. Being blocked, Song Xingkuan's eyes turned red, and he attacked with all his strength. He knew very well that the longer it took, the more time Lin Sun would take action, and that would be the time of his death. Boom, however, not long after the battle began, a world-shaking rumble resounded from the depths of the vast God-refining forest from afar. Then, the mourning sound of a saint fell from the sky. How could he die so soon? Song Xingkuan trembled all over, and his face was aghast. His heart was covered with fear. How long had it been? In the depths of the forest in the distance, Lei Shuexiu was annihilated, and there was no possibility of resurrection, because his head had been pierced by an arrow. At the moment of pursuit, Lin Sun pulled the insignificant's bow and shot an arrow without hesitation. Without any accident, Lei Shuexiu, the top sage of the Flying Kite Demon clan, was killed directly. The reason was very simple. Like the Tower of Endless Tao, Insignificant's bow was used by Lin Sun, who had the power of Absolute Sage, to show the real power of this fierce bow. On the other side, He Qinghuai, who was escaping, also heard the roar, saw the blood gathering in the sky, and the mourning sound resounded. This caused her entire body to stiffen, and a chill ran down her spine. Are you really going to kill me? This is the Blood Demon world. Aren't you afraid of revenge? Feeling that Lin Sun was getting closer and closer, He Qinghuai couldn't help screaming and threatening him. Revenge? It's me who should retaliate against you. Behind, Lin Sun's holy soul looked indifferent. He controlled the broken blade and chopped it without hesitation. Life and Death Cut. Among the 6 cuts of Tian Yuan, no one could compare with Life and Death Cut in terms of speed. The mystery of this strike was only one word: fast. Whoosh. He Qinghuai felt a stabbing pain in her eyes. She suddenly stopped moving and saw a sharp light flashing in front of her eyes. If she hadn't stopped in time, her throat would have hit the sharp blade directly. This made her take a breath of cold air, and she suddenly hit the broken blade with her palm. But because of this pause, Lin Sun's holy soul caught up with her. "You can't escape," Lin Sun said calmly, and the broken blade chopped down without hesitation. "Impartation of punish. You're going too far." He Qinghuai let out a shrill scream, took out a silver soft whip branded with dense runes, and whipped it like a silver dragon flying, shaking the universe and shattering the void. She was also desperately fighting. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, they'd exchanged hundreds of blows, causing the world to turn upside down and the sun and moon to dim. Terrifying light and whip shadows swept in all directions. Boom! Suddenly, He Qinghuai took a step forward while a pair of bright golden wings appeared behind him. They were like a pair of enormous scissors, and they bit down with a clang. This was the innate ability of the golden-winged dragon cranes, the dragon wing scissors. It was peerlessly sharp and had the power to kill ghosts and gods. Bang! Amidst the earth-shattering sound of the collision, Lin Sun's holy soul shook slightly, and the broken blade was blocked. He sighed in his heart. Although the broken blade had undergone a complete transformation, it hadn't been completely transformed into a life-saint weapon, so its power was limited. Otherwise, it would have been easy to break through such a cultivation method. "You're just a soul. How dare you stop me? Get lost." He Qinghuai's confidence grew after succeeding in a single move. However, she was just about to continue fleeing. Boom! The Tower of Endless Tao fell from the sky and pressed her body under it. She didn't know how many of her bones were broken. She let out a scream, completely panicked. Because Lin Sun himself had already rushed over. Whoosh! The holy soul Dharma form was put away and poured into the sea of consciousness. Lin Sun raised his hand to pick up the pagoda as if he were lifting up an ancient divine mountain. The light of Tao smashed down again like a landslide and a tsunami. "How dare you?" He Qinghuai's face changed, and she screamed in horror. But her voice stopped abruptly, covered by the terrible roar. Her body was smashed by the Tower of Endless Tao, and scarlet flesh and blood splashed everywhere. Buzz! Lin Sun was surrounded by a vast and unfathomable shadow of the great abyss. It swallowed fiercely, annihilating the smashed flesh and blood of He Qinghuai. "Ridiculous. Why wouldn't I dare?" Lin Sun's eyes were cold. Above the sky, the sound of mourning rang again. Lin Sun turned back without looking at it. There was still Song Xingkuan. Goldfish is going to continue to save manuscripts. The day after tomorrow, I will try my best to give you 10 more. Song Xingkuan, who was fighting fiercely with Ruo Wu, felt his heart sink when he heard the second mourning sound after Shui Xiu's. It was over. He Qinghuai's wife was also in trouble, his face was pale, and his heart was full of horror. 1 against 7, and still able to kill 6 peerless sages. If this battle spread out, it was bound to shock the entire 9 regions battlefield. If it spread out from the 9 regions battlefield, the cultivation world of the 8 regions was bound to be shaken, wasn't it? After all, 6 peerless sages had fallen, and Song Xingkuan also realized his fate. This time, he was doomed to die. At the thought of this, all his thoughts were burning, and even his fighting spirit was on the verge of collapse. He was not afraid of the enemy, but he was afraid that he could not see any hope. Boom! On the opposite side, Ruo Wu was keenly aware of the change of Song Xingkuan's state of mind. Without hesitation, she used her trump card and attacked with all her strength. Her slender body was surrounded by surging divine flames. Every move she made was accompanied by Taoism, fierce and tyrannical, showing unparalleled momentum. In the distance, Lin Sun watched quietly. He had realized that Song Xingkuan was doomed. "Master." Silver stepped forward with a fanatical look. "I also want to become a peerless sage." Little Tian also flew over, fluttering his wings and dancing around Lin Sun, saying, "Me too." Lin Sun smiled, "Why not? This time, the 9 regions battlefield will definitely provide you with an opportunity to become a sage." He looked at the strong practitioners of the ancient Desolation realm who had been saved. There were men and women, sages, and kings of the Longevity realm. But their bodies were all stained with blood, and their clothes were ragged. Almost all of them were injured. There was excitement, fanaticism, and admiration on their faces. Lin Sun's invincible posture in the battlefield had already shocked them and made them very excited. They were saved, this was their only thought. The taste of escaping from death made them have the impulse to kowtow and shed tears of gratitude when they met Lin Sun's eyes. But Lin Sun's words made them suppress their inner impulses. The people of the ancient desolation would rather die standing than live kneeling. This time, I saved you, and I hope that you can stand up and help us if you meet the strong practitioners of the ancient desolation in the future. His words caused everyone to fiercely nod their heads, their hearts surging. In the future, as long as Lin Sun was in the Nine region's battlefield, the ancient desolation realm would have the hope to avenge the shame of their predecessors. Little Tian, take them to the secret realm of the underground palace to recuperate. When we leave the Blood Devil dimension, come back and take them with us. Lin Sun ordered. This was the Blood Demon realm, the base camp of the Blood Demon ancient region. Their enemies were everywhere in this vast territory. Considering the current situation of those experts in the ancient desolation realm, they would probably be in danger once they left his protection. Lin Sun knew that killing and death happened all the time in the Nine region battlefield, but since he saw it, he had no reason not to help. That was all he could do. The demonic splitter butterfly took the order and left, leading the group of experts from the realm of ancient desolation into the abyss. Lin Sun turned his attention back to the battlefield. Unsurprisingly, Song Xingquan was eventually killed by Ruo Wu. However, his counterattack before his death also caused Ruo Wu to be injured. Fortunately, it was not serious and she would soon recover. This made Ruo Wu feel more and more emotional. She had only killed a peerless saint who had lost his fighting spirit, but it had taken so much effort. Compared with Lin Sun, there was no doubt that she was much weaker. After this battle, she understood how terrifying Lin Sun's combat strength was after he stepped into the Peerless Saint realm. Invincible in the Peerless Saint realm was just around the corner, she believed it. If this happened in the realm of ancient desolation, your name would be known all over the world in less than a day. Even the sages could only look up to you. Ruo Wu's figure floated to Lin Sun's side, with a rare look of admiration on her beautiful face. And those ancient orthodoxies who were once hostile to you would be so scared that they would not be able to eat or sleep well. At the end of her words, she couldn't help but smile. Her red lips were moist, and her white teeth were pearly. Her smile was fresh and brilliant like a flower bud blooming in the sunshine after the rain. Being praised like this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be speechless. By the way, what's your next plan? Ruo Wu raised her starry eyes and asked. When the young man in front of her was not fighting, his aura was indifferent and pure, like a solitary immortal. He didn't give people a sense of oppression, but people always felt that he was close but far away. Lin Sun put his hands behind his back, and his dark eyes were cold as he looked into the depths of the godly refining forest. In the past, I could only endure being hunted, and hide in the secret realm of the underground palace. Now, I will fight back, and all the humiliation I suffered will be returned. Ruo Wu nodded. She could guess this result, but she wasn't sure. She said, "This is the blood demon world, where the power of an entire domain is gathered. There must be many peerless saints like Lei Xiu here. How long do you plan to kill before choosing to leave? What do you think if I kill my way into their lair?" Lin Sun asked. His words shocked Ruo Wu, and her starry eyes widened. She would never have thought that Lin Sun would be so daring. "I can only say that if you really do that, it's no different from going into the dragon's pool and tiger's den. It's too risky." Ruo Wu frowned and said. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed, "There's no harm in trying." At worst what? Lin Sun smiled and said, "At worst, I can just escape back here." Ruo Wu was taken aback, and then she couldn't help but laugh as she said, You have shocking courage and know when to yield or when to stand tall." Lin Sun couldn't help laughing when he was described in such a way. Actually, Ruo Wu was very clearly aware that while Lin Sun seemed to be speaking casually, the danger he would encounter when he actually arrived at the city of Dao Protectors where countless experts from the Blood Devil ancient region were gathered was absolutely not as simple as he said. Now she could only pray that Lin Sun would stop while he was ahead after he vented his anger. After all, the Nine region battlefield had only been opened for less than half a year, and there would be opportunities to kill enemies in the future. There was no need to rush. "Master, the spoils have been cleaned up." In the distance, Little Silver flew over and said happily, "Even though those old bastards are extremely detestable, they're still very rich." Just the holy treasures alone are more than 10. Besides that, there are also some ancient books, elixirs, divine materials, rare treasures, and so on. As he spoke, he handed several storage treasures to Lin Sun. Lin Sun did a quick count and gave a part of them to Ruo Wu. How can I accept your spoils? Ruo Wu still wanted to decline, but Lin Sun persuaded her with an attitude that could not be refused. Take it. We have gone through thick and thin together, and we should share our gains. In the end, Ruo Wu could only accept it. In the past, she had almost no interaction with Lin Sun, nor did they have any friendship. But after getting to know Lin Sun, she realized that being friends with Lin Sun could only be described with one word: happy. He was upright, decisive, brave, resourceful, broad-minded, and bold. It was an honor to be friends with such a strange man. Master. The sky-splitting demonic butterfly returned. Seeing this, Lin Sun no longer hesitated and headed to the god-refining forest with Ruo Wu, Little Silver, and Little Tian. He wanted to fight back and cause havoc in the blood demon world, but the death of Lei Xiao and the others was not enough for Lin Sun. He would not forget that in the past 2 months, batch after batch of blood demon ancient region cultivators were killed and thrown into the abyss by the enemy like livestock. He would also not forget that initially, he chose to be generous because he did not want to see himself being coerced. He was a good man of the ancient desolation realm who was willing to die. The cultivators of the blood demon ancient region were all high and mighty, seeing them as two-legged sheep that could be slaughtered at will, humiliating, trampling, and slaughtering them. How could such blood and hatred be tolerated? Now, Lin Sun only wanted to pay blood for blood, a tooth for a tooth, and kill to his heart's content. He wanted to kill until his enemies were terrified and their expressions changed. A man should kill his enemies mercilessly. 1,000 years of immortality lay in killing the enemy. An area of 500 kilometers had been transformed into scorched earth, and it was a scene of desolation. The battle between Lin Sun and the 7 peerless sages had affected the cultivators of the blood demon ancient region who were watching the battle nearby, and they died tragically from the shockwaves of the battle. Therefore, the cultivators of the blood demon ancient region who were scattered around the god-refining forest had no idea what was going on. What happened? Why is there such a huge commotion? Up in the sky, the sorrowful cries of the sages falling one after another. What is going on? Deep within the god-refining forest, many powerhouses were shaking in fear. 2 months ago, the 7 peerless sages arrived and surrounded the abyss in the god-refining forest. Many powerhouses were anticipating a result. But today, sorrowful cries continued to echo throughout the forest. It was obvious that many sages had fallen deep within the god-refining forest. I heard that deep within the god-refining forest is full of danger and eeriness. Now that I think about it, it is indeed frightening. Do you think, could it be that Master Lei Shui and the others are in danger? Impossible. How could that little bastard Lin Sun be an opponent of the 7 peerless sages? Many discussions arose. No matter how they guessed, they were certain of one thing. Even if Lei Shui and the others were in danger, it was definitely not Lin Sun's doing. Because he was not worthy, how could a 2-legged sheep from the ancient desolation realm hurt a peerless sage? That is, how could it be that little bastard? He's still alive? Suddenly, someone saw a lone silhouette walking over from afar. He was wearing a moon-white robe and had his hands behind his back. His aura was otherworldly. The discussion came to an abrupt end. All the powerhouses of the blood demon ancient region widened their eyes and fear was written all over their faces. If this guy is still alive, then wouldn't Master Lei Shui and the others? In the next moment, all the powerhouses of the blood demon ancient region died on the spot. One by one, their bodies exploded and their souls were destroyed. They didn't even have the time to scream before they died. Lin Sun's expression was neither sad nor happy. He was calm and collected. He did not even look at them. His footsteps never stopped as he walked straight ahead. A bloody massacre began to unfold from deep within the cultivating god forest. An inconspicuous black-striped hornet the size of a thumb was crouching on a branch and happened to see Lin Sun and the others. The black-striped hornet almost cried out in shock when it saw the experts from the blood-fiend ancient realm being killed without a sound. If the little bastard from the ancient desolation realm is still alive, doesn't that mean the lament of Saint Death was caused by Lord Lei Shui and the others? If that's the case. No, I must spread the news. The black-striped hornet immediately realized that the situation was serious. However, just as it flapped its wings and flew into the air, it saw a 3-inch-tall handsome man standing in front of it. Your clan is just like the lackeys of the black demonic dog clan in the ancient Desolation realm. How detestable. Clang, Little Silver drew his sword. With a flash of sword radiance, the black-striped hornet was slashed into pieces. This godly refining forest is too strange. In the beginning, Lei Mujin, Shifeng, and the other sages all died when they came here. Now that the lament of Saint Death is being heard, will Lord Lei Shui and the others repeat the same mistake? It's indeed strange. So many people died just to kill a 2-legged sheep from the ancient Desolation realm. It's simply not normal. A group of experts from the blood-fiend ancient realm were discussing in low voices. All of them looked uncertain. They felt that there was a terrifying and strange aura in the depths of the dark forest that sent chills down their spines. Why don't we leave this place first? Someone suggested, which immediately drew the approval of the crowd. However, just as they were about to move, their gazes were suddenly attracted by a beautiful butterfly that was about the size of a palm and had wings that seemed to be made of black jade. This is? What a beautiful butterfly! They were stunned and amazed. However, their expressions changed abruptly in the next moment. The demonic sky-cracking butterfly gently flapped its wings. Spatial cracks that were as sharp as blades suddenly appeared in the nearby space and covered the area. Puff. Puff, in the next moment, scarlet-red blood exploded like firecrackers, and it rose and fell in the surroundings. It was poignant and bloody. When the demonic sky-cracking butterfly disappeared, only a pile of broken limbs and pools of blood was left. The scene was horrifying. My lord, something big must have happened in the depths of the god-refining forest. A group of experts gathered in front of a sage, all of them looking worried. This saint was dressed in a black robe. His expression was calm as he stared into the depths of the god-training forest. After a while, he said, no matter how big the change is, there are still Lord Lei Shui and the other 6 peerless sages to deal with it. Why are you all panicking? But there just so happened to be 7 Saint Death chimes resounding in the sky just now. Someone gulped with difficulty. The black-robed man frowned and said, this is just a coincidence. Do you think that a peerless saint would fall so easily? Idiot. Everyone looked at each other and kept quiet out of fear. Coincidence? Then tell me, if I kill all of you, would that be a coincidence? A clear and melodious voice rang out. Who? The black-robed man roared and looked into the distance. A graceful figure bathed in gorgeous flames was walking out from the depths of the pitch-black forest. She wore a red dress, had jet-black hair that flowed down like a waterfall, and a peerlessly beautiful face was suffused with a pure and holy sheen. All of a sudden, the black-robed man's expression changed. It was the woman who was once being chased by the 7 peerless saints. Why would she be here? Don't you think it's a coincidence? Sadly, sometimes coincidences mean death. Ruawu spoke softly. As soon as he finished speaking, this area was enveloped by an expanse of blazing divine radiance of flames. In the blink of an eye, everything within thousands of feet was incinerated. As for the black-robed saint and the powerhouses around him, all of them were turned into ashes and disappeared from the world. Scenes like this played out in the god-training forest at a shocking speed. Whether it was Little Silver, the demonic crack butterfly, or Ruawu, all of them had accumulated too much hatred and anger. Today, they were using their actions to exact their revenge. As time went on, painful screams, the pungent smell of blood, panicked screams, and fleeing silhouettes, all of this happened within the god-training forest. A bloody scene with a massacre as the background slowly unfolded. Most of the experts in the god refinement forest were at the longevity tribulation realm. Only a small number of sages were ordinary true sages. To Lin Sun and the others, they posed no threat at all. They could only be described as vulnerable chickens and stray dogs. No. How could this be? Run. Quick, send out the distress signal. Screams like this kept ringing out before they stopped abruptly and disappeared completely. The vast godly refining forest had turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. However, Lin Sun and the others, who were regarded as two-legged sheep by the powerhouses of the blood demon ancient region, had turned into cold-blooded executioners. Kill, 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 there was no mercy, and no hesitation. Didn't you see that lions and tigers gained fame by preying on their prey? Who would pity the deer? Didn't you see how many powerhouses of the ancient desolation realm had been brutally murdered in various areas of the blood demon territory? There was once a proud and unyielding saint who had his head chained and dragged around like a dead dog. There were once peerless beauties who had been abused, raped, and ravaged at will. They could neither live nor die, but their enemies still laughed arrogantly. Who could turn a blind eye to such humiliation, hatred, and tears of blood? Kill, even if it was Lin Sun, no matter how weak his opponents were, he would not show any mercy and would not show any mercy. In just a few months, countless powerhouses of the ancient desolation realm had been killed and thrown into the abyss. Lin Sun would naturally avenge them, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, outside the god-training forest. Silver was panting, but his face was still filled with excitement as he shouted, "Awesome! Men like us should kill our enemies with our swords. We should kill until the sky and earth turn upside down and the mountains shake." The demonic crack butterfly fluttered its wings and said unwillingly, "It's a pity that there are too few opponents in the god-training forest. It's not enough to kill." Within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they had swept through the entire god-training forest. Everywhere they passed, there was no one left alive. But Silver and the demonic crack butterfly were still filled with hatred. "Silver, I'll leave this to you. I want to know more about Xianxia." With a thud, Lin Sun threw a captured saint onto the ground. He was too lazy to interrogate him and asked Silver to do it. Whoosh, in a flash, little Silver plunged into the saint's sea of consciousness. The reason why Lin Sun paid attention to Xianxia was because he was not only one of the 8 greats of Green Hell, but he was also the leader of the blood demon ancient region. He held great power and commanded the powerhouses of the various clans. Even the top saints had to listen to his orders. If he could kill this person, it would definitely deal a heavy blow to the blood demon ancient region. Not long after, Silver dashed out. The saint's soul had long been erased and he died on the spot. "Master, half a month ago, Xianxia led the peerless figures of the major forces of the blood demon ancient region to the ancient desolation world, the heart of the 9 regions battlefield, under the escort of a group of top saints. Their objective was to enter the extreme prison secret realm and fight for the opportunity to become a saint." Silver said quickly, "If that's the case, they're probably fighting in the extreme prison secret realm now. They won't be able to return to the blood demon world anytime soon." Lin Sun was stunned and fell into deep thought. According to his understanding, after the extreme prison secret realm descended, only the peerless figures of the longevity 9th tribulation realm were qualified to enter. After a month, the extreme prison secret realm would disappear from the 9 regions battlefield once again. "So you're saying that the core figures of the blood demon world, including Xianxia, aren't in the city of Dao Protectors?" Ruo Wu's eyes lit up. "If that's the case, the danger we'll encounter will be greatly reduced even if we kill our way into the city of Dao Protectors." Lin Sun couldn't help but chuckle when he saw how excited she was. "Aren't you boosting the morale of others and belittling your own?" Ruo Wu smiled and said, "This is called assessing the situation, using all my strength and acting within my capabilities." "Master, are we really going to kill our way into the enemy's lair?" Silver asked excitedly. Lin Sun nodded and said, "The only pity is that Xianxia isn't here. Otherwise, it would be even better if we could seize this opportunity to kill her." When he spoke up to this point, he instructed, "Silver, help me gather some information about the city of Dao Protectors along the way. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles." Silver smiled, "I've obtained some information from that old geezer's soul just now." As he spoke, he told Ruo Wu everything he knew. The city of Dao Protectors was located in the extreme north of the blood demon world, and it covered an area of 3,800 kilometers. It was the headquarters of the blood demon ancient territory's powerhouses, and the forces of the various forces of the blood demon ancient territory gathered here. There were countless powerhouses here, and there was no lack of true saints and peak true saints. There were around 800,000 powerhouses from the blood demon ancient territory participating in the 9 regions battlefield, and most of them were powerhouses who hadn't become saints. However, there were also a large number of peak true saints and peak true saints. Usually, there weren't many powerhouses gathered in the city of Tao Protectors. These 800,000 powerhouses were stationed in different areas of the blood demon world to prevent enemies from invading this place. There were around 100,000 powerhouses who stayed behind to guard the city of Tao Protectors. However, almost all of them were the elites of the blood demon ancient territory. Moreover, there were a group of peak true saints in the city of Tao Protectors all year round. Just this force alone was terrifying. Half a month ago, Xianxia had left with a group of peerless figures, and she'd taken a group of peak saints with her as well. This meant that the strength of the city of Tao Protectors had decreased sharply during this period of time. Of course, it was the headquarters of the blood demon ancient territory after all, and the power gathered there was absolutely beyond imagination. Knowing this didn't dispel Lin Sun's intention to kill his way there, and he was about to take action. Are you going to kill your way there? Ruawu couldn't help but ask. So what if I kill my way there? Lin Sun's voice was calm, but there was an unconcealable disdain in it. His eyes were like lightning. This time, I'm going to teach those bastards from the blood demon ancient territory an unforgettable lesson. Let me tell you about tomorrow's explosive update schedule. There will be 3 updates at around 10 a.m., and 3 updates before 6 p.m. I'll inform you one by one when the time comes. All right. I'll go with you. Ruawu took a deep breath, and her eyes flashed with determination. It was a crazy decision. If it were someone else, she wouldn't take the risk. But Lin Sun was different. In the 9-region battlefield, everyone knew that the forces of the other 8 regions had an absolute advantage. Not only did they have many strong cultivators, but they also had many powerful forces. Moreover, there was no lack of geniuses, goddesses, and saints among them. Most importantly, there were peerless sages. This was something that the ancient Desolation realm couldn't compare with. It had only been a few months since the opening of the 9-territory battlefield, but countless experts from the ancient Desolation realm had been killed in the blood demon realm. Why? In the end, it was because of the huge gap in strength. But Ruawu also knew that in the 9-region battlefield, the true sage was the supreme power. Restricted by the rules of heaven and earth, Lin Sun was now an outstanding figure among the peerless sages, and he even had the aura of invincibility. As long as he was there, the ancient Desolation realm would have the hope to reverse the situation in the cruel and bloody 9-region battlefield and wash away their shame. Perhaps Lin Sun's decision to kill his way to the blood demon ancient region was crazy. But if one thought about it calmly, how many people in the blood demon realm could suppress Lin Sun with his current power? Let's go. Without further delay, the group set off. When they were first moved to the blood demon realm, Lin Sun learned that the city of Tao Protectors was located in the north of the God Refining Forest. In the boundless world, a group of blood demon ancient region experts were patrolling, looking for prey. It's been almost 3 months since Lord Xianxia gave the order. All the 2-legged sheep found in the blood demon realm have been captured and killed. Yeah, it's hard to find a 2-legged sheep woman to play with now. Hee, I heard that some Saint Realm women of the ancient Desolation realm have been secretly sent to the city of Tao Protectors to be played with by those great figures. That feeling. Tisk. The experts of the ancient Desolation realm were talking to each other. Hey, look! Someone suddenly pointed at the sky. Everyone raised their heads and saw beams of divine light streaking across the sky. This is a distress signal. But, why were there so many of them? What exactly happened in the Refining God Forest? Everyone was astonished. This was the territory of the blood demon ancient region, yet there were so many requests for help. Something big must have happened. It didn't take long for them to learn from the request for help. 7 sounds of sages falling resounded. It seems that Lord Lei Shui and the other 6 peerless sages are in trouble. Lin Sun and Ruawu from the ancient Desolation region, who were ordered to be killed by Lord Qingyi, have come out of the God Refining Forest. When these experts understood this, they felt a chill run down their spines. Recently, even in the blood demon circle, the names of Lin Sun and Ruawu spread rapidly. Because one of them was the leader of the peerless experts in the ancient Desolation realm, and the other was a terrifying being who had stepped into the peerless saint realm. It could be said that this couple was the core of the ancient Desolation realm. In order to kill these 2 people, the Blood Devil world had mobilized an unknown number of forces over the past few months to cooperate with the actions of Lei Shui and the other 6 sages. This had caused a huge uproar. No one thought that this couple would have a chance to survive. But now, such shocking news had spread. How? How is this possible? The experts' expressions kept changing. They could not believe it. At the same time, the experts of the Blood Demon Ancient region who were scattered in different areas of the Blood Devil world also sensed the requests for help turning into rays of light that flashed in the sky. Lord Lei Shui and the others are in trouble? That's impossible. That B***starred couple came out of the God refining forest alive? That must be fake news, right? Quick! Send people to investigate. For a moment, countless voices of shock and astonishment were heard. The entire Blood Devil world was in an uproar. In the city of Dao Protectors. In the middle of the magnificent city built from blood and skeletons stood a tall building that was 1,800 zhang tall. The tower was built with piles of white bones. It looked extremely ferocious. It was called the Victory Tower, which meant victory in battle. At the same time, this was the core area that only Qing Yi and the big shots of the Blood Demon Ancient region had the right to enter. 6th Elder, something big has happened. A hurried voice resounded outside the great hall on the 9th floor of the Victory Tower. What is it? The 6th Elder of the Khanate Demon Sect, by Xianxia, who was meditating in the hall, frowned and opened his eyes that were filled with vicissitudes. Outside the hall stood a saint from the black-marked demonic hornet tribe. He looked worried. There are many requests for help coming from the God refining forest. The news says that Lord Lei Shui and the others. The saint spoke quickly and reported the news one by one. Bai Jianqiong's face was filled with shock. He suddenly stood up and said, 7 peerless saints are in trouble? How is that possible? No matter how powerful Ruo Wu is, didn't she almost die from being hunted down? The saint also had a bitter expression. If it was just one piece of news, it might not be worth believing. However, there are so many pieces of news saying the same thing. I'm afraid. It can't be fake. Bai Jianqiong's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. Half a month ago, Xueqingyi led a group of peerless figures and left the Blood Demon world under the protection of many peerless saints. Before he left, he gave an order that he must kill Ruo Wu and Lin Sun before he returned from the ultimate prison secret realm. He thought that with Lei Shui and the other peerless saints, as well as the cooperation of the entire Blood Demon world, killing the man and woman would be a piece of cake. Who would have thought that such a huge change would happen? 6th Elder, you are in charge of the Blood Demon world now. Why don't you make a decision soon? The saint said anxiously. Humph. What are you panicking about? They are just a pair of sheep. Even if they came out of the God refining forest, what can they do? Bai Jianqiong snorted. His expression was filled with pride. This is the Blood Demon world, our territory. It is just a small accident. Do you think they can make us panic? As he finished speaking, he took a deep breath and said, pass down my orders. Tell the experts of the various powers throughout the Blood Devil dimension to capture this pair of man and woman with all their might. No matter what, they absolutely can't be allowed to escape from the Blood Devil dimension. His words were sonorous and filled with murderous intent. Yes. The expert of the black-striped Devil Bee branch received the order and left. Lei Shui and the others are really in trouble. In the hall, Bai Jianqiong fell into deep thought. From the beginning to the end, he never thought that Lin Sun and the others would dare to attack the city of Dao Protectors. He subconsciously thought that since Lin Sun and the others had escaped, they would definitely choose to escape the Blood Demon world at the first opportunity. The reason was very simple. The city of Dao Protectors was the headquarters of the Blood Demon Ancient region, although Xueqingyi had taken a group of peerless figures and many peerless saints with him when he left. There were still nearly 30 peerless saints left in the city of Dao Protectors. Apart from that, there were a large number of saints and tens of thousands of longevity tribulation monarchs. Under such circumstances, who would be foolish enough to come here and throw away their lives? Moreover, there were many armies belonging to the Blood Demon Ancient region stationed at the borders of the different regions of the Blood Demon world. There were also many peerless saints in those regions. It could be said that in the Blood Demon world, Bai Jianqiong did not think that there would be any enemy in the 9 regions battlefield who would dare to run wild in their territory. What Bai Jianqiong was thinking about now was whether Lei Shui and the others were dead or not. If they were really dead, how did they die? This was a very important question. After all, the death of 7 peerless saints was still a considerable blow to the Blood Demon Ancient region, even though it was not enough to seriously damage the Blood Demon Ancient region. It should be known that after the Ancient Desolation domain was eradicated, the other 8 domains, including the Blood Demon Ancient region, would also undergo a bloody and cruel war. At that time, it would be a battle of strength and resources. Now, the 9 regions battlefield had only been open for less than half a year, and 7 peerless saints of the Blood Demon Ancient region had already fallen. This was not a good sign. As Bai Jianqiong was thinking about this question, she also subconsciously separated the deaths of Lei Shui and the others from Lin Sun and Ruo Wu. This was because, in his opinion, no matter how powerful the couple was, it was impossible for them to do this. Moreover, the news that he had just received was too brief. It was impossible for him to think that Lin Sun, whom he had overlooked, had already become a saint, but soon, the black-patterned demonic B-branch saint who had left to carry out the order hurriedly returned. This time, his expression was very strange, as if he wanted to say something. "Why are you back again?" Bai Jianqiong frowned. "There's news from the front lines. They say, the saint's expression became even more strange. "What did they say?" Bai Jianqiong was very displeased. How could a dignified saint be so hesitant? It was simply unbecoming of him. The saint took a deep breath and said, "According to the news, Lin Sun and Ruo Wu are together and are killing their way to the city of Dao protectors." Bai Jianqiong's expression immediately became incomparably strange. Then, she sneered, "Have they lost their minds? Or are they out of their minds?" The saint was also very puzzled. He smiled and said, "Perhaps they really have lost their minds." Bai Jianqiong thought about it and said with a roused spirit, "That's not bad. I was just worried that they would escape at the first opportunity. Now that they have come to us, let's take this opportunity to send them on their way." The saint nodded, "I think so too. However, that Ruo Wu is a peerless saint. Should we make some preparations in advance?" Bai Jianqiong nodded and said, "Pass down my order. Have the Flying Kite tribe and the Golden Demonic Snake Branch saints take action. Tell them that the deaths of Lei Shui and Shi Taixing are related to this couple. Now, I will give them a chance to take revenge with their own hands." Just as they set off from the God-refining forest, Lin Sun and the others met a group of Blood Demon Ancient region experts. Looking at how aggressive they were, it was obvious that they had received the distress signal and rushed to the cultivating God forest to help. Lin Sun didn't need to do anything at all. Ruo Wu, Little Silver, and the sky-splitting demonic butterfly moved together and wiped out the enemies in a flash. All of this happened in a flash. However, as Lin Sun and the others moved forward, they encountered more and more Blood Demon Ancient region experts along the way. They formed groups and whistled over from all directions. If they went at full speed, no one could stop them. But Lin didn't. This time, since he intended to kill his way to the city of Dao protectors, he naturally wished for nothing more than to encounter as many enemies as possible. For a time, batches of Blood Demon Ancient region powerhouses were killed on Lin Sun's path. Every time, there would be dozens or even hundreds of enemies killed. However, there were very few opportunities for Lin Sun to make a move, because the strongest of these enemies were just ordinary true saints. In the eyes of a peerless saint like Ruo Wu, it was not even worth mentioning. In this way, Lin Sun became an idler. He even had the time to check his Flying Immortal token and Ancient Desolation token, thinking about how to obtain them in his future cultivation. In this way, they embarked on a bloody journey all the way to the north. Such a massacre couldn't be concealed at all. Soon, the news about Lin Sun's expedition to the north spread among the black-striped magic wasps. Originally, there were still many strong practitioners of the Blood Demon Ancient region who didn't know what was going on. They rushed to Lin Sun and the others aggressively. But as the news spread, many experts of the Blood Demon Ancient region felt that something was wrong when they learned the number of experts who had been killed by Lin Sun and his team along the way. With a peerless saint leading the way, they swept through everything in their path as if they were invincible, so who would dare to charge forward and give their lives away? dozens of groups of blood demon ancient realm powerhouses had lost their lives. There were thousands of them in total, and many of them were sage-level powerhouses. The bloody number of casualties also began to spread along with the spread of the news, causing countless people to be shocked and shocked. This is our territory, yet that adulterous couple is committing a massacre here. Are they treating our blood demon ancient realm as if there's no one here? Since when did the two-legged sheep of the ancient desolation realm dare to bully us? Some people were angry. Quick! Ask for reinforcements from the city of Dao protectors. We won't be able to stop them without the help of a peak saint. There were also people who were burning with anxiety and sent out a request for help. They're heading to the city of Dao protectors? Aren't they afraid of death? Some were surprised and bewildered. They'd noticed that Lin Sun and the others were actually heading towards the city of Dao protectors in the north. In this bloody storm, Lin Sun and the others moved forward without any pause. In less than a quarter of an hour, they had already killed 10,000 li, in a valley. From the looks of it, the ancient desolation realm has some tough guys this time. A tall, silver-haired man with a fiery red tattoo on his arm said. There was a faint golden fluctuation of the saint realm around him. Eastern Mulberry Ancient Region, the Scarlet Viper Clan Saint, Yan Xingwen. Beside Yan Xingwen were more than 10 experts from the Eastern Mulberry Ancient Region. The Eastern Mulberry Ancient Region was one of the 8 regions. Before the Ancient Desolation Region was completely wiped out, the experts of the other 8 regions would not fight against each other. This was a rule that had long been agreed upon. The reason why Yan Xingwen and the others appeared in the Blood Demon realm was the same as Lin Sun and the others. They'd been teleported here when they entered the 9 regions battlefield. This man and woman named Lin Sun and Rua Wu are really tough. They've killed their way through like a hot knife through butter. This time, the Blood Demon realm has suffered some heavy losses. Some people laughed. No, you don't understand. These losses are not heavy at all. They can't even scratch the surface of the Blood Demon Ancient Region's camp. Yan Xingwen said indifferently, you must remember that the real deciding factor of the 9 regions battle is never those small fries, but the peak saints. Then, he changed the topic and made a judgment. As for Lin Sun and Rua Wu, they're destined to die this time. It's a pity that the ancient desolation realm has finally produced 1 or 2 outstanding figures, but they're going to fall like comets in the Blood Demon realm. Hearing this, the experts of the Eastern Mulberry Ancient Region laughed disapprovingly. Ancient Desolation Realm. The Ancient Desolation Realm had never been a part of the 9 regions battle. Speaking ill of others behind their backs, aren't you afraid of retribution? Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. He was dressed in moon-white clothes and had a calm expression. It was Lin Sun. Yan Xingwen was shocked, and his expression changed abruptly. Friend, we're from the Eastern Mulberry Ancient Region. We're not with the Blood Demon Ancient Region. With just a glance, Lin Sun gave him a terrifying feeling of oppression. He had an illusion that his mind was about to collapse. Therefore, he did not hesitate to lower his stance. Moreover, he had roughly judged that the young man in front of him was undoubtedly the top figure in the ancient desolation realm called Lin Sun. However, the others did not have such discerning eyes. Seeing that Lin Sun's attitude was not right, someone immediately frowned and said with an unfriendly expression, "Were you eavesdropping on us just now?" Yan Xingwen cursed inwardly. However, when he wanted to stop him, it was already too late. Bang, the person who spoke died on the spot. His body went limp on the ground. He did not even see clearly how Lin Sun attacked before he died. You dare to attack? The others were furious. Seeing this, Yan Xingwen sighed in his heart. He knew that there was no way to explain, so he immediately attacked first. Boom, he waved his right arm, and a terrifying fiery glow surged out, covering the sky and covering the earth. However, when it reached Lin Sun, it instantly collapsed and was extinguished. You've actually become a martial sage. At this moment, Yan Xingwen finally realized what the problem was. It turned out that it was not only Rua Wu, but even Lin Sun had become a martial sage. So what if you're from the Eastern Mulberry Ancient Region? To me, you're all the same as those beasts in the Blood Demon Ancient Region. You're all enemies that I must kill. After speaking, Lin Sun turned around and left. Behind him, Yan Xingwen's body exploded and was obliterated by the terrifying Taoist light. Then, the experts from the eastern mulberry ancient region died on the spot. No one was spared. Along the way, Lin Sun saw many experts from other regions like Yan Xingwen's group. Without exception, they were all killed. For example, the Great Luo ancient region, the Northern Underworld ancient region, the Extreme Yin ancient region, the Starfiend ancient region, the Jiuli ancient region, and the Heaven Fire ancient region. He could not just watch the show. To Lin Sun, he represented the ancient desolation. The experts from the other 8 regions were all enemies. In the past, Lin Sun would pay back how the experts from the other 8 regions had treated the experts from the ancient desolation. Killing Yan Xingwen's group was just a small interlude for Lin Sun. Not long after, he met up with Ruo Wu and continued to move forward. Along the way, they had no intention of hiding anything. They killed their way forward and set off a storm of blood along the way. At this moment, in a rolling snow-capped mountain thousands of miles away from the city of Dao Protectors, 3 peerless sages who had received orders from the city of Dao Protectors were already waiting there. I heard that even Lei Shuexiu and the other 7 peerless sages failed to kill that woman called Ruo Wu. This woman can't be underestimated. An old woman with a shiny golden body covered in dense golden scales spoke with a sharp voice. Shi Biyun, a peerless sage of the golden demon snake bloodline. No matter how powerful she is, she shouldn't be so stupid as to seek death. I can only say that she's crazy. She's clearly trying to imitate them. A thin and elegant man in a gray robe next to her said indifferently. His scarlet eyes flickered with a demonic luster. Lei Tianheng, a peerless sage of the Flying Iris Demon tribe, Lei Shuexiu's uncle, and a late true sage. Apart from him, there was also a man with unkempt hair and skin that was covered in beast skin. He sat cross-legged on the ground with a cold expression and did not say a word. He Qingyan, a peerless figure of the golden-winged dragon crane bloodline, and He Qinghuai's elder brother. He chose to act as soon as he learned of He Qinghuai's death. Tell me, how did Lei Shuexiu and the others die? Could they have been killed by Ruo Wu? Shi Biyun could not help but ask. Nonsense. The depths of the divine refining forest are filled with danger and there have been cases of sages dying in the past. Moreover, how could Ruo Wu possibly be a match for 7 peerless sages? Don't forget that Ruo Wu was almost killed before. Lei Tianheng's face was very gloomy. Lei Shuexiu's death made him feel extremely distressed. While they were talking, news came from afar from time to time. Oh no, Lin Sun and Ruo Wu have appeared in the Blood Wolf Mountain. The 19 sages stationed there have all been killed. The enemy has appeared 3,000 miles away. The enemy is approaching this way. Not long after, as the news came, Lei Tianheng and Shi Biyun both stopped talking and looked into the distance. There was an uncontrollable killing intent in the depths of their hearts. The originally pervasive wind and snow were dispersed by the terrifying killing intent, and the void was filled with the whimpering sound of the wind, which was mournful like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. They're coming. Suddenly, a cold light flashed across Lei Tianheng's scarlet eyes, and his divine sense spread out in all directions. A moth flying into the fire is equivalent to playing with fire and getting burned. I have to say, this woman is really stupid. Shi Biyun said expressionlessly. Quietly, He Qingyan, who was originally meditating, also stood up from the ground. His rock-like body was several meters high, like a mountain rising from the ground, giving people a sense of endless oppression. His eyes were full of indifference as he looked into the distance. I want her to die. He Qingyan gently spat out 4 words, each of which was full of dense killing intent. Of course, if the 3 of us go together, how can this stupid woman have a chance to survive? Shi Biyun said leisurely. From beginning to end, the 3 of them were talking about how to kill Ruo Wu, and they never thought about Lin Sun who was beside Ruo Wu. Because until now, they still didn't know that Lin Sun had become a sage. On the contrary, Ruo Wu was listed as a key figure. Even Little Silver and Sky-Splitting Butterfly were valued more than Lin Sun. The city of Dao Protectors was 1,000 miles away from the snowy mountains. The 6th elder of the Khanate demon sect, Bai Jianqiong, stood on the towering city wall with her hands behind her back and looked into the distance. 1,000 miles was more than enough for her to sense the general situation with her divine sense as a peerless saint. She's just a woman, but she dares to follow the actions of a moth to a flame and set off a trail of blood. Should I call her stupid or commendable? Bai Jianqiong murmured. There were a few other saints next to her and they couldn't help but sneer. They were all stunned when they heard that the woman called Ruo Wu didn't escape from the blood demon world immediately after escaping from the godly refining forest. Instead, she headed straight for the city of Dao protectors. How could there be someone so unafraid of death in this world? After all, this was their base camp, and there were dozens of peerless saints guarding this place. Who gave her the courage to come here to die? A peerless saint can't be a fool. Her actions can only mean one thing. She really doesn't want to live anymore. Someone mocked and ridiculed him. She needs a reason. I think it's best to capture her alive and interrogate her to find out why she doesn't want to live anymore. Someone's eyes flashed with a strange light. It was a saint who looked like a handsome young man. He held a jade fan with gold in his hand and wore a luxurious robe. Liu, he was a saint of the Silver Goblin race, one of the top 10 races in the Blood Demon ancient region. Everyone had a strange look on their faces when they heard him. Everyone knew that even though Liu was a saint, he was a lustful person because he pursued the path of plucking and nourishing. It wasn't because of lust, but because he used the yin-yang plucking technique as his own path. Liu was definitely not an ordinary pervert. However, it was true that Liu liked to collect beauties for himself. Clearly, he had his eyes on Ruo Wu. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. Even though I have tender feelings for the fairer sex, I have the awareness to destroy my enemies. Liu said with a smile. As they were conversing, Bai Jianqiong's eyes suddenly flashed with a divine light. They're here. Almost at the same time, the other peerless sages standing on top of the city walls all extended their divine senses. Wind and snow filled the air, and the mountain range stretched endlessly. Lu Tianheng, Shi Biyun, and He Qingyan each stood at a corner, forming a triangular formation. They were like three barriers that lay across the heavens and the earth, and they possessed the aura of being impossible to break through. A formless murderous aura spread out in all directions like a tide. Heaven and earth were silent, and all living things were murderous. When a saint was enraged, there would be millions of corpses and rivers of blood. At this moment, Lu Tianheng was overseeing this place, and just the aura emanating from his body was enough to annihilate anyone below the saint stage. In the distance, Lin Sun's figure appeared. Dressed in a moon-white robe, with his hands behind his back, he walked in the wind and snow as if he were taking a stroll in a courtyard. Lu Tianheng and others were stunned. They thought that Ruo Wu would appear at the first time, but Lin Sun showed up first. Why did this kid come out first? On the tower of the city of Dao protectors, Bai Jianqiong and the other saints frowned. Before, all their analysis was based on how to kill Ruo Wu, so they directly ignored Lin Sun. But it just so happened that this person that they had overlooked was the first to appear. Of course, this was just a small accident. Very soon, their attention was attracted by Ruo Wu, who had appeared right after Lin Sun. She was dressed in a red robe, and her figure was graceful and slender. As she walked in the white wind and snow, her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful face was suffused with a holy luster. She looked like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. So beautiful. Liu's eyes lit up, and a strange look appeared on his face. He licked the corner of his lips and said, "No matter what, don't kill her. Such a beauty is top-notch, and it's hard to come by." The others could not help but laugh. However, Bai Jianqiong frowned slightly. She could keenly sense that Ruo Wu's expression was calm and composed. She did not look like a foolish person that would fly into a flame. Could it be that she had something to rely on since she dared to come? Bai Jianqiong shook her head dumbfoundedly. This area of 1,000 miles was the base camp of the Blood Demon ancient region. Even if the other party had something to rely on, it was no different from hitting a rock with an egg. At the same time, the gazes of Lu Tianheng and the other two saints shifted from Lin Sun to Ruo Wu. This woman was worthy of their attention, and they must kill her. The atmosphere between heaven and earth became more and more oppressive. Even the whimpering sound of the wind, which was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves, became still. Ruo Wu was stunned. She felt that three murderous intents were firmly locked on her, and Lin Sun had become a character that no one cared about. She could not help but smile and transmit her voice. It seems that they still don't know the fact that you have become a saint, and they still don't believe that Lu Tianheng and the others were actually killed by you. Lin Sun, who was walking in front, said casually, "Isn't this better? We have traveled about 29,000 miles along the way. Along the way, you, Silver and Tian kept killing each other, so I didn't have much chance to fight. Now it's my turn to fight." Ruo Wu raised the corner of her mouth. "Make it quick?" Lin Sun said, "There are some old guys watching the battle from 1,000 miles away. We should give them a surprise." Ruo Wu nodded. "That's settled." While they were talking, they had arrived at the top of a snow-capped mountain. The mountain where Lu Tianheng and the others were standing was thousands of meters away. When they looked at each other, a terrible collision of qi, like a thunderclap, resounded in this deathly silent atmosphere. For a time, the world trembled, the mountains shook, and the heavy snow collapsed like a waterfall, turning into a torrent and sweeping down. Boom! Almost at the same time, Ruo Wu's figure flashed and she took the lead. Her red dress fluttered, like a vermilion bird flying under the sky. She flicked her sleeves. Endless divine flames, like a great river, spread out, smelted the void, and burned mountains and snow. "Do it!" With a thunderous roar, Lu Tianheng, Shi Biyun, and He Qingyan also attacked. Each of them had monstrous power, blooming with monstrous holy power. Clang, a long and narrow blood-red saber was chopped out by Lu Tianheng. The world, mountains, and rivers were suddenly cut open like a canvas, but Shi Biyun spat out a colorful flying sword from her lips. It was graceful and magnificent, with a peerlessly sharp edge, and it rushed out violently. Boom! He Qingyan's attack was the most overbearing and ferocious. His 10 m tall body burned with golden divine radiance, and he took a step forward, causing the void to collapse and yin and yang to reverse. He waved his right arm and punched out. The power that burst out from this punch caused the heavens and the earth to tremble, and a muffled rumble sounded like a drum being beaten by a deity. Without any nonsense, the battle broke out at the instant they faced each other. "Good." Someone on the wall of the city of Dao protectors applauded and praised. Bai Jianqiong nodded secretly as well. In a battle between saints, it was fine if they didn't attack, but when they attacked, it would definitely be as powerful as a thunderbolt. The performance of Lu Tianheng and the others was really outstanding. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Ruo Wu was besieged by 3 peerless saints on the battlefield, and the nearby mountains collapsed, exploded, and were flattened by the terrifying divine radiance. All the gazes were fixed on Ruo Wu, and all of them revealed ghastly and cold expressions. If nothing unexpected happened, the outcome was decided, but Lin Sun raised his face in this place where no one paid any attention to him. There was a flash of killing intent in his cold black eyes. The terrifying aura on his body that was concealed by the Bayan Qi suddenly erupted like a volcano that had been suppressed for 100,000 years. Boom! The blazing light of the Tao broke through the clouds in the sky, illuminating the mountains and rivers. In the battle, the expressions of Lu Tianheng and the others changed slightly, and they subconsciously separated a strand of their divine senses to look. This, on the wall, Bai Jianqiong and the other peerless saints were also shocked, and they shifted their attention to the place where the blazing light of the Tao came from. At this moment, Lin Sun had already made his move. His black hair fluttered, and his body was covered in dazzling light. He was like a sun that had rushed out of the abyss, and his disdainful power swept across the entire battlefield. With one step, the surroundings were thrown into chaos, and the world seemed to be turned upside down. Oh no! The expressions of Lu Tianheng and the others changed again, and they realized that they had made a mistake. Previously, they had all treated Ruo Wu as their top target, and they had ignored Lin Sun, thinking that he hadn't become a saint yet. But now, they knew that this young man had already become a saint. No wonder he is so fearless. On the wall, Bai Jianqiong's clothes were fluttering, and her eyes were frightening. She suddenly understood why Ruo Wu dared to kill all the way here. It turned out that Lin Sun was her backer. Beside Bai Jianqiong, a group of peerless saints was also stunned, and they felt unprepared. Without entering the secret realm of prison and fighting for the opportunity to become a saint, the young man who was like an ant actually became a saint. How could this be possible? This accident happened so suddenly that they were all in a daze. On the battlefield, Ruo Wu's eyes were filled with extraordinary splendor. The real killing will begin from now on. After the initial shock, Lu Tianheng and the others had all recovered. As peerless saints, they had rich fighting experience, and their state of mind was far more stable than ordinary people. The reason why they were surprised before was nothing more than that they sensed that Lin Sun had become a saint. It would be a big mistake if they thought that this could catch them unprepared. At this time, Lin Sun had already made his move. Boom, as soon as Lin Sun made his move, he moved time and space like a swift and violent streamer, incredibly fast. Swish, swish. Swish, 3,000 Taishan sword chi came out of Lin Sun's body and evolved into a sword formation, covering Lu Tianheng. In Lin Sun's hand, the wordless pagoda had already emerged, and under his control, it broke out at the same time. Since he had decided to give his opponent a surprise, how could Lin Sun hold back? The battlefield suddenly became chaotic, and the sword formation swept across, dense and pervasive, crisscrossing and incomparably fierce. No. Lu Tianheng's expression suddenly changed greatly, and he shuddered with fear while his soul almost left his body. The might of Lin Sun's strike actually caused him to feel suffocated. Obviously, Lin Sun was not an ordinary peerless saint. Thinking of this, Lu Tianheng felt cold all over. Lu Tianheng didn't have the time to think, and he waved his saber and attacked with all his might. Bang! Bang, bang! Dense, dazzling, and sharp sword chi descended. Every single sword strike possessed the might to annihilate ghosts and gods, and it shook Lu Tianheng to the point his vital energy and blood surged while blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. What sword chi is this? Why is it so terrifying? Lu Tianheng was astounded. In merely an instant, he'd blocked thousands of sword strikes, but he'd been heavily injured. The most terrifying thing was that there were still dense amounts of sword chi whistling over from all directions. Open! He was furious, and his roar shook the heavens. Under the stimulation of death, he'd gone all out. Rumble, the interweaving sword screen was finally cut open, and the saber in Lu Tianheng's hand was riddled with holes. In the end, it couldn't withstand the attack and exploded into pieces. But before Lu Tianheng could react, a pagoda that seemed to be made of divine gold and iron that flowed with obscure characters had smashed over. Its aura possessed the might to crush the world and destroy mountains and rivers. No. Lu Tianheng's face went pale, yet he didn't have the time to dodge. Amidst a miserable and unwilling hell, his body was forcefully blasted into pieces, and his flesh and blood that transformed into powder were evaporated by the blazing glow of treasures. He attacked brazenly when no one was paying attention to him. In the blink of an eye, he'd killed a peak saint. All of a sudden, the surroundings fell silent. Shi Biyun and He Qingyan, who were fighting fiercely with Ruo Wu, stiffened, and their expressions changed drastically. They were so shocked that they almost cried out. Earlier, they'd overlooked Lin Sun. Who could have imagined that such an ant had not only become a peak saint in an instant, but his combat strength was also so terrifying? This, thousands of kilometers away, by Xianxia and the others were horrified, and they opened their eyes wide. Lu Tianheng was an old monster of the Flying Kite Demon clan. His seniority was higher than Lu Tianheng, and his combat strength was first class among the peak saints. But in the blink of an eye, he'd been killed in the cruelest way. How could that little bastard be so strong? Someone was shocked. It should be Lu Tianheng who was caught off guard. Who would have thought that this little bastard would conceal his strength so deeply? Someone's expression was gloomy. Boom, on the battlefield, as soon as he annihilated Lu Tianheng, Lin Sun's figure didn't stop in the slightest, and he held the great Dao Tower as he charged towards Shi Biyun. His figure flowed with surging Daoist light, and his aura was like that of a fiend god. Every single move he made emitted an aura that oppressed the heavens. Shi Biyun's expression changed. She let out a shrill cry and attacked with all her might. Die. When this word came out of Lin Sun's mouth, a colorful flying sword Shi Biyun cast was smashed away with a bang. Following that, 3,000 Taishan sword chi came down and drowned Shi Biyun's body. The speed of the attack and the power of the attack shocked the world. Even Ruo Wu, who was also on the battlefield, could not help but feel shocked. She recalled that when Lin Sun fought with Lu, Shuexiu and the other 6 top sages, Lin Sun just regarded them as a whetstone to practice and temper his own Tao and Dharma. This also meant that he had not used his full strength at that time. But now, it was obviously different. In order to end the battle quickly or to give the opponent a surprise, Lin Sun really showed his fangs at this time, puff. Puff, as expected, Shi Baiyun's body was minced by the endless sword qi, and her blood poured down like a waterfall. She didn't even have a chance to escape or resist until she died. In just a moment, another top sage was killed. His body was dismembered by the sword qi, and the rain of blood dyed the sky red. The second one. Lin Sun suddenly turned his head and locked his eyes on He Qingyan. At this time, He Qingyan, who was the most domineering and murderous, was determined to avenge his sister He Qinghuai, but now his body was cold as if he had fallen into an ice cave. When he was stared at by Lin Sun, as a top sage, he couldn't help but shiver. "It's your turn." Boom. In the void, Lin Sun's figure disappeared out of thin air. He Qingyan's first thought was to escape. There was no way to resist such a peerless enemy. If he wanted to save his life, he could only escape. Unfortunately, Ruo Wu had been attacking all the time, which also played a role in restraining He Qingyan, making it impossible for him to escape. In such a situation, Lin Sun appeared in front of him out of thin air and began to kill. How is this possible? On top of the city wall thousands of miles away, the top sages were horrified. In less than 7 breaths, Lu Tianheng and Shi Biyun were killed one after another, killed by the other party's unstoppable killing intent. These were 2 top sages, the ancestors of their clans. In the 9 regions battlefield, they were like the rulers of the heavens. But now, he had been killed like a fragile Taowu. Who would dare to believe it? Say, do you think Lei Shuexiu and the other 6 were also killed by this kid? Someone suddenly asked. It was just a question, but it made Bai Jianxiong and the others' expressions change. Previously, they had subconsciously thought that the death of Lei Shuexiu and the others had something to do with the strange and dangerous environment in the depths of the divine refining forest. After all, these were 7 peak stage sages who had chased after Ruo Wu and almost killed her, but after witnessing Lin Sun's battle strength, they all realized that if the deaths of Lei Shuexiu and the others were really related to Lin Sun, this was too terrifying. Oh no, He Qingyan is in a desperate situation. Why aren't you all going to save him? Bai Jianxiong's expression suddenly changed. Immediately, several top sages attacked without hesitation and moved through the void. To them, a distance of 1,000 miles was nothing more than a blink of an eye. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Sun held the Great Way bottomless pagoda and swung it down like a divine mountain. Boom, He Qingyan's body, which was dozens of feet tall, exploded. The blood that splashed out was evaporated in the void. At this moment, Liu and the other 4 top sages had just arrived at the scene. If not for their sharp eyes and quick hands, they would have been splashed with blood. The third one. Lin Sun spoke with a cold expression. His body flowed with Taoist light, and a pagoda floated above his head, radiating boundless light. He stood alone like a peerless war immortal. He had an otherworldly aura and a domineering might that could cover the sky. The expressions of Liu and the others changed. Even now, they still found it hard to accept. Killing 3 top sages in 10 breaths. Who would believe it if news of this got out? Who would dare to believe that such a feat came from a young man who had just become a sage not long ago? It was too unimaginable. Lu Shuexiu and the others were also killed by you? A yellow-haired old man in a golden robe asked with a gloomy face. That's right. Lin Sun nodded calmly. With his current strength, there was no need to hide anything. But Liu and the others could not remain calm. It was actually true. Didn't this mean that including Lu Tianheng and the other 2, a total of 10 top sages had been killed by Lin Sun? Top sages were not cabbages. Even in the other 8 regions, there were only a few top sages among thousands of true sages. But in just one day, 10 top sages had been killed. This was too great a loss. They could ignore the experts of various races who were killed by Lin Sun and the others along the way, and they could also ignore the true sages who were killed by Lin Sun and the others. But they could not ignore the deaths of those top sages, because the real hegemony of the 9-region battlefield was dominated by true sages. In fact, Liu and the others were wrong. Only 9 people died in Lin Sun's hands, and Song Xingkuan was killed by Ruo Wu. But these were no longer important. What was important was that Liu and the others finally realized why Lin Sun and Ruo Wu dared to run amok and set off a bloody storm along the way, pointing the spearhead at their lair. The reason was Lin Sun. Are you surprised? Very surprised? Lin Sun's black eyes glanced at the top sages and said with a chuckle. But when Liu and the others heard it, their faces darkened, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their killing intent soared. Since when did their blood demon ancient region dare to be so ignored? Never. Little bastard, this is the blood demon world. Do you really think that you can ignore everything and do whatever you want with your own strength? An old monster said with a grim expression. This guy should be killed. The other person said resolutely. No, I want him to live a life worse than death. One after another, the top sages spoke with anger and hatred. The aura around them was surging, causing the universe to wail and the void to become chaotic. However, Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it and said indifferently, 7 will die, 3 will still die. Do the 5 of you think that you can stay alive by blocking the front? His words were overflowing with overbearing aura. On the city tower thousands of miles away, Bai Jianxiong's expression changed slightly, and she shouted, come back. But it was already a step too late. Boom, just as his voice faded away, Lin Sun had already launched a brazen attack. 3,000 Taishan sword chi swept out of the acupoints all over his body and evolved into a sword formation. Clang, the broken blade flew through the air and emitted clear clanging sounds as it emitted monstrous killing intent. Above Lin Sun's head, the Tower of Endless Way was shining with dazzling golden light. Obscure and mysterious characters of Tao emerged on its surface. Both chi refining and body refining were exerted by Lin Sun in an instant. Compared to when he killed Lu Tianhing's group of 3, he was clearly completely different. He'd become even more terrifying, even more domineering, and even more horrifying. Let's go together. Liu shouted and waved the gold-painted jade fan in his hand. In the current situation, there was no time to retreat. Otherwise, he would be firmly locked by Lin Sun, lose the initiative, and fall into a passive position. Rumble, the battle erupted. In an instant, the world spun and the sun and moon lost their light. The rolling snow-capped mountains in the vicinity were swept away by the terrifying fluctuations and erased from the earth. An area of 500 kilometers in front of the city of Dao Protectors was visibly affected by the terrifying impact, and the ground had cracked open into numerous horrifying ravines. On the other hand, the dazzling glow of treasures flowed in the sky while miraculous Dao arts poured down, and it gave rise to all sorts of extremely terrifying phenomena. The images of fiend gods appeared, lightning surged, sword howls surged like the tide, and blades flickered and fluttered about. At this moment, heaven and earth were shocked. This was a true ultimate sacred battle. How could such destructive power be ordinary? Meanwhile, even the countless experts of the Blood Devil ancient domain in the city of Dao Protectors were alarmed, and they charged into the sky to watch from afar. What happened? What? Who dares to cause trouble outside our city of Dao Protectors? It's a battle between 2 peerless sages. Who is it that has such audacity? Are you tired of living? Clamorous noise resounded throughout the city of Dao Protectors, and all of them were extremely surprised. In next to no time, they understood that the newcomer was Lin Sun, who Xianxia had ordered to be killed. For a time, they felt even more disbelief. That guy actually became a peerless saint? Many people shuddered. This was simply inconceivable. Even someone as noble as Xianxia and the other peerless figures had to go to the extreme prison secret realm to fight for the opportunity to become a saint. But Lin Sun actually became a peerless saint while he was trapped in the divine refining forest. This was undoubtedly too shocking. There were 3 sounds of saint death resounding through the sky. Could it be Lin Sun's doing? There were also many people who were astounded and bewildered. For a time, countless gazes in the city of Dao Protectors were focused on the battle in the distance. Damn it! Since when did the 2-legged sheep of the ancient desolation realm dare to show off in front of us? We must kill this evil creature and hang his corpse in front of the city as a warning to others. And that woman, we can't let her go. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to provoke us must die. Countless furious voices rang out. Every single person's face was filled with viciousness, gloominess, and ruthlessness that could not be concealed. In their hearts, the ancient desolation realm was a broken and barren land. The experts of the ancient desolation realm were even treated as livestock that could be slaughtered at will. But now, a 2-legged sheep had actually slaughtered its way into their lair. This caused all of them to feel humiliated. Pass down my order. From now on, no one is allowed to leave the city without permission. Bai Jianqiong said in a deep voice. Then, he turned his gaze to the battlefield. An indescribable sense of humiliation surged in his heart. The experts of the ancient desolation realm that they despised the most had come to their lair. This had never happened in the past battles of the 9 regions. Summon the peerless saints of the various clans. Gather with me. Prepare to kill the enemy. Bai Jianqiong took a deep breath and gave another order. He gritted his teeth. This time, I'll kill both of them. Think about it. If they couldn't make them stay today, how would Xianxia and the others feel when they returned, when the news of this battle reached the ears of the experts of the other realms? How would they view the blood demon ancient realm? Boom, 5 destructive auras filled the battlefield. Saint treasure soared into the sky and divine splendor covered the world. Boundless waves were released. Taoist techniques flew across the sky and disrupted the 5 elements. Murderous aura soared into the sky. There were thunderous sounds and electric arcs that were like dragons. The power of the 5 peerless saints joining forces was enough to overturn the world and destroy the mountains and rivers. If this happened in the outside world, a huge city would be wiped out in an instant. The scene of destruction was absolutely terrifying beyond imagination. But the current Lin Sun was no longer the same as before. Under such a siege, his expression was calm. Only his murderous aura was boiling and his combat strength was unparalleled. Break! Around him, star obliteration swallowed the sky and turned into an unparalleled abyss, like the Milky Way hanging upside down. No matter what kind of amazing saint treasures or supreme Taoist techniques they had, they were like bubbles in front of Lin Sun. They were all engulfed and annihilated. Boom, the expressions of the 5 peerless saints changed. The momentum of their siege was violently broken by a terrifying and irresistible force. They couldn't help but stagger back. On the other hand, everything in the surroundings of Lin Sun was transformed into nothingness. Hiss, it wasn't just the experts in the city of Dao that were shocked by Lin Sun's arrogant attitude, even Bai Jianqiong was shocked. Her expression changed while her body stiffened, and she gasped without end. Is he still a human? Some people shrieked with voices filled with horror. How could he be so strong? Even some experienced and knowledgeable old freaks that had lived for countless years couldn't help but tremble fiercely in their hearts. Lin Sun had just stepped foot into the peerless saint realm, yet he possessed invincible might. This simply shattered their previous understanding, and they didn't dare believe their eyes. Ruo Wu had retreated to the outside of the battlefield and was waiting for Lin Sun. It wasn't that she couldn't interfere, but she was worried that she would become a burden to Lin Sun. No one knew better than her that even the 7 peerless saints couldn't do anything to Lin Sun, let alone these 5 people. It was bound to be futile. Kill. A gray-robed old man with thick hair and a thick beard picked up a giant thunderbolt hammer and smashed it towards Lin Sun. Rumble, the terrifying purple thunderbolt was like a raging waterfall, filled with the dense power of the law of saints. It poured down in torrents. Clang! Lin Sun stretched out his finger and blocked the astonishing purple thunderbolt hammer. This was an unparalleled saint treasure that could easily smash mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. But in the face of Lin Sun's finger, it was like a natural moat and couldn't move an inch. The gray-robed old man's face turned red. He tried his best to activate the hammer, but it was still in vain. Instead, Lin Sun grabbed the purple thunderbolt hammer with his fingers and fiercely smashed it back. When the purple thunderbolt hammer was smashed in Lin Sun's hand, its power suddenly skyrocketed. With a bang, the gray-robed old man was sent flying backward while coughing up blood. At the same time, the other 4 peerless saints had already attacked. This kind of siege was really amazing. Each of them had the power to cover the sky and earth, and they attacked together. It was almost impossible to resist. But Lin Sun seemed unruffled, and his expression was calm and indifferent. He gently raised his hand and suddenly held the Tower of Endless Tao in his hand. He clasped his fingers and turned them into a fist, and then punched it in the air. Boom! At the center of his palm, the pagoda emanated a blazing and dazzling golden glow of the Tao, and then terrifying energy surged into his fist. In the end, it transformed into a dazzling and blazing beam of light that revealed an all-powerful and terrifying might that could crush the world. It seemed that there was no way to stop this fist. In an instant, the mountains and rivers here were shattered, and all things were destroyed. The joint attack of the 5 peerless saints was blasted again. They retreated and dodged as if they were struck by lightning. Lin Sun's unstoppable fist force had already approached the gray-robed old man. Bang! The gray-robed old man roared and tried his best to resist, but it was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Swept by the fist force, his body exploded in an instant, and blood rained down. Even his divine soul was destroyed by the blazing torrent of fist force. One punch shook the 5 peerless saints and killed the gray-robed old man. The invincible and domineering power made all the spectators in the city of Tao dumbfounded. They were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. The fourth one. Lin Sun said indifferently. When he spoke, he had already taken a step in the air, and with a flash, he attacked the other opponents. In the sky, the dazzling blood light was rolling, and the morning sound of saints falling drifted. The remaining 4 peerless saints were shocked, angry, and frightened. But at this time, they had no choice but to resist with all their strength. Behind them was their lair, and an unknown number of gazes were currently focused on them. How could they retreat? Once they retreated, they were doomed to be unable to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. Dazzling divine light. 8 desolation soul-slaying cut. Yin-yang cut. All kinds of magical methods, magical powers, and treasures poured out and bombarded Lin Sun. But no matter what kind of attack they launched, they were all easily defeated by Lin Sun. His figure was flowing with the light of Tao, and he was simply invincible. Swoosh! In the next moment, amidst the raging rain of light, Lin Sun had arrived in front of a short and thin man. The man was shocked, and he let out a roar. He crossed his hands, and with a swish, a yin-yang cross suddenly appeared in the void. The cross was horizontal and vertical, black and white, and it revealed a strange and terrifying aura of slaughter. As soon as it appeared, the nearby space actually had a cross-shaped rift torn open like paper, and it stretched towards the distance, causing it to be a horrifying sight. Undoubtedly, this was the man's trump card. The fifth one. However, Lin Sun didn't care at all, and he swung his fist down in the air. Bang! The yin-yang cross exploded in an instant. Although Lin Sun's fist force was disintegrated, the Great Way Tower that had been wrapped in the fist force rumbled and smashed down. In an instant, the man's armor, treasures, and defensive strength were all shattered. Starting from his head, the man was directly crushed by the pagoda, and his body exploded inch by inch. From afar, it looked like a paper lantern had been crushed, and it was a tragic death. Another peerless saint had fallen. At this moment, Liu and the other 2 weren't terrified, they were terrified, and they felt like their guts were being torn apart. In the distance, there was dead silence in the city of Dao protectors. Countless people stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. They had expected Lin Sun to die after being besieged by so many saints. That was why they had clamored for Lin Sun to die a horrible death. But the result was the complete opposite. Many saints had gathered around by Xianxia, but they felt a chill run down their spines when they saw Lin Sun's unstoppable and bloody methods. Since Lin Sun could kill the 5 sages at will, it meant that he could also deal with them in the same way. It could be seen from this that although this young man had just stepped into the saint realm not long ago, his strength was far above theirs. Go! Liu shouted. He didn't want to fight anymore. Only by fighting Lin Sun would one understand how terrifying this young man's combat strength was. Do you think you can escape? Ruo Wu, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed out and blocked Liu's path of retreat. Liu's expression changed in an instant. He was in high spirits when he was on the city wall and didn't hide his desire for Ruo Wu. He wanted to capture her alive and pluck her. But now, there was only rage in his heart. He wanted Ruo Wu to disappear from his sight. The sixth. Lin Sun's voice sounded again. His fist shook the sky, and the dazzling fist energy exploded in the void like the sun. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. Bang, bang. Bang! In front of him, a peerless saint was blasted away. His body shattered inch by inch along the way. In the end, even his head exploded. This scene provoked Liu to the point where he couldn't help but scream, "By Jianqiong, are you just going to watch and do nothing?" His angry roar resounded through the sky. On the city wall thousands of miles away, Bai Jianqiong's expression was uncertain. She clenched her teeth and waved her hand. You've seen it for yourself. This young man is ferocious and extraordinary. Now, who wants to fight him? There were more than 10 saints nearby, but they were all looking at each other with flickering eyes. It wasn't that they were afraid, but they knew that no one would be a match for Lin Sun. It was no different from courting death. How embarrassing. Xianxia was so angry that his hair stood on end. This is my blood demon ancient region's camp, yet you've been scared by a two-legged sheep? If word of this gets out, where will the reputation of our blood demon ancient region go? Together? Someone suggested. All right. Everyone immediately gritted their teeth and nodded in agreement. Just as Bai Jianqiang had said, they had to win this battle, otherwise, if Lin Sun was allowed to leave alive, then their blood devil ancient region would definitely become a joke in the 9-region battlefield. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, streaks of divine light flickered in the void, rushing from the city of Dao protectors to the battlefield 1,000 miles away. His speed was shockingly fast. Lin Sun, something is wrong. Ruo Wu's eyes narrowed as she reminded him. At this moment, there were at least 16 auras that represented the pinnacle of saints rapidly approaching. It was a chilling sight. Hearing this, Lin Sun said casually, Ruo Wu, you retreat far away. I'd like to see if they can stop me in this battle. His voice was resolute, and it was filled with the boldness of being supreme. Ruo Wu was stunned. Liu, who was panicking, regained his composure and sneered, Beauty, you won't be able to escape this time. He gritted his teeth in hatred. Ever since he became a pinnacle saint, he had never been in such a sorry state. Now, he needed to vent. However, at this moment, Lin Sun's cold and emotionless voice resounded. The 7th. Liu's expression changed. He looked up and saw a terrifying light surging out, shaking the universe and covering the figure of a pinnacle saint. In an instant, his soul was destroyed. Meanwhile, Lin Sun had already looked at him from afar. Liu was so shocked that his scalp went numb, and he subconsciously moved far away. Lin Sun did not chase after him. He looked at Ruo Wu, trust me. These 3 simple words shook Ruo Wu's heart. She took a deep breath and said, I'll hold the line for you. After saying that, her figure flickered and she retreated far away. At this moment, a total of 16 pinnacle saints had already arrived. There were men and women, old and young, and their aura was incomparably terrifying. In the 9 regions battlefield, they were like a group of dominators. They would not easily show up unless it was a critical moment. But now, just to deal with Lin Sun, these pinnacle saints moved together. Including Liu, a total of 17 giants surrounded the front. The world was chilling, and the air seemed to have frozen. The sky changed color and the wind and clouds surged. In the city of Tao protectors, countless eyes were watching. On top of the city wall, Bai Jianqiang secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but her face was still extremely gloomy. In less than 15 minutes, 7 pinnacle saints were killed one after another. This was simply intolerable. He did not dare to imagine whether Xueqingyi would go mad with anger when he returned and learned of this news. On the battlefield, Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. Although he stood there alone, his aura was still strong and frightening. Little bastard, you're destined to die this time. Liu's expression was grim, and his eyes were full of hatred. Who said that saints were not angry? The higher one's cultivation was, the less they could hide their emotions. Because they were strong enough, they were fearless. 7 won't do, 3 won't do, 5 won't do, Lin Sun said indifferently. As for you, you still won't do. Arrogant. Someone shouted. Lin Sun looked over and saw an old man with hair as white as snow. He could not help but mock, you're not convinced? Do you dare to fight me alone? The old man's face suddenly became gloomy, and he could not say a word. Lin Sun could not help but laugh out loud, a group of old bastards, do you know what arrogance is? Or rather, do you have the capital to be arrogant? You're just relying on your numbers. All the saints' faces became gloomy. This was indeed very embarrassing. To deal with a young man, they had no choice but to team up and attack together. Even if they won, it was destined to not be a glorious thing. But this was all they could do. Lin Sun's previous display of strength made them all shudder. How could they dare to go up and fight one by one? It was no different from courting death. Stop talking nonsense with him. Let's do it. Liu shouted. Hearing this, Lin Sun laughed even louder. His voice shook the sky like a dragon roaring in the nine heavens. Today, I'll kill you old dogs here. Boom, he took the lead to attack. However, this time was different from before. He did not hold back and exerted his strength to the extreme. Kill. On the opposite side, the group of saints also attacked. Boom, the world seemed to explode. A battle of this scale could be called an unprecedented battle in the entire Nine Regions battlefield. In the city of Tao Protectors, countless experts felt a stabbing pain in their eyes. Their divine souls were throbbing, and they were almost suffocated by the terrifying aura. Some people trembled and broke out in cold sweat. Some people collapsed to the ground, and their ears buzzed. Some people directly abandoned their senses and did not dare to watch the battle at all, lest they suffer the impact and shake their Taoist foundation. On the top of the city wall, Bai Jianxiong watched nervously, and her expression became solemn. At the same time, Ruo Wu, who was watching the battle in the distance, was also tense. There was a trace of unconcealable nervousness on her beautiful face. This battle was destined to be completely different from the previous ones. It was a joint attack of 17 saints, and the power made her tremble and frightened. After all, as a saint, Lin Sun was not really invincible in this realm. The advantage of the opponent's number had played a crucial role. Lin Sun, could he kill his way out? Between heaven and earth, the sound of Tao roared, the light of Tao flowed, and the blazing divine light intertwined with the gorgeous glow of treasures. It was like a raging storm that filled the 9 heavens and 10 earth. This kind of battle was too terrifying. Every saint had mastered the Tao that could destroy the world, and they all had holy treasures that were powerful enough to burn the mountains and boil the seas. They didn't lack combat experience, offensive methods, and they didn't lack bravery or ruthlessness. Now, they were fighting together in this world, and their target was Lin Sun. Such power was enough to make anyone feel desperate. At this moment, the pressure on Lin Sun doubled. No matter how he moved, he was bound to be bombarded continuously. Not to mention killing the enemy, he was even a little stretched to protect himself. It didn't take long for him to fall into a passive position. This made all the saints, including Liu, feel refreshed. The power of numbers finally manifested at this moment. Perhaps, Lin Sun was not afraid of being besieged by 7 people, but when facing the siege of 17 saints, he seemed to be in a difficult situation. There was no need to discuss at all. Liu's attack became more and more fierce, and they did not intend to give Lin Sun any chance to breathe. They had already seen Lin Sun's strength. If they let him leave alive, they did not dare to imagine whether they would have the chance to kill him in the future. This time, we must kill him. At this moment, Liu and the others were all determined. A 2-legged sheep from the ancient Desolation region had killed his way into their base camp and turned the world upside down, causing them to lose so many peerless sages. How could they not take revenge for this humiliation? Kill. 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 The eyes of these peerless sages were red with killing intent that shot into the sky and startled the surrounding mountains and rivers. For a long time, Lin Sun's aura and sharpness were completely suppressed. This made Ruo Wu's heart clench. Is it really not possible? She sighed in her heart. At the end of the day, although Lin Sun had become a sage and his combat strength was extraordinary, he was still too young to cultivate in the sage realm. Otherwise, how could those old things suppress him? Excited cheers erupted in the city of Tao Protectors. The powerful means that Lin Sun had displayed earlier had shocked them, chilled them, and made them unable to accept it. But now, when they saw Lin Sun being suppressed, how could they not be excited and overjoyed? It was as if they were about to see a great enemy being killed. There was an unconcealable sense of excitement and anticipation. On top of the city wall, Bai Jianxiong let out a long breath and said, "The outcome has been decided. This kid won't be able to escape even if he has wings." Suppress. A young man holding a halberd that was shrouded in green divine flames roared and slashed down. Clang. Lin Sun, who was defending against the other attacks, was caught off guard and was forced to take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. Slash. On the other side, a woman in purple clothes seized this opportunity. Cruelty flashed in her eyes. She had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time and slashed out without hesitation. Ruo Wu's expression changed. Bang, a lifelike divine beast appeared behind Lin Sun. It was filled with the aura of a sage and clashed head-on with the opponent's sword. Rumble, amidst the deafening explosion, Lin Sun's body suddenly sank. He couldn't take it anymore and fell into the void, smashing into the ravine. Luckily, he wasn't in trouble. At this moment, Ruo Wu was just about to relax when the other peerless sages seized the opportunity and attacked. They were all old monsters that had lived for countless years and had extremely rich combat experience. Every attack was earth-shattering and extremely terrifying. Lin Sun was defeated. Although his cultivation was powerful and his foundation was unparalleled, he seemed to be unable to withstand the siege of more than 10 peerless sages. In the end, he was so shaken that he coughed blood. Ruo Wu couldn't help but clench her jade-like hands, and she unconsciously bit her cherry lips until they bled. Her starry eyes stared fixedly at the scene, and she was already prepared to risk her life to help. Lin Sun couldn't die. As long as he was there, the realm of ancient desolation would have a chance to redeem themselves in the Nine-realm battlefield. Die. At this moment, Liu and the other 17 peak saints didn't intend to delay any longer, and they attacked ruthlessly. In an instant, divine light surged through the heavens and the earth while the light of the Tao flowed. The peerlessly surging energy of the Saint Tao seemed to have covered the heavens and the earth, and it was practically on the verge of crushing the heavens and the earth. The terrifying fluctuations caused the faces of countless people in the city of Tao protectors to change. Even Bai Jianqiong couldn't help being shocked. In the face of such a fatal blow, Lin Sun, whose cheeks were slightly pale, did not get angry. Instead, he laughed and whistled, "Open." At this moment, a boundless, scorching aura rose into the sky from his body. His entire body seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. His cultivation was still that of a Juxiang true saint, but his power was rising steadily, and it pierced through the heavens and the earth. The void within a radius of 1,000 miles trembled and wailed incessantly, as if it was bowing its head in submission. Then, he pressed out with one hand. Boom, the attacks and the treasures that were pouring down like tidewater all stopped abruptly as if they were blocked by a myriad of mountains. Then, they exploded with a bang. Between the heavens and the earth, a rain of light flew, and divine light flowed. It was turbulent and chaotic, and countless exclamations sounded at the same time. Meanwhile, Lin Sun's figure had already stepped into the sky, and he had broken through the encirclement, turned the situation around, and swept away the previous situation of being suppressed. The magnificent light of the Tao was like a rain of light, drifting and lingering around Lin Sun like a dream. His spirit, qi, and spirit seemed to be completely in harmony with the heavens and the earth. He stood there casually, and he had an unshakable momentum. The void within 1,000 miles wailed, as if it was bowing its head to a ruler. At this moment, countless onlookers were dumbfounded. Lin Sun was about to die, but the situation was reversed at this moment. It was so sudden that no one had expected it. And the change of Lin Sun's aura was even more shocking. Damn it! On the city wall, Bai Jianqiong cursed in a low voice, and her face was gloomy. Before, he thought that the battle was about to end, and he was excited. He never thought that there would be another change, which made him feel bad all of a sudden. Ruo Wu, on the other hand, felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, and her entire body relaxed. This fellow has always been so unexpected. That's right, how could a figure like him be suppressed so easily? On the battlefield, Liu and the other 17 top sages also looked uncertain. At this moment, Lin Sun gave them a feeling of nirvana and rebirth, as if he had been reborn. It was hard for them to believe. He was obviously at the peak of the true saint realm. How could there be such a strange change? My art of the divine Tao shall begin now. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was recalling the past. In the previous battle, he released the 3 peerless Tao to the extreme, and exerted his own Tao and Dharma with all his strength. Even though he'd been constantly suppressed and was in an extremely dangerous situation, amidst this bloody slaughter allowed him to obtain a form of comprehension, and it pushed open a completely new door. This door was related to creating one's own Dharma. Thousands of secret skills and all kinds of wonderful methods were created by others. Only by creating one's own Dharma could it be perfectly in line with one's own Tao. Lin Sun had thought about this problem before, but it was too vague after all. It was like looking at flowers in the fog, or fishing out the moon in the water. It was also this battle that allowed him to understand where he should start with his law. That was to integrate qi, spirit, and body refining into one furnace, and forge one's own Tao and Dharma. All Dharma returned to its origin, and when one's Dharma was achieved. This also made Lin Sun completely understand that if he wanted to be invincible in this realm, he must have his own invincible Dharma. The palm that reversed the situation just now was born of Lin Sun's enlightenment. The power was so strong that even Lin Sun was surprised. Of course, even if he didn't realize this, Lin Sun also had means to reverse the situation, but he didn't have to expose the real trump card of forbidden passing at that time. Kill him. Lai Yu roared. The change of Lin Sun's breath made them all feel bad, and their attacks became more and more fierce. However, Lin Sun at this moment was not the same as before. After comprehending it, the world was vast, and the world was vast. The entire realm was different. If he couldn't understand it, it was like being at the bottom of a well, and there was only one side of the sky in front of him. Just like this, when he fought again, Lin Sun's attack method was completely different from before. Whoosh, 3,000 Taishan sword qi swept out, and the essence, qi, and spirit imprinted in each sword qi perfectly matched with the Tao, body refining, soul, and cultivation, producing a kind of charm of nature. Essence is the only one. Boom, in merely an instant, all the attacks were shattered and slashed apart by the boundless sword qi, and it forced some peerless figures to have no choice but to dodge. That's it. Lin Sun laughed. In the past, the power of the three peerless paths was independent of each other. Although they could echo and connect with each other, they were not really in harmony after all. Yet now, when he attacked, the energy of the three paths towards the Tao had started to fuse and become inseparable. Moreover, the might they created had multiplied explosively. Only when the three paths were united could the essence be the only one. And the invincible Dharma would be formed here. Kill. The faces of those top sages became more and more gloomy, and they attacked with all their strength as if they were crazy. Before, Lin Sun was firmly suppressed by them, but in the blink of an eye, there seemed to be signs of reversal. How could they accept this? Today, I will kill you old dogs as a sacrifice to my Dharma. At the same time, Lin Sun also attacked boldly. After comprehending the mystery of the three paths into one, it was like opening a door, and there were many inspirations in his mind, which made him have a strong desire to verify. Clang, the broken blade slashed out furiously, like a galaxy descending from the 9 heavens, a heaven-defying murderous aura swept out in all directions. The power was more than twice as strong as before. Boom, amidst the deafening sound of collision, a halberd wrapped in green divine flames was forcibly sent flying away. The owner of the halberd flew backward as if struck by lightning, with blood flowing out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. This was the power of the cultivation of the soul combined with the power of qi refining and body refining. Then, Lin Sun punched out with boundless fist power, and the chest of the woman in purple who had sneaked up on him collapsed. She let out a shrill scream and staggered backward. This was the power of the cultivation of qi refining and the power of soul refining and body refining. For a moment, Lin Sun was alone in the battlefield, gathering all the insights in his heart into fighting and conquering. His figure was like a flash of lightning, whistling between heaven and earth. He was unstoppable and could no longer be suppressed like before. On the contrary, because of his charge, the encirclement in the battlefield was in chaos. Cries of anger, surprise, and disbelief rang out one after another. The top saints all looked as if they had seen a ghost, their faces livid and ugly. How was this possible? They couldn't figure out why this was happening no matter how they racked their brains. Damn it! Bai Jianxiong gnashed her teeth on the city wall, and the veins on her forehead were bulging with hatred. In the city of Tao protectors, the voices of excitement, expectation, and excitement stopped abruptly and were replaced by surprise, confusion, and disbelief. A total of 17 top saints couldn't kill a two-legged sheep from the ancient desolation realm. Only Ruawu was laughing. She could see that Lin Sun's combat strength was transforming at an astonishing speed. He was getting stronger and more terrifying. The 8th one. Suddenly, Lin Sun's emotionless voice rang out in the battlefield. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a top saint in front of him was cut in half by a broken blade. After his body was split apart, it was directly swept away by the terrifying light and turned into ashes. Exclamations rang out in the battlefield, this was the first top saint to be killed since the start of the battle. But after careful calculation, this was indeed the seventh top saint to be killed, including Lu Tianheng, Shi Biyun, and He Qingyan, who had died in Lin Sun's hands. In the sky, the familiar sound of Saint Death rang out again. Bai Jianqiong was in a trance. Again. How could this be? Why, countless people in the city of Dao protectors went silent like cicadas in the winter, and they had unsightly expressions on their faces. The sound of Saint perishing was like resounding slap after slap on their faces, and it caused them to feel aggrieved, humiliated, and furious. On the other hand, on the battlefield, the expressions of Lai Yu and the others had already changed from their initial rage to seriousness, surprise, and bewilderment. No one dared to be careless. As if they were stimulated by death, each of them began to put their lives on the line, displaying everything they had learned to the fullest. The eighth. Lin Sun's voice sounded again. Bang, the man with the halberd was killed by the 3,000 Taishan sword chi. His body was reduced to dust, and he could only let out an unwilling scream before he died. This caused many people's expressions to change. The city of Dao protectors was deathly silent. Even Bai Jianqiong, who stood at the top of the city, had an extremely gloomy expression on her face, and she remained silent. The ninth. Not long after, another person died. It was the woman in a purple dress. She was killed by Lin Sun's Tower of Endless Ways, and her blood sprayed the sky. The shadow of death and the bloody atmosphere enveloped the world, causing Lai Yu and the others to have difficulty breathing. But they were still unwilling to give up, or perhaps it could be said that their eyes had turned red from the slaughter, and their hearts were filled with rage. They'd become even more frenzied while their attacks grew even more violent. However, Lin Sun had a calm and composed expression from the beginning until the end. His figure flickered as he moved about the battlefield, and every single move he made carried the might to crush the world and annihilate the gods. As the slaughter progressed, the inspiration in his heart grew more and more numerous, and his understanding of the three Daos as one grew deeper and deeper. In the end, he'd even forgotten himself, forgotten the heavens and the earth, and forgotten the battlefield. All his attacks were instinctive actions, and all his attacks revealed a natural aura. On the other hand, peak saints were annihilated one after another on the battlefield. Some were killed by Duanren. Some were crushed by the Tower of Endless Ways. Some were crushed by Lin Sun's fist energy and sword chi. Shrill cries, howls, wails, and shrill and unwilling screams mixed with the dense aura of blood and death painted this area of the heavens and the earth into a purgatory. Terror and death became the background of the painting. In the sky, the blood-red light flowed and covered thousands of miles. The mourning sound of saints dying lingered for a long time, resounding throughout the world. There was a dead silence in the city of Tao protectors. On the top of the city wall, Bai Jianqiong's eyes were blank, her mind blank, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. This battle was too bloody and cruel. Every death of a peak saint was like a heavy hammer to the camp of the blood demon ancient realm, making them tremble, depressed, and suffer an incomparable mental impact. This was the blood demon world, this was the base camp of their blood demon ancient realm, but now, a young man from the ancient desolation realm had raised the butcher's knife and killed a peak saint here, setting off a bloody scene. His unparalleled posture and domineering power were simply despairing. Even Ruo Wu had never expected that a battle that was disadvantageous to Lin Sun would be reversed to such an extent. Looking at Lin Sun's figure and his invincible and peerless demeanor, Ruo Wu's mind also suffered a great impact. She knew that this scene was destined to be unforgettable for the rest of her life. On the battlefield, there were peak saints who could not bear such a blow and fled in panic, but they were killed by Lin Sun halfway. There were also people who roared with anger. Bai Jianqiong, are you just going to watch us suffer? This caused Bai Jianqiong, who had fallen into a daze, to shiver all over and suddenly wake up. Then, she saw that there were only 6 peak saints left on the battlefield, struggling to hold on. The other 11 peak saints had all been killed. Bai Jianqiong felt her mind buzz as if she had been struck by lightning, and she felt dizzy. How was this possible? There were a total of 17 peak saints, but now only 6 were left. This was too great a blow. Even with Bai Jianqiong's state of mind, she almost could not bear it. Her vision turned black, and her heart trembled. She did not dare to imagine that this was all caused by a single person. Bai Jianqiong. Are you really going to watch us die? Angry roars resounded from the battlefield again, causing Bai Jianqiong's body to tremble again. She took a deep breath and looked around. Currently, there were more than 10 peak saints in the city of Dao protectors, but, if they were sent to help, what if they met with another disaster? If that happened, the losses would become more and more serious. Moreover, if she did not have these people with her to guard the city of Dao protectors, what if Lin Sun killed his way here? For a moment, Bai Jianqiong was anxious and conflicted. She was so sad that she almost vomited blood. In the past, they had not taken the ancient desolation seriously. Who would dare to believe that such a peerless and ruthless person had appeared in the Battle of the Nine Regions? The most terrifying thing was that the other party was alone, but he had killed his way through the blood demon world and set off endless carnage. And now, he had killed so many peak saints within 1,000 miles of the city of Dao protectors that they could not resist. Who would dare to believe that? Run! Run! Suddenly, a roar resounded from the battlefield. The remaining 6 peak saints were all panic-stricken and fled in all directions, as if they had been scared out of their wits. Lin Sun woke up from his various comprehensions. He looked around and saw that only 6 peak saints were fleeing in the vast battlefield. Their faces were filled with shock, anger, fear, and despair. Some were fleeing toward the city of Dao protectors, while others were fleeing far away. They were panic-stricken like stray dogs. Can you escape? Lin Sun's mind moved, and all kinds of cultivation and secret methods were released to the extreme at this moment. Boundless Indomitable Strike. Impermanence Slash. 9 Transformations of Calamity Dragon. 9 Strikes of Shaking Heaven. Taishan Sword Qi. In an instant, boundless finger power, dazzling sharpness, impassioned dragon roars, and primitive fist power filled the world. In the void, Lin Sun's black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was so dazzling that it seemed illusory. It was as if he had turned into the sole ruler, and his power had reached its peak in an instant. Bang! 300 miles away, the void was crushed by the terrifying finger power. A peak saint screamed and staggered out, dying on the spot. Puff! Under the cover of the dazzling and boundless sharpness, a peerless saint was beheaded. In addition, the other peak saints who were fleeing in other directions were killed one after another. Their bodies exploded, and blood rained down. Hiss in the distance, Rua Wu gasped. Killing a peak saint like slaughtering a chicken was nothing more than this. Could it be that Lin Sun had mastered the invincible method of this realm? On the other hand, the city of Dao protectors was deathly silent, perfectly silent. Even Bai Jianqiong was trembling all over, and her eyes were in a trance. She murmured, "How is this possible? How is this possible, Bai Jianqiong? Are you really going to watch us being killed?" Only Liu was left, and he had already rushed to the city of Dao protectors. His face was livid, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He was extremely angry. Bai Jianqiong was about to say something. At this moment, an arrow suddenly burst out, piercing through Liu's body and nailing him to the city wall. Bai Jianqiong was so shocked that her soul almost came out of her body. In the distance, Lin Sun was holding a spiritual bow made of white bones. His tall body stood in the void, like an immortal or a demon. In the battlefield, all the peak saints had been killed. The vast sky had turned into a dazzling color of blood, and the mourning of the saints resounded. The world was mourning. Looking around, the vast wilderness was full of desolation. Countless mountains had been flattened, and countless rivers had evaporated. The earth was full of shocking ravines and cracks. Whoosh! The cold wind whistled between heaven and earth, but it could not blow away the murderous and bloody smell in the battlefield. From the death of Lu Tianheng, Shi Biyun, and He Qingyan until now, a total of 24 peak saints had been killed in this battle. Every one of them could be called a dominator in the 9 regions battlefield, and they were the core forces of the blood demon ancient realm and other realms. But now, all of them had been killed. Moreover, they had died in front of their lair, under the gaze of countless experts of the blood demon ancient realm. And all of this was caused by Lin Sun alone. The bodies of countless people in the city of Dao protectors stiffened while great terror drowned their hearts. Is he even human? How could there be such a terrifying sage in the world? Bai Jianqiong and the remaining sages were trembling. They couldn't calm down at all. This was the blood demon circle, their territory. but Lin Sun had killed a group of top sages here and set off a monstrous bloodshed. This was no longer as simple as a slap in the face and a great humiliation. Just this loss alone was enough to shake the foundation of the Blood Demon Ancient region in the 9 regions battlefield. He's here, a cry of surprise rang out from the top of the city wall. Bai Jianqiong raised her head and saw a figure walking through the void in the distance. The figure was surrounded by a blazing Dao light, like a god patrolling the world. Lin Sun, could he be thinking of? Bai Jianqiong's body stiffened and her eyes widened. He's going to kill his way into our city of Dao protectors? This was crazy. If Lin Sun really did kill his way into the city of Dao protectors, the Blood Demon Ancient region's face would be completely trampled under his feet. They would never be able to raise their heads again, even if they went to compete with other territories in the future. Quick! Prepare to activate the Dao Protection Sacred Formation. Bai Jianqiong roared. The group of sages beside her didn't hesitate and rushed to different areas of the city. In the 9 regions battlefield, every city of Dao protectors represented the foundation of a territory, and it was related to the survival of the territory. Lin Sun walked over from afar and soon arrived at a place 100 feet away from the city gate. He placed his hands behind his back and raised his head slightly. His powerful divine sense swept out and covered the entire city in an instant. The 4 city walls were towering and stretched for 1,000 miles. They were extremely majestic. But in Lin Sun's eyes, all he saw was blood and brutality. The city walls were covered in a thick blood color. One could see piles of bones piled up on the walls, densely packed and innumerable. Lin Sun recalled some of the things he learned when he came to the 9 regions battlefield. In the 9 regions battlefield, the other 8 cities of Dao protectors were built from the blood and bones of the ancient desolation sages. Even in death, they couldn't rest in peace. They were used as materials to build the city, and their enemies saw them as symbols of glory and victory. At first, Lin Sun didn't believe it. But now, he wished it wasn't true. Piles of bones and mottled blood had formed a barrier around the enemy. Such methods weren't just brutal, they were simply devoid of conscience. Lin Sun was a man who had gone through mountains of corpses and seas of blood and experienced countless killings. But when he saw such a scene, an uncontrollable anger suddenly arose in his heart. Suddenly, a strange and grand fluctuation swept out from the enormous city and shot into the 9 heavens. Dense Dao patterns flowed up and down the entire city like a tide, revealing an oppressive and terrifying restrictive power. Dao Protection Sacred Array. Lin Sun squinted his eyes and looked at it carefully. After that, he frowned. The formations that covered the city were extremely complicated. They were formed from over 1,000 restrictions, and they transformed into a large-scale formation that seemed as if it was formed by nature. It was not impossible for Lin Sun to destroy it, but it would take him at least half a month to completely dismantle it. Obviously, the city of Dao Protectors was an important place at the core of the Blood Devil Ancient region, and it was covered in the strictest of restrictions. Little bastard, why don't you dare to come forward? Suddenly, Bai Jianqiong shouted with a ferocious expression. At this moment, he had regained his composure because the sacred array had been activated. Even a peerless saint would be killed if he tried to force his way in. What a joke. We've slaughtered our way here and no one can stop us. How dare an old thing like you act so arrogantly? Don't you feel ashamed? Ruo Wu had approached without anyone knowing, and she didn't hide her disdain at all. Bai Jianqiong's expression froze, and she said with a gloomy expression, "Don't be so sharp-tongued. Let me ask you, do you dare to step into the city? Let me ask you as well. The Blood Devil world is so vast, but no one dares to step out of the city to fight." Ruo Wu said coldly. Bai Jianqiong was so angry that she laughed. She said, "You can continue to act arrogantly. When Xueqingyi and the others return, it will be the day of your death." Ruo Wu said indifferently, "Let me ask you again. Who dares to come out and fight?" Her voice suddenly resounded through the sky and covered the entire city of Dao Protectors. Countless experts of the Blood Devil Ancient region hiding in the city heard it. For a moment, everyone felt extremely humiliated, and they felt extremely sullen. The feeling of being blocked in front of one's own gate and shouting was too torturous. But no matter who it was, no one dared to leave the city without permission. Even Bai Jianqiong was stunned by the question. Her face turned ashen, and she gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Was it humiliating? It was indeed humiliating. They could only hide in their nest after being attacked. This was a complete disgrace to the Blood Devil ancient region. But Bai Jianqiong didn't dare to act rashly. She was truly terrified by Lin Sun's slaughter. Now, she could only hope that Xianxia and the others would return as soon as possible so that they could kill Lin Sun as soon as possible and wash away the humiliation. Lin Sun kept silent. After a long time, he took a deep breath and suppressed the boiling killing intent in his heart. He said word by word, "When the next time comes, I will slaughter the entire city." After saying that, he turned around and left. Ruawu was stunned. She had mixed feelings. She knew that although Lin Sun had won the previous battles, he wasn't happy. The reason was because of the city that was built with the corpses and blood of countless ancestors of the ancient Desolation region. Lin Sun left. He didn't turn back. Perhaps he was worried that he wouldn't be able to control the killing intent in his heart if he turned back. Ruawu didn't know, but she knew that when the next time he came, this city would be completely slaughtered. He's finally gone. Bai Jianqiong's body swayed as she watched Lin Sun and the others disappear. She fell to the ground as if she had lost all her strength. She was in a daze. The Blood Devil ancient region had suffered innumerable casualties in this battle, and they had lost all their face. Bai Jianqiong didn't know how to explain when Xianxia and the others returned. Lin Sun and Ruawu walked side by side in the boundless world. "Lin Sun, are you all right?" Lin Sun kept silent along the way, which made Ruawu a little worried. Lin Sun said casually, "It's just a bunch of old beasts. It's not enough to injure me. But after this bloody battle, I did comprehend some of the mysteries of creating my own method." Ruawu couldn't help but say, "I'm not asking about that, but..." Lin Sun smiled and patted Ruawu's shoulder. "That city did make me very angry, but it's not enough to affect my state of mind." After a pause, he continued, "Not to mention that the Nine Regions battlefield has only been open for less than half a year. In the future, I will destroy all the City of Dao protectors one by one." At the same time, he said in his heart, "More importantly, I have to take away the blood and bones of my ancestors and bury them in peace." Ruawu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Where do you plan to go next?" Lin Sun said without hesitation, "I'll go to the underground palace first, then leave the Blood Devil ancient region and go to the ancient wasteland." "The ancient wasteland?" Ruawu's starry eyes narrowed. "That's the territory of the ancient wasteland. Although it's very likely that it's already occupied by the forces of the other 8 regions, it's still our territory after all. How can we not take it back?" Lin Sun said indifferently, "Moreover, I want to build a city of Dao protectors so that the experts of the ancient wasteland can have a place to stay." Ruawu was shocked. What was the difference between such boldness and the safety of thousands of buildings and the happiness of the poor? "I'll go with you." Ruawu's starry eyes brightened with determination. Lin Sun smiled, "You're more than welcome." In the depths of the divine refining forest, Lin Sun and Ruawu returned smoothly without any obstacles. Under the guidance of the demonic crack butterfly, they entered the underground palace. Ruawu began to gather the experts of the ancient wasteland who were settled here. Lin Sun, on the other hand, walked to the front of the green god refining ancestral tree. Whoosh! Just by approaching it, the branches and leaves of the tree shook violently, as if it was startled. Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat and he said, "I'll give you a choice. Either you come with me, or I'll kill you myself." The tree was silent and did not move an inch. Clang! Lin Sun took out the white bone saber. At this moment, the divine refining ancestral tree finally moved. A pair of eyes formed from dense tree patterns appeared on its trunk, and they were filled with anger. At the same time, an angry shout resounded in Lin Sun's ears. "Didn't you say that you'll repay me in the future? Is this how you repay me?" Lin Sun put away the white bone blade and said thoughtfully, "As expected, you already have spirituality and wisdom. How about it, do you want to come with me? You've just become a saint and you're already so arrogant. You even want to take me away. Kid, do you think you're worthy?" The god refining ancestral tree sneered. Lin Sun flipped his palm and the white bone blade appeared again. Immediately, the god refining ancestral tree became anxious and shouted, "Kid, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for threatening the old?" Even the sky-splitting emperor wasn't as ruthless as you. Sky-splitting emperor? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, his gaze swept across this strange underground palace secret realm, and thought to himself, could this be the work of a great emperor, thinking about the layer of void saint beast bones that had its power absorbed by the demonic crack butterfly, to be able to kill such a terrifying monster of the quasi-emperor level, only a great emperor could do it. The divine refining ancestral tree said, you guessed correctly, this place was left behind by the sky-splitting emperor. Back then, in order to hunt that void saint beast, when he was crossing the void, he accidentally broke into this place and was trapped here for 10 years before escaping. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed, a great emperor was trapped here? The divine refining ancestral tree said in surprise, don't you know that the laws of heaven and earth in the 9 regions battlefield are enough to suppress all existences above the true saint realm? Lin Sun replied with an "oh," then suddenly understood, and said, tell me about your origins. The divine refining ancestral tree sighed, the past is unbearable to look back on. Back then, I traveled with the sky-splitting emperor, crossing the void and galloping across the world. How glorious it was, but unexpectedly, we were trapped here. When the sky-splitting emperor left, he originally planned to bring me along, but being trapped by the power of the rules, in the end, he could only leave first. After a pause, he continued, of course, when the sky-splitting emperor left, he promised that he would definitely come and pick me up in the future. Lin Sun sneered, if you continue to spout nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite. It was just a divine refining ancestral tree, yet it dared to clamor to appear with a great emperor. It was obviously nonsense. The divine refining ancestral tree said angrily, you don't believe me? Lin Sun was already too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly said, make a decision, do you want to leave with me? The divine refining ancestral tree was silent for a long time before saying, you want to take me away, it's nothing more than to refine the ancestral source and use it to nurture your life saint weapon. I can promise you, but you must promise to help me find a treasure. What treasure? Chaotic life soil. Hearing this, Lin Sun almost stabbed the tree with his blade. This was simply asking for too much, chaotic life soil, this was a legendary treasure. Lin Sun even doubted if there was such a treasure in this world. Young man, don't be impulsive. If you don't have chaotic life soil, then the 5-color soil will do. The divine refining ancestral tree hurriedly said. Lin Sun was expressionless, but the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. The 5-colored wonderful soil was a magical treasure that gathered the origin of the 5 elements. It was said that it could only be found in the Kunlun ruins. This is still not enough? Forget it, I will take another step back. How about the clear and turbid starsol sand? Still not enough? How about Tai Chi water? If this still doesn't work, then I have no other way. The God-refining ancestral tree continued to ramble. Lin Sun's answer was simple. He picked up the bone saber and began to count, 1, 2, without waiting for the count of 3, the divine refinement ancestral tree shouted, all right, I'll go with you. Crash! Its figure shook, and then it suddenly transformed into a lush green branch that emanated an extremely gorgeous glow of the Tao. It was an extremely miraculous sight. However, as if it was unwilling to accept the outcome, it yelled, even the heaven-shattering great monarch wasn't as ruthless as you. I'll remember you. Lin Sun said, don't worry. If there is a chance in the future, I promise to find the treasure you want. That's what you said. You can't lie to me like last time. The God-refining ancestral tree shouted. Lin Sun put it away and directly threw it into the Great Way Without End tower. At this time, Ruo Wu had already kept the experts of the ancient desolation realm into a treasure and walked over. Where's that tree? She asked curiously. Lin Sun smiled and said, I uprooted it. Although this divine tree is a bit long-winded, it is a good treasure to refine a life saint weapon. If you need it in the future, you can come and find me. Ruo Wu was startled, I see. Before leaving, Lin Sun looked around the mysterious secret realm again. Killing Heart House, Extreme Tao Pavilion, Jinyuan Tower, Seeking Truth Pavilion. The buildings looked simple, but in fact, they all had great mysteries. Unfortunately, these mysteries could not be forced. They could only be unintentionally triggered, and then all kinds of trials and tribulations would descend. In the future, I have to carefully interrogate the god-refining ancestral tree and find out what kind of person the sky-shattering great monarch is. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. Without any delay, on the same day, the two brought Little Silver and the sky-splitting demonic butterfly out of the secret realm. It was also on the same day that the news about Lin Sun's massacre swept across the entire Blood Demon realm like a hurricane. For a time, all the forces stationed in the major border areas of the Blood Demon realm were shocked and stirred up a great uproar. One person killed a group of peerless saints in front of the city of Dao protectors, one person besieged an entire city. Since the last two battles of the 9 regions, when had such a bloody and terrible thing happened, what embarrassed the experts of the Blood Demon ancient realm the most was that it was all done by a young man from the ancient Desolation realm. A two-legged sheep killed dozens of peerless saints. It is said that he alone blocked the city of Dao protectors and no one dared to fight him. How is this possible? Shame. A great shame. Countless people were in an uproar. The news was so shocking that it could not be hidden at all. Later on, the news spread out from the Blood Demon realm at an astonishing speed. The Daluo realm, the Absolutine realm, the Ninely realm, the North Underworld realm. In the vast areas of the 9 regions battlefield, the forces of each realm quickly received the news. Lin Sun? A young man from the ancient Desolation realm killed so many people in the Blood Demon realm? That's impossible, right? The first reaction of many experts was that they could not believe it. It should be known that the ancient Desolation realm had been weak for a long time, and the experts of the other 8 regions did not take it seriously at all. Who would dare to believe that such a peerless and ruthless person would appear in such a declining realm? If this is true, it proves that Lin Sun is not just a simple person who has become a saint. Moreover, his combat strength is extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he kill dozens of peerless saints alone? Doesn't this mean that Lin Sun already has the strength to compete with the 8 absolutes of green darkness? Find out what kind of person Lin Sun is. Countless voices of discussion sounded in the 9 regions battlefield. Such a bloody battle record was so shocking that no one could ignore it. At the same time, Lin Sun's ferocity and coldness also shocked many experts from the major realms. How terrifying was it that he alone killed his way to the city of Dao protectors of the Blood Demon realm and forced no one to fight him? The Blood Demon ancient realm actually suffered such a big loss at the hands of a two-legged sheep. How embarrassing. Well, I really want to know how Xianxia would feel if he knew about this. This time, the Blood Demon ancient realm has indeed lost face. However, Lin Sun has also completely offended the Blood Demon ancient realm. They are destined to be destroyed in the future. There were also many people who were gloating. Although the 8 regions were allies, that was only for the ancient Desolation realm. After the ancient Desolation realm was destroyed, the 8 regions would also compete for hegemony. In short, they would kill the ancient Desolation realm first, then compete for the top. However, the experts of the ancient Desolation realm who were scattered in different areas of the 9 regions battlefield had a different reaction when they heard the news. Lin Sun. He has become a saint. Some people were shocked. That's great. Someone has finally stood up for us. Some people were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. In less than half a year, countless experts of the ancient Desolation realm who were scattered in different areas of the 9 regions battlefield had been slaughtered. The enemies of the 8 regions all regarded them as two-legged sheep and launched a purge. Anyone who was discovered, no matter who it was, could escape death. Under the shroud of such a terrifying atmosphere, countless experts of the ancient Desolation realm began to despair. But now, Lin Sun had jumped out and set off a bloody storm in the Blood Demon realm. He alone had suppressed an entire city. How could they not be excited and inspired? Awesome. I knew that Lin Sun wouldn't let us down. As long as he is in the 9 regions battlefield, the ancient Desolation realm will have hope. Many people shouted. Senior brother, did you hear that? Lin Sun has become a saint and killed so many people that they are terrified. There were also people crying with tears streaming down their faces. Over the past few days, bloody battles had broken out in various areas of the 9 regions battlefield. Countless experts of the ancient Desolation realm had already passed away. It was destined that they would not be able to hear such exciting news. In short, Lin Sun's battle had shaken the entire 9 regions battlefield. The enemies of the 8 regions were shocked and firmly remembered Lin Sun's name, the ancient Desolation Realm. It was located in the heart of the 9 regions battlefield. Originally, it should have been the territory of the ancient Desolation Realm. However, after the previous 2 defeats in the 9 regions battle, it had long become a territory that the other 8 regions could divide at will. For example, when the experts of the ancient Desolation Realm entered the 9 regions battlefield, they immediately chose to leave the ancient Desolation Realm. On the one hand, it was very clear that the ancient Desolation Realm's current strength was still far from that of the other 8 regions. On the other hand, it was too dangerous to stay here. They would be besieged by the experts of the other 8 regions. For the experts of the ancient Desolation Realm, the most important thing was to survive. When Lin Sun arrived at the ancient Desolation Realm, it was already more than 10 days later. It was not a peaceful journey. Almost everywhere he went, he would encounter the enemies of the other 8 regions. They came in groups and were aggressive. However, when they encountered Lin Sun and the others, they were all wiped out. On the way, Lin Sun had already received the news that the Jiyu secret land had come to an end. In this competition for the opportunity to become a saint, at least 1/10 of the peerless figures from the other 8 regions had set foot in the peerless saint realm. This number was undoubtedly shocking. It was a pity that Lin Sun didn't know much about it. The only thing he knew was that the 8 peerless figures known as the 8 invincibles of green darkness had all risen to the top of the peerless saint realm. In the final analysis, the ancient Desolation Realm is too weak. Even if they fight for the opportunity, they will be blocked and suppressed by others. They don't have much strength to compete at all. Lin Sun sighed softly. At this moment, he was standing on the bank of a vast black sea. The 10th update is here. Finished. Aside from the topic, I don't like to be criticized for not having enough content when I have a good update, and being criticized for slow updates when I don't have a good update. At least, in terms of writing attitude, Goldfish was doing her best. In the second battle of the 9 regions, the situation of the ancient Desolation Realm was even worse than ours now. At that time, there was not even a peerless saint. No matter where the experts of the ancient Desolation Realm went, they would be killed and harvested. Hearing Lin Sun's sigh, Ruawu took a deep breath and said with a smile, "And I believe that the ancient Desolation Realm is destined to get better and better in this battle of the 9 regions." Lin Sun nodded and said, "It's true. After all, in the past years, countless sages have made great efforts to prepare an unprecedented era for us, so that we have the opportunity to set foot in the peerless saint realm. This battle of the 9 regions is destined to be different from the past." While they were talking, a battle broke out not far from them. Little Silver and the demonic crack butterfly were fighting a group of experts from the ancient Yin realm, and the battle was intense. Because there were several saints among the enemies. The strength of these 2 little guys is really amazing. They are able to compete with saints before they become saints. Ruawu looked at Lin Sun. "I wonder if they will be as abnormal as you when they set foot in the peerless saint realm." Abnormal? Lin Sun was speechless and said, "One of them is the descendant of spirit-eating insect, and the other is the descendant of sky-splitting butterfly. Both their talent and bloodline power are unprecedented. It's normal for them to have such combat power, right?" Ruawu said with a smile, "Of course. By the way, when are you going to find an opportunity for them to become saints?" Lin Sun thought for a while and said, "I'm afraid we have to wait for a while. I remember that a year later, there will be another worldlet similar to the prison secret realm. At that time I will take Little Silver and the others there to escort them." Magnetic secret land? Ruawu remembered it instantly. Yes, this secret land will also appear in the ancient Desolation Realm. Lin Sun nodded. "At that time, as long as the peerless cultivators in the ancient Desolation Realm have the possibility of becoming saints, I will help them and protect them." Ruawu's eyes were flowing with magnificent splendor, but you should also know that once the magnetic secret land appears, it will be targeted by the other 8 regions. Lin Sun smiled, but there was a cold light surging in his black eyes. "If they dare to fight for it, they should ask me first." Ruawu was startled. "Why do I feel that? You're looking forward to their arrival." Lin Sun raised his thumb and praised, "Your intuition is very accurate. I intend to rebuild the city of Dao protectors in the ancient wasteland world, so I'll definitely need a huge amount of materials. I think that the corpses and blood of the enemies of the 8 regions are very suitable. It seemed like he was joking, but Ruowu was extremely shocked. She realized that Lin Sun had obviously been provoked by the city of Dao protectors of the Blood Devil world and wanted to return blood with blood. When the time comes, I'll help you gather the materials. Ruowu said firmly. It couldn't be better. Lin Sun said with a smile. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve. Rumble. Clear radiance that covered the sky swept out and enveloped the nearby battlefield. Instantly, all the enemies of the ancient Yin realm who were fighting fiercely with Little Silver and the others were instantly turned into corpses. Little Silver and Little Tian were already riddled with injuries. After all, they were fighting against several true saints, and the 2 of them had yet to become saints. It was already extremely difficult for them to fight until now. Moreover, the shocking thing was that a true saint was killed by the joint attack of the 2 of them. Lin Sun's timing was just right. Otherwise, if the battle continued, Little Silver and the others would definitely be unable to hold on. This was training. The reason why Lin Sun didn't intervene before was because he wanted Little Silver and the others to use the hands of the enemies to temper themselves. Little Silver, Little Tian, let's go. Lin Sun called out. Master, where to? Little Silver flew over and stood on Lin Sun's shoulder. The demonic crack butterfly stood on Little Silver's shoulder, and they complemented each other very well. The ruins of the city of Dao protectors. Lin Sun said. During the first battle of the 9 regions, there was a city of Dao protectors in the ancient wasteland world, but it was later destroyed by the joint forces of the 8 regions. When the second battle of the 9 regions began, the city of Dao protectors was rebuilt, but it was destroyed halfway. The reason why Lin Sun came to the ancient wasteland world this time was to rebuild the city of Dao protectors that belonged to the ancient wasteland realm. Of course, building a city was definitely a huge project. It wasn't as simple as piling up walls and building a city. It also required the sacred protective formation and the materials needed to build the city. If they only used ordinary materials, they wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of any saint. Let's go. Without any delay, Lin Sun and the others set off. Along the way, they had already found out that the ruins of the city of Dao protectors were located in the most central area of the ancient wasteland world. However, Lin Sun and the others didn't have a smooth journey. Compared to the blood demon world, there were traces of enemies everywhere in the ancient wasteland world, and all of them came from the other 8 regions. They saw the ancient wasteland world as a land without a master, so they wantonly invaded and hunted down the experts of the ancient wasteland realm, as if they were going to kill every last one of them. Kill the ancient wasteland realm first, then fight for the top. This sentence wasn't as simple as it sounded. Look, that shameless couple dares to swagger out here. They really don't know what's good for them. Ha ha ha, the ancient wasteland world has been wiped out countless times during this period of time. I didn't expect to meet a fish that slipped through the net. Kill. In the distance, a group of experts from the Heaven Fire ancient realm appeared, led by 3 true saints. They were aggressive and murderous. Every single one of them was fearless and had cruel expressions on their faces. This was the ancient wasteland realm, the camp of the ancient wasteland realm, but now, the experts of the ancient wasteland realm were being wiped out, and the enemies from the other 8 regions were acting like the masters. Are these materials feasible? Ruowu's eyes were cold. Too bad. They can only be used as scraps. Lin Sun looked indifferent. Then, the 2 of them moved together. At that moment, it was like 2 rulers of the world, in just a breath's time. The invading enemies were all lying on the ground. Ruowu said bitterly, if they weren't valuable materials for building the city, I would have crushed their bones and scattered their ashes. There will be many opportunities in the future. Don't be in a hurry. Lin Sun waved his sleeves and put the corpses and blood into a specially prepared material bag. In this way, they moved forward, killing all the way, leaving a trail of blood. 15 minutes later. Ruowu frowned, why haven't I met a peerless saint until now? Lin Sun thought for a while and asked Little Silver to extract the memories of the enemy's souls. Soon, he learned something. As it turned out, as the absolute prison secret domain came to an end, most of the top sages that were scattered across the ancient wasteland world had taken on the role of guards, escorting the experts that belonged to their own camp back to their own lair. Most of the enemies from the other 8 regions who were still in the ancient wasteland world were longevity tribulation kings and ordinary true saints. However, there were also some peerless saints who didn't leave. They personally took action to capture the peerless figures in the ancient wasteland realm. For the enemies from the other 8 regions, if they wanted to destroy the ancient wasteland realm, the most important thing was to wipe out all the peerless figures in the ancient wasteland realm first. In this way, it was tantamount to destroying the core strength of the ancient wasteland realm. After understanding this, Ruawu couldn't help laughing angrily. What a cruel method. Once the peerless figures in the ancient wasteland realm die, we naturally won't have the power to compete with them in the future. What? Suddenly, Lin Sun's heart moved. He turned over his palm, and a jade talisman emerged, emitting strange waves. Spirit-locking talisman. On the first day he stepped into the 9-region battlefield, Lin Sun took out the spirit-locking talisman and tried to meet Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad, Alu, and the big black bird. However, at that time, he was moved to the blood demon realm, and the spirit-locking talisman lost its connection. Now, the spirit-locking talisman finally changed. Lin Sun fixed his eyes on it and immediately judged that the aura of Old Toad and Alu appeared together in the northwest, 13,000 miles away, but when Lin Sun tried to contact them with the spirit-locking talisman, these waves immediately quieted down and disappeared. They are very likely to be in trouble. Lin Sun frowned. Let's go and have a look together. Ruawu saw all this and naturally knew what Lin Sun was worried about. Okay. Lin Sun didn't talk nonsense anymore. He directly changed his route and rushed to the northwest. Moreover, Lin Sun moved at full speed without any delay. Even if they encountered some enemies from the 8 regions, they would usually be killed before they could even react. It was a clean and straightforward method. But soon, Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed. On the way ahead, he sensed the aura of a peerless saint. What? It was a vast and boundless desert that was covered in golden sand and suffused with a dazzling light. At this time, on the edge of the desert, a golden-armored man with a pair of black wings on his back, surrounded by terrible blood-red lightning, suddenly raised his head and sensed the approaching aura of Lin Sun and his companions. 2 peerless saints. Our fellow practitioners from other regions also coming to hunt down the peerless saint. Named Xiaohao? The golden-armored man was surprised. Now, this desert area had already been heavily blocked. Many saints from the 8 regions had gathered here, and some peerless saints were also attacking. Their purpose was to besiege and kill a leader of the ancient desolation realm named Xiaohao. No. Immediately, the golden-armored man's face suddenly changed. He sensed the aura of Lin Sun and Ruawu, who clearly belonged to the ancient desolation realm. They are here to rescue Xiaohao. The golden-armored man was shocked. Immediately, a monstrous killing intent burst out from his body, soaring into the sky and stirring up the wind and clouds. On the other hand, a blood-red plumed feather had appeared in his hand, and it was suffused with strange fluctuations of the Tao. This was a messenger feather, which was also an early warning device similar to the beacon tower. As long as it was sent out, others in the nearby area would know what was happening here. Lin Sun and Ruawu came at full speed without covering up the aura of a peerless saint, so that the golden-armored man instantly realized that something was wrong and planned to send a message. In less than 3 hours, the year-end inventory will be over. Guys, if you still have free tickets, please throw them to the chosen ones. Remember, it's the best works for boys. Now the competition is fierce, and our second place is also under attack. Please help us. The golden-armored man's name was Tua Hungu. He came from the Black-Winged Thunder clan of the Star-Fiend ancient region and was a peerless saint himself. When he sensed that something was wrong, he crushed the communication feather in his palm without hesitation. Swoosh, but to his surprise, a strand of sword chi had already slashed over from afar before his enemy's figure could arrive, and the peerlessly fierce sword insight slashed space into 2, so powerful, Tua Hungu's heart trembled. He didn't have time to crush the communication feather and teleported to the side without hesitation. Boom, the sword chi created a 1,000-foot-long ravine where he was standing. The sword chi filled the air and shattered the rocks nearby. When did such a peerless saint appear in the ancient desolation realm? Tua Hungu's eyes flickered with shock. The power of that sword strike made him feel a bone-piercing sense of danger. But before he could think any further, rays of sword chi whistled through the air. They crisscrossed and struck towards him like a dense cloud of lightning. Every single sword strike carried the might to slaughter mountains and rivers and cleanse the world. Tua Hunga's expression finally changed. He decided to flee without hesitation. The enemy didn't just have two peerless saints. Their battle strength was so terrifying that he didn't dare to face them head-on. Die. But as soon as Tua Hunga turned around, an indifferent voice resounded in his ears. Buzz, along with it was a broken blade that shone like a river of stars. Just the aura of the saint path that flowed from the blade was as vast as the ocean. Tua Hunga's scalp went numb. He let out a loud roar and circulated all the power in his body to the limit. The golden armor on his body suddenly emitted layers of lightning runes, dense and dazzling. A blood-red cauldron appeared in his right hand and smashed towards the broken blade. Bang! In an instant, the blood-red cauldron was sent flying. Tua Hunga coughed up blood. He couldn't believe it. He was also a peerless saint, but under such an attack, he felt powerless and weak. How was this possible? Where did this guy come from? Before Tua Hunga could react, the broken blade didn't slow down at all and collided with the lightning runes on the golden armor. Bang! Bang, 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 the deafening sound of the collision resounded like a clap of thunder. Tua Hunga felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his body staggered backwards. Every time he took a step back, his face would turn a shade paler, and the golden lightning armor in front of him would crack. When he stood over 100 m away, an explosive bang resounded. The golden armor before him seemed to be unable to endure a heavy burden, and it directly shattered into pieces before transforming into a rain of light that covered the sky and scattered down. Puff! Tua Hunga could no longer restrain himself from coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was twitching violently from the intense pain. Too strong, even though the might of this strike was dispersed in the end, it blasted his cauldron flying, shattered his golden armor, and even heavily injured him. It was also at this time that Tua Hunga clearly saw the appearance of the attacker. He wore a moon-white robe, had handsome features, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His tall figure was otherworldly like a banished immortal, but his might was like that of a fiend god. This kid, could he be? In that instant, Tua Hunga suddenly remembered a big event that shook the Nine Zones battlefield not long ago. The main character of that event was a peerless saint of the ancient desolation realm named Lin Sun. He once single-handedly slaughtered 30,000 Li, setting off a storm in the blood demon world. He once besieged an entire city by himself. Whoosh! As soon as this thought flashed through Tua Hunga's mind, Lin Sun's attack had already arrived. Accompanied by a clear and impassioned cry, the broken blade was like an illusion. With unparalleled force, it cut off Tua Hunga's head and threw it into the void. Even at the moment of his death, there was still a touch of astonishment on his face. Obviously, he could not understand why his opponent's combat power was so terrifying even though they were in the same realm. What's more, he could not understand why he, who was like a dominator in the Nine Zones battlefield, could be so vulnerable. Bang! The next moment, Tua Hunga's head exploded, and his spirit was smashed into pieces. However, at the last moment before his death, his headless body crushed the messenger feather in his palm, and then a divine rainbow made a shrill whistling sound and soared into the sky. This is a messenger treasure. This guy is reminding his companions. Judging from this, there must be more than one peerless saint in this area. Ruo Wu's figure floated out of the scene, and a touch of solemnity appeared in her starry eyes. Whoosh! With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Sun put away the corpse and the blood. At the same time, he gave some of Tua Hunga's remaining soul fragments to Little Silver and said, "Check if this guy knows about Old Toad and Alu." Little Silver also knew that the situation was serious, so he dared not neglect it. "Master, they are surrounding Prince Xiaohao." Not long after, Little Silver cried out in surprise. Lin Sun and Ruo Wu were also stunned. How did this have anything to do with Xiaohao? Not long ago, when the Extreme Prison Secret Realm came to an end, some experts of the ancient desolation were threatened by the other 8 regions when they left the Extreme Prison Secret Realm. At that time, Prince Xiaohao appeared and rescued a group of experts from the ancient desolation. It was also at that time that Prince Xiaohao was chased by a group of peerless saints from the other 8 regions. Now, he is trapped in the depths of this desert. Then, Little Silver said quickly, "Now, this area has been sealed by the forces of the 8 regions. From this, it can be inferred that Prince Xiaohao is unable to escape. Lin Sun and Ruo Wu looked at each other and both guessed a possibility. After the extreme prison secret realm came to an end, Old Toad and Alu also appeared. They were threatened, but Prince Xiaohao appeared in time and rescued them. However, because of this, Prince Xiaohao was targeted by the other 8 regions, who regarded him as a must-kill target and chased him all the way here. Thinking of this, Lin Sun knew that the situation was not good. If Xiaohao died, the group of experts of the ancient desolation who were rescued by him was bound to suffer. If Old Toad and Alu were among them, there was no chance that they could survive. This guy was still here just now, which proves that their encirclement has probably not succeeded. We still have a chance. Ruo Wu analyzed calmly. Let's go. Lin Sun didn't dare to delay any longer. His whole aura became extremely stern. The seriousness of the situation was completely beyond his expectation, which made him anxious and full of killing intent. In the depths of the vast and boundless desert, the world was covered with a layer of cold purple light curtain. The purple light curtain was bright and crystal clear, filled with astonishing fluctuations of the Great Way. If one looked carefully, they would find that the purple light curtain was composed of lines of ancient characters that were as dense as a tide. Each character was as clear as a pearl and as heavy as the Great Way. Every stroke was full of a marvelous rhythm. It was as if those weren't words, but rather living beings. They gathered together, connected to the heavens above, connected to the earth below, continuously surging and fluttering about. The scene was magical and unparalleled. Imperial Prince Xiaohao sat cross-legged within the magnificent purple barrier of light. His hair was disheveled, and his handsome face was pale. A scroll floated up above him, and it seemed as if it was completely polished from violet jade. The pages of the scroll flipped open to reveal rows of words that seemed as if they were forged from the true gold of the Grand Tao, and they held up this violet screen of light that seemed to connect to the heavens. Outside the light curtain, more than a dozen peerless saints were standing in all directions. There were men and women among them. Some had wings on their backs, some were tall, some were covered with dazzling totem Taoist patterns, and some were standing on auspicious clouds. Every one of them was dazzling and mighty. They were distributed in different directions and completely surrounded this purple light curtain. Boom, great seals, ancient cauldrons, spears, divine swords, gigantic axes. Numerous saint treasures flowed with brilliant colors as they were controlled by the top saints. They bombarded the purple light screen, causing dazzling divine radiance to erupt. Rumbling sounds resounded through the 9 heavens. All kinds of Taoist methods with unpredictable power interweaved in the void, deducing all kinds of shocking phenomena, and attacking together with the saint treasures. The scene changed the color of heaven and earth, and even the surrounding land within 1,000 miles was sunk. In this kind of attack, the sky-reaching purple light curtain was also shaking violently, buzzing and wailing. I didn't expect that this boy has a complete Supreme Emperor scripture. Quickly break through it and seize the scripture. Some had fervent expressions, and their eyes were filled with greed. The Emperor Tao scripture was a treasure that even saints, kings, and quasi-emperors coveted. Every single one of them was powerful enough to shake the heavens. Only the Emperor Tao scripture could be so grand, and it could stop the attacks of over a dozen peerless saints with just its aura. Even in our great Luo ancient domain, the Emperor Tao scripture is peerless, and it's controlled by the top emperor-level forces. Yet Xiaohao has an Emperor Tao scripture all by himself. There were also people who were extremely envious. So what if he was a peerless saint? He wasn't the strongest existence in the 8 regions. To them, an Emperor Tao scripture was priceless, and they didn't even dare to hope to possess it. Yet now, a young man from the ancient desolation domain had an Emperor Tao scripture. How could they not be envious? Cut the crap. Once we kill him, we'll share this Emperor Tao scripture. Someone shouted. In next to no time, the attacks of the peerless saints became even more ferocious. All of them were driven by greed and killing intent, and they used all their strength. Tao runes flowed on the purple light screen, and it shook violently. It was already showing signs of breaking. If it was in the outside world, it wouldn't be like this. Inside the light screen, Emperor Xiaohao sighed. The Emperor Tao scripture above his head was the supreme inheritance of the Nether Star Imperial clan. Although it was a scripture, it was imprinted with the aura of the Emperor Tao. If it was in the outside world, even a king or sage would find it difficult to shake the power of the scripture. However, in the 9 regions battlefield, the power of the Emperor Dao scripture was also suppressed. Although the aura it released was strong, it was still far inferior to the outside world. Moreover, under the continuous attacks of the foreign enemies, the power of the Emperor Dao scripture was being eroded and was about to collapse. Everyone, there isn't much time left. Later, I will use all my strength to pave a path of blood for everyone and fight for a chance of survival. Whether you live or die in the future will depend on your own luck. Xiaohao took a deep breath. His expression was calm, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. He turned around and looked behind him. The second update is here. No matter what the final ranking was, the goldfish would like to thank everyone for their support over the past few days. The past few days were also the period when the goldfish's attacks and updates were the most frequent. After writing every day, she would be so tired that her head would spin and her body would ache. She had basically not left the house for the past few days. In particular, after the 10 update yesterday, she had slept for an entire day before barely recovering. However, the goldfish was very happy because she was passionate about writing. Behind him stood a group of experts from the ancient Desolation realm. There were hundreds of them, and they were all top figures who had returned alive from the extreme prison secret realm. Old Toad, Ah Lu, Yu Jianming, Xianxia. They were all standing among them. Many of them looked sorrowful when they heard Xiaohao's words. We can only blame ourselves for our incompetence. We couldn't become sages in the extreme prison secret realm and dragged brother Xiaohao down. Yu Jianming clenched his teeth and sighed. The others were also sad. They were at a complete disadvantage in the battle in the extreme prison secret realm, and they were almost completely suppressed by the top figures from the other 8 territories. People like them were lucky enough to escape with their lives. More top figures from the ancient Desolation realm had been buried in the extreme prison secret realm, and it was impossible for them to return. Thinking of that, even though they were all peerless geniuses in the realm of ancient Desolation, they couldn't help but feel miserable. Only after entering the 9 territories battlefield would they realize how cruel, bloody, and dangerous it was. The foundation and strength that they had been so proud of in the past were simply too weak to withstand a single blow from the other 8 regions. Brother Xiaohao, we're useless. We can't fight alongside you, and we've put you in a desperate situation. If we really need to fight with our lives, let us do it ourselves. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia spoke in a deep voice with a resolute bearing. When they left the extreme prison secret realm this time, they thought it was impossible for them to survive, because there were countless top sages who had surrounded the entrance of the secret realm. However, Imperial Prince Xiaohao had stepped forward bravely in that extremely dangerous situation, and he'd relied on his own strength to save them from their predicament. How could they not be grateful for that? However, it was also because of this that Xiaohao had been chased and besieged. Now, he was in a desperate situation and surrounded by enemies. Yes, with brother Xiaohao's strength, you can kill your way out. As for us, we've lived long enough. Instead of being a burden, we'd rather fight them with our lives. We'll die without regrets. Many people shouted excitedly. As top figures, which one of them wasn't proud? They were naturally unwilling to become a burden and let a peerless figure like Xiaohao die with them. Xiaohao shook his head helplessly and said, everyone, the one those old bastards want to kill the most is me. This is a hopeless situation that cannot be resolved. When he spoke up to hear, he took a deep breath and said with a resolute bearing, so, there's no need for all of you to continue persuading me. If I'm able to use my life in exchange for everyone's lives, then I'll have no regrets even if I die. His tone was calm, yet he carried the great courage to face death ferociously. It caused everyone to be both moved and sad, and the eyes of many had turned red. Why? Is it worth it? A woman choked with sobs and screamed. Xiaohao was stunned, and he went silent for a moment before he stood up from the ground. His violet robe fluttered while a wisp of an arrogant expression suffused his handsome face that was pale to the point it was translucent. He smiled and said, when I decided to save you, I never thought about whether it was worth it or not. As for now, it's just death, so what? He roared with laughter. His gaze was clear, and his bearing was even more composed. This legendary man had once remained silent for tens of thousands of years and had once shocked the world with a single day. Now, he had decided to fight to the death and break out of this life and death situation for everyone. Was it worth it? He had never considered it. Everyone was silent. Their emotions were surging, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. The purple light curtain covering heaven and earth was wailing and shaking violently. The sages outside were attacking more and more fiercely and crazily. Like a pack of hungry wolves, they were about to devour someone. Brother Xiaohao. Suddenly, Old Toad spoke with a rare solemnity and respect on his face. I didn't like you in the past, but this time, if I have a chance to live, I'll definitely avenge you. Me too. Alu said in a low voice. Xiaohao was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter again. But then he let out a muffled groan and a trace of blood dripped from his lips. His face became even paler. There's not much time left, Xiaohao sighed softly. Above his head, the aura of the imperial scripture had begun to dim and was about to disappear. If there's a chance, tell your elder brother Lin Sun that the biggest regret in my life is that I didn't have a real fight with him. He's the person I admire the most, but also the person I'm most dissatisfied with. Speaking of this, Xiaohao smiled. His eyes were calm, without a trace of emotion, as if he didn't care about life and death. Boom! At the same time, an invisible and terrifying aura of the sage filled the air around him and rose into the sky. Purple divine light surrounded his body, burning and boiling. Brother Xiaohao. Everyone was extremely sad. Their eyes were red, and they gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. Boom! Purple light rained down from the sky. The light curtain that covered everyone finally couldn't bear the burden and suddenly exploded at this moment. Ha 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 ha. A burst of wild laughter resounded between heaven and earth. The sages from the 8 regions were wild with joy. Each of them didn't hide their greed and killing intent at all. This time, not only could they kill the top figures of the ancient Desolation realm, but they could also obtain a legendary imperial scripture. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiaohao looked indifferent. He held the imperial scripture in his hand and had decided to risk his life to open a path for everyone. Swoosh, but at this moment, a dazzling divine rainbow suddenly appeared in the sky. The sages of the 8 regions who were about to attack narrowed their eyes. Was there an enemy attack? But right after that, they looked indifferently at Xiaohao who was nearby. If the top sages of the 8 regions attacked, it would mean that there was an enemy attacking. What was the difference between that and suicide? Xiaohao also saw this and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, there was a shout. Give it to me. A middle-aged man with red hair and a fierce body flew across the sky and snatched the imperial scripture in Xiaohao's hand. The other top sages also reacted in an instant. Their eyes glittered. How could they let others snatch it first? They immediately attacked without hesitation. Destroying an emperor scripture and executing an inferior life is clearly too much of a loss. Xiaohao's eyes were calm as he murmured in his heart. The imperial scripture that looked like it was made of purple jade buzzed and trembled at his fingertips. It would explode with a single thought from Xiaohao. By then, even if they were restricted by the power of the laws of heaven and earth, the power produced when the imperial scripture was destroyed would not be something that the top sages could resist. This was the only thing Xiaohao could do before he died. In the blink of an eye, everything happened at the same time. It was inconceivably fast. Whether it was the top sages who wanted to snatch the imperial scripture or Xiaohao who wanted to kill his way out, they did not plan to hold back at all, but there was a finger that was faster than them. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and appeared in front of Xiaohao. A dazzling Dao light filled the air and a huge finger smashed down. Boundless, no matter how far it was, it could reach it. Bang! The fierce middle-aged man who attacked first was sent flying by the finger as if he had been crushed by a mountain. Xiaohao's eyes shone. He changed his mind without hesitation and waved his sleeve. The power around him burst forth. The top sage's eyelids twitched. They sensed that something was wrong, but they were still fearless and continued to charge at Xiaohao. Boom! How terrifying was the attack of more than 10 top sages. Even though he changed his mind in time and used his full strength, Xiaohao was still bleeding from his orifices and his body was sent flying. However, when the top sages were about to continue, they were stopped by a dense wave of sword qi that fell from the sky. Every ray of sword chi had earth-shattering power and was extremely sharp. At that moment, the peerless sages were flustered. Who is it? Xiaohao suddenly looked up. Damn it, which bastard is causing trouble? The top sages of the 8 regions were enraged. Who came to help at this time? Old Toad, Ah Lu, and the other overlords of the ancient Desolation realm who were behind Xiaohao also looked up. A figure broke through the sky in the rain of sword chi. He was so fast that he looked like a ray of light. Boom, only after he arrived did a thunderous spatial ripple appear in the space behind him. From this, one could see how fast he was moving. Xiaohao was dumbfounded. It was him. The people of the ancient Desolation realm also widened their eyes. It was him? Old Toad and Ah Lu couldn't help shouting excitedly, "Brother!" The man descended from the sky. He was wearing a moon-white robe. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his dark eyes were deep. His whole body was flowing with the charm of the Great Way. It was Lin Sun who had come to help at full speed. At this critical moment, the Crown Prince was willing to risk his life to pave a way out. All the people were sad and angry. Who could imagine that a man who was almost impossible would come from the sky and block all the enemies for the Crown Prince Xiaohao? It was like a dream. Many people thought they were dazzled. An emperor scripture is so precious. How can we waste it? On a bunch of old dogs? Lin Sun glanced at Xiaohao and revealed his thoughts. Thank you for saving Old Toad and the others this time. Leave the rest to me. Xiaohao's eyes were full of divine light. He didn't refuse. He could see that Lin Sun had become a top sage. This caused his heart to tremble. It was really Lin Sun. The overlords of the ancient Desolation realm were all excited. They finally believed that this was real. For the overlords of the ancient Desolation realm, who didn't know that Lin Sun was a legendary peerless figure, now that he was here, the situation had changed. At this time, the top sages from the 8 regions all looked extremely gloomy. They had finally broken through the barrier and were about to get the Emperor scripture. But at this moment, someone made trouble and hindered their action, which made them all angry and full of killing intent. How dare you come here alone to die? An old monster was so angry that he laughed. Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, a fiery red figure rushed over from the sky. It was Ruo Wu. All of a sudden, the people of the ancient Desolation realm were in an uproar again. Ruo Wu and Xiaohao had entered the sage realm one after another. She was extremely talented and stunning. Now, she was also here. 2 top sages? Haha, you still can't change the fact that you are going to die. Someone sneered. Ruo Wu's voice was light as if she was talking about something normal. But people in the ancient Desolation realm couldn't help being stunned. What did Fairy Ruo Wu mean? Did she think Lin Sun could suppress all enemies by himself? Even Xiaohao was stunned. Could Lin Sun do it alone? When those words entered the ears of the saints of the 8 regions, it became a great provocation and contempt, causing them to laugh out of extreme anger. How arrogant this little girl was. Hey, I just wanted to catch a big fish, but I didn't expect that 2 of them would come out. I can kill them all at once. Someone sneered. I want that boy dead. The fierce man with red hair and beard looked gloomy. Just now, he was shocked away by Lin Sun's finger in the air, which made him feel ashamed and embarrassed. Not only that boy, but also they can't escape this time. Someone corrected them expressionlessly. They regarded Lin Sun and the others as prey and wanted to catch them all at once. This made people in the ancient Desolation realm sober up from the initial excitement. Xiaohao was injured. Although Lin Sun and Ruo Wu came to help him, there was still a big gap between them and more than 10 top sages. Brother Lin, you came at the right time. You can leave with us and leave the ancient Desolation realm. Leave the rest to me. Xiaohao took a deep breath and said resolutely. No matter if it was Lin Sun or Ruo Wu, their battle prowess was undoubtedly strong. However, they were only 2 people after all. He did not want Lin Sun and Ruo Wu to risk their lives here. If they were all wiped out, the ancient Desolation realm would be finished. If you know this guy's achievements in the Blood Demon realm, you won't say that. Ruo Wu reminded Xiaohao with a strange look and asked him to focus on the show. Xiaohao was skeptical, but when he saw how confident Ruo Wu was, he had no choice but to believe her for now. He'd already decided that if the situation went bad, he would give up his life at worst, and he would absolutely not allow the entire army to be annihilated. You don't know who he is? At this time, Ruawu looked at the top sages again. Those old monsters were stunned. They had been chasing and capturing Xiaohao for the past few days, so it was naturally impossible for them to know what had happened in the 9 regions battlefield. He's just a young man who has stepped into the absolute saint realm. Who else could he be? An old monster sneered. The others also sneered. Do you still want to scare us? These young people in the ancient desolation realm were so childish and ridiculous. Seeing this, Ruawu completely concluded that these old guys really didn't know what Lin Sun had done in the blood demon world. A touch of pity couldn't help but appear in her clear eyes. Big brother, how confident are you? Old Toad couldn't help asking. Killing a bunch of old beasts is as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Sun said casually. His words were earth-shattering, leaving Xiaohao and the others dumbfounded. Even at such a time, Fiend God Lin still did not change his domineering nature and was full of boldness. The sages from the 8 regions were so angry that they laughed. This was the first time they had seen such an arrogant young man. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he was a saint? I'll kill this little bastard first. The fierce middle-aged man with burning beard and hair took a step forward and suddenly arrived in front of Lin Sun. His palm and fingers were like hammers, shining with divine brilliance, and suddenly smashed out. One punch shocked ghosts and deities. The foundation and power of a peerless saint were vividly demonstrated in this punch. Xiaohao couldn't help but feel nervous. As for the others, they didn't have time to react at all. The speed of this fierce middle-aged man's attack was too fast. Only Ruawu's expression remained calm from beginning to end. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun also made a move. He clenched his palm and fingers into a fist, combining the cultivation of body refining, chi refining, and spirit refining into one. Boom! In the deafening sound of the collision, the fierce middle-aged man's fist force exploded inch by inch like a piece of paper. His right arm also exploded, and blood and flesh burst out. He was shocked and terrified. How could he have thought that he was completely no match for Lin Sun in the first confrontation? Almost subconsciously, he endured the pain and dodged. However, Lin Sun's fist force was so terrifying that it didn't allow him to dodge at all. It suddenly poured out, just like a landslide and a tsunami, and broke out in an instant. Bang! The next moment, the fierce middle-aged man's chest collapsed, and his protective power burst into pieces. He was directly hit and flew out. His internal organs were all damaged, and he fell to the ground with a thud, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. One blow, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, had seriously injured an absolute saint. The atmosphere in the field was eerily quiet. Old Toad and the others were stunned, and their hearts trembled. Wasn't it too fierce? Xiaohao couldn't help but gasp. And those absolute saints from the 8 regions changed their expressions one by one. The sneers on their faces froze, and their minds were shaken. How could the power of one punch be so powerful? When they looked at Lin Sun again, their eyes were full of surprise and solemnity. Where did this boy come from? Why hadn't they heard of such a fierce person in the ancient desolation realm before? Ruawu glanced at Xiaohao beside her and couldn't help but smile when she saw the surprise between his eyebrows. She was also shocked when she saw Lin Sun kill a group of absolute saints in front of the city of Dao protection in the blood demon realm. Let me test this boy's strength. Suddenly, a silver ray of light flashed out, and it revealed the figure of a man that was completely bathed in silver divine radiance. He was tall and slender, with a horn on his forehead. His blue eyes were flowing with frightening silver lightning, and his power was overwhelming. Peng Tianlin, he was the absolute saint of the Silver Horn clan in the Jiuli ancient domain. He was an old monster who had lived for countless years and had peerless combat power. Boom! As soon as he moved out, numerous clanging silver lightning suddenly charged out from his body to condense into spears, and the aura of destruction covered the surroundings and tore through the sky. Many people felt a stabbing pain in their eyes and felt suffocated. Ruawu and Xiaohao joined hands to resist the terrible power of the absolute saint. Otherwise, with the strength of Old Toad and the others, they couldn't resist the oppression of such power at all. Their divine souls would be shattered and their bodies would be torn apart. 9 strikes of silver thunder. Amidst the roars, lightning spears shot out one after another. Just the aura they released was enough to cause the surrounding void to collapse, producing a deafening roar. But Lin Sun didn't dodge. He stepped forward and didn't even resist. Bang! As soon as the first lightning spear arrived in front of Lin Sun, it exploded and turned into fine electric arcs all over the sky. But Lin Sun turned a blind eye to it and continued to move forward. With his black hair fluttering, he was like an invincible devil. Bang! Bang! Next, the lightning spears exploded one after another, but they were all smashed by the invisible power surging around Lin Sun before they could get close. Such a scene caused Xiaohao to feel dizzy. How could this fellow possess such heaven-defying might after attaining the pinnacle of the Saint Realm? Peng Tianlin's face changed completely, and he almost cried out in shock. After witnessing the defeat of the mighty man, he had realized that Lin Sun's combat power was unusual, so he used all his strength to attack with killing moves. Who would have thought that the killing move he was proud of couldn't even get close to Lin Sun? Ignorant. In the indifferent voice, a ray of Taishan sword qi suddenly swept out from Lin Sun's body. Its brilliance was restrained, and it was plain. Even without causing any movement, there was a kind of charm of the elephant is invisible, the great sound is silent imprinted in it. Not good, but the moment Peng Tianlin saw this sword, his body was covered with a layer of goosebumps, and his hair stood on end. Without hesitation, he took out a copper mace and smashed it with all his strength. Clang! The next moment, Peng Tianlin was sent flying with the copper mace. His body was still in the air, and blood spurted from his mouth and nose as he screamed in pain. When his body fell to the ground, his body actually twitched uncontrollably as if he was having a seizure. That was because the energy within the Taishan sword qi was too overbearing, and it had already invaded his body and was wreaking havoc within his body, causing him to be heavily injured on the spot. This scene shocked the whole audience again. No one didn't look sideways, and no one didn't feel horrified. Again and again, the power Lin Sun showed had shocked and subverted their cognition, which was something no one had expected. The saints from the 8 regions were already facing a formidable enemy at this moment, and their expressions were extremely dignified. No matter how stupid they were, they could realize that the young man in front of them was not to be trifled with, and Xiaohao finally understood where Ruo Wu's confidence in Lin Sun came from. For a moment, he also sighed with emotion. This guy was worthy of being the only person that he couldn't accept the most, yet he couldn't help but admire. As for Old Toad and the others, they were completely absent-minded, and their minds were in a daze. How terrible the saints were, enough to make any of them despair, but in Lin Sun's hands, they seemed so weak. How strong was Lin Sun now? Let's do it together. In the field, someone shouted, sensing that something was wrong, and wanted to attack together. But Lin Sun sneered, a group of fools. You should have done this long ago. His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when blazing and dazzling light of the Tao floated up into appearance from his tall and handsome figure, and it was boundlessly vast and brilliant like the scorching sun. And at this moment, its power also stirred up the wind and clouds in all directions, making the void of 1,000 miles wail. Retreat! Ruo Wu and Xiaohao almost immediately took Old Toad and the others to retreat far away. Once they were involved in such an unprecedented battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kill. At the same time, more than a dozen saints from different forces in the 8 regions also moved boldly and went all out. No matter how strong Lin Sun was, they were confident that they could kill him if they joined forces. What they didn't know was that Bai Jianqiong and other saints outside the city of Tao Protector in the Blood Demon realm also thought so. Boom! In the midst of the collapse, Lin Sun fixed his eyes on the powerful middle-aged man with red hair and beard at a glance. The broken sword soared into the sky like lightning. At the same time, the 3,000 Taishan sword qi turned into a sword formation and enveloped Peng Tianlin, the saint of the Silver Horn clan. Both of them were seriously injured, so Lin Sun should take advantage of their weakness to kill them, and Lin Sun rushed to the other saints who were coming to kill him. His power was so great that it was earth-shattering. Obviously, he was alone, but he gave people a domineering feeling that he was the only one in the world. How strong was Lin Sun when he attacked with all his might? In the next moment, Xiaohao and the others witnessed it. Swish! The broken blade struck horizontally, and the fierce sharpness wrapped in dazzling silver divine light fell like a vast snowstorm. The powerful man, who had been seriously injured, was drowned in the blazing torrent of blades without any resistance. His body exploded, and his flesh and blood evaporated into powder. As soon as his nascent soul flashed out, it was completely annihilated by the broken blade amidst his terrified and helpless sharp cries. At the same time, on the other side, the sword formation formed by 3,000 Taishan sword chi crisscrossed, and the dense sword rain made Ping Tianlin unable to resist at all. His body was soon pierced and full of holes. Before he died, he struggled and screamed, full of unwillingness and horror. But in the end, it was useless, and he was erased from the world by the sword formation. In an instant, 2 peerless sages were killed. Xiaohao felt an unprecedented shock in his mind. As a peerless sage, he knew better than anyone how difficult it was to kill an existence at this level. Even in the entire 9-region battlefield, a peerless sage could be said to be a dominating existence. But now, 2 of them were killed by Lin Sun in an instant. That unparalleled killing power was completely beyond Xiaohao's expectation. It made him slightly dizzy, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This guy was not a sage, but once he became a sage, it was impossible for people at the same level as him to live. "Are you speechless?" Ruo Wu, who was next to him, said. She was relatively calm because she had seen more shocking and bloody scenes than this. When she saw that Xiaohao was in the same state as her back then, she actually felt a sense of sympathy for him in her heart. Compared with a monster like Lin Sun, it was easy to feel speechless. "I'm not speechless, I'm very unhappy." Xiaohao smiled bitterly. "When I was in the peerless domain, I realized that there was not much chance for me to compete with Lin Sun in the peerless king realm, so I secretly made up my mind to fight with this guy when I was in the peerless sage realm." "But who would have thought?" Ruo Wu said with a look of understanding. "Who would have thought that even at the pinnacle of the saint realm, this guy would be so strong that no one would have the interest to compete with him?" Xiaohao agreed. "Sai, you know me well." Ruo Wu was speechless. Of course, she knew better than Xiaohao about all the foundation Lin Sun had after he stepped into the absolute realm. Boom, divine radiance erupted while the glow of the Tao rumbled, and the world was covered by a terrifying aura of destruction. Lin Sun was like an unparalleled god of war. He walked in the void and swam in the void. His every move had the power to swallow mountains and rivers. His opponents were more than 10 peerless sages. If it was any other person at the same realm of cultivation, that person would probably have no choice but to avoid the brunt of this attack and flee. But Lin Sun didn't dodge. On the contrary, he swept across the field with unparalleled power and unstoppable momentum. There was no sign of being suppressed at all. To put it simply, he alone suppressed a group of peerless saints, Old Toad, Alu, and the others swallowed their saliva wildly, their minds in turmoil. They knew Lin Sun best, but now they couldn't see through him at all. Crack, a bronze spear was broken by Lin Sun with a raise of his hand. With a harsh roar, the throat of his opponent, a man with a majestic body and tattoos all over his body, was crushed by Lin Sun. Then, the man was thrown into the material bag specially prepared by Lin Sun like garbage. How can he be so strong?" Someone roared in shock and anger. Those peerless sages were all shocked and their cheeks were livid. Since the beginning of the battle, 3 peerless sages had been killed, and they couldn't suppress Lin Sun at all even though they joined forces. It was incredible. It should be known that they were all peerless sages, and more than 10 of them joined forces. In the 9 regions battlefield, they could do anything they wanted. But now, they couldn't do anything to a young man. How could they believe it? Go to hell. Before long, with an earth-shattering explosion, the Tower of Endless Way, which seemed to be made of divine gold, glowed and was swung down by Lin Sun. From a distance, it looked like a god carrying a cauldron, with the momentum to sink the sky. Bang. On the opposite side, a young man who was as short as a dwarf screamed in despair and horror. His body was torn apart and blood splashed everywhere. The 4th peerless sage was killed. At this time, it was only a moment since the beginning of the battle, not even a quarter of an hour. "Damn it!" someone roared. Suddenly, several peerless sages rushed out, but they didn't kill Lin Sun. Instead, they took the opportunity to rush to Ruo Wu, Xiaohao, and others in the distance. Obviously, they wanted to use this as a means to contain Lin Sun's attack and take the initiative. At the same time, attacking Ruo Wu and others could also distract Lin Sun. Of course, the best result was to capture Ruo Wu and others. In this way, it would be enough to threaten Lin Sun and make him hesitate to take action. Sure enough, Lin Sun frowned at once, and his black eyes were full of cold killing intent. 5 peerless sages rushed to Ruo Wu and others together. On the other side, there were 9 peerless sages attacking with all their strength, holding Lin Sun back. It was obvious that they planned to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao and restrain Lin Sun. Moreover, it was too late for Lin Sun to kill them one by one. Do you really think you can reverse the situation in this way? It's futile. In the cold voice, Lin Sun's breath suddenly became extremely fierce, like a sword buried for thousands of years appearing in the world at this moment, piercing the sky. Swish, he stretched out one hand, put his fingers together as a sword, and drew a line in the void. It was an understatement, without a trace of smoke and fire. But at this moment, all the people present felt their hearts tremble. In their sight, there seemed to be a sword chi, which filled the universe and cut through the latitude and longitude, with indescribable meaning imprinted in it. Its sharpness was unparalleled and unrestrained. Its power was unparalleled, and ghosts and gods were scared away. All the strong men who saw this scene felt small, desperate and suffocating, as if it was not a wisp of sword chi, but a god who controlled life and death. A sword was drawn. The world was silent, and time seemed to stop, showing a strange extreme silence. Then, a bloody head was thrown into the air. There was still a fierce killing intent hanging on his face, and a touch of cruelty and complacency was written in his eyes. He didn't even realize how this sword came to kill him. Puff, 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 then, heads were thrown into the air one after another, staining this strange and silent scene with a layer of bloody scarlet. It was dazzling red. It was shocking red. No one knew who let out a scream, but it broke this terrifying atmosphere. When everyone came to their senses, they were already drenched in cold sweat. The 5 top sages who rushed to Ruo Wu and the others had all become headless corpses. The most ridiculous thing was that their corpses were still rushing forward. Their heads that were thrown into the air still had a grim smile on their faces, and they didn't know that death had already come with this sword. Ruo Wu and Xiaohao were ready to defend themselves, but at this moment, they were also shocked. That wisp of sword chi made them feel their hearts tremble. As for Old Toad and the others, they didn't feel anything, because this sword was so fast that they had no time to react or perceive it. However, when they saw the peerless sages charging toward them being beheaded one after another, they were all stunned and dumbfounded. If they weren't sure that all this was real, they would have suspected that they were hallucinating. After all, those were 5 top sages, and in their eyes, they were existences that they couldn't surpass and shake. How is this possible? The other top sages who were restraining Lin Sun all felt as if they were struck by lightning. They were shocked by the stunning sword, and their pupils suddenly contracted. With a series of thuds, the corpses and heads fell to the ground one after another. They were all dead, and there was no possibility of them coming back to life. This was what it meant to be gone with no return. Battle Emperor Wu Yan had learned nothing more than this sword technique, but he had used everything he had learned, and the mystery it contained was so terrifying that it couldn't be compared to ordinary swords. In the past, the power of this move could be said to be shocking, and it was Lin Sun's trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. Now, this was the first time he used the power of the top sages to release the comprehension of the 3 fuses into one sword. The power did not disappoint Lin Sun. This sword had killed 5 peerless saints. This sword also scared the other top sages out of their wits, causing them to be completely terrified, and their hearts trembled uncontrollably. It was terrible. If it was said that Lin Sun killed the top sages one by one before, it was a kind of heaven-defying killing power that could barely be understood. But now, the might revealed by this sword strike seemed to be too shocking, and they were utterly unable to comprehend it. After all, who had ever seen the power to kill 5 sages in the same realm? Looking at the 8 regions, from ancient to modern times, how many people could kill a group of enemies with one sword in this realm? Run. This was the same thought in the minds of the remaining 9 top sages. After that, they didn't hesitate at all to flee with a bang and teleport towards all directions. All of them were like old rabbits that were terrified out of their wits, and they fled faster than anyone else. This battle couldn't go on at all. Although Lin Sun was young, the power he possessed was enough to sweep away everything, as if he was invincible. in their view, in the current Nine Regions battlefield, the only people who could fight against Lin Sun were the leaders of the 8 Invincibles of Green Darkness. How could Lin Sun just watch them leave? Without hesitation, he chased after them. Taishan Sword Qi, Broken Blade, Tower of Endless Tao, Insignificant Bow, all kinds of treasures and secret methods were released by him with all his strength. Boom, between heaven and earth, there was a turbulence. Terrible divine light, Taoist sound, and treasure light swept across, whistling and spreading. In just a few breaths, several top sages were killed one after another. One was pierced by the blue sky arrow, and his blood spilled all over the world. One was cut in half by the broken blade, and his body lay on the ground. The last top sage to escape was directly killed by Taishan Sword Qi and Tower of Endless Tao. His death was the most miserable, and his blood and bones were ground up. Once the fighting spirit collapsed, even a top sage couldn't escape the fate of defeat. What Goldfish could do was to thank everyone for their support. Shrill screams reverberated between heaven and earth. The pungent smell of blood mixed with the biting cold wind was still too strong to dissipate. In the sky, a dazzling blood-red light filled the air, and the mournful cries of Saint Fall echoed. When the battle came to an end, only 4 peerless saints managed to escape. They were lucky enough to survive, but they were already scared out of their wits and were panicking like stray dogs. It wasn't that Lin Sun didn't have the ability to chase after them, but it would take him time and energy. For him, the most urgent task was to ensure the safety of Xiaohao, Old Toad, and Alu, rather than to chase after the enemies all the way. Even so, when they saw his figure return, everyone, including Ruo Wu, raised their heads at the same time and looked over in unison. Dressed in a moon-white robe, his black hair fluttering in the wind, he walked in the void without being stained by a speck of dust. His temperament was ethereal like that of a banished immortal. This was Lin Sun, this was the demon Lin they were familiar with. But who would dare imagine that such a young man who seemed to be tranquil like water would be able to shock the world like a devil god when he launched into battle? In less than a quarter of an hour, 14 top saints were killed one after another, and only 4 were lucky enough to escape. In particular, the stunning and peerless sword cut off the heads of 5 saints in an instant. That kind of demeanor was like a legendary sword immortal descending to the world. From the beginning to the end, he was never injured. He alone suppressed the enemies and was invincible. At this time, seeing Lin Sun coming, Ruo Wu, Xiaohao, Old Toad, Alu, and other top figures in the ancient Desolation realm all felt as if they were looking at a god. After a while, Xiaohao came to his senses and sighed, "In this realm, I have no regrets." Ruo Wu understood and said with a smile, "There is no hurry to fight for the Tao. As long as you are alive, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Before, Xiaohao once said that his biggest regret was that he didn't compete with Lin Sun. But obviously, he had changed his mind now. "Big brother. I knew it. It's fine if you don't come. Once you come, you can suppress all enemies with your strength." Alu and Old Toad rushed forward to greet Lin Sun excitedly. Lin Sun also felt completely at ease at this moment. He smiled and punched the 2 of them, saying, "It's good that you're fine. It's thanks to Brother Xiaohao that you can survive this time." As he spoke, he cupped his fists and bowed to express his gratitude. "Brother Xiaohao, thank you so much." Xiaohao smiled lightheartedly and said, "What are you thanking me for? If I really want to thank someone, I should be thanking you for arriving in time and saving everyone from disaster. What about me? Is no one going to thank me? That would hurt my pride." Ruo Wu opened her eyes wide and pretended to be angry. Xiaohao and Lin Sun looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Seeing this, Ruo Wu also couldn't help laughing, which was indescribably beautiful. There were some words that didn't need to be said too clearly. It was enough for both of them to understand and understand. In the distance, a group of peerless figures of the ancient Desolation realm walked over, thanking Xiaohao, Lin Sun, and Ruo Wu. Lin Sun also saw Yu Jiaming, Xianxia, and other familiar friends. He felt more fortunate that he came in time this time. Otherwise, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences of this battle. After a brief conversation, Lin Sun and Ruo Wu cleaned up the battlefield and collected the corpses, flesh, and treasures one by one. Only then did they leave the desert with the group. This wasn't a good place to reminisce. On the way, Xiaohao couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh when he found out why Lin Sun and Ruo Wu came to the ancient Desolation Realm. He said with a smile, "So you guys also want to rebuild the city of Dao Protectors? That couldn't be better. Count me in as well. We'll join in as well." The other peerless figures of the ancient Desolation Realm also chimed in. Lin Sun naturally understood that there was strength in numbers. Most importantly, the reason why he wanted to rebuild the city of Dao Protectors was to provide a shelter for the experts of the ancient Desolation Realm. It couldn't be better if Xiaohao and the others joined in. Lin Sun immediately took out the vast universe arc and carried everyone towards the ruins of the city of Dao Protectors. There were dangers everywhere in the ancient Desolation Realm, and enemies from the 8 regions could be seen everywhere. But Lin Sun couldn't be bothered with them. Things had to be done quickly. Once everyone was settled, there would be plenty of opportunities to kill the enemies in the future. Funnily enough, there were still some twists and turns along the way. Some enemies from the 8 regions wanted to attack the vast universe arc before they could figure out the situation. The result was obvious. Lin Sun didn't even need to do anything. Ruo Wu alone could easily deal with everything. "You haven't been able to contact Xianxia and the big black bird?" "Yes." Lin Sun couldn't help but frown when he heard Old Toad and Alu's answers. He was a little worried. Lin Sun had a deep understanding of the cruelty and danger of the 9 regions battlefield, so he couldn't help but worry about Zhao Jingshuan's safety. As for the big black bird, Lin Sun wasn't so worried. This cunning and black-hearted bird might not have outstanding combat strength, but when it came to escaping, even Lin Sun sighed at his inferiority. "Miss Zhao is blessed by the heavens. She'll definitely be fine. Don't worry, big brother." Old Toad comforted. He and Alu were well aware of the subtle relationship between Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian. They were worried that Lin Sun would be depressed. "That's the only way." Lin Sun sighed softly. The 9 regions battlefield was too big. Each region was comparable to a boundary, and there were 8 enemy forces. Searching blindly was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Lin Sun could only hope that when the news of his appearance in the ancient wasteland world spread, Zhao Jingxian would hear it and come to meet him. "What about you? Why didn't you become saints after entering the extreme prison secret realm?" Lin Sun asked casually. At the mention of this, Old Toad and Alu gnashed their teeth in anger, looking like they wanted to kill someone. Then Lin Sun learned something about what happened in the extreme prison secret realm. Some time ago, when the extreme prison secret realm came, many peerless figures from the 9 regions chose to enter it to seek the opportunity to become saints. Restricted by the power of rules in the extreme prison secret realm, peerless saints couldn't get close to the secret realm. Therefore, the peerless figures of the ancient wasteland realm didn't encounter any obstacles and entered smoothly. Originally, this was a relatively fair competition. All of them were in the longevity 9th retribution realm. But what the ancient wasteland realm didn't expect at all. As soon as they entered the extreme prison secret realm, they were jointly suppressed by the strong figures of the other 8 regions, who wanted to kill them all. There were not many strong figures of the ancient wasteland realm who were qualified to enter the extreme prison secret realm, and they were targeted and bullied like this. According to Old Toad and Alu, it was difficult for the strong figures of the ancient wasteland realm to survive, not to mention to seek the opportunity to become saints. When the extreme prison secret realm came to an end, more than half of the strong figures of the ancient wasteland realm died in it. Only 100 of them were lucky enough to escape. There are not many peerless figures in our ancient wasteland realm. But this time, hundreds of people died in the extreme prison secret realm alone. Speaking of this, Alu's eyes were red, and the blue veins on his forehead stood out. "Brother, ask Mo Tianhe of Xianjian House, Wang Xuanyu of Tai Sect." Old Toad said some familiar names one after another, and his voice became lower and lower. "They have all suffered." Lin Sun's black eyes suddenly shrank, and he was stunned. Back then, in the upper 9 territories of the extreme prison domain, they had gathered together to drink and chat merrily. How happy and comfortable it was, but who would have thought that these acquaintances had all suffered and could no longer appear in the world? For a time, Lin Sun's mood fluctuated and he couldn't calm down. Perhaps it couldn't be said that he had truly gone through life and death with these people, but he had still met and talked with them before. Now hearing their bad news, how could Lin Sun remain indifferent? Brother, only when I entered the Nai region battlefield did I find that our previous battles were just small fights. Alu's face fell. The enemies of the 8 regions are too hateful. They regarded us as grass and wantonly bullied and killed us. This feeling is really King uncomfortable. Old Toad gnashed its teeth. I've never been so aggrieved before. Do you know, in the absolute prison secret realm, I watched helplessly as a woman who possessed extraordinary talent and was as beautiful as a fairy was captured by those beasts, tortured and ravaged like pigs and dogs. No matter how much she begged for death, she couldn't. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and suppressed the hostility in his heart. Later, I personally freed her. I killed her myself, but her face was full of gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Lin Sun took out a wine gourd and handed it to Old Toad. Old Toad raised his head and drank wildly. Then he exhaled a long turbid breath and said firmly, "At that time, I swore that as long as I was alive, I would kill all those beasts in the future." Of course. Alu nodded fiercely. Lin Sun looked at the undisguised hatred between their eyebrows. Thinking of the tragic scenes he had seen all the way in the Blood Demon territory, he became more and more silent. His heart became as hard as iron. Half an hour later, Vast Universe arc stopped, and a group of people floated to the ground. What came into view was a barren land full of dust and sand, ravines crisscrossed and full of holes. The moaning wind blew, raising the sand all over the sky. No one knew how many years the sand had been drifting, but it still had the color of dried blood. Rotten bones and broken armors could be vaguely seen on the ground. This is the ruins of the city of Tao Protector in the ancient Desolation realm. During the First War, there was a towering city of thousands of miles, which stood here to shelter the experts of the ancient Desolation from the wind and rain and to resist the foreign enemies. Xiao Hao put his hands behind his back and said with emotion, "However, after so many years, everything has become a thing of the past in the fiasco. Only endless blood, hatred, shame, and humiliation are left." Lin Sun looked around. After a while, he looked at the people around him and said, "In the next period of time, I will stay here and rebuild a city with the blood and bones of the enemies to protect the people of the ancient Desolation realm and resist the foreign enemies. I hope you can help me." Everyone's emotions surged, and they agreed without exception. From this day on, Lin Sun and the others stayed here to plan the reconstruction of the city of Tao Protector. Meanwhile, in the dark North Realm, in a massive palace on the sea, Kuan Xiaoyu stood with his hands behind his back as he gazed into the distance. "Congratulations, young lord, on attaining the pinnacle of the Saint Realm." On the square in front of the main hall, the powerhouses of the Kuan clan, the #1 clan in the northern underworld ancient region, regardless of whether they were immortal-level kings, ordinary true sages, or peerless sages, all bowed to pay their respects. Kuan Xiaoyu, he was one of the Green Underworld 8 Absolutes, the top war god of the younger generation of the Kuan tribe, and a legendary supreme genius whose name was known throughout the northern underworld ancient region. He was dressed in a black robe with wide sleeves. His eyes were long and narrow, and the bridge of his nose was tall and straight. Just by standing there casually, he seemed to be able to move 90,000 li. Following that, the experts from the other clans in the northern Darkstar ancient domain bowed to express their congratulations. The might of a single person was enough to dominate the entire field. Kuan Xiaoyu retracted his gaze and glanced at the crowd on the square before turning to enter the main hall. From the beginning to the end, his expression did not change. But when he walked into the hall, he seemed to have thought of something, and he stopped and said, "I heard that an expert from the ancient Desolation realm named Lin Sun turned the Blood Demon realm upside down not long ago. Help me investigate him." "Yes." In the corner, the figure of a grayish old man appeared. He bowed to the leader and quickly disappeared from the hall. "When Xueqingyi returns, he'll probably fly into a rage. I'd like to see what he'll do in the face of such humiliation." Sitting on the only throne in the hall, Kuan Xiaoyu fell into deep thought. Lin Sun, he didn't care. He was just curious whether Xueqingyi, who was also one of the 8 skills of Green Hell, would personally come out and kill this guy called Lin Sun. Absolute world. Interesting. While we were in the absolute prison secret realm, the Blood Demon world was actually thrown into chaos by a single person. They lost all their face. He wore a jade robe, and his forehead was bright and clean. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He seemed to be deep in thought. The candlelight illuminated the sky. One of the 8 lethals of green destiny, the emperor of the illumination dragon lineage of the ancient Ying region. Damn it. It must be that guy. Xianxia suddenly shouted angrily. A cold gleam appeared in Zhu Yingkong's eyes. You're saying that this Lin Sun is the guy who defeated you and the envoys from the other domains in the ancient Desolation realm? I can't be wrong. Xianxia clenched her teeth and said, back then, at the summit of the White Jade Capital's soul-refining tower, this guy was extremely arrogant. He was regarded as the #1 expert in the realm of ancient desolation. I see. Zhu Yingkong nodded. Brother, you have to avenge me. I don't want you to kill that guy, I just want you to capture him alive. I want to tame him and make him my slave, so that he can only crawl under my feet for the rest of his life. Every time Xianxia thought of her defeat in the realm of ancient desolation, she was so hateful that her whole body shivered. All right, as you wish. Zhu Yingkong had a gentle look in his eyes as he stroked his little sister's head in a doting manner. This little sister of his had never held such a grudge against someone before. Since she had a request, as her brother, how could he not agree? Some of the nearby experts of the Illumination Dragon bloodline couldn't help but reveal looks of envy. In the entire clan, Prince Zhu Yingkong was the most arrogant and aloof, but he was the only one who doted on his little sister. However, let's wait and see Xueqingyi's reaction. If I can kill him with a borrowed knife, why not? Zhu Yingkong said slowly. Zenith Heaven Realm. In front of a sword hut. As the attendant beside him reported, a man wearing feathered clothes with a flying sword as a hairpin slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a heavenly sword flashing in the depths of his eyes that could cut through all things and crush galaxies. Junior brother Mu, you've fought with Lin Sun before. What kind of person do you think he is? The man in feathered clothes spoke. His voice carried a sonorous aura that was like the hum of a sword. It went straight to the heart and was extremely terrifying. Jian Qingchen. He was the successor of the #1 sword sect of the Zenith Heaven Ancient region, the Sky Sword Pavilion. He was one of the 8 regions of Green Underworld, and he was a rare genius in the way of the sword. In the Zenith Heaven Ancient region, which was filled with sword cultivators, Jian Qingchen's name was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. His sword Dao had long since reigned supreme amongst his peers and reigned supreme. He's very strong and domineering. Before he became a saint, his combat power could almost be compared to yours. He gives off an unfathomable and unshakable feeling. Mu Zhaixing's expression was complicated. He still had lingering fear when he thought of the fiasco he experienced when he went to the ancient desolation realm as a messenger. Oh, there's such a person in the ancient desolation realm? Jian Qingchen, who had originally asked this question casually, finally became interested. I also didn't expect that the ancient desolation region, which had already declined a long time ago, would have such an unexpected genius. Now, he has also become a saint and caused a great disturbance in the blood demon world. Based on this, even in the saint realm, he is not an ordinary person. Mu Zhaixing took a deep breath and analyzed carefully. Jian Qingchen listened quietly and nodded. He's indeed extraordinary. It's not surprising that such a peerless figure was born in the ancient desolation realm after thousands of years. After a pause, he smiled and said, however, it depends on whether he can withstand Xueqingyi's anger. If he can survive, Mu Zhaixing pricked up his ears. But in the end, Jian Qingchen didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. Mu Zhaixing wanted to say something, but he held it in. He knew that a legendary figure like senior brother Jian Qingchen didn't need to be reminded. Similar situations were happening in other areas of the 9 regions battlefield. Jiuli Domain. Qi Wushu, the emperor's son of the Qi clan and the leader of the Jiuli ancient domain forces, only snorted. In the ancient desolation realm, he's the only one worth looking at. But he still can't escape death. Starfiend Domain. Sher Pohei, a direct descendant of the Imperial Sher clan and the leader of the Star Fiend Ancient Realms forces, laughed in schadenfreude when he heard this news. I've always found Xueqingyi an eyesore. Now, his blood demon world has suffered a great loss and lost all face. Skyfire Domain. Lin Sun? He's just one person. He can't change the fate of the ancient Desolation realm alone. Lai Qian, the descendant of the Imperial Lai clan and one of the 8 ultimate heroes of Green Darkness, commented with disdain. East Mulberry Domain. Hua Hongxiao, the bald, barefooted, fiery eyes, and devilish face, only said one sentence after hearing the news: this kid must die. The ancient Desolation realm must lose. We can't go against the trend. As the #1 direct descendant of the Divine Path sect, the #1 orthodoxy in the East Mulberry ancient domain, no one dared to question his words. Blood Demon Realm. City of Dao Protectors, Victory Tower. Lord Xueqingyi had returned. At this moment, countless eyes in the city were focused on Victory Tower. Everyone was anxious and didn't dare to breathe too loudly. The atmosphere in the huge city was strangely silent. In the hall on the 9th floor of Victory Tower, the air seemed to have frozen. It was so oppressive that people almost couldn't breathe. The important figures from the Blood Demon Ancient Domain forces all felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. They lowered their heads and tensed their hearts. They didn't dare to look at Xueqingyi, who was sitting in the main seat in the center. Tap, 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 Xueqingyi's fair and slender fingers tapped on the back of the chair, becoming the only sound in the hall. He was still dressed in green, and his thick black hair was loose. He sat there lazily with one hand supporting his chin. His scarlet eyes were slightly narrowed, and he seemed to be in deep thought. But no one knew what he was thinking at this moment. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive. Almost all the important figures in the hall were peak sages, and all of them were like sovereigns. But at this moment, they were silent like cicadas in winter. In particular, the 6th elder of the Khanate demon sect, Bai Jianxiong's face was slightly pale. She was nervous, perturbed, and terrified to the extreme. The massacre that Lin Sun had caused a while ago had caused the Blood Demon Ancient Domain to lose face, and their morale had suffered a heavy blow. Now, they had become a joke in the 9 regions battlefield. Such humiliation and hatred had all happened during the period when Bai Jianxiong was in control of the situation. How could he not feel perturbed? At this moment, he felt like a prisoner waiting to be judged. It was extremely unbearable. After a long time, a light sigh sounded and broke the deathly silence in the hall. Thump, but when she heard this sigh, Bai Jianxiong seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. She suddenly knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Everything is because of my incompetence. If anyone is to be punished, I am willing to bear it alone." Everyone looked at her. On the central seat, Xueqingyi raised his scarlet eyes and glanced at Bai Jianxiong. He said, "Now, the forces of the other 7 regions must be waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. At this time I can no longer be bothered to argue about who is right and who is wrong." As he spoke, he stood up and walked forward to help Bai Jianxiong up. He patted her shoulder and said, "Martial uncle, this matter is not your fault. Why do you need to kneel?" Bai Jianxiong was stunned, and then she revealed a moved expression. The corners of her lips trembled, and she felt like she was about to cry. No one knew how torturous, fearful, and uneasy he had been feeling ever since that cruel and bloody attack. Originally, he had been prepared to be punished. But who would have thought that Xueqingyi did not punish him? "Qingyi, I will definitely make up for it." Bai Jianxiong took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth. The other important figures present also revealed hatred. Lin Sun had caused chaos in the Blood Demon world, causing them to suffer heavy casualties and become a laughingstock. He should be hacked into pieces. Xueqingyi smiled and returned to his seat. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "After suffering such great injustice, everyone knows that I will definitely not be able to swallow this. Just wait and see how I will counterattack." In the hall, everyone sat upright and still. They knew that Xueqingyi was about to make a decision on this matter. But how can I let them do as they wish? Xueqingyi suddenly sneered. "They want me to personally go and kill Lin Sun? Not a chance." Everyone was stunned. Not taking revenge, they could not understand this. How could they not take revenge for such a great enmity? If news of this spread, the Blood Demon Ancient region would definitely be seen as weak and powerless. "Of course we will take revenge, but not now." Xueqingyi took a deep breath and said indifferently while tapping his fingers on the armrest of the chair. Xueqingyi left Bai Jianqiong behind to disperse the crowd. Do you understand why I'm doing this? Xueqingyi only spoke when there was no one left in the hall. Bai Jianqiong thought for a long time before her eyes lit up. Preserving our strength and killing with a borrowed knife? Xueqingyi sighed, including Lei Shui and the others. A total of 30 saints have fallen from our blood demon ancient region's camp. This loss isn't small at all. In the future, our 8 regions will compete for hegemony. This loss alone is enough to put our blood demon ancient region in a disadvantageous position. Under such circumstances, it would be best if I disregard everything and kill Lin Sun. But what if I can't? Bai Jianqiong couldn't help but say, Qingyi, with your current strength, how can Lin Sun be your match? Xueqingyi's scarlet eyes shone with a frightening light. Do you think someone like Lin Sun will wait for me to kill him? Not to mention, he stared at Bai Jianqiong and said, Senior uncle, you've seen Lin Sun's methods with your own eyes. Do you still not understand that it's not that easy to kill him? Lei Shui and the others attacked together, but they failed. Lei Tianheng and the others attacked together, but they also failed. Lai Yu and the other 4, as well as the other 16 peak-level saints, all failed. The entire city of Dao protectors was besieged by him alone. Xueqingyi's eyes shone with a frightening light as he spoke in a low and frightening voice. Senior uncle, do you still think that taking revenge now is a wise choice? Bai Jianqiong shuddered, and a chill ran down her spine. Xueqingyi retracted his gaze and his expression returned to indifference. I've already said that Lin Sun is a knife. He can cut us, but he can also cut off a few pieces of flesh from the other 7 regions. Don't the other regions want to watch him make a fool of himself? I won't let them get what they want. If we're going to suffer, we'll all suffer together. No one can escape. Towards the end, Xueqingyi radiated with an oppressive aura, and her face was completely cold. Bai Jianqiong couldn't help but ask, then, are we just going to endure it and do nothing? Xueqingyi pondered, of course we can't do nothing. Bai Jianqiong became spirited. Xueqingyi said firmly, withdraw all the forces of the blood demon ancient region from the ancient wasteland world. In the future, no one is allowed to take a single step into the ancient wasteland world without my orders. What? Bai Jianqiong was dumbfounded and almost screamed. Wouldn't that be telling the other territories that the blood demon ancient region was bowing to the ancient desolation region? Uncle Master, of course we can't do this openly. Xueqingyi sighed softly. She was a bit disappointed by Bai Jianqiong's reaction, but she couldn't be bothered to explain further. Go. Just do as I say. Although Bai Jianqiong still had some doubts, she still accepted the order and left. Xueqingyi stood silently in the hall for a long time before a terrifying killing intent surged out from his body. How could he not be angry after suffering such humiliation? Lin. I'll let you jump around for a while longer. Let's see how sharp your blade is. In the future, I will slowly settle this debt with you. His voice was filled with killing intent and endless hatred as it resounded in the silent and empty hall. What? Xueqingyi endured it? Could it be that the blood demon world's losses are too great that Xueqingyi doesn't dare to act rashly? This Xueqingyi must have other plans. Haha, this Xueqingyi clearly doesn't want to be used by others. Not long after, news of Xueqingyi's decision spread, and the leaders of the other territories learned of it. For a moment, everyone was shocked and made all sorts of guesses. Xueqingyi could actually endure such a great enmity. What was he planning? It was also because of this news that the experts of the other realms couldn't help but laugh. They all thought that Xueqingyi, a dignified leader of a realm, a proud existence of the green underworld 8 absolutes, was too cowardly and unbearable to endure at such a time. This Xueqingyi is too cowardly. I wonder how he became one of the 8 absolutes of green darkness. Does he think that the blood demon ancient region hasn't lost enough face? He was actually scared by a peerless saint of the ancient desolation region. This Xueqingyi is too disappointing. As more and more people learned of this news, the other territories were filled with all sorts of mockery. Xueqingyi's reputation suffered a great blow. Xueqingyi didn't explain anything. Since that day, he had been meditating, cultivating, and staying in seclusion. He was indifferent. No matter what, the storm caused by Lin Sun died down under Xueqingyi's forbearance. But Lin Sun's name also entered the eyes of the 8 territories, and everyone knew him. Now, everyone knew that the ancient Desolation camp, which was extremely weak and dilapidated, had finally produced an eye-catching character. But that was all. After all, Lin Sun was just one person. In the 9-territory battlefield where there were so many forces and peerless experts, he was destined to fail the ancient Desolation camp. This was the unanimous opinion of the experts of the 8 territories. At this time, Lin Sun was wandering around the ruins of the city of Dao Protectors, deducing and thinking from time to time. To build an unbreakable city of Dao Protectors, the layout of the city protection formation was undoubtedly the most important part. As a Taoist tattoo master, it wasn't difficult for Lin Sun to set up such a large formation with his current skills. It just took a lot of time and energy to deduce. This was already the 19th day since he surveyed the terrain and deduced the formation. During this period, Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, and other experts of the ancient Desolation domain had built a temporary camp on the ruins. During this period, countless foreign enemies from the 8 territories came one after another like flies smelling blood. But before they could get close, they were killed by Xiaohao and Ruo Wu together. None of them survived. The corpses and blood left behind by the enemies were all collected. They would be materials for the future construction, so naturally, the more the better. In these 2 days, the number of enemies who came to invade us has decreased significantly. If this continues, it will be a little troublesome to collect materials for the construction. Ruo Wu said in a low voice. The real tough ones haven't appeared yet. Xiaohao looked into the distance with clear eyes. You should know that most of the foreign enemies from the 8 territories who are wreaking havoc in the ancient Desolation domain are led by ordinary true sages. They naturally pose no threat to us. I believe that they must have realized by now that we are not to be trifled with. Since they feel that they are not strong enough, they won't dare to come and court death. However, when they understand the purpose of our gathering here, the big shots of the foreign enemies from the 8 territories will definitely not sit still. After all, who can stand by and watch us? Rebuild the city of Dao Protectors? Ruo Wu nodded and her eyes flickered. So, when we really start to build the city, we will definitely encounter unimaginable obstacles? That's for sure. Xiaohao's tone was calm. This storm will come sooner or later. But for now, the situation isn't that serious. Speaking of this, he could not help but smile bitterly. The most important thing is that Lin Sun is determined to build the city with the corpses and flesh of his enemies. But the materials needed to build such a big city are unimaginably huge. What we have collected so far is just a drop in the bucket. We can't even build a city wall with them. Ruo Wu was speechless. She raised her head and looked at Lin Sun, who was concentrating on deducing the formation diagram in the distance. She said, "We don't have to rush this matter. I believe that since he has decided to do this, he must have a way." Xiaohao nodded and suddenly said, "It's not a good idea to just wait here. It's too passive. In the next period of time, I plan to take some experts of the ancient Desolation domain out to train." "Where?" Ruo Wu was stunned. Xiaohao put his hands behind his back and looked disdainfully at the surroundings. "This is the territory of the ancient Desolation domain. Now there are so many foreign enemies invading it and wreaking havoc everywhere. I plan to wipe them out one by one." After a pause, he said, "At the same time, we can also help Lin Sun collect more materials to build the city." "Why not?" Ruo Wu nodded and said, "Be careful." The corner of Xiaohao's lips curled into a confident smile. "It won't be that easy to kill me." On the same day, Xiaohao left with a group of 50 experts of the ancient Desolation domain. Seeing them off, Ruo Wu sighed inwardly. Xiaohao, the prince of the ancient Desolation domain, was indeed a peerless figure with great courage and ambition. He already had the ability and strength to lead the others. It was difficult for such a proud man to obey and cooperate with others. But Xiaohao was different. Even though Lin Sun was the leader of the ancient Desolation domain, he never showed any resistance or dissatisfaction. On the contrary, all his actions were based on the overall situation, and he unreservedly contributed to the ancient Desolation domain. Ruo Wu, who had been worried that Xiaohao and Lin Sun might have an internal conflict, was secretly relieved and couldn't help admiring Xiaohao. Ruo Wu was even sure that without Lin Sun, Xiaohao would be the leader of the ancient Desolation domain, and Xiaohao was destined not to let them down. Ruawu couldn't help taking another look at Lin Sun in the distance. This guy was also different. He never had the consciousness of controlling everything, nor did he have the consciousness of a leader. But Xiaohao was willing to cooperate with him, which was really strange. Thinking of this, Ruawu was stunned. Wasn't she the same, from the first time she met him in the Blood Demon realm until now? She had unconsciously followed him and followed his lead. And it seemed that Xiaohao had never resisted. People can't help but follow him wholeheartedly. Maybe this guy is a natural leader? Ruawu was lost in thought. It was very easy to make a group of ordinary people regard him as a leader. He just needed to give them benefits, meet their needs, and have a set of commanding skills. It was very difficult to make a group of practitioners regard him as a leader. It was like being in charge of a sect. If you wanted to command a group of strong practitioners, you must have the strength, wisdom, and majesty to take charge of an area. And to make the top sages like Xiaohao and Ruawu willing to work with you and regard you as a leader, it was more difficult than going to heaven. After all, in the ancient Desolation realm, a sage was already a giant, standing on the top of the world. And the top sages were even more different. At least in the endless years since ancient times, there had never been a top sage in the ancient Desolation realm. It was also a period of time before the opening of the Nine Regions battlefield that Xiaohao and Ruawu set foot on the top of the Saint Realm and became more dazzling legendary figures than ordinary true sages. But Lin Sun had obviously never worked hard for this, but he had unintentionally achieved something more difficult than going to heaven. For example, now, Xiaohao and Ruawu were vaguely following his lead. Ruawu had no choice but to accept it. Time flew, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Xiaohao led a group of strong practitioners of the ancient Desolation realm to different areas of the ancient Desolation realm, setting off bloody storms one after another. No one knew how many foreign enemy forces wandering in the ancient Desolation realm were wiped out. With Xiaohao, a peerless saint, at the helm, the battles along the way were unstoppable and invincible, and then, batch after batch of enemies' bones and blood, which were used as building materials, were sent to the temporary camp. The corpses were piled up into small hills. The blood was poured into one pool after another that had been dug. In the huge temporary camp, there was a bloody scene of corpse mountain and blood pool. Because it was too bloody, there were even many ferocious visions above the corpse mountain and blood pool. Like the raging wind and thunder, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling lasted for a long time. It should be known that almost all the enemies who were slaughtered were kings of the longevity tribulation realm, and some of them were even true sages. Even if they'd been killed, resentment and hatred would still remain within their corpses and blood. Now that they'd been piled up together, it wasn't strange for them to cause some terrifying and horrifying phenomena. For this reason, Lin Sun specially set up a restriction to suppress it. Otherwise, when the corpses and blood were piled up in one place, the aura emitted would be so fierce that it could even affect people's minds. During these days, the experts in the realm of ancient desolation seemed to have found their backbone. Instead of panicking and desperate like before, they were all full of fighting spirit. Some were seizing every minute and second to cultivate diligently. Some helped to search for cultivation resources in different regions of the ancient wasteland world. The Nine Regions battlefield was vast and boundless, with many secret realms dotting it. Some secret realms were filled with great danger, but there were also secret realms filled with unimaginable opportunities. Amongst these fortuitous encounters were mostly divine materials, precious herbs, rare treasures, and so on and so forth that were difficult to find in the outside world. Some treasures were so rare that even saints coveted them to the extreme. To put it simply, recently, the entire temporary camp had been bustling with activity and vigor every single day. Ruawu saw all of this and was extremely excited in her heart. She didn't even dare to think about it before. All these changes had happened in just over a month's time. In the distance, Xiaohao led a group of experts back to the campsite. Every single one of them was in high spirits. Obviously, today's harvest was very good. Ruawu couldn't help but look into the distance again. There, Lin Sun was thinking and deducing intently as before, completely forgetting himself. A trace of absent-mindedness appeared between her brows, and she muttered in her heart, "No more wandering, no more fleeing in panic. How good would it be if I could continue like this?" Immediately, Ruawu calmed down. This was the Nine Regions battlefield. The temporary peace would eventually be broken. Bloody and cruel fighting was the norm in the Nine Regions battlefield. It's done. On this day, Lin Sun woke up from his deduction and let out a long breath. His black eyes were bright, and his whole body was relaxed. In his heart, he had completely deduced a dense, vast, and incomparably mysterious city-protecting formation. This formation was based on the All-Side Stars formation, and Lin Sun had set up 4 main killing formations, namely, Killing Sky, Punishing Earth, Destroying God, and Exterminating Spirit. Every single slaughter formation was covered in various Tao pattern diagrams, and every single diagram was branded with the energy of tens of thousands of Tao patterns. For example, the ultimate slaughter formation that possessed the strongest might was formed from 64 Tao marking formation diagrams and 8,400,000 Tao markings. As soon as it was activated, even a true saint would be easily annihilated. In addition to the 4 main killing formations, there were 8 defensive formations for defense. These 8 defensive formations would cover the 8 sides of the city wall, connecting the sky above and the earth below. After nearly 2 months of incessant deduction and meditation, Lin Sun finally perfected every detail of the formation, which made Lin Sun feel exhausted at the moment. No one knew how much effort and energy he had put in for this. It was all thanks to the fact that he had obtained the complete inheritance of the heavenly cycle star formation. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to create such a large-scale saint restriction that was both offensive and defensive in a short 2 months. Back then, on the bank of the Star Sea, Lin Sun only relied on the power of All-Side Stars formation to slaughter a group of kings, making blood flow thousands of miles and the sky dark. Even if a saint came to invade, he didn't dare to go further because he was afraid of the power of All-Side Stars formation, but the formation Lin Sun deduced now was born out of All-Side Stars formation, and it was better than the original, for it was devoted to the mystery of Taoist patterns he had learned all his life. It was no exaggeration to say that this formation was the most obscure and powerful one that Lin Sun had ever created in the field of spiritual tattoos since he started his cultivation, and this formation was named by Lin Sun as 4 extremes and 8 defense formations. Next, I have to consider refining formation plates, formation flags, and the magic materials needed for setting up the formation, Lin Sun thought. For such a formation, the quality of formation plates and formation flags should at least be at the level of holy treasures, otherwise the power of the formation couldn't be used at all. However, what Lin Sun didn't lack at present was holy treasures. He had collected dozens of holy treasures after killing a group of top saints before. Some of them could be refined again, inscribed with formation patterns and Taoist patterns, and used as formation plates and formation flags. Only the materials for setting up the formation were a little tricky. Not only did it require a large number of materials, but it also had extremely strict requirements on the quality. Brother Lin Xiaohao came from a distance and asked, "How's the deduction of the formation going?" "I only need the materials for setting up the formation," Lin Sun said frankly. Xiaohao immediately laughed and said as if he had known it, "I'm here for this. Come with me." As he spoke, he led the way and flew into the distance. Lin Sun was surprised. Although he was confused, he still followed him. A quarter of an hour later, as the two of them teleported with all their might, they arrived in front of a huge and desolate canyon. "There is a secret realm here. I believe it can solve your problem." As he said, Xiaohao rushed into the canyon and suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Lin Sun was stunned. He couldn't help but have some expectations in his heart and followed him. Clatter the canyon was covered with a layer of magical power. As soon as Lin Sun approached, he suddenly felt that the stars were moving and the time and space were overturned. When his vision was restored, Lin Sun's eyes were almost blinded by the overwhelming golden light. He narrowed his eyes slightly and spread his spiritual awareness. Then he was stunned. In this expanse of the heavens and the earth, golden grains of sand fluttered about and covered the sky. They were like golden stars that densely decorated the sky, and they were crystalline, translucent, brilliant, and gorgeous to the extreme. Looking carefully, each grain of sand was round like a pearl, the size of an almond, with golden divine luster flowing on it, giving people a sacred aura. Hollow golden sand, Lin Sun was shocked and recognized the origin of this rare magical material. For Buddhist practitioners, hollow golden sand was the purest and strongest Buddhist treasure in the world, a treasure for building the natal lotus throne. For swordsmen, it was a priceless treasure for refining their natal flying swords. A flying sword only needed to be mixed with some hollow golden sand, and its sharpness could be increased by 30%. For sages in the world, hollow golden sand was a kind of unparalleled magical material for refining holy treasures. Generally speaking, a handful of hollow golden sand was enough to meet the needs of refining holy treasures. But now, what appeared in front of Lin Sun was a piece of hollow golden sand, like a golden Milky Way, flowing between heaven and earth. "How is it?" Xiaohao came to Lin Sun and said with a smile. Lin Sun let out a long breath and said, "That's enough." "It's enough. Brother Xiaohao, you've given me a big surprise." Xiaohao laughed heartily. "I'm also looking forward to the big surprise you can bring to our camp in the ancient Desolation realm." When Lin Sun returned to the temporary camp, he immediately began to work. Half a month later, Lin Sun successfully refined 16 holy treasures that could be used as formation plates and 24 holy treasures that could be used as formation flags. It was not difficult for Lin Sun to inscribe Taoist patterns on the holy treasures. 1 month later, Lin Sun refined batch after batch of hollow golden sand, which amounted to about 50,000 caddies. These materials were more than enough to set up the 4 extremes and 8 defenses formation. It was also on this day that Xiaohao returned with injuries, which caused a commotion among the experts in the camp. They were all surprised and doubtful. The originally calm atmosphere was also covered with a gloomy cloud. "Brother Lin, the foreign enemies of the 8 regions have guessed that we want to rebuild the city of Tao protectors here. From today on, I'm afraid there will be many enemies coming to attack us," Xiaohao said in a low voice. Today, when he went out for a mission, he accidentally encountered 3 top figures of the 8 regions sneaking into the ancient Desolation world. After a fierce battle, he killed 2 of them and the last one escaped. He was also injured. It was not serious, but it was not light either. However, after this battle, Xiaohao immediately judged that the foreign enemies of the 8 regions had already guessed their intention to rebuild the city of Tao protectors. Finally, a peerless saint showed up. A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes and he said, "Don't worry. I didn't intend to hide the fact that I'm rebuilding the city of Tao from the beginning. However, I'm surprised that the enemies of the 8 regions didn't notice it until now." Xiaohao and Ruawu were both stunned. "Brother Xiaohao, you just need to rest and recuperate. I'll take care of the rest." Lin Sun didn't explain anything and said, "In addition, I'd like to trouble Miss Ruawu to spread a message for me." "What's the matter?" Ruawu was curious. "Tell them that I'll rebuild the city of Tao in 3 months." Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and said calmly. "What?" Ruawu and Xiaohao were both shocked. "If the enemy knows about it, I just want them to know." Lin Sun said, "Of course, there's another purpose, which is to let the strong people of the ancient Desolation realm and other regions hear the news and come to join us. The enemy is coming on a large scale. I'm afraid we can't resist them with our current strength." Xiaohao frowned. Lin Sun said with a smile, "Just wait and see." Xiaohao and Ruawu looked at each other, wondering why Lin Sun was so confident. But in the end, they didn't ask any more questions. If Lin Sun wanted to tell them, he would have done it long ago. But in this way, both of them were a little curious about what method Lin Sun would use to resist the foreign enemies. From this day on, Lin Sun left the camp frequently. Over a black ocean, Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep. The power of wind-mocking eyes was running in his pupils, scanning and exploring the depths of the ocean. After a while, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed something. Boom, the sea suddenly rolled and the waves were like thunder. A spiritual vein as thick as a house, thousands of meters long, was drawn out. It looked like a huge python dragon. Dazzling divine luster filled the air. Pure and heavy spiritual chi evaporated and turned into a rain of light, looking extremely sacred. This was a rare saint-level spiritual vein, mixed with a strong divine aura, which was extremely valuable. If it was in the outside world, a spirit vein like this would be enough to build an excellent grotto heaven. Clouder Lin Sun waved his sleeves, put away the spiritual vein, and floated away. It was a sandy beach with jagged rocks of strange shapes. Rumble, a huge crack was cut open on the ground by a sword light. Lin Sun flashed into the depths of the crack. 1,000 zhang. 3,000 zhang. When Lin Sun reached the depth of 90,000 meters, a dazzling red glow came into his sight. This was another saint-level spirit vein of excellent quality. The 9 regions battlefield was an extremely mysterious world built between the 9 realms. It was dotted with many secret realms and small worlds that contained many rare treasures in the outside world. Even the quality of the spirit vein was shockingly high. With the help of wind-mocking eyes, Lin Sun collected hundreds of spiritual veins in less than 20 days. Some spirit veins were over 10 kilometers long and completely gorgeous, and the aura of divinity dyed the surrounding space gorgeous. Some of them were only more than 30 meters long, but the purity of their spiritual energy was enough to shock a peerless saint like Lin Sun. These spirit veins were the key to providing energy for the 4 Absolutes 8 Imperial Sacred Formation. Late at night. In the temporary camp, Lin Sun finished everything at hand and stood alone in the night, looking into the distance. Nearly half a year had passed since he entered this place. During this half a year, Lin Sun spent most of his time deducing formations, refining formation plates, and collecting formation materials. But it was all worth it. Just like now, he just needed to gather enough materials to start rebuilding the city of Tao Protectors. Standing alone in the night for a long time, Lin Sun murmured in his heart, "Everything is ready. Just wait for the wind." At the same time, the news that Lin Sun wanted to rebuild the city of Tao spread throughout the entire 9 regions battlefield under Ruo Wu's intentional promotion. For a time, it shocked the world. This guy is announcing this so openly. Isn't he worried about being suppressed by the enemies of the 8 regions? Heavenly Fire World. In a secret realm in the depths of a remote mountain, Yi Chen, who had just returned, also brought back the news, which made Laughing at the Heavens frown. Laughing at the Heavens and Yi Chen met when they entered the 9 regions battlefield, and they hid together in Heavenly Fire World. Do you think Lin Sun is that kind of brainless person? Yi Chen's eyes were burning. I think it's time for us to leave. I've been a coward for nearly a year. If I stay here any longer, I'll be depressed. Laughing at the Heavens was silent for a long time. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Then let's go. I've had enough of him." The two looked at each other and smiled. At the same time, most of the surviving experts in the ancient Desolation realm and the 9 regions battlefield were tempted when they heard the news. Lin Sun, he was a legendary figure in the ancient Desolation realm. Since he dared to do this, he must have something to rely on. No one thought that Lin Sun would overestimate himself. This was the prestige and reputation of Lin Sun, which was built by the killing and bloody battles he had gone through in the past years. Let's go. Even if there are many dangers along the way, I have to return to the ancient Desolation realm and meet with the others. Someone gritted his teeth. After hiding for so long, I finally heard such good news. I can't stay indifferent even if I have to pay with my life. Someone's eyes were firm. Such things began to happen in different regions. The experts in the ancient Desolation realm who had been hiding and enduring all began to take action. Their goal was to go to the ancient Desolation realm, but at the same time, many experts in the ancient Desolation realm chose to stay on the sidelines after hearing the news. Lin Sun was indeed strong and courageous, but this was the 9 regions battlefield after all. How could the enemies of the 8 regions sit still after hearing the news? There was no doubt that the ancient Desolation realm had become the center of the storm. It was destined to be targeted long ago, and unimaginable killings would break out at any time. It was too unwise to go there at this time, unless, if Lin Sun could really rebuild the city of Path and resist the attacks of the enemies of the 8 regions, perhaps it would be time for him to return to the ancient Desolation realm. However, these experts who decided to stay on the sidelines all thought that the possibility was very slim. The reason was very simple. The strength and foundation of the enemies of the 8 regions were too terrifying. Just thinking about it made people feel desperate. This was a matter of personal choice. Although they were on the same side, not every expert in the ancient Desolation realm was willing to support Lin Sun at the risk of their lives. The North Underworld realm. In the palace on the Fuyao Sea. This little bastard is really arrogant. Doesn't he know how the ancient Desolation realm's city of Tao Protection was conquered in the previous 2 battles between the 9 realms? An old voice laughed, full of mockery. According to the records left by the ancestors of my clan, the city of Path Protector was conquered in the first battle of the 9 regions. A total of 300,000 two-legged sheep were slaughtered. At that time, blood rained from the sky for 10 days. In the second battle of the 9 regions, the ancient Desolation realm wanted to rebuild the city of Path Protector, but it was destroyed by the allied forces of the 8 regions on the way. 90,000 people were slaughtered on the spot. Now, Lin Sun still dares to do this. Isn't he afraid of repeating the same mistake? He's not courting death. I'm afraid he wants to kill all the two-legged sheep in the ancient Desolation realm. Laughter rang out in the hall. When they heard that Lin Sun was going to rebuild the city of Path Protector, their first reaction was that this kid must have a screw loose. Even if he wanted to die, he didn't have to be so anxious. Then, there were all sorts of sounds of contempt, ridicule, and laughter. Young master, as long as you give the order, I will bring people to flatten the ancient wasteland world. A voice that sounded like a great bell rang out. At that moment, all the people in the hall looked at Kuan Xiaoyu. Kuan Xiaoyu picked up his cup and took a sip of the rich and fragrant liquor. Only then did he smile. His eyes were deep as he spoke slowly. If the heavens want him dead, then he'll definitely go mad. That kid said that he'll rebuild the city of Dao Protectors in the ancient Desolation dimension 3 months from now. Since it's like that, then I'll naturally give him a lethal blow at that time. After a pause, he changed the topic and said, however, we can't just rely on the Northern Darkstar ancient realm. Young master, are you saying that you want to pull in the forces of the other 7 regions to attack together? Someone asked. Not bad. Kuan Xiaoyu said calmly, kill the ancient Desolation first, then we can compete. The 8 regions have always been united against the ancient Desolation region. We advance and retreat together, so we can't leave them out of this. Next, I'll personally write letters to inform their leaders one by one. After that, he raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. It had been nearly a year since the opening of the 9-region battlefield. It was time to complete the goal of killing the ancient Desolation first. Soon, the letters written by Kuan Xiaoyu were sent to the leaders of the other realms. The day Lin Sun rebuilds the city of Dao Protectors will be the day of his destruction. At that time, I hope that everyone will send 10 peerless sages to lead an army of 30,000 to the ancient Desolation dimension. After receiving the news, Jian Qingchen, the first descendant of the Sky Sword Pavilion, only thought for a moment and agreed. Agreed. Zhu Yingkong, the imperial prince of the Candle Dragon bloodline, also agreed. 10 peerless sages and 30,000 soldiers were only equivalent to 1/10 of the strength of the ancient Desolation dimension. That's how it should be. Hua Hongxiao, the successor of the Divine Path sect in the East Mulberry ancient domain, said with a sonorous voice and astonishing killing intent. Qi Wushu of the Jiuli ancient domain, Lai Qian of the Heaven Fire ancient domain, and Shi Pohei of the Star Fiend ancient domain also agreed. No matter which force it was, they naturally could not tolerate the ancient Desolation dimension rebuilding the city of Dao Protectors. However, when the news reached the Blood Demon realm, to everyone's surprise, Xueqingyi rejected it without even thinking about it. Tell Kuan Xiaoyu that the Blood Demon ancient domain is not interested in intervening in this matter for the time being. This decision had not yet spread, but it had already caused a storm in the Blood Demon realm. The experts from the various forces of the Blood Demon ancient domain all felt depressed. Why did Xueqingyi become more and more timid? Voices of dissatisfaction, anger, and grievance began to ring out from different clans in the Blood Demon realm. Who could forget the guy called Lin Sun, who had slaughtered his way from the depths of the God-refining forest all the way to the city of Dao Protectors? Who could forget the guy who had surrounded an entire city all by himself and destroyed the reputation of the Blood Demon ancient region? But Xueqingyi, not only did he not seek revenge, he chose to endure. He even withdrew all the forces that the Blood Demon ancient region had sent to the ancient wasteland realm. This matter was shameful enough to make him the laughingstock of the other realms. But now, faced with the best opportunity to destroy the ancient wasteland realm, Xueqingyi actually chose to endure. He did not even intend to send a single soldier. Was he still one of the 8 skills of Green Hell? Was he the leader of the younger generation of the Blood Demon ancient region? Why was he so cowardly? But no matter how angry they were, no one could change Xueqingyi's mind. In the Blood Demon realm, Xueqingyi was the one who had the final say. No matter how aggrieved and dissatisfied the experts of the Blood Demon Ancient region were, they could only endure it. Each realm will send out 10 peerless sages and 30,000 soldiers. In total, there will be 70 peerless sages and 210,000 soldiers. If Lin Sun can't hold on, the experts of the ancient wasteland realm will definitely be wiped out. But what if Lin Sun can hold on? Xueqingyi stood alone in the hall with a cold smile on his handsome face. Last time, a total of 30 peak saints of our Blood Demon Ancient region were killed by Lin Sun. This time, even if Lin Sun's blade is broken, he'll definitely drag a group of people down with him. Why should our Blood Demon Ancient region make such a pointless sacrifice? Let's just watch the show. No matter who wins or loses, it will only benefit the Blood Demon Ancient region. Xueqingyi took a deep breath. Her depressed emotions returned to normal and she was completely unperturbed. When Xueqingyi's decision reached Kun Xiaoyu's ears, he could not help but be stunned. Since when did this guy become so tolerant? When the news spread to the other 7 realms, it caused a lot of laughter. Could it be that Xueqingyi is terrified by that little bastard Lin Sun? I think it's time for Xueqingyi to be removed from the 8 absolutes of Green Hell. He has no guts at all. Isn't Xueqingyi worried that her prestige will be damaged? How shameful. What is he thinking? Amidst the heated discussions, the Blood Demon Ancient region became the target of ridicule for the other 7 regions. In any case, the news that 7 of the 8 regions would launch an attack on the day Lin Sun built the city still caused a sensation in the 9-region battlefield. Amidst the changing winds and clouds, the somber atmosphere of a storm. During this period of time, many experts from the Ancient Desolation Realm came from all directions to the temporary campsite of the Ancient Desolation Realm. The temporary camp suddenly became lively. Lin Sun also met many familiar old friends, such as Laughing at the Heavens, Ye Chen, Ji Xingyao, Mi Hingzhen, and so on. However, Zhao Jingxian was not there. Lin Sun sighed in his heart because of this, and he decided that he would head over to investigate and find out about Zhao Jingxian once the city of Dao Protectors was completed. As time went by, about 50,000 experts from the Ancient Desolation Realm had gathered in the temporary camp. Most of them were ordinary Immortal Realm kings. There were also some true saints, but in terms of overall combat strength, the Ancient Desolation Realm was indeed much weaker than the other 8 regions. Even among those top figures, only Lin Sun, Xiaohao, and Ruo Wu were at the peak of the Saint Realm. It could be said that in terms of overall strength, the Ancient Desolation Realm was not qualified to fight against any of the other 8 regions. In particular, when the news that the 7 regions would join forces to attack on the day Lin Sun built the city spread, the originally lively atmosphere in the huge temporary camp became depressing. Even though many experts from the Ancient Desolation Realm had made up their minds to go in and out with Lin Sun, they still felt worried under such circumstances. The disparity was too great, they could not even see much hope. Even experts like Ruo Wu and Xiaohao, who had great confidence in Lin Sun, could not help but feel gloomy. If they could build the city successfully, it would be worth it no matter how many sacrifices they had to make. But what if they failed? That would definitely lead to the tragic outcome of the entire army being wiped out and captured in one fell swoop. As the time of building the city drew closer, the atmosphere in the camp became more and more depressing. Many experts even felt uneasy. It was even to the extent that many people couldn't help but feel regret, and they blamed themselves for rashly coming here on impulse. Seeing this situation, Ruo Wu and Xiaohao couldn't help but frown. The enemy was still coming, but their fighting spirit was shaken, which was not good. I don't know what Lin Sun is thinking. Ruo Wu couldn't help murmuring. These days, Lin Sun had been acting as if nothing had happened. Every day, he carried the spiritual veins and placed them in different areas nearby, laying and arranging the hollow golden sand that had been refined long ago. He was completely indifferent to the situation in the camp. The calmer and more casual he is, the more confident I'll be. If he's like the others, filled with worry and sighing, then I don't think there's any need to rebuild the city of Dao Protectors at all. We can just admit defeat. Xiaohao said with a smile. How can you still laugh? Ruo Wu glanced at him. Xiaohao sneered, I'm just finding joy in sorrow. Finding joy in sorrow? Why do I feel that you have nothing better to do? A laugh sounded. Lin Sun had come from afar. Although he looked relaxed, he could not hide the exhaustion between his eyebrows. These days, he was the only one who had been setting up the formation. It had cost him a lot of energy and effort just to inscribe the vast Taoist pattern formation. Others could not help with such a large sacred formation at all, and no mistakes could be tolerated. Lin Sun could only work hard alone. The formation is done? Xiao Hao's eyes lit up. Lin Sun nodded. Now, there is one more thing to do. What is it? If you want to build a city, it must be unbreakable. The corpses and blood of the enemies are just decorations. To support the foundation of a city, we need divine materials. Lin Sun said, so, I need your help to refine a batch of hollow golden sand. The more, the better. It's better to have enough to build a city. Xiao Hao and Ruo Wu gasped, build a city with hollow golden sand? It was a crazy idea. Yes, if you don't want to do it, you should at least build an immortal city that no one can break in the Nine Regions battlefield. Lin Sun's black eyes were shining, and he said firmly, in this way, in the future, even if the Battle of the Nine Regions breaks out again, the strong in the ancient Desolation region will not have to hide anymore. With the power of this city, we can be invincible. Both Xiao Hao and Ruo Wu were moved. Only now did they understand that Lin Sun's intention of building a city was bigger and more far-reaching than they had imagined. After a while, Xiao Hao joked, I thought you really planned to build a city with the corpses of the enemies. It turns out that you have other ideas. Lin Sun smiled, don't worry. The corpses of the enemies will definitely be piled up on every brick of the city. In the following period of time, Xiao Hao and Ruo Wu were also busy. One of them went to collect hollow golden sand, and the other led a group of true sages to refine piles of hollow golden sand into huge bricks. Then, on each brick, Lin Sun engraved a different pattern of Tao. As for the other strong in the camp, they also divided the work and divided the corpses and blood in the corpse mountain and blood pool, refined them, and polished them into materials for building the city. The day of building the city was getting closer and closer. On this day, Xiao Hao hurried back to the temporary camp and brought back a piece of news. The forces of the 7 territories have arrived at the border of the ancient Desolation realm. For a moment, the atmosphere in the temporary camp was unprecedentedly solemn. Everyone's heart was tight. Who wouldn't be nervous before a storm? Only Lin Sun was a little surprised. Why is there no power of the blood demon ancient region? Xueqingyi decided to bear with it. Now, he has become a laughingstock in the 8 regions, and his personal reputation has fallen to the bottom. Xiao Hao's expression was strange. This guy is a smart guy. Lin Sun was stunned, and then he commented. As he spoke, Lin Sun flew into the sky and stood under the sky. He spread his spiritual awareness and looked around. With the temporary camp as the center, within a radius of 100 miles, there was a tall golden stone mountain at regular intervals. These mountains were all made of huge stone bricks made of hollow gold sand. For this, Xiao Hao almost emptied the hollow gold sand distributed in the secret realm. Below this area, where no one could see, were Dao rune formation diagrams. The patterns were engraved on the materials of the formation. Below the patterns, there were huge saint-level spiritual veins intertwined like coiling dragons. Lin Sun, who had a panoramic view of all this, couldn't help but feel excited. When building the city, blood should be used as a sacrifice. 10 days later. There were only 7 days left before the day of building the city. On this day, Xiao Hao, who had been patrolling outside, returned to the temporary camp at full speed. Get ready, everyone. The enemy is coming. Xiao Hao's shout was like thunder, resounding over the temporary camp. For a moment, all the strong in the camp were stiff and their faces changed. The enemy had come 7 days in advance. Swish, at the same time, Lin Sun's figure rose into the sky. His moon-white robe fluttered, his handsome face was full of spirit, and his dark eyes were deep and bright. I knew they wouldn't foolishly wait for the day of building the city. His cold voice resounded through the camp, making everyone stunned. So Lin Sun had expected this? Thinking of this, all the strong felt inexplicably relaxed, as if they were infected by the confidence in Lin Sun's words. Brother Lin, the war is coming. How sure are you? Someone couldn't help shouting. Lin Sun looked down at the tens of thousands of figures in the camp, looking at their nervous and expectant faces. Inexplicably, he felt a sense of pride and said, you don't need to participate in this battle. just watch it." His voice was loud and clear, stirring the wilderness. Xiaohao and Ruawu were both stunned. Everyone present was also stunned. Was Lin going to fight against the army of the 7 regions alone? For a moment, there was a dead silence in the huge camp. Everyone looked incredulous. Before, they had all made up their minds to live and die together with the camp, and they had taken life and death lightly. Who would have thought that Lin Sun would fight alone? This was too unexpected, completely out of everyone's expectations. "Brother Lin, you," Xiaohao couldn't help saying. Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "Brother Xiaohao, just like Ruawu, you just need to stay in the camp and watch the battle." No matter if it was his expression, words, or actions, they were all calm and composed. If it wasn't for this, Xiaohao, Ruawu, and the others would probably suspect that he had gone mad. There were 70 top sages and 210,000 soldiers, looking at the battlefield of the 9 regions, who dared to threaten to fight against the army of the 7 regions alone like Lin Sun did. This was no longer daring, it was simply insanity. In the temporary camp, everyone was excited. Where did Lin Sun's confidence come from? "Well, I'll accompany you." Xiaohao took a deep breath and said firmly. "Don't force yourself. This is the camp of the ancient Desolation realm. We won't just watch you fight with your life." Ruawu said seriously. All the people in the camp nodded. The enemy came faster than he had expected. Whoosh! Suddenly, from all directions of the temporary camp, there was a burst of horns, mixed with the roar of war drums. The sky and the earth roared, and the wind and clouds changed. A terrifying murderous aura that was visible to the naked eye quickly spread out like dark clouds, covering the sky above the temporary camp and making it dark. The campsite was deathly silent, and everyone felt suffocated. The boundless bugle horn and rumbling drum sounds were like enormous hammers that fiercely smashed into their hearts, causing everyone's expression to change. The enemy had yet to arrive, but the overwhelming killing intent had already arrived. At this moment, no matter how much confidence they had in Lin Sun, the tens of thousands of experts from the ancient Desolation realm in the camp all felt an unprecedented pressure. Not long after, the earth trembled, sand and pebbles flew, and the killing intent was like a raging storm, completely enveloping the temporary camp. In that instant, it was as if doomsday had arrived. Even Xiaohao and Ruawu were startled. They rose into the air and glanced at the surroundings. Waves of smoke appeared on the distant horizon, turning into terrifying black clouds that covered heaven and earth. War drums rumbled, ringing through the world. There were boundless bugle horns, and an austere aura engulfed everything. If one were to take a closer look, they would see a dense crowd of people approaching from all directions like a black tide. Dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening to destroy it. One by one, the dignified figures of the 7 regions led the army of the 7 regions and surged toward the temporary camp from different directions. The peerless sages were like rulers, not bothering to conceal their terrifying auras as they charged forward. Behind them were tens of thousands of troops, including thousands of true sages and innumerable peerless kings of the longevity tribulation realm. When they gathered together, only the aura they emitted turned into a terrible vision, raging between heaven and earth. This was not an army of ordinary people, nor was it an army of ordinary practitioners. Instead, it was an army led by peak sages and formed by many true sages and longevity tribulation monarchs. Such a scene was enough to make anyone desperate in the ancient Desolation realm. Xiaohao and Ruawu looked at each other with a serious expression and a chill in their hearts. There were only 70 peerless sages, which was an extremely terrifying number. Not to mention that there were 210,000 sages in the army, and the weakest among them was a king of the longevity tribulation realm. Could Lin Sun fight this battle alone? Xiaohao and Ruawu were shaken for a moment, and their eyes simultaneously looked at Lin Sun, who was standing in the sky in front of the camp in the distance. Lin Sun still stood there without moving in the slightest, and he was like an immovable rock. Only an azure-skinned wine gourd had appeared in his hand, and he was drinking wine with a leisurely bearing. He seemed as if he'd turned a blind eye to the battle that was about to arrive. Who is the little bastard named Lin Sun? Come out! Suddenly, a loud roar resounded in the sky, and a tall figure like a demon god soared into the sky. It was a powerful man with hair as black as ink, more than 30 meters tall, and circles of vortex ripples appeared all over his body. What made people tremble was that behind his head, there was a shadow of a divine wheel, which was vast and undulating, and a huge Kuan was stirring up waves. Kuan Bashio, he was a peerless sage of the Kuan family, an imperial family in the northern underworld ancient domain, and also one of the leaders of the coalition army of the Seven Regions. It was just a loud roar, but it resounded in everyone's heart like a clap of thunder, and made all the overlords in the ancient desolation realm pale. Such power was simply too terrifying. Humph! A cold light flashed in Xiaohao's eyes, and he was about to take action. But at this moment, Lin Sun gently flicked his fingers, and suddenly stepped forward. With a rumble, an indescribably terrifying power rose from his body. At that moment, his black hair fluttered in the wind, and a brilliant light flowed around his body, crushing and destroying the dark clouds and murderous qi that covered the sky, and the oppressive power of Kuan Bachio was also destroyed in an instant. His face changed slightly, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, all the people in the temporary camp felt relaxed, and all the depression and discomfort were swept away. When they looked at Lin Sun again, there was a touch of fanaticism in their eyes. It was also at this moment that they finally saw with their own eyes how powerful Lin Sun, who had set foot on the peak of the Saint Realm, was. Outside the temporary camp, the army of the Seven Regions, which was pressing in from all directions, also fixed their eyes on Lin Sun, who stood high in the void. It was also the first time they saw this young man who had killed so many people in the blood demon world, and besieged an entire city by himself. Now that they saw it, he was indeed extraordinary. The saints from the Seven Regions couldn't help but be surprised, and they realized that the rumors were not exaggerated. It was unexpected that such a dazzling figure could emerge from the ancient desolation. But, that was all, they came prepared this time. A total of 70 saints attacked, and none of the 8 invincibles of Green Destiny dared to face them head-on. In the sky, Lin Sun put away the green wine gourd in his hand, glanced at Kuan Bachio, and said, "Because of this sentence, you will die a horrible death." His indifferent voice, with undisguised contempt, resounded in the vast space, and everyone was stunned. The army was pressing down on the city, and the ancient desolation was at a dead end. How dare this boy be so arrogant? Haha, Kuan Bachio, did you hear that? This little bastard is not going to let you go. Someone laughed. Then, a burst of laughter filled the air. Someone mocked and pretended to be surprised. Didn't you say that you're going to rebuild the city of Dao Protectors? Why does it look so desolate? Someone else laughed. That's not right. Look, those golden mountains are clearly the bricks they used to build the city. Of course, they are just piles of stones. The allied army of the Seven Regions seemed fearless and calm. Their faces were filled with hideous, cruel, and cold smiles. In the beginning, they thought that there was already a city here, but when they arrived, there wasn't even a city wall to protect them from the wind and rain. There were only tens of thousands of two-legged sheep from the ancient desolation region gathered together like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. This made them even more calm, fearless, and unbridled. Damn it! These bastards are still as arrogant as ever. In the temporary camp, the crowd was enraged. Their expressions were ugly, and they gritted their teeth in anger. Everyone, don't underestimate these two-legged sheep. They might have set up many restrictions here. An old man in a Taoist robe with a youthful face and white hair spoke up. Lin Sun put away his smile, glanced at the old man, and said indifferently, "You're right. I've set up a forbidden formation within a radius of 100 miles. Well, the place where you're standing now is already in the forbidden formation." Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Kuan Bachio and the other peerless saints' eyes flickered. They spread out their divine senses, but they couldn't sense any aura from the restriction formation. "Humph, you're just playing tricks." Someone said proudly, "So what if there's a restriction formation? Do you think it can stop our attacks?" The others sneered as well. "That's right, so what if there's a restriction formation? We can just break it with force." "Stop your attacks?" Lin Sun showed a hint of mockery, ignorant. "When I set up the formation, I only thought about how to kill you. I never thought about stopping you." "Kill us?" Kuan Bachio was so angry that he laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the Seven Regions also laughed. Lin Sun was really arrogant to the point that he didn't know what was good for him. Stop talking nonsense with him. Let's do it. Someone shouted. Let's kill this guy together. The rest of you, go and flatten this place. Remember, don't let a two-legged sheep go. Someone said with a sonorous voice and a murderous intent. Boom, at this moment, unparalleled murderous intent rumbled between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth surged, and the weather changed. The 7 regions' armies all moved. The terrifying aura alone made the cultivators from the ancient desolation realm stiff all over and stinging their skin. If they faced it head-on, it would be no different from hitting a stone with an egg. At the same time, Lin Sun also sensed that dozens of auras belonging to peerless saints had locked onto him from all directions. Attack! Kuan Bachio shouted like thunder. End of chapter 1562. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.